Chapter 1 The Accursed Princess Danyang. What tarry these white bonners lining the streets for, event the officials are wearing white t-shirts? Have they been holed up for days without stepping outside? Don't you know, the Princess of Protectorate has beset away, theme tyrannation is in mourning. The Princess of Protectorate, Yumi and Princess Danyang, is her death a cause for celebration, should be ringing bells and beating drums in joy. Should the official Sharia, you could find yourself imprisoned. In Thedia House, small groups of patrons gather at round tables, discussing the flurry of paper money thought filled the air. As for Princess Danyang, she had been a long-standing parasite within Northern Wei Court for 12 years, at her roared hate and still had fear throughout her own, despite being a woman, she shameless like dozens of Malay lovers in Herasidans, seducing ministers, toying with the powerful, manipulating politics, and firming the loyal. Wherever she went, dead hand despair followed, her heinous deeds were numerous and so egregious that they could not be fully enumerated. Ifanuarito Rito biography of Princess Danyang many officials would surely leap forward to contribute, careful at choosing the harshest words to forever nail this princess to the pillar of historical disgrace, ensuring her eternal damnation. However, as justice has its way, this arrogant princess, after years of tyranny, was finally imprisoned in palace for the murder of a prominent minister in the year of daxing, on the verite the numperor assumed power she did in her own residence, blood oozing from her seven orifices, a gruesome end indeed. The authority has conducted a show of mourning, but the common folk secretly reveled in her demise. Evil begets evil, she met her well-deserved fate. Amidst the cares of relief, white paper money fluttered down like snowflakes, a gust of wind caught them, swirling them through here until they landed at the entrance of an official residence, drifting past acrams and plaque. The by residence. With unmodest room through a stern courtyard of T-state, someone stirred, inadvertently knocking governable off medicine at they that been resting by the bedside. Crack! With a sharp sound, Huaiyu jolt head awake, her heart pounding like a drum, cold sweat beading on her forehead, propping herself up, Shega sped for breath, her eyelashes trembling violently, and it took her moment to regain her composure. Where am I? The room was simple, the furnishings worn and cheap, with light filtering through Hugh Athard, carved window, illuminating Thedest modest dancing in the air like chemist. Frowning she stared at Thedest for a moment, feeling somewhat disoriented. Thedo or Krikitapan, and a maid carrying Gabison stepped inside, upon seeing her, the maid exclaimed joyfully, Miss, you're finally awake. Miss, Huaiyu furrowed her brow at the girl, wondering where these ignorant maid had come from. Since birth she had been referred to as your highness. When had she ever been called miss? You nearly scared Metodi F this time, you almost thought you had breathed the door last, the maid chattered in, filled with concern. Breathed me last, am I not? Huaiyu paused, taking a deep breath. Indeed, she was still alive. A thrill surged from her to her limbs, and Huaiyu, filled with excitement, sprang up, leaping from the bed to the window, flinging open wooden shutters. Brilliance and light poured in through her fingers, warming her face. Outside, clusters of wildflowers bloomed in vibrant colors, swaying in the gentle breeze, adding to Thessinesp's beauty. After gazing for a moment, she inhaled several deep breaths of fresh air, revealing a peculiar smile. The heaven shaves spread my am still alive. She, Princess Danyang Huaiyu, is alive. The little maid behind her seemed start led by her exuberance, Herias Whiteus Hestum mirrored, am miss? Thesmilla falteritas Huaiyu glanced around, turning back in confusion to point at Theronos and ask, Ari alkaling? The maid nodded, looking perplexed, of course, in Kalinju, Mississippi don't you recognize him? Huaiyu pondered for a moment before shaking her head, have no recollection. Her last memory lingered on that fatal day in Fayin Palace, March 27, when she had consumed the imperial poison, the blood gushing from her mouth hastily helplessly on the soft couch. Before her a group of people, their eyes redan their voices choked with grief as they bowed to her, crying in unison, Your Highness. Those words echoed like a plaintive effluent, mingling with muffled sobs that tugged at the heartstrings. Then she had closed eyes, sinking into darkness. Logically, she should have de Venetian Sheshold still been Fayin Palace, why was Heintheisen familiar place? Confused, she scanned her surroundings and spotted a dressing table, hurrying over to take a look. Their reflection in the mirror was soon familiar Catifis with soft brows and bright eyes, Skinus Bailey as if it had never seen the sun, from Inge head off black hair like a cloud, as small palms eyes face, dainty earlobes, a slender neck clad in a worn dark robe, hair entire forms as latitsia meta miragusto of wind could sweep hair away. This was another. It is well known Tolthal that Princess Danyang was willful and overbearing, part Lijuato royal lineage and part because of her unparalleled martial prowess. She had trained in the arts of combat for many years, her body as strong as steel. How could she possibly resemble her Wispafajiro? Yet, with the very movement she made, their reflection in the mirror mirrored her actions when she made Ephus, the delicate Tevasage in Faglas twisted in kind. A wave of funious wad overly Huaiyu had her Ned to ask, what is today's date? Lingzia starred Ather in bewilderment, replying vacantly, today is the 4th day of the 4th month in the year of daxing. The 4th day of the 4th month, Huaiyu slipped net pill in an instant Princess Danyang Hasselria de passed away? Lingzia nodded, indeed, she has passed, today marks the 7th day since her death, and the officials are currently conducting her funeral. Li Huaiyu was left teachless. Princess Danyang's funeral was underway, Budhawashino? Instinctively shaking her head, she found the situation too bizarre as strange as her lips trembled. After pacing in place for a moment, she declared, I am hungry. Ah, Lingxi unid absolutely, I shall fetch you some mething tototats. Huaiyu nodded, calmly watching as the un made a sheet out. Once Lingxi was out of sight, she took a deep breath, lifted her skirts, and rushed outside. Her beauté may have been benatrist, but she still felt Elivian capable to think she had transformed into another person. Such a phenomenon was beyond belief unless witnessed it firsthand. Bursting out of the room, she found herself in way to appear to be a larger courtyard. Li Huaiyu had no time to observe her surroundings. She swiftly navigated through the corridors, avoiding people until she reached the outer wall of the state. Glancing around to ensure Nunu was watching, she began to climb over the assorted items piled against the wall. Thought she had no skill in needlework or embroidery. She was quite adept at climbing walls and itching birds. Despite the height of the courtyard wall, she nimbly scaled the others and leaped down. Only toland with a resounding thud. Ah, Shekri du tin pain, finding herself vulnerable to for a moment. Itways a miscalculation. Had this been in her former life, such a feat would have been trivial, yet now her body felt we condone cooperative, causing her to fall clumsily with a disgrace. Fortunately, she landed on a relatively soft patch, softer than the stone pavement, sparing her from serious injury. Though her lip was split from the impact, and she tested iron in her mouth as her tongue probed wound. Ugh, how it stings. Before she could gather herself, a flash of coal-like caught her eye, and a menacing array descended. Hogos there? Li Huaiyu jumped in surprise and turned her head to see a guard clad in dark cat-ear, glaring at her with a fierce expression, his blade glinting ominously. Was it really necessary? She had merely scaled a wall. She was not attempting to assassinate yon. Why such agitation? The soft earth beneath her stirred slightly. Sensing thoughts of mething guasamis, Li Huaiyu blinked and slowly lowered her gaze. Beneath her lay a figure clad in a soft, jade-colored brocade robe, pressed down by her weight. His jady crown remained perfectly in place, and his demeanor was calm and unruffled. His ink dark eyes regarding hair with a piercing intensity, reminiscent of a black dragon slicing through waves. His lips, tinged with a pale hue, bore a striking shady offered, akin to flowers blooming dew upon the snow. At first glance, Huaiyu was momentarily taken aback, marveling at her beauty before her. His features were exquisite, and this expression was equally captivating. However, upon a second glance, she recognized the facial tool. This moon. Every unit going to jet up, he said coldly. Hearing that familiar voice, Huaiyu's expression shifted from shock to pallor. Instead of rising, she found herself contemplating how to press down harder upon him. What a twist of fate, Jiang Xuanjun. As a flurry of fast paper fluttered down around them, Li Huaiyu absent-mindedly grasped a PC and lowered her head to guard Theman beneath her, her heart brimming with unbridled hatred. It is said that Princess Danyang mothered to Maizijuato the numerous accusations of murdering a high-ranking official. Yet Li Huaiyu knew the truth of her death toll. She had been slain by this very prince of saying, Jiang Xuanjin. On that 27th of Mark and Theothidaxing 8 deemed auspicious for funerals, Jiang Xuanjin had presented her with a cup of hemlock, his voice serene and echoing with a Buddhist cadence. Farewell, your highness, had intoned. Dressed in her beloved attire from Thoucha Peony Palace, Huaiyu had sat gracefully upon the Rui Huan couch, accepting the poison with poise, and had on it a no gulp. May you live a long and prosperous life, your majesty. She had smiled, her words laced not with tenderness but with a fierce resolve for vengeance, each syllable squeezed out between clenched teeth. As spoke, she vowed in her heart that if given the chance, she would ensure that Jiang Xuanjin would find no escape from his fate. And now, fate had brought them together on Seymour. Chapter 2, Witnessing her own funeral. Her fists clenched, knuckles turning whitey as Huaiyu gazed down a Theman beneath her. Instinctively she reached out, placing her hand upon his throat. With her fingers as light lice blade, she could easily tighten her grip and end his life in an instant. However, Thaguer D beside her acted even more swift light hand she had anticipated, drawing his bloody across her throat with a furious shout. What are you doing? Momentarily stunned, Huaiyu abruptly regained her senses. Theman beneath her regarded her with calm, darkies, showing no inclination to resist. It was not that suitable to fight back. Rather, in her current position, she possessed no real threat. Her hand rested dangerously on his neck, a provocative gesture indeed, and Thagward's expression darkened, as if he would slice her throat at the slightest movement. The situation was dire. With a quick glance, Huaiyu softened her expression, her sharp fingers transforming into delicate hands as he trailed her fingers down his neck. Dovicious, blinking innocently, my dear sir, you are retro-liquid handsome. Jiang Xuanjin sorajinally composed a demeanor to regender her audacious touch. His brows furrowed, and a glint of anger flickered in his eyes. Hepachet himself up, unceremoniously throwing her off him. Ah, Huaiyu tumbled to the ground, rolling twice before and nearly colliding with the wall behind her. You are equitefiers, sir, she exclaimed, scrambling to her feet, with a mot pout. Shed, how can you pseudito delicate young lady? In that moment, her shamelessness was evident, yet she directical herself a licatimain. Jiang Xuanjin shook his shade in disbelief, sweeping away the joss paper clinging to his robes, frowning gash regard her. Huaiyu foreseed as Miley in return thoth a tempest brewed within your heart to awaken and confront the verimin who had caused her death felt like a cruel twist of fate. Unfortunately she had no opportunity for vengeance at present. Impulse belonged to the full cunning was the path of wisdom since there was no cons for revenge today. Share resolved to him for the future was long. Huaiyu adopting a carefree demeanor brushed off that from her skirts and declared, if it were any else, I will not let it go Cecily, you seeing how German jure I shall forgive you this time. With that, she waved her hand of him, saying, until we meet again. It was as if she had ascended upon him from the heavens. The other words implied that she had absolved Hummel from wrongdoing. Jiangsu engine stared at her, bewildered, even pondering what fault they might have committed. Before he could reach a conclusion, she darted away with a swift motion. Stop, he called, frowning. Li Huaiyu, however, had no intention of faulting. No ton literature fusido stop, but she also quickened her pace, slipping into the throngs of people lining the official road. She had come to witness her own coffin. She had no one near to engage with an enemy she could not defeat. The funeral procession emerged from the palace and the streets were crowded with onlookers eager to witness the spectacle. As way up a shedder way to the front, the cart carrying her coffin passed by. The grand pierwood cart drawn by 8 horses, bore a dark-like gleaming new coffin. Whitey silk floral arrangements fluttered around it, while white mourning lanterns swayed on either side emblazoned with the large characters. Danyang. This wasn't a dream, nor was it some ecrologist. Princess Danyang was truly being laterist, and Aresha was, inexplicably alive in Anathar's body, witnessing her own funeral. Thud the funeral urn struck the ground, sending a flurry of paper money soaring into the air, scattering like leaves. The surrounding crowd murmured ominously, repeated lice-spitted in disdain and brushing aside paper money, while Huaiyu stood motionless, allowing gapes of paper to cover her brow and eyes. Amid thick cacophony, she suddenly heard Wayland's voice. Imperial sister, you did not kill Chancellor Sima, did you? Ich know you couldn't avert such a thing. Whether it was me or not makes no difference. Justice will ultimately prevail. There is always a distinction between good and devil. If it was yet, I shall not spare you. If it was no to you, I will certainly protect you. Protect her, Li Huaiyu snapped back to reality, letting out a lolala. The affairs of the court were never straightforward as she imagined, just Lucci had trusted Hymansian had been ensnared to her death, a painfully harsh lesson. Yet she wondered, in her demise, had Wayland truly grasped the situation, could he continue to fold life a molest minion? Lost in thought, Shanada said the surrounding onlookers whispering among themselves. Look at the spectacle, it surpasses event Chancellor Sima's funeral. Bob, what go dis a grand display, when Chancellor Sima died, the populace seek null to be him farewell. And look at this princess of Rionismer limunching said sand watching the show. What a waste of such fine golden on you would bury it with this filthy beast. May the spirit of Chancellor Sima find peace. Tiano ho cause dis demise has finally met with retribution. Listening to their scornful remarks, Li Huaiyu wiped her face with the paper money, feigning indignation as he showed, indeed, retribution. The nearby crowd turned to her, nodding in approval. These unblady seem stop as essays of justice. She must have Jaffaretta t hands off Princess Danyang as well. Exactly, Li Huaiyu dead emphatically sharabed me of my freedom and tarnished my reputation, subjecting me to a years of relentless toil, truly despicable. Suka tragic fate, the onlookers regarded her with newfound sympathy. Li Huaiyu felt it when Jaffa for herself a years spent in a ridiculous dream, earning a reputation of fickleness in her wake, yet, while a good name may endure for 100 generations, infamy can linger for 1,000 years. With this thought, she chuckled inwardly. Perhaps she had not list after all. Grinning, Huaiyu watched us take off and passed before her, unable to resist the urge to aviati. Thank you for your toil, Danyang. The morning lantern swayed in the wind, the characters for Danyang dancing as if waving back at her. Her eyes reddened, she turned to leave. However, at that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance, a cacophony of screams like thunder rolling gay crossed the ground. Make way, clear out. Several urge bundles of straw were ignited, erupting in toro airing fireballs that suddenly rolled down from the oves beside the road, hurtling toward the coffin at the center of the funeral procession. Fire. Igniting the fluttering paper money scattered on the ground, and the flame spread rapidly. The funeral escort was thrown into chaos, menaced with fierce words while it has spiritual protectors clutched at tear scabbards, attempting to fend off the fiery projectiles. However, surrounded by paper money, the flame surged uncontrollably, and they couldn't watch helplessly as whitey silk draping thick off and caught fire. Put out the fire, quickly. What had been an orderly process and transformed it into a frenzied scene in an instant. Li Huaiyu stood be dazed, and as she grasped the situation, she cold felt butchical. How utterly unwelcome she must be, even in death she could not find peace with that is supposed to be honored. Did these people disregard event that custom? Swish, swish, swish. As if to affirm herds, a larger group of masked figures suddenly emerged from behind the where the fireball had fallen, each wielding a blade and moving with thespied flockists descending upon a field, rushing toward her coffin. Protect the spirit, roared the commander of the Tiger Benguards. In an instant, all the martial officers and thorough drew their weapons to confront these unwelcome egoists. Yet, caught off guard, they were a match for the attackers. Hokame prepared the mascadassailant split into 3 groups 12 flanked the coffin, engaging thegwards and fires a combat, while Thethard, armed with shovels, charged directly toward the pair woodcart, deathly prying pen her coffin. Crack! Huaiyu hard fiddle sound, her gaze fixed on the frenzied masked figures before her. She wanted to laugh, but her lips refused to move. Indeed, she had often did so many during her life. Why would the allow her a peaceful burial? They were determined to drag her body out and dismember her. It was tragic as appresses, she had scarcely heard a kind word in life, and now even Indiath she found Nasilis. Event the commander of Tiger Benguards, she suspected, secretly wished for her dismal end. He made no offer to intervene, merely watching as her coffin lid was slowly lifted bethethron. As Heba held the lid rising, Huaiyu felt a tightening in her throat, her gaze swept over the expressionless guards, her fists clenched tightly before she reluctantly relaxed them. So but if world believe it should deserve such a fate, then perhaps it was indeed her due. What grievance could she possibly harbor? Taking a deep breath, she turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. However, as it turned, a figure in a jaded green robe swept past her, the billowing ginthwind, the embroidered water pattern seemed to ripple as if alive, dazzling Harry's. Huaiyu paused, following the shadow with her gaze. The agitated masked figure was about to roll her coffin light into the street when suddenly, it felt the inhibitions, a powerful force surged against them, and unable to withstand it, he lost the grip. With their sounding thud, Thelid fell heavily back in top place, sending up a cloud off her grand tash. The crowd stared in astonishment, their eyes drawn upward to the figure descending from atop the coffin. Their jaded green robe fluttered dramatically, and the person appeared like Keetishing a blemon. Yet, this gentleman radiated an imposing presence as she firmly planted his foot on the coffin lid. It sank halfway down be a mountain, unmovable. With a casual flick, he brushed aside the burning papermoney, steadied himself, and cold light declared, impudence. Chapter 3 Do you know him? The cacophony of the bustling street was abruptly silenced by his fierce admonition. Over 20 masked figures stood nearby, gazing up at him, momentarily stunned before resuming their hostile intentions. Step aside, one of the closest masked individuals glared at him, a mixture of astonishment and fury evident in his voice. Do not obstruct our righteous cause. Righteous cause? He let out a cold chuckle, tilting his head and remarking, disturbing a grave is a grave transgression. Disturbing a grave is indeed a serious crime, but what lies within is a beast, the man spat vehemently. Zhang Xianjin, you know how heinous her sins are. Why do you impede us? This group could even call out his name. Zhang Xuanjin's eyebrows twitched slightly as he reached out to grasp the burning white silk draped over the coffin, swinging it sideways to strike down the 2 masked individuals who had been eager to charge. Others attempted to ascend, but he cast a sidelong glance, his foot deftly sending a nearby large blade flying. Clang, the blade's edge struck the bluestone, quaking fiercely and emitting a resonating hum. The would-be attackers froze in terror, hesitating to advance further. The leader, genuinely incensed, brandished his sword at Zhang Xianjin, barking, do not mistake my kindness for weakness. Zhang Xianjin met his gaze with unwavering calm, his voice resonating like the sound of striking jade. Regardless of your intentions, should you possess the capability to force my hand, then come forth and attempt it. The funeral procession had been cleaved into 3 segments, with masked assailants blocking the front and rear, preventing reinforcements from reaching the central coffin. Flames surged nearby, and outnumbered by adversaries, Huaiyu found herself baffled by Zhang Xuanjin's audacity to utter such words. He had but one ally at his side. The leader seemed to grasp this realization, sneering, you, a scion of a noble family, have spent nearly a few years mastering martial arts, and you believe you can take on 100 foes? Since you insist on protecting this beast, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Attack. The final word was shouted to the side, and the masked assailants, obeying the command, surged toward the coffin without hesitation. Huaiyu furrowed her brow in concern. Let there be no misunderstanding. Her worry was not for Zhang Xianjin, rather, she feared that a brawl near her coffin would inevitably damage it, and the precious gold and silk Nanmu was irreplaceable. Today was an auspicious day for burial. Should they miss it, how would it affect her future fortunes? Observing the attire of the masked individuals and glancing down at her own dark robes, an idea struck her. She let down her hair, swiftly tied it back, tore a piece from her garment to cover her face, and crouched to blend into the throng. Zhang Xianjin was already entangled in combat when a blade sliced through the air toward him. He leapt down from the coffin, effortlessly dispatching 2 opponents before seizing a longsword and coordinating with his ally to carve out a foothold. Surrounded by so many, after exchanging over a dozen blows, none had managed to draw blood from him. The leader stared in astonishment at the amber figure encircled, a blend of anger and awe in his expression. Your Highness, you are a virtuous man, why must you wade into this murky water? The state has its laws. Propriety has its rules, Zhang Xianjin replied, the tip of his sword piercing a man's knee. Danyang has already faced justice, your actions are in defiance of the imperial court. Is her death not enough? The leader retorted angrily. Prince Pengling was utterly innocent, slain by this woman in a most brutal manner. Zhang, the inner servant, was a loyal attendant to the late emperor, dragged from the front hall to the palace gates, and executed. She manipulated the court, disregarding the plague that ravaged 7 counties, treating the common folk as mere ants. Such a person, if not subjected to dismemberment, how can we appease the spirits above? With a single glance, Zhang Xuanjin's expression shifted slightly, as if swayed by the words. The leader, elated, stepped closer. Your Highness is also a pillar of the state. The poison wine was delivered by your own hand. He intended to suggest that Jiang Xianjin must harbor animosity toward her as well. However, before he could voice this thought, a long sword, swift as a serpent, was suddenly positioned at his throat. Let them retreat, Jiang Xianjin stated coolly. Should this conflict persist, you shall find yourselves ensnared. While I stand here, you will not touch this coffin. You. The leader's face turned ashen with fury. You cannot distinguish right from wrong. Right and wrong, Jiang Xianjin regarded him with a piercing gaze. I discern far better than you. With a derisive laugh, the leader allowed himself to be held at swordpoint, bellowing, everyone, charge. First, dismantle that coffin, do not mind me. Understood, the others responded, 5 surrounding Jiang Xianjin and his ally, while the rest rushed to the other side, brandishing shovels to strike the coffin. Jiang Xuanjin's expression tightened as he withdrew, intending to intervene, yet the leader, as if anticipating his move, swiftly pulled out a dagger from his palm, contorting his face as he roared, if you insist on protecting this beast, then prepare to die together. Your Highness, be careful. With murderous intent surging forth, Jiang Xianjin turned, but it was too late to evade. In a flash, from within the crowd emerged an individual, wielding a piece of wood scavenged from who knows where, striking the leader's nape with precision and force. Thud. A dull thud echoed as the leader's dagger halted just an inch from Jiang Xuanjin's lower back. He staggered, disbelief etched across his face as he turned to look behind him. Jiang Xianjin blinked in surprise, following suit, only to see a petite masked figure glaring at the leader, who, upon seeing him remain upright, promptly delivered another blow. With a resounding thud, the leader finally collapsed. Li Huaiyu, feeling a mix of exasperation and disappointment, kicked him lightly. How utterly useless, why was he so slow to act? She had hesitated to intervene, hoping for a 2 birds with 1 stone scenario, but this fool was too short and clumsy. Jiang Xianjin had even sidestepped to avoid a fatal strike, and even if he had managed to stab, he could not have killed him. She might as well have offered a favor herself. Jiang Xianjin regarded her with confusion, on the verge of inquiring when the shovel aimed at the coffin came crashing down. His pupils constricted as Li Huaiyu reacted swiftly, seizing the wooden stick and hurling it to knock one shovel aside, but the others remained unimpeded. Quick, stop them, she urged, giving Jiang Xianjin a shove. His balance disrupted, Jiang Xianjin staggered 2 steps before he could gather his wits, vaulting over the coffin to engage the masked assailants once more. Your Highness. The leading Hu Ben Zhonglong finally broke through the blockade, rushing over with reinforcements. Upon seeing Jiang Xianjin surrounded, his face paled in fright. Quick, save His Highness. Li Huaiyu could not help but roll her eyes, thinking that it was fortunate Jiang Xianjin possessed decent skills. With their speed, had they sent someone less competent, the coffin would have required yet another occupant. As the tide began to turn, the masked assailants, not foolish, promptly hoisted their leader and began to retreat amidst the fray. Hey, they're getting away. Block the entrance to that alley. Li Huaiyu called out. Jiang Xianjin turned to look at her, finally recognizing the voice. It's you. Pulling down her mask, Li Huaiyu smiled brightly and waved. What a coincidence to meet again so soon. We truly are fated. Recalling her earlier erratic behavior, Jiang Xianjin frowned. He did not perceive this as fate but rather found her demeanor peculiar, her gaze conveying an indescribable emotion. It was hatred, yet she smiled sweetly. To call it admiration or affection would be decidedly inaccurate. Did she know him? Chapter 4. A cup of green wine and a song. Before he could gather his thoughts, a figure knelt before him. Your Majesty, forgive my transgressions, the trembling commander of the Tiger Ben lamented. It is my negligence in safeguarding that has placed your Majesty in peril. Jiang Xianjin regained his composure and replied, there is no need for you to plead for forgiveness. The sovereign will render his own judgment on this matter. Upon hearing this, the commander broke into a cold sweat. Your Majesty, I am merely passing through and have other matters to attend to. I leave this in your hands. He waved his sleeve, readjusting the Buddhist beads that had slipped down his wrist, preparing to depart. Wait. Huaiyu called out from behind the coffin, those people have fled. Are you not sending anyone to pursue them? Jiang Xianjin cast a glance back at her but did not respond. Continuing on his way, however, the attendant Qingshu sheathed his sword and approached her, cupping his hands. This young lady, my master requests your company at the nearby tea house. Huaiyu was taken aback, glancing between Jiang Xuanjin's retreating figure and Qingshu. How do you know that your master wishes to speak with me when he has not uttered a word? Qingshu pressed his lips together. It is my master's intention. When did he convey such a message? How did she not hear it? Li Huaiyu found it quite puzzling, but after some contemplation, she decided to follow him. Lifting her skirts, the official road lay in disarray, the flames gradually extinguished, and the bandits had ultimately evaded pursuit, vanishing effortlessly throughout the capital. Huaiyu ascended to the 2nd floor alongside Qingshu. Entering a rather tranquil private room, Jiang Xianjin was pouring tea from a kettle, his head bowed, and without lifting his gaze, he inquired, what do you intend to do? Li Huaiyu was startled, momentarily feeling as if she could scarcely breathe. Did he recognize her? You have blocked my path on the way to the palace and offered assistance. If you claim to have no ulterior motives, that would be hard to believe. Setting the freshly poured tea before her, Jiang Xianjin raised his eyes to meet hers. Let us speak plainly. Upon hearing this, Huaiyu understood. He did not recognize her but merely suspected her intentions. She exhaled a significant breath of relief, laughing lightly, tossing her robes as she sat opposite him, unceremoniously taking 2 gulps from the teacup and wiping her mouth. Today's events were primarily a series of coincidences. Coincidences? Jiang Xianjin smiled faintly, leisurely pouring himself a cup, taking a moment to savor the aroma, his dark eyes swirling with intrigue as he quietly scrutinized her, clearly unconvinced by her words. Li Huaiyu felt her skin prickling under his gaze, her eyes darting around before she sighed helplessly. It appears that deceiving you is no simple task, so I shall speak the truth. Jiang Xianjin inclined his head slightly. You may proceed. It is thus. She clasped her hands together, her eyes shimmering with tenderness as she fixed her gaze upon him. I have taken a liking to you. Jiang Xianjin, what is that reaction? Noticing his sudden stillness, Huaiyu could not help but chuckle, her heart delighting as she playfully lamented, it was you who insisted, I confess. His brow twitched slightly as Jiang Xianjin lowered his gaze, suddenly feeling that inviting her to converse was entirely unnecessary. This person was shameless, speaking naught but fabrications. Any inquiry was futile. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself against the table and stood up. Hey! Huaiyu also rose. Where are you going? I have yet to apologize for my earlier impertinence. Impertinence? What an amusing choice of words. Such a term is typically used by a gallant gentleman to tease a lady. Who has ever seen a woman reverse the roles? He coldly replied, no need for apologies. Let this be our last encounter. With that, he turned to leave. However, just as he took a step forward, someone grasped his sleeve. Are you foolish? The person behind him tugged at his sleeve, twisting their waist and stamping their foot, exclaiming sweetly, when a young lady offers an apology, it is merely a pretext to express her interest. Who cares whether an apology is truly necessary? Jiang Xianjin, raised under the tutelage of esteemed teachers, adhered strictly to decorum and propriety, surrounded by educated and courteous individuals. Even when encountering the coarse, they behaved respectfully in his presence. He never anticipated encountering someone utterly lacking in shame today. You. In disbelief, he turned to her, furrowing his brow. How can a young lady speak so shamelessly? Raising an eyebrow, Huaiyu replied, what is shame? I truly do not grasp the concept. I simply found you handsome, intervened on the official road, and was captivated by your unique charm. I admire you and wish to pursue you. Is that so strange? Jiang Xianjin stared, dumbfounded, while Qingshu stood nearby, equally astonished, both gazing at her as if she were a curiosity. What, do you not appreciate directness? Huaiyu raised an eyebrow and smiled, her eyes sparkling. Shall I convey it more subtly? With that, she casually picked up a teaspoon from the nearby table, tapping it against the lacquered, intricately carved wooden table, and sang, in the spring feast, a cup of green wine and a song. Once more I bow to express my wishes. 1 wishes for the Lord's longevity, 2 wishes for my own well-being, 3 wishes for us to be like the swallows on the beams, meeting each year. Her voice resembled that of a yellow oriole, each concluding note laced with enticing charm, igniting a stir within. Finishing her song, she turned to him, her smile captivating. I wish to be with you, to meet each year. Jiang Xuanjin's expression darkened to a deep shade of iron. What is it? Setting down the teaspoon, Huaiyu winked at him. Do you still not fancy it? Seeing her brazen demeanor, who could find it appealing? Jiang Xianjin scoffed coldly. Qingshu, let us return home. Yes. Qingshu complied, stepping alongside him while casting an admiring glance back at Huaiyu. Numerous young ladies in the capital professed their affections for the esteemed Ziyang lord, and he encountered a couple each day, yet never had he met one capable of provoking his master's ire. Truly, a remarkable woman. The remarkable woman in the private room watched their retreating figures with a smile. Sensing the moment was right, she stepped out to follow them down from the tea house. Jiang Xianjin strode briskly, acutely aware of someone trailing behind, his expression growing even grimmer. He waved Qingshu off to fetch a carriage, intending to shake her off. However, as soon as he settled into the carriage, he felt a weight on the yoke. Young lady, Qingshu's voice came from outside, laden with exasperation. You cannot sit upon the yoke. Shifting her weight on the yoke, Huaiyu feigned innocence. Why is that? This is the carriage returning to the Jiang residence. What a coincidence! I, too, am headed to the Jiang residence. After enduring his frustration, Jiang Xianjin could no longer restrain himself, pulling aside the carriage curtain, fixing her with a cold gaze. What business do you have at the Jiang residence? Huaiyu turned back, flashing a bright smile, her lips red and teeth white. To apologize, of course. We have embraced and shared kisses. There must be some what nonsense. His face darkened as Jiang Xianjin interrupted. Who embraced and kissed you? Huaiyu widened her eyes. Are you trying to deny it? At that moment, she thought she had bruised her lips on the stones, only to realize she had collided with his teeth. Jiang Xuanjin's previously pale lips were stained with her blood. Was that not an embrace and a kiss? Pausing slightly, Jiang Xianjin frowned as he reflected on the events that had transpired beneath the wall, his expression growing even worse. Chapter 5. Becoming attached to him. Huaiyu gazed with satisfaction at his expression. Having dealt with Jiang Xianjin for several years, she knew him to be rigid, conservative, and utterly lacking in wit. In terms of verbal finesse, he was leagues behind her previously. Their differing political views and opposing stances had resulted in a tense atmosphere whenever they met, and she had little interest in conversing with him. However, now that he seemed transformed into another person, she found herself harboring mischievous thoughts of teasing him. Surprisingly, Jiang Xianjin's normally stoic visage, when angered, revealed an unexpected charm. Unable to resist, she propped her chin in her hand and scrutinized him. This face, which had remained expressionless for over 20 years, now betrayed a spectrum of emotions, turning from pale to purple, then green, and finally flushing a delicate red, reminiscent of the sunset's glow illuminating a white cheek. That was merely a coincidence, Jiang Xianjin stated stiffly. I won't dwell on it, nor should you. Absolutely not. Huaiyu shook her head vigorously. I shall dwell on it. With that, she leaned forward, grasping the cart's yoke with the tenacity of a brat refusing to let go. Jiang Xianjin was unaccustomed to such behavior, furrowing his brow as he looked at her, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. My lady, the attendant, Qingshu, interjected to alleviate his masteress' discomfort, it's getting late. Shouldn't you be returning home? Home, Huaiyu paused, her face a mask of confusion indeed, since awakening, she had yet to grasp the identity of this body, much less where her home was. With a dejected droop to her head, she muttered, I cannot find my home. Jiang Xianjin shot her a sidelong glance. Another lie, the place you emerged from was not your home? The place I emerged from? Huaiyu pondered, realization dawning upon her. Oh, right. That residence was clearly an official manor. It seemed her current identity was not insignificant, thus, she might yet have the opportunity to draw closer to Jiang Xianjin. With a smile that curved her eyes, she said, would you escort me home? Jiang Xianjin abruptly pulled the cart-esque curtain shut. Return on your own. My feet hurt, I twisted my ankle when I fell and cannot walk, she protested, lifting the curtain and pouting at him, her eyes blinking playfully. At the very least, as my half-savior, wouldn't you consider repaying my kindness? According to the etiquette of the Zheng family, a life saved warranted profound gratitude. Yet, the individual outside the cart Jiang Xianjin scoffed inwardly, not only was that blade unlikely to take his life, but even if it were a genuine act of salvation, he had no desire to express thanks. With ulterior motives and impure intentions. If you refuse to escort me, then I shall return to your residence, Huaiyu huffed. After all, sitting on this yoke is rather comfortable. As a young lady, if she disregarded her reputation, would he still be concerned about it? Jiang Xianjin averted his gaze, speaking tersely to the outside, let us go. Yes, sir, Qingshu replied, seating himself on the opposite side of the yoke and driving the cart forward. Seeing that Jiang Xianjin was at a loss with her antics, Huaiyu gleefully lowered the curtain and settled beside Qingshu, swinging her legs in a rather undignified manner. Qingshu glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, finding her quite amusing, and quietly advised, if you truly admire my master, you should temper your behavior, he prefers well-mannered individuals. Who says? Huaiyu raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards the cart's interior. Are there really so few well-mannered young ladies in this world? Just look at whom he has spoken with at length. Qingshu was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on her words. Indeed, throughout the years, no properly raised young woman had managed to converse with Zhang Jun for more than 3 sentences. Yet here was this audacious girl, who had likely spoken more today than others could in a year. However, his master's attitude towards conversation was far from amiable. With a bemused expression, Qingshu remarked, is this your way of subverting expectations to catch my master's eye? Precisely. Huaiyu clapped her hands together, grinning. Look, I've succeeded, your master is currently within the carriage, listening to me, undoubtedly wearing a grim expression that he will not soon forget. Inside the carriage, Jiang Xianjin remained silent, his countenance darkened. Were it not for his upbringing, he would have relished the opportunity to unceremoniously eject her from the vehicle. Having encountered countless shameless individuals, he found her brazen confidence to be a first. Among men, such behavior was rare. To witness it from a young lady was even more astonishing. Which family had raised her? Today marked the 7th day since the passing of the Grand Princess, and his emotions were already complicated. The series of events had only exacerbated his headache. He rubbed his temples, leaning back against the carriage to rest for a moment, yet outside, that incessant chatter continued, as if she had an endless supply of words. Hey, young sir, how skilled are you in martial arts? Fairly adequate. Your master must have offended many. Do you guard him day and night? My lady, that is confidential and cannot be disclosed. I'm merely asking casually, there is no need to be so stingy. Oh my, you're remarkably sturdy. It seems you've been training for quite some time. Just look at those arms, hard as iron. May I touch the other one? A vein throbbed at his temple, and Jiang Xianjin opened his eyes, pulling back the curtain to rebuke, speak again, and I shall throw you out. Huaiyu outside was taken aback, turning to him, what's wrong with your voice? It had been fine moments ago, yet now it sounded particularly hoarse. The figure within the carriage sat upright, maintaining an elegant posture, but his complexion, are you feeling shy, she teased, raising an eyebrow as she entered the carriage and sat beside him, scrutinizing his face closely. Your cheeks are quite flushed. Who invited you in? Jiang Xianjin snapped, his voice low and irritated. Get out. Hey, don't be so harsh. She boldly grasped his wrist, daringly placing her hand on his forehead to check for fever. It was scalding to the touch. Oh dear, so you can fall ill too, Huaiyu chuckled, withdrawing her hand and patting him with a smile. Everyone says Zhang Jun is made of iron, attending court every day without fail for 8 years, come rain or shine. How is it possible that you have a fever? Jiang Xianjin was momentarily stunned, then reached to touch his forehead, furrowing his brow even deeper. The Grand Princess's death had brought forth a plethora of troublesome matters. He had scarcely slept 5 hours in the past week, likely leading to his current malaise. Qingshu, he called, redirect to find a pharmacy. Yes, sir. Qingshu complied, immediately turning the cart around. Initially believing his headache was merely due to irritation, he now recognized it as an illness, and his mind grew even more foggy. Jiang Xianjin clenched his fists, coldly addressing the person beside him, can you not leave? I cannot, Huaiyu shook her head, generously patting her thigh. The cart is quite bumpy, seeing you sway, I'll lend you a soft pillow to rest on. His face darkened. That is unnecessary. I, a mere young lady, do not mind. What about you, a grown man, being so fussy? She pouted, then suddenly reached out, wrapping her arm around his neck and yanking him into her embrace. Jiang Xianjin was startled, instinctively attempting to push her away, but her grip was surprisingly strong, employing a technique he was unprepared for. He found himself unable to break free. Rest assured, no one is watching, Huaiyu laughed gaily, delighting in the sight of his flushed face, feeling a thrill akin to that of a rogue teasing a virtuous woman. The virtuous woman in his arms, however, was decidedly unamused, her brow furrowing as she prepared to resist. Listen, I must warn you, she said mischievously, should you dare move, I will scream foul play. After all, I have no regard for my reputation, it will be up to you, Zhang Jun, to preserve your pristine name. Chapter 6 The disconcerting flattery. Jiang Xianjin was utterly exasperated. How could there be such a person? Not only did she disregard propriety and decorum, but she also dismissed reason. A dignified man of 7 feet lay nestled in the arms of a young woman. Was that even sensible? Moreover, he was the esteemed Zhang Jun, a title that commanded reverence from all who beheld him. Where did this audacious individual derive her boldness? Look at you, burning up like a freshly roasted sweet potato, she chided, playfully pressing him closer to her. Go on, struggle all you want. The more you squirm, the dizzier you'll become. Rigid as a statue, Jiang Xianjin felt as if he were being buffeted by a frigid winter gale, his gaze fixed on her with an intensity that could pierce through steel. Yet, Huaiyu remained unperturbed, a mischievous grin playing on her lips as she patted him. Now, doze off for a bit, it's still quite a distance to the apothecary. Are you a desperate outlaw? He inquired coldly. Huaiyu raised an eyebrow. What makes you say that? If you weren't an outlaw, how could you be so brazen? Jiang Xianjin squinted. Have you considered the consequences of your impudence in taking advantage of my vulnerable state? With a smirk, she replied, consequences? Surely they wouldn't be too dire. After all, you are renowned for your adherence to decorum. Do you intend to kill me simply because I embraced and kissed you? It was common knowledge that the Jiang family maintained a strict upbringing, producing offspring who were all benevolent and law-abiding. Jiang Xianjin was a paragon among them, typically indifferent to personal grievances, focused solely on the greater political landscape. It was precisely this reputation that emboldened her to act so recklessly. Jiang Xianjin closed his eyes, lying stiffly in her embrace. This woman truly understood him. No wonder she displayed such fearlessness. She had accurately gauged that he would not resort to tyranny. Had it been the Princess of Danyang, she would have likely summoned guards to drag such a person away for execution. Villains never suffer indignities, only the virtuous lead burdensome lives. With a heavy sigh, he coughed twice. The carriage indeed jolted, and Qingshu, riding ahead, was likely anxious about his well-being, urging the horses to gallop swiftly. Yet, the comfort of the young woman's arms proved unexpectedly stable, and as he lay there, his consciousness gradually faded. In a hazy reverie, Jiang Xianjin felt her gently patting him, humming a familiar tune, soft and alluring. Huaiyu hummed Spring Banquet, glancing down at him, and upon noticing his lack of response, a glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes. This might be the most vulnerable moment for Jiang Xianjin, and perhaps her best opportunity to eliminate him. She searched her surroundings for any sharp objects but found none. A thorough search of his person revealed no daggers or similar weapons. Furrowing her brow, Huaiyu pondered her next move. Should she resort to violence? But Qingshu was just outside the carriage. If Jiang Xianjin so much as uttered a sound, he would come rushing in. Regret washed over her. During their earlier scuffle in the streets, why hadn't she seized a weapon? Even a dagger would suffice. How could she have left empty-handed? Staring at the man in her arms, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, continuing to pat him while ruminating on alternative strategies. Jiang Xianjin, deprived of restful sleep for far too long, finally succumbed to a deep slumber, dreaming of lush meadows and lively springtime. But he walked upon thick, vibrant grass, spotting a palace gown blooming beneath a tall jujube tree, its colors vivid and shadows dancing. When he opened his eyes, he was momentarily disoriented. Awake now? A voice called from beside him, waving a hand in front of his face. Quite the feat, indeed. The doctor claimed you might sleep until tomorrow. Upon hearing that voice, Jiang Xuanjin's eyes fluttered shut again. Why are you still here? Huaiyu looked at him in surprise, then feigned a pout. I was worried about you. I accompanied you all the way to the apothecary, fearing Qingshu might not care for you properly, so I stayed right here to keep watch, and here you are, waking up only to express disdain for my presence. Pausing briefly, Jiang Xianjin surveyed his surroundings. It appeared to be a private room in the apothecary. The sky outside had darkened, and a lamp illuminated the space. The girl sat by his bedside, while Qingshu remained silently in the corner. Rubbing his temples, he rose from the bed. Get the prescription, we're returning to the manor. Why the rush? Huaiyu interjected, pressing him back down. The medicine brewed at your manor can't compare to that from this esteemed apothecary. The old physician has already said your ailment is quite severe. It would be best for you to stay here for a couple of days to recuperate. But if you return now, won't your household descend into chaos? Moreover, the Jiang residence was hardly a conducive environment for his recovery. She could not let such an opportunity slip away. Her earnest expression piqued Jiang Xuanjin's curiosity. Was it possible she genuinely cared for his well-being? Master, I have already sent word back. Qingshu finally spoke. I thought you wouldn't want the old master to worry, so I informed them you would be busy at the palace for a few more days. Given Qingshu's assurance, Jiang Xianjin fell silent for a moment before reluctantly lying back down. However, he could not ignore the intense gaze directed at him. He frowned. What are you staring at me for? Li Huaiyu rested her chin on her hand, grinning. You're quite handsome. Nonsense, how could someone in poor health be considered handsome? Zhang Xianjin scowled. Don't give me that disbelieving look, Huaiyu insisted. I assure you, I do not lie. At her declaration, Zhang Xianjin found himself laughing in anger. She claimed not to lie. Since their first meeting, she hadn't uttered a single truthful word. If she were truthful, then there would be no deceit in the world. Oh, you finally smiled. Huaiyu clapped her hands in delight. Your smile makes you even more attractive. I adore seeing you smile. Especially when it was a smile born of irritation. It was immensely satisfying. With a scowl, Zhang Xianjin shut his eyes. Huaiyu continued to watch him cheerfully for a time before rising and approaching Qingshu, extending her hand toward him. What is it? Qingshu asked, perplexed. The prescription. Didn't the doctor say it needed to be brewed again before the hour of the dog? Hand it over, I'll fetch the apothecary boy. That, Qingshu hesitated, I'll go myself. Huaiyu glared, what? Are you afraid I'll poison him? Not at all, but anything that the master is to consume should be overseen by me. With her hands on her hips, Huaiyu retorted, in the end, you're worried he'll be poisoned. I can oversee it just as well. Besides, you're the only one here. If you go to brew the medicine, who will guard him? If I truly intended harm, wouldn't it be the same once you leave? Qingshu stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, pondering that perhaps she had a point. Then, he reluctantly produced the prescription. Huaiyu snatched it from him, waving it triumphantly before striding toward the exit. Zhang Xianjin opened his eyes. Master? Qingshu inquired anxiously, should I accompany her? Unnecessary, Zhang Xianjin replied, clearing his throat. I'm rather curious to see what she intends to do. Qingshu scratched his head, muttering, I personally believe this girl is quite straightforward. She doesn't seem like someone who would wish you harm, considering the things she said. You listened to her words? Zhang Xianjin frowned. After all these years by my side, do you still believe in such flattery? Qingshu fell silent, intimidated. Zhang Xianjin darkened his expression, contemplating for a moment before quietly adding, those who are untrustworthy are foolish to trust. Chapter 7. Entangle him, manipulate him. Li Huaiyu clutched the prescription tightly and meandered her way to the young apothecary. This medicine requires half an hour to brew, the apothecary remarked as he gathered the herbs and set a pot to boil. I have quite a few tasks at hand. Could you perhaps assist in keeping an eye on this? Of course, she replied with a beaming smile, nodding in agreement. Taking the fan from his hand, she fetched a stool and settled beside the small hearth. The apothecary hurried off to another corner of the expansive courtyard, where numerous pots of medicine were simmering, leaving little time for him to spare her a glance. Li Huaiyu glanced at the pot, her eyes narrowing slightly. After half an hour, the brewed concoction was ladled into a bowl and placed before Zhang Xianjin, who reclined against the headboard, scrutinizing both the medicine and her, then turning away. Momentarily taken aback, Huaiyu sat down beside the bed, lifting the bowl and blowing on it gently. I understand, come, I shall feed you myself. Her brows twitched as Zhang Xianjin replied in a low voice, I have no desire to drink. How can one refuse medicine when ill? She glared at him, then, in a tone akin to coaxing a child, continued, look here, the apothecary has spent half an hour brewing this, using only the finest herbs. Even if you are indifferent to me, you ought to at least consider the value of these ingredients. Casting his gaze down at the dark brown liquid, a flicker of something mysterious danced in Zhang Xianjin's eyes. You should take a sip first. Huaiyu was momentarily stunned, then her smile faded. Do you doubt me? Clearing his throat twice, Zhang Xianjin stated, it is customary for someone to taste what enters my mouth first. Enough of this. You simply suspect that I would poison you, she scoffed, her expression turning cold as she looked at him. I have guarded this medicine for half an hour, and it has burned my hands. In return, I am met with suspicion. Her tone suggested she was genuinely offended, yet Zhang Xianjin remained unfazed, replying calmly, you chose to brew the medicine yourself. The implication was clear, one must bear the consequences of their own choices. If you are unwilling, you may leave now. Upon hearing this, Li Huaiyu chuckled lightly, tossing the spoon from the medicine bowl onto a nearby low stool, and downing the entire concoction in one go. Indeed, she did not merely take a sip, she drained the bowl entirely. Zhang Xianjin, who had maintained his composure, finally displayed a change in his expression upon witnessing her actions. What are you doing? Setting the empty bowl aside, Huaiyu wiped her mouth and said, since you doubt me, you need not consume this medicine any longer. Let the apothecary brew another batch. With that, she stood to leave. Zhang Xianjin was somewhat taken aback. By his estimation, this girl had intended to ensnare him, though her motives remained unclear. He assumed she harbored no good intentions, yet, to his surprise, she was turning to leave without a word. Li Huaiyu walked slowly, even deliberately slowing her pace, her posture radiating indignation and grievance, her shoulders trembling slightly. Just as she was about to step over the threshold, a voice called out from behind, wait. Her heart leaped with joy, and she maintained her aggrieved expression, turning back with a melancholic look. What is it? Zhang Xianjin sighed softly, thank you. He was the type who responded better to gentleness than to force. If someone truly treated him well, it was only proper to express gratitude. Although her gaze was somewhat unsettling, her actions bore no ill will towards him. Drinking the scalding medicine all at once must have been quite painful. Reflecting on this, he glanced at her, pressed his lips together, and his expression softened slightly. This was precisely the outcome she desired. Li Huaiyu smirked inwardly, reveling in her cunning. What did it mean to retreat in order to advance, to lure by feigning retreat? Look, she had succeeded once again. Li Huaiyu was well aware of Jiang Xuanjin's heavy distrust. Until that wariness was dismantled, any cunning ploy would be futile. Thus, she had hesitated for half an hour in the courtyard, refraining from adding anything to the medicine pot. As it turned out, she truly understood him. With a mischievous grin, she leaned back towards the bed, tilting her head playfully. You truly cannot bear to see me leave. His previously softened expression darkened once more at her words. What nonsense are you spouting? It was merely a gesture of gratitude. All right, I understand you're shy. That suffices. She patted his shoulder amicably. We are of one mind. One mind, my foot. Jiang Xuanjin was so incensed he could hardly speak and coughed twice. Huaiyu exclaimed, oh dear, as she slapped her forehead. You've lost your medicine to me. You won't be drinking it today, and your illness may worsen. Who told you to drink it all in one go? I was merely upset, Huaiyu pouted. I poured my heart into being kind, only to be met with suspicion. Who wouldn't be angry? Jiang Xuanjin huffed lightly, lying back on the bed and closing his eyes to sleep. As it was already the witching hour, Huaiyu observed that he showed no intention of settling in, so she sat down at the edge of the bed, propping her chin on one hand while reaching out to feel his forehead. Cheng Su, who had stealthily hidden in a corner, remained silent upon noticing her lack of hostility. Thus, at the break of dawn, Jiang Xuanjin awoke to find another person nestled against him. Her legs sprawled over his, an arm draped around his waist, and as he turned to glance, he found a pale, slightly sickly visage mere inches from his own, her soft pink lips slightly parted, a droplet of saliva glistening as it trailed down. Momentarily taken aback, Jiang Xuanjin narrowed his eyes. Just then, Cheng Su, who was about to enter, heard a muffled thud from within. Ah! Huaiyu awoke with a start, rolling across the floor several times before coming to a halt, bewildered as she looked at the person on the bed. What on earth are you doing? Leaning against the headboard, Jiang Xuanjin retorted coldly, shameless. Was a man's bed to be invaded so casually? Seething with indignation, Huaiyu pointed at Cheng Su, who had entered, and declared, ask him what you did last night. Jiang Xuanjin was momentarily stunned, turning to the doorway where he saw Cheng Su's face flushed with embarrassment as he set a basin down on a nearby stand and bowed, Master. What transpired? Jiang Xuanjin inquired, bewildered. Cheng Su scratched the back of his head, moving closer to him and speaking in hushed tones. Last night, you had a high fever and were shivering. You clung to this young lady's arm and wouldn't let go, so Jiang Xuanjin's face turned pale, his gaze piercing as he glared at Cheng Su. Cheng Su quickly shook his head, I am not lying. Huaiyu, still seated on the floor, scoffed, you were the one misbehaving first, and now you are wrongfully accusing me. Just tell me how you intend to compensate me. After a moment's thought, she added, aside from offering yourself, I shall accept no other form of compensation. You must be dreaming, Jiang Xuanjin retorted, clearing his throat twice, his face still tinged with a lingering blush. Master, Cheng Su observed his evident embarrassment and deftly interjected, someone has just delivered a message, stating that Lord Li, the Chancellor's secretary, wishes to see you. Lord Li? Li Fengxing, upon hearing this, Huaiyu sprang to her feet. Chapter 8 The remnants of Princess Danyang. Before becoming an official, Li Fengxing served as the chief secretary to Prime Minister Sima and harbored deep-seated grievances against Li Huaiyu. During the time she was confined in Feiyan Palace, Li Fengxing submitted 20 memorials, each one meticulously crafted to bring about her demise. His ambitions within the court over these many years have been singular: first, to see Li Huaiyu dead, and second, to eradicate all those aligned with her. Now that she is gone, Li Fengxing seeks out Jiang Xuanjin. His intentions are all too evident. Standing upright, Huaiyu instinctively darted behind a pair would scream. Jiang Xuanjin frowned and glanced at her, inquiring, what are you doing? What else could it be? I'm preserving the honor of your esteemed Ziyang Jun, came her cheerful reply from behind the screen. Would you have others witness a mere girl in your chamber? A mere girl. Upon hearing those words from her lips, Jiang Xuanjin could only muster a cold laugh. Rising, he busied himself with his grooming while coughing, saying, if you wish to avoid detection, you ought to find refuge elsewhere. Not a chance. Huaiyu poked her head out from behind the screen, her expression earnest. I feel utterly uneasy if I cannot see you for even a moment. That is a lie, Jiang Xuanjin shook his head. Oh, you do not believe me. Huaiyu stamped her foot, such a sincere heart I possess, and you would crush it underfoot. Setting down the cloth he was using to dry his face, Jiang Xuanjin turned to regard her, his eyes devoid of emotion. You possess a heart? Those calm words caused Huaiyu to shudder slightly, instinctively avoiding his gaze. Instead, she beamed as she leapt out, grasping his hand and declaring, why not feel for yourself whether I have a heart? With that, she guided his hand to her chest. Jiang Xuanjin stumbled back 2 steps, shocked as he stared at her, his temples throbbing. Impudent! He had thought yesterday's audacity was the pinnacle of shamelessness, yet today she surpassed even that. Was this audacity on the rise? Withdrawing his hand, Huaiyu chuckled softly before retreating back behind the screen. Jiang Xuanjin glared at the screen, suddenly seized by an impulse to kick it. Your Majesty, the visitor has arrived at the apothecary's entrance, Cheng Su announced with a bow. It appears he is quite urgent. Very well. Suppressing his anger, he settled into a nearby chair. Please show him in. Of course. Cheng Su exited, and as Jiang Xianjin gazed at the ajar door, he murmured, "Do not blame me for the warning. Should you overhear something you ought not, it will bring misfortune upon you." "Have you never heard the saying?" came the playful response from behind the screen. "To die beneath the peony blooms is to be a spirited ghost." Jiang Xianjin one day, he would sew that mouth shut. "Your Majesty." Li Fengxing soon entered, his demeanor grave, and upon crossing the threshold, he bowed and stated, "I have been informed that the other day, His Majesty apprehended the princess's personal maid, Qingxi." Huaiyu's countenance paled behind the screen. Jiang Xianjin maintained his composure, unhurriedly covering his mouth to cough lightly. "Please, take a seat, my lord." Li Fengxing inhaled deeply, stifling his impatience as he settled at the table. "If I recall correctly, my lord is currently preoccupied with the examination of officials. What brings you to inquire about this matter?" Li Fengxing paused, then furrowed his brow. "With the princess's funeral, her remaining followers roam freely, continuing to stir trouble. How can I not be concerned? You are aware of the princess's cunning. I fear she may have left behind vengeful schemes in her wake. These matters have been entrusted to me by His Majesty to handle entirely." Jiang Xianjin raised his gaze, regarding him coolly. "Are you implying that you doubt my capabilities?" "I would not dare, but several days ago, His Majesty captured Qingxi. Why, as of today, has she not been imprisoned in the Tingwei prison?" Jiang Xianjin lifted the herbal concoction beside him, taking a sip while observing the brown liquid, remaining silent. Li Fengxing, known for his impulsive nature, dared not act rashly in front of Ziyang Jun, yet he felt a growing unease as he waited in silence, sensing Jiang Xuanjin's disinterest in responding. "What weighs on your mind, my lord?" "The likes of Han Xiao and Su Xian are merely awaiting Qingxi's testimony to secure their convictions. Once the remnants of Princess Danyang are captured, your desires will be fulfilled." Without raising his head, Jiang Xianjin replied, "My desires have always been the young emperor's assumption of power and the stability of the throne. What you speak of is your own ambition, not mine." Huaiyu, listening from behind the screen, silently scoffed how eloquently he spoke of his aspirations for the young emperor's rule and the throne's stability. If that were truly the case, why go to such lengths to eliminate her? Li Fengxing was momentarily at a loss for words, his complexion paling as he regarded Jiang Xianjin. He suddenly realized he had miscalculated. He had assumed Ziyang Jun's assistance in eliminating Danyang meant he was on their side. In truth, he was merely a loyalist, and matters of differing objectives held no interest for him. Clenching his fists, Li Fengxing rose and said, "I have overstepped. This matter should be left to your discretion." Jiang Xianjin nodded, exchanging a few pleasantries before seeing him off. As the door opened and closed, Huaiyu emerged from behind the screen, the earlier complexity in her expression entirely vanished, replaced by a playful grin. "Your Majesty, you were truly formidable," she praised, cradling her heart. Casting her a sidelong glance, Jiang Xianjin coughed twice. "Oh dear, look at this poor soul, ill yet burdened by such matters." She sidled up to him, grasping his arm and pulling him from the chair. "Come, let us lie down." "Release me," he frowned. "I shall not." "Spare me those futile words." With a beaming smile, she pressed him onto the bed and tucked him in, resting her chin on her hand as she winked at him. "Do you not think I am quite adept at caring for others?" Jiang Xianjin, lacking the patience for her ramblings, retorted, "Get to the point." "Very well, I shall be direct." She clapped her hands and grinned, "Do you accept maids?" "I do not." Recognizing her intentions, Jiang Xianjin firmly declared, leaving no room for negotiation. Huaiyu's expression fell. "You are so heartless. Have we not shared kisses, embraces, and slumber?" "Silence." Jiang Xianjin propped himself up, his face stern. "I shall have Cheng Su escort you home immediately." "Absolutely not." Huaiyu pouted, shaking her head vigorously. "Either you personally see me home, or you accept me." Drawing in a deep breath, Jiang Xuanjin's cough intensified. He began to wonder if this was a curse bestowed upon him at Princess Danyang's demise. How had he encountered such a person? Chapter 9. The little overlord of Northern Wei. Half an hour later, Huaiyu sat in the carriage, her lips curled in a sulky pout. Jiang Xianjin was resting with his eyes closed, enjoying the tranquility as they traveled, but could not resist the urge to open his eyes and glance at the person beside him. "What's the matter? Not talking much now?" Huaiyu huffed, crossing her arms indignantly. "I'm so reluctant to part with you, yet you insist on sending me away despite being unwell. It's truly pitiful." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Xianjin felt a sense of relief wash over him, even managing to curve the corners of his lips slightly. After being on the receiving end of her sharp tongue for the past few days, it was a rare pleasure to see her genuinely upset. Even the usually stoic Ziyang Jun found it to be a delightful turn of events. Alas. Huaiyu sighed, cradling her head in her hands, turning her gaze towards him, and suddenly extending her hand. "What are you doing?" Jiang Xianjin exclaimed, quickly seizing her wrist. Her fingertips hovered just an inch away from his waist, and she pouted in dissatisfaction. "If I go back now, it will be difficult to see you again next time. I must have some token to remember you by." Jiang Xuanjin's expression darkened. "And not a chance. Please." She grasped his wrist with an air of pitiful desperation, shaking it gently. "If you want tea, give me a memento, anything else will do." "What nonsense!" Jiang Xianjin snorted coldly, having finally escaped her clutches. He could not afford to let her get close again, lest he lose his mind. "Behave yourself." Huaiyu's expression soured as she glared at him, while he remained indifferent, staring straight ahead, utterly ignoring her. After swaying in the carriage for a while longer, it finally came to a stop. Your Highness. Chang Su, with a concerned expression, lifted the curtain of the carriage. Are you well? It's nothing. Jiang Xianjin coughed twice, his face pale as he disembarked and turned to address the passenger within. Come down. Reluctantly, Huaiyu poked her head out, casting a glance at the familiar courtyard wall, and pouted, I truly believe this place is not as pleasant as being by your side. With an impassive expression, Jiang Xianjin pulled her down from the carriage. She struggled momentarily, but Chang Su was quick, already making his way to the front gate to deliver an invitation. Moments later, a throng of people surged out from the residence. Unaware of your Highness's arrival, I beg your forgiveness for the lack of proper reception. A noblewoman approached, bowing respectfully. The master has gone to the palace and has yet to return. If your Highness is not in a hurry, please step inside for a cup of tea. Jiang Xianjin nodded and, with a swift motion, pushed the person hiding behind him forward. There is no other purpose for visiting this esteemed household. This young lady may well be a lost member of your household? The noblewoman looked up and immediately locked eyes with Li Huaiyu. In an instant, Huaiyu read a myriad of emotions from her gaze: surprise, resentment, disdain, confusion, but almost immediately, the noblewoman lowered her eyes, replacing her expression with one of trepidation. This is the fourth young lady of the household, who has been of unsound mind for many years. She went missing a few days ago. If she has caused any offense to your Highness, I ask for your forgiveness. Unsound mind for many years, Li Huaiyu was taken aback by this revelation. The fourth young lady of the household, Jiang Xianjin, was equally astonished by this identity. They both looked up simultaneously at the crimson plaque hanging above the grand entrance, where two golden characters were inscribed, by residence. A residence near the official road, bearing the Bai surname, could only belong to the esteemed imperial censor Bai Dezhong. Everyone in the capital knew of Bai Dezhong's fourth daughter, renowned for her lack of wits. Huaiyu felt a wave of sadness wash over her. Why did she have to inhabit the body of Bai's fourth young lady? That old man Bai Dezhong had been at odds with her before. Now, it seemed she would have to call him father. What absurdity! Jiang Xuanjin's countenance darkened further as he cast a sidelong glance at Li Huaiyu, as if recalling something, his gaze suddenly becoming somber. Your Highness appears to be feeling unwell. The noblewoman, unaware of their thoughts, stepped aside to bow. Perhaps you should sit and rest for a while. Jiang Xianjin had initially planned to leave after delivering her, but now, he could not depart. Then I shall impose, he replied. Your Highness. Chang Su followed closely behind, voicing his concerns in a hushed tone. You should really return to rest. Coughing lightly, Jiang Xianjin, with pale lips, murmured, it's nothing. There are more pressing matters at hand. More pressing matters? Chang Su paused, contemplating the connection between the fourth young lady and the Jiang family, and immediately grasped the situation, lowering his head in silence. As Li Huaiyu regained her composure and was about to speak further to Jiang Xianjin, the noblewoman beside her, Bai Mengshi, unexpectedly shoved her with a forceful hand, causing her to stagger back a few steps. What the? Huaiyu looked at her in confusion. Bai Mengshi ignored her, smiling as she led Jiang Xianjin forward, while quietly instructing a nearby servant. The servant, receiving the orders, rolled up his sleeves and approached Huaiyu. Hey, what are you doing? She glared. Without further ado, several servants swiftly covered her mouth and skillfully attempted to drag her away. Had this been the previous fourth young lady, she might have succumbed without resistance, but who is she now? The little overlord of Northern Wei, the Danyang princess, whom the entire court could not contend with, how could she be subdued by mere servants? With a powerful kick, she sent the servant covering her mouth flying, her expression darkening as she executed a shoulder throw, sending another servant crashing to the ground. With a loud thud, everyone came to a halt. Look at how formidable you all are. You think you can play these games with me? Huaiyu declared, stepping on the fallen servant's abdomen, hands on her hips, glaring angrily. Why not ask properly instead of forcing me to retaliate? Now tell me, what do you want? The servant beneath her writhed in agony, frothing at the mouth, eyes rolling back, unable to utter a word. Jiang Xianjin glanced over, while Bai Mengshi, shocked, turned her head. What on earth is happening? You ask me what is happening? I want to ask you the same. Huaiyu retorted coldly, retracting her foot and looking up at her. My people come here as guests, and you have them drag me away. What does that mean? Are you trying to steal someone? What do you mean, your people? What do you mean, steal someone? Both Jiang Xianjin and Bai Mengshi interjected in unison. Huaiyu dug at her ears, first smiling at Jiang Xianjin. Dear, this is the truth, nothing to be shy about. Then she turned her narrowed eyes towards Bai Mengshi. If you do not wish to steal someone, why then did you resort to violence against me? Bai Mengshi stared at her in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to chastise her for her inappropriate behavior. You're not mad? The fourth young lady of the Bai family, Bai Zhujing, had suffered a severe illness 3 years prior, damaging her mind, rendering her half mad and half silly. This was common knowledge throughout the Bai residence. Yet, the person before her, bearing the visage of the fourth young lady, was remarkably lucid, not only aware but also audacious. I am certainly not mad. She scoffed at them, then slipped away to Jiang Xuanjin's side, clutching tightly onto his sleeve. Chapter 10. The future daughter-in-law of the Jiang family Bai Mengshi was momentarily taken aback. She was well aware of what Bai Zhuji was like when she lost her sanity, which is why she had thought to remove her from the scene, fearing that she would provoke the displeasure of the Lord Xiang. Yet, to her astonishment, this individual had regained her senses. Moreover, not only had she regained her faculties, but her temperament had also transformed. After staring at her for a while, Bai Mengshi managed to gather her thoughts and, assuming the demeanor of the mistress of the house, declared, even if you are no longer mad, you have no place to speak in the presence of His Highness. Be off with you. Li Huaiyu raised an eyebrow. His Highness has come to the Bai residence for me, why should I leave? Not only did she refuse to depart, but she also clung to Jiang Xuanjin's arm as if her life depended on it. Bai Mengshi was taken aback and, glancing at her reckless behavior, cast a fearful look towards Jiang Xuanjin. The rumors spoke of the Lord Xiang's temper being quite fearsome. Such an affront was likely to incite his wrath. However, Jiang Xuanjin stood unmoved, his expression tranquil. Feeling the weight on his arm, he merely shot her a sidelong glance. Stand properly. I refuse. Huaiyu replied petulantly, look at how fierce she is. If I let go, she will certainly confine me to the woodshed. With your disposition, perhaps confinement is indeed warranted. Bah! If I were to be harmed, you would be the one to grieve. Preposterous. Jiang Xuanjin's expression darkened. Li Huaiyu, with a smile, tightened her grip on his arm. Save your strength, your face is as pale as parchment. Come, let us sit in the tea room. As she spoke, she half-dragged, half-supported him forward. Jiang Xuanjin's body was rigid. Release me. I have already declared I will not let go, spare me your futile words. Bai Mengshi stood frozen in place, while the surrounding servants gaped in astonishment. It was only after the two had entered the tea room that she remembered to address those behind her. Quickly inform the master, tell him there is a grave matter at home, and he must return promptly. Yes. The household servant responded and hurried away. In the tea room, Huaiyu forcibly seated Jiang Xuanjin in the Grand Master's chair, then poured him a cup of tea, smiling as she brought it to his lips. Your lips are cracked and dry. Drink this. Jiang Xuanjin rebuffed her, I am perfectly capable of using my own hands. Stop your nonsense, drink properly. She shot him a reproachful glance, her demeanor one of playful shyness. There are so many eyes upon us. Jiang Xuanjin, incredulous, retorted, you know there are onlookers? How could she feed him tea in front of others? Huaiyu sighed, thrusting the teacup into his hand, her expression one of affectionate indulgence. You are far too easily embarrassed. Jiang Xuanjin, if only killing were not a crime, he would send her straight to the underworld. Bai Mengshi entered the tea room, hesitating as she spoke. I have neglected His Highness. I wonder how His Highness came to be with Juji? Jiang Xuanjin replied, by a fortuitous coincidence, we encountered each other on the street. Was he jesting? The familiarity between the two suggested they had known each other for years. Bai Mengshi, filled with suspicion, dared not voice her concerns and instead forced a smile. How fortunate, the household has been anxious due to Juji's absence. Your Highness's return of her is indeed a favor to our Bai family. With that, she knelt and bowed. Please, Your Highness, do remain a while longer, until the master returns to express his gratitude in person. Madame Bai is overly courteous. Holding the teacup, Jiang Xuanjin lowered his gaze slightly. After all, the fourth miss is to be the future daughter-in-law of the Jiang family. It is only fitting that I return her. At his words, Li Huaiyu jumped in shock. What? The future daughter-in-law of the Jiang family? She looked at him, bewildered, as Jiang Xuanjin continued, a smirk playing on his lips. Has the fourth miss forgotten? The Jiang and Bai families arranged a union over a decade ago. When you turn 18, you are to wed the eldest son of the Jiang family, Jiang Yan. What, such a matter existed? Huaiyu felt momentarily dazed. She had heard of Jiang Yan, the only son of the Jiang family's eldest brother. Jiang Xuanjin's nephew. It was said he was exceptionally gifted and rather proud, treasured by the elder Jiang, and at just 17, he already held an official position. Given Bai Juji's status, this was indeed an extraordinary match. Yet, the dilemma was that Li Huaiyu had only just been granted another chance at life. Must she truly embark on the path of a dutiful wife and mother? Her eyes darted around, and with a pitiful look, she gazed at Jiang Xuanjin. I truly do not remember. Is that so? Jiang Xuanjin set down the teacup, his jaw tightening slightly as he regarded her with a hint of displeasure. Ah, do not be angry, Huaiyu quickly soothed him. Did you not hear this lady say? I was previously in a daze, and now I have regained my senses, but I remember nothing. My heart and mind are clearly devoted to you. How could I know of any other marriage? Jiang Xuanjin scoffed, about to retort when suddenly someone strode into the room. Impudence! A thunderous voice rang out, startling Li Huaiyu, who nearly stumbled. Turning in confusion, she saw an elderly man in a crimson official robe, his white beard bristling, standing before her, who swiftly slapped her across the face. Smack! The speed and force were such that Huaiyu barely had time to react before her head felt as if it had exploded. Her entire face went numb, and a metallic taste filled her mouth. Lord Bai. Jiang Xuanjin's expression shifted, and he rose to his feet. Greetings, Your Highness. Bai Dezhong's face was ashen as he averted his gaze, bowing to Jiang Xuanjin, yet his eyes remained locked on Huaiyu, filled with barely contained fury. When did my Bai family produce such a brazen and shameless daughter? Huaiyu, momentarily dazed, finally registered his words, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She frowned at the man before her. You strike without a word of reason? Reason? Bai Dezhong's beard quivered with rage. You stand before His Highness, and yet you disregard the proper etiquette, spewing the most vile of words. My Bai family has upheld a reputation of scholarly refinement for generations, and you are about to tarnish it all. According to the familial ties, Bai Juji would one day refer to Jiang Xuanjin as little uncle, yet what had she just said? Her heart and mind were clearly occupied by whom. Recalling those words, Bai Dezhong's fury reignited, and he raised his hand to strike once more. Master! Bai Mengshi and the surrounding servants gasped in alarm. Huaiyu frowned at Bai Dezhong, her fists clenched, then relaxed them. It was futile. She could not retaliate against the father of the life she was borrowing. Bai Dezhong was simply an old-fashioned man. She would endure this slap for Bai Zhuji's sake. Closing her eyes, she braced herself for the impending blow. However, just as the hand was about to connect, she felt a sudden tightening on her arm. Someone had reached out and pulled her back with force, the slap barely missing her, creating a gust of wind. Your Highness? Bai Dezhong was taken aback. Huaiyu opened one eye, her expression bewildered, and saw Jiang Xianjin standing in front of her, his grip on her arm quickly relinquished and hidden behind his back. Having come today, Xianjin has a matter to inquire. He stood tall and straight, presenting an air of grace and poise. Before any inquiries are made, I implore Lord Bai to maintain his composure. Chapter 11. Love for the house and its crows. Bai Dezhong stared blankly at Jiang Xianjin, and as he met the latter's gaze, which bore no hint of anger, he felt an unexpected calm wash over him. To think that the Juanshan was not angry, the entire court was well aware that Ziyang Jun was a person who adhered strictly to propriety and esteemed reputation. To be so brazenly affronted by Zhuji, one would expect him to be seething with rage. Yet, here he was, seemingly unfazed. Was it possible that he was the one overreacting? What does Juanshan wish to inquire? He asked, withdrawing his hands, filled with perplexity, casting a glance at the people standing behind him. Jiang Xianjin furrowed his brow. In a few days, it will be Jiang Yan's 18th birthday. According to the wishes of the old master, he should be marrying soon. I wonder, what are your plans, Lord Bai? Bai Zhuji was betrothed to Jiang Yan in a childhood engagement, but after learning of Bai Zhuji's severe illness and subsequent madness 3 years ago, the two families had found themselves in an awkward position. Jiang Yan was the most favored grandson of the Jiang family, and it was already a slight to have him marry a mere official's daughter. There was no way he would agree to wed a foolish one. However, due to the Jiang family's reputation, they could not initiate a dissolution of the engagement, and the Bai family seemed reluctant to bring up the matter. Thus, the marriage had been left hanging until now. Bai Dezhong sighed deeply and clasped his hands. To speak frankly, Juanshan, the Bai family has benefited greatly from the Jiang family. We would not have the face to send our foolish fourth daughter to the Jiang residence. As for this marriage concerns the dignity and reputation of both families. Suddenly interjecting, Bai Mengshi spoke up. The fourth young lady is certainly not suitable, but we still have the second young lady, Xuanji, who is well-educated, gentle, and considerate. Perhaps Juanshan might consider meeting her? Upon hearing this, Bai Dezhong shot her a glare. Bai Mengshi was startled and steadied herself, saying, the Jiang and Bai families have maintained a close relationship for generations. It cannot be jeopardized over a foolish girl. Surely, the master understands the gravity of the situation. Li Huaiyu raised an eyebrow, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, and began to comprehend the situation. This body had once belonged to a fool, rendering her unworthy of marrying into the Jiang family. It seemed that the matriarch of the Bai family was attempting to push the second young lady into marriage. No wonder they had wanted to remove her earlier. It was because she was in the way. If it were a marriage from another family, she might have conceded, but this was a union with the Jiang family, which offered her a legitimate opportunity to approach Jiang Xianjin and seek countless chances for revenge. Huaiyu felt she could not allow that to happen. Why am I not suitable in my current state? She curiously looked down at herself. I consider myself quite charming, even if I was foolish for a few years. Am I not well now? Bai Dezhong was about to reprimand Bai Mengshi when he heard her words, and his anger swiftly shifted to her. How dare you speak out of turn? After exclaiming, he seemed to realize something and stared at her in astonishment. What did you just say? You are well now? Huaiyu feigned innocence. Indeed, I feel well. I do not perceive myself as a fool at all. Bai Dezhong was taken aback, scrutinizing her from head to toe, before turning to Bai Mengshi. What is going on? I am uncertain what has transpired. Zhuji went missing for 2 days and returned in this state. Bai Mengshi frowned and added, it seems she has forgotten all manners and etiquette. Could it be she has been possessed? You are the one who is possessed. Your entire household is possessed. Huaiyu gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, how could my noble soul, that of the Danyang princess, possibly be described as evil? At worst, it could be deemed a wandering spirit. Juanshan. Bai Dezhong regained his composure and first bowed to Jiang Xianjin. The situation arose unexpectedly, and it concerns the Bai family, so please forgive us for any laughter at your expense. Once I ascertain the circumstances, I will ensure someone conveys our response to the Jiang residence. Jiang Xianjin nodded expressionlessly. Then I shall not impose further. Farewell. With that, he turned to leave. Hey, hey, hey! Huaiyu called out repeatedly, her eyes filled with a pitiful plea. You are leaving just like that? Jiang Xianjin did not look back. Take care, fourth young lady. Take care? If he left, she would lose her shield. How could she possibly take care of herself? Huaiyu glared, wanting to reach out for him, but upon glancing at Bai Dezhong, whose mustache was bristling, she swallowed her words and withdrew her hand. Bai Dezhong bowed toward Jiang Xianjin. Allow me to escort you out of the residence. Jiang Xianjin politely inclined his head and followed him outside. Farewell, Juanshan. Bai Mengshi smiled and curtsied, watching them cross the threshold before turning to instruct a servant, take the fourth young lady to the west courtyard. Yes, the servants replied in unison. As Jiang Xianjin stepped outside, his gaze wandered for a moment before he glanced back. The girl was being restrained, and this time she seemed lost in thought, offering no resistance. The servant's grip on her shoulder was firm, causing her slender frame to tremble slightly. He frowned and halted his steps. Juanshang? Baidizong called back, noticing his pause. Zhang Xianjin pressed his lips together and coughed twice. Li Huaiyu had no intention of resisting any longer. Without Zhang Xianjin to protect her, as the fourth young lady of the Bai family, she could not stand against her elders. The more she protested, the more punishment she would receive. Thus, even though the servant's grip was painful, she chose to remain silent. However, upon hearing the cough, Huaiyu was momentarily taken aback. She looked up to see Zhang Xianjin standing at the doorway, motionless. Her eyes brightened, and she immediately broke free from the grasp of the servant, rushing towards him. Juanshang! What are you doing? Baidizong and Bai Mengshi both exclaimed in unison, trying to stop her. Huaiyu frowned, pushing past them to grasp Zhang Xuanjin's arm. Turning to him, her expression turned serious as she said, "Instead of shouting at me, it would be better to find a suitable place for Juanshang to rest. He has yet to recover from his illness and is in a very weakened state. If he were to worsen his condition here, how would the Bai family explain it to the Zhang family and the court?" Her words were surprisingly earnest. Zhang Xuanjin's lips turned pale, and he coughed again, not shaking her off. Baidizong observed Zhang Xuanjin's complexion and, with no desire to argue with Huaiyu, hastily instructed Bai Mengshi, "Prepare a guest room." "Yes. Lord Bai." Changsu, who had been waiting, clasped his hands in greeting. "In these past few days, Juanshang has been gravely ill, and we are deeply grateful for the assistance provided by your fourth young lady. As the Juanshang has not yet fully recovered, and the medicinal formula is in the hands of your young lady, I have an unreasonable request, and I hope you will grant it." Changsu was the most trusted aide of Ziyang Jun, and his words often held the weight of the Jun himself. Baidizong naturally did not dare to take him lightly, promptly replying, "Please, speak." Casting a glance at his master, Changsu continued, "Given Juanshang's current condition, he is unable to endure the rigors of travel. It would be best for him to rest here, and we hope the fourth young lady can continue to assist with preparing the medicine." "Prepare medicine?" Baidizong frowned, pondering who else could concoct the medicine but insisted on naming Bai Zhuji. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that Jiang Yan was Ziyang Jun's most cherished nephew, and as Zhuji was ostensibly his future niece-in-law, it was only natural for Ziyang Jun to extend his affection to her. Chapter 12 of the irritable Lord Ziyang. At present, Lord Ziyang was unwell, and Baidizong dared not be negligent. He glanced at Bai Zhuji ahead, furrowing his brow, pondering that it would be best to wait until the Lord had departed before inquiring about the situation. "If the Lord trusts Zhuji, then I certainly have no objections," he stated. Changsu, smiling, clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Bai." Zhang Xianjin was surrounded by Huaiyu and a retinue of household servants, moving a few steps away as if he had not heard the words spoken, yet when Baidizong looked up, he saw Zhang Xianjin tilting his head slightly, giving a faint nod. Was he responding to him? Baidizong felt a bit bewildered, but upon a closer look, Zhang Xianjin had seemingly returned to his previous indifference and continued walking ahead. "My lord." Bai Mengshi stood beside him, frowning as she whispered, "What sort of words are these? Zhuji has acted recklessly. According to family rules, she ought to be punished." Baidizong cast a glance at her. "Punished? The Lord wishes for Zhuji to brew medicine. Are you going to punish her now?" Bai Mengshi was momentarily at a loss for words, clutching her handkerchief as she gazed towards the distant figure of Lord Ziyang, still feeling somewhat indignant. "The Lord ought to see how well our Xuanji understands propriety." Waving his hand, Baidizong was disinclined to engage in such discussions with her and turned to return to his quarters to change. Huaiyu walked alongside Zhang Xianjin, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Zhang Xianjin coughed lightly and asked in a low voice, "What is so amusing?" "I find joy in your concern for me. To save me, you even resorted to a painful ruse." She tilted her head to look at him, her eyes brimming with playful mockery. "You're so reluctant to part with me. Do you perhaps harbor feelings for me?" Zhang Xianjin raised his sleeve to cover his lips, his expression cold. "To repay your life-saving grace, we owe each other nothing." "Ha ha ha." Huaiyu laughed heartily, covering her mouth with her hand, her bright eyes dancing over his face. "I truly adore this stubborn yet soft-hearted side of you." Zhang Xianjin halted in his tracks, glaring at her with a menacing gaze, as if to indicate that he might leave the Bai residence at any moment. "Wait, no. I concede." Huaiyu quickly relented, bowing repeatedly towards him. "You are now my benefactor, whatever you say goes. If we owe each other nothing, then so be it." With a soft huff, Zhang Xianjin turned away, adjusting his robe as he continued onward. His temperament resembled that of a petulant child. Huaiyu watched his retreating figure and chuckled for a while, but as she laughed, a veil of confusion clouded her eyes. Was this still the same Zhang Xianjin, the Lord Ziyang whose words were as sharp as swords in the court, who, when silent, held power, yet when he spoke, drove her toward despair? Tilting her head in thought, Huaiyu shook her head and followed after him. The guest room in the eastern courtyard was tidied up, and Zhang Xianjin reclined against the headboard, closing his eyes to rest. Huaiyu brought over a stool and sat beside his bed, propping her chin on her hand as she gazed at him. "Miss Bai," Chengsu spoke softly from the side, "you may wish to rest for a while." "I shall keep watch here." "No need, I am not tired." She blinked. "It is rare for your master not to scowl at me. I wish to observe him a little longer." Chengsu was taken aback, casting a glance at her, hesitating before saying, "Miss, you are still betrothed. It is prudent to avoid any misunderstandings." At the mention of this, Zhang Xianjin opened his eyes, his gaze deep as he looked at Huaiyu. "When did you regain your senses?" Huaiyu answered honestly, "It was on the day I encountered you." "What a coincidence!" Jiang Xianjin scrutinized her, noting that while her eyes were bright, they held a depth that was hard to fathom. His expression darkened slightly. Since you have regained your senses and are aware of your engagement, you ought to exercise restraint. Do not speak of nonsense in the future. Nonsense? Huaiyu was perplexed. What have I said that is nonsensical? Jiang Xianjin opened his mouth, about to reiterate her words, but then shut it with a frown. Huaiyu, with a teasing expression, nudged his arm with her elbow. Do go on, what did I say? Turning his head away, Jiang Xianjin said sternly, I will rest for 2 hours and then depart. Rather than engage in these futile discussions, it would be wiser for you to contemplate how to evade the family's rules once I am gone. At the mention of this, Huaiyu's expression fell. That old man by Dijon was not easy to deal with, and the matriarch did not seem particularly kind either. Once Jiang Xianjin left, she would likely face the consequences. With a sigh, Huaiyu became serious, extending her hand towards Cheng Su. Give me the medicine, I shall prepare it. Earlier, when reporting to Lord Bai, Cheng Su had instructed someone to fetch the medicine from the carriage, and now, realizing he had forgotten, he quickly handed it to her. Huaiyu cradled the medicine bundle, skipping out cheerfully. Jiang Xianjin watched her retreating figure, his gaze darkening. Is the master displeased? Cheng Su looked at him with concern. No, Jiang Xianjin replied, I am merely feeling somewhat irritable. The very person who professed to like him was, in fact, to become his future niece-in-law. Although he had not acted inappropriately, he could not shake the feeling of guilt towards the Jiang family's teachings. Once they were united as one family, he wondered if she could restrain her tongue. If she continued to speak so freely, it would certainly lead to chaos. Cheng Su, being perceptive, quickly grasped his master's thoughts and half-jokingly, half-seriously remarked, This Miss Bai, it may not be certain that she will marry the young master. Why is that? Jiang Xianjin was taken aback. Did the master not observe the attitude of the Bai family earlier? Cheng Su pointed out, setting aside Lord Bai, the Bai matriarch and the household servants have not regarded Miss Bai with even a glance. It seems she is not favored in this household. Moreover, with her reputation for foolishness, the young master has shown her no affection. Given these circumstances, it is possible that the bride may indeed be someone else. Jiang Xianjin frowned. That engagement was arranged by Jiang Qisher before her demise. It cannot be so easily changed. After a pause, he added, I will discuss this matter thoroughly with Lord Bai. Cheng Su was somewhat surprised. Does the master wish for that Miss Bai to marry the young master? Why would I not? Cheng Su touched his nose, deciding it was best not to argue with his master on such matters, as he would not win anyway. If his master wished for it, then so be it. Huaiyu carried the medicinal herbs to the kitchen, enduring the intense gazes of those around her, and began preparing the medicine as though nothing were amiss. The medicinal pots of the Bai residence were subpar. The concoction she brewed would merely suffice for the moment, so she did not invest much effort, instead straining to listen to the gossip around her. Has she regained her senses? It seems so. She can even brew medicine now, and her movements are quite nimble. After being foolish for 3 years, she is suddenly well. Should we lend a hand? Only now do you think to ingratiate yourselves? It might be a bit late. Besides, even if she is no longer foolish, what of it? In this household, the matriarch holds the utmost authority. Whether she can ascend to the Jiang family tree is still uncertain. Chattering incessantly, they continued their discussions. Huaiyu, squatting in front of the small stove with a fan in hand, sighed. It seemed that Bai Sijie was rather pitiable. The servants here had the audacity to belittle her to her face, revealing just how little standing she had. If it were her former self as the Long Princess, not only would the palace attendants not dare to speak out of turn in her presence, they would scarcely dare to breathe loudly. How the mighty have fallen. Once the medicine was ready, Huaiyu strained the dregs and poured the liquid into a bowl, preparing to take it to the eastern courtyard when suddenly a hand reached across, taking the bowl and placing it on a tray. Chapter 13 A request for assistance. Li Huaiyu was taken aback, glancing up to see a young lady adorned in exquisite silks and jewels offering her a gentle smile. Fourth sister, you have worked hard. I shall deliver this to His Majesty at once. What? Li Huaiyu rose to her feet, gazing at her in bewilderment. This appears to be the medicine I prepared. Indeed, the young lady replied with a soft smile, and thus, I appreciate your efforts. With that, she turned elegantly, carrying the medicine and making her way outside. Huaiyu was momentarily stunned, reflecting on how over the years, countless officials had berated her for her shamelessness, and she had almost begun to believe herself unparalleled in her audacity. Yet here was someone who surpassed her in impertinence. Observing the young lady's retreating figure, Huaiyu clapped her hands and promptly followed. The young lady gracefully entered the eastern courtyard, her steps light and poised. Arriving at the door of Jiang Xuanjin's guest room, she adjusted her hair and signaled for her maid to knock. What is it? The door opened cautiously, revealing a face marked with confusion. The visitor bent her knee in respect. I am Xuanji, here to serve the medicine. So this is the well-mannered Bai Xuanji mentioned by Madame Bai. Huaiyu, listening from behind, suddenly understood it earlier. Madame Bai had been rambling about wanting her second daughter to make an appearance before Ziyang Jun, and though there seemed to be no opportunity, the second daughter had cleverly seized her medicine to curry favor. Quite intriguing. Cheng Su furrowed his brow as he regarded Bai Xuanji, bowing slightly and saying, please wait a moment. Before retreating inside to report, Bai Xuanji stood quietly, unhurried, and upon noticing Huaiyu at the courtyard entrance, smiled. Has fourth sister arrived? Huaiyu stepped forward, admiring her composure. After all, she had just appropriated her medicine, yet here she was, unflustered, truly a daughter of the Bai family. Is second sister planning to glancing at the bowl of medicine? Huaiyu smiled, make an appearance? Bai Xuanji nodded. It is my mother's command. I must comply. I hope fourth sister will not take offense. Given your words, if I were to take offense, it would only reflect poorly on my character. Huaiyu mimicked her gesture by adjusting her hair and winked. I wish second sister all the best in her endeavors. With that, she stepped into the guest room. Bai Xuanji, taken aback by her actions, called out, What are you doing? Ignoring her, Huaiyu strode into the room. Jiang Shanjin lay on the bed, eyes closed, his complexion still pale. Chengsu stood at the bedside, looking somewhat at a loss. Fourth miss, he said upon her entrance, the master's condition appears to be worsening. We should return to the pharmacy. Casting a glance at the ailing figure on the bed, Huaiyu remarked, if we let him endure another half-hour in a carriage, his condition will surely deteriorate further. If you are truly concerned for him, I have an idea. What is it? I chanced upon the information that the Lu residence next door possesses a box of spiritual pills sent from Nanyan, reputed to cure all ailments and stabilize the 6 organs. Turning to him, Huaiyu continued, though this medicine is precious, Ziyang Jun is even more so. The master of the Lu residence is reasonable. If you request it, he is likely to part with one. With such elixirs, Jiang Xuanjin's recovery would undoubtedly be swift. Chengsu's eyes brightened, but then dimmed immediately. The Lu residence, you say? He chuckled bitterly. If someone else were to ask, the head of the Lu family might indeed oblige. But my master, that seems unlikely. Lu Jingxing, the proprietor of Huaiyu Pavilion, was a close friend of the late Princess of Danyang. Having personally laid the princess to rest, it was unlikely he would offer any elixir for assistance. What could be difficult about it? Huaiyu turned to the desk on the other side, took a brush, licked the tip, and casually sketched on a piece of stationery. Just take this along and say it is a request from Bai Xuanji. Receiving the note with a perplexed expression, Changsu frowned deeply. He had expected her to write something eloquent, yet what she had produced was a chaotic scrawl, indecipherable and perplexing. Would presenting this to Lu Jingxing not result in being turned away? However, given the proximity of the Lu and Bai residences, Chengsu thought it worth a try. Thus, he clasped his hands and said, I would be grateful if fourth miss could keep an eye on the master for a moment. Of course, Huaiyu replied with a smile. As Chengsu exited, Bai Xuanji remained outside, her lovely face etched with confusion. Upon seeing him alone, she glanced curiously behind him. Please set the medicine aside, the master cannot consume it for the time being. Chengsu bowed to her. Miss, you may return now. Bai Xuanji widened her eyes slightly, pointing towards the guest room. What about Juji? Fourth miss is inside with 2 guards watching over the master. If you have no other matters, there is no need to disturb them. After speaking, Chengsu bowed again and, clutching the note, made his way outside. Bai Xuanji stared in disbelief at his retreating figure. Miss, her maid Xian took the tray from her hands, frowning, what shall we do? We cannot even see his majesty. Bai Xuanji was equally at a loss. She had anticipated at least a chance to meet him, yet now he refused even the medicine, leaving her intentions in vain. Remembering the smile Bai Juji had given her earlier, Bai Xuanji furrowed her brow. Chengsu, clutching the note, anxiously approached the Lu residence to deliver the visiting card to the Lu family. The wealthiest merchants in the capital had their mansion among the official residences, grander and more opulent than any official estate. However, today, the usually bustling Lu residence was eerily quiet, with a white ribbon draped around the golden red plaque, hanging down in floral knots. Chengsu found this surprising and turned to the doorman, inquiring, has someone in the household passed away? The doorman, having taken the visiting card, sighed upon hearing the question. No. If there were no deaths, why the mourning decor? Chengsu pondered, a knot tightening in his stomach. Could it be they were mourning the Princess of Danyang? This would be troublesome. Lu Jingxing's attachment to Danyang was indeed profound, and under such circumstances, he would be even less inclined to part with the elixir. Chengsu bit his lip, contemplating, and ultimately decided to hand the note Bai Xuanji had given him to the doorman. Please also pass this along to your master. The doorman accepted it and had someone deliver it inside. Chengsu, filled with despair, thought he would wait for half an hour. If there was still no response from Lu Jingxing, he would have to find a way to ensure the carriage ride was smooth. However, within less than half a stick of incense's time, someone from the residence emerged, with hurried steps and uneven breaths. Lu Jingxing approached, his black hair bound with a jade crown slightly askew, his ornate robe loose, his complexion haggard and pale, yet his phoenix eyes still glimmered, faintly reminiscent of a debonair young lord. Chengsu stood in shock as Lu Jingxing strode up to him, his gaze intense. Where is Bai Xuanji? Chapter 14. A familiar feeling. In an instant, Chengsu almost failed to recognize him. It is well known that Lu Jingxing, despite being universally condemned for his collusion with Princess Danyang, is undeniably blessed with striking features. To put it bluntly, he is charming and handsome, and to articulate it more elegantly, a phoenix's plume that captivates the heart, intoxicated under the moonlight on a soft carpet. In essence, he embodies the grace and allure akin to the exquisite Nanyang jade fan, with myriad charms and emotions reflected in the corners of his eyes. Yet, the Lu Jingxing before him, devoid of any elegance, seemed almost unrecognizable. Answer me. Seeing him remain silent, Lu Jingxing grew anxious, his brows knitting together. Chengsu regained his composure and quickly clasped his hands in greeting, saying, Miss Bai Si is currently with our lord at the Bai residence. Together with Jiang Shanjin, Lu Jingxing's pupils constricted, his lips paling as he regarded Chengsu with intensity before stumbling out the door. Master Lu. Cheng Su hurriedly called after him, my master is gravely ill. If Master Lu could spare a spiritual herb, with a swift motion, Lu Jingxing presented a small redwood box before him, take me to see her, this is also of no consequence for your master. Cheng Su was overjoyed and, after expressing his gratitude, said, please follow me. At the Bai residence's guest chamber, Li Huaiyu sat at the bedside, staring blankly at Jiang Xianjin, while 2 guards stood behind her, equally lost in thought. Alas, those of noble status are often burdened with suspicion. Having finally managed to send Cheng Su away, she still had 2 guards lingering in the room. She could hardly approach Jiang Xianjin, let alone harm him, without the swords of the 2 men at her back springing into action. It was rather disheartening. The figure on the bed coughed twice and opened his eyes. You're awake? Huaiyu quickly donned a smile, moving closer to support him, even thoughtfully placing a pillow behind his back. Jiang Xianjin was burning with fever again, his face flushed, and his ink-black eyes were clouded. He glanced at her, then around the room, hoarsely inquiring, where is Cheng Su? Huaiyu replied honestly, he went to fetch a spiritual herb for you. Spiritual herb? Jiang Xianjin frowned, seemingly perplexed by the term. After a moment's thought, he closed his eyes again, asking, why are you still here? Me? Huaiyu chuckled, you've come down with a high fever again, where else should I be? Irritated, Jiang Xianjin retorted, others could care for me just as well. You should keep your distance. Keep my distance, how tiresome, Li Huaiyu sighed, shaking her head. Just consider me your nephew's wife paying her respects to her uncle. Jiang Xuanjin's expression darkened as he shot her a brooding glance. Ah, your temperament is truly peculiar. When I speak frivolously, you frown, when I speak seriously, you still frown, what am I to do? Huaiyu spread her hands in exasperation. Stay away from me, Jiang Xianjin commanded. Li Huaiyu felt wronged, do you truly find me so repugnant? He merely snorted in response, silent. Huaiyu sighed, preparing to feign distress and utter soft words, when the door suddenly swung open with a bang. Startled, she turned to look, and before she could discern who it was, a gust of wind rushed toward her, and a glimmering silver figure swooped in, wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her several steps away. Ah! Li Huaiyu gasped, instinctively elbowing the intruder in the abdomen. However, the newcomer was well prepared. Before she could strike, his hand had already intercepted her elbow, grasping it firmly. This familiar sensation. Li Huaiyu's heart stirred, and she looked up. Lu Jingxing's phoenix eyes sparkled with a brilliant light, locking onto hers. Upon meeting her gaze, his expression softened, and he let out a low chuckle. You troublemaker, truly possess the talent to bewitch for a millennium, he murmured softly in her ear, though his tone was teasing. The hand resting on her waist trembled slightly, the teasing lilt betraying a hint of vulnerability. Li Huaiyu laughed, since you've recognized me, what is there to fear? The grip on her waist tightened slightly, and Lu Jingxing's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. What could I possibly fear? Certainly, there was fear. This was but a dream of his. Danyang had passed, and despite his utmost efforts, he had failed to secure her a path to life. He had hoped that with a prolonged slumber, her spirit would grace his dreams, yet days had passed without a single vision of her. Lu Jingxing believed himself not to be a sentimental individual. His relationship with Danyang had merely been that of casual acquaintances, yet when she was truly gone, he found the vibrant capital transformed into a stifling prison. Cheng Su had come seeking medicine, and he had no intention of providing it. However, upon seeing that note, the flowing script spelling "Come see me," each stroke unmistakably penned by Li Huaiyu, only he could decipher its meaning. The deceased had written such words to him, and rather than fear, he felt exhilarated, yet amidst that joy, he was plagued by dread. What if someone awakened him suddenly, revealing this to be nothing but a dream? What if Danyang had truly vanished? As his throat tightened, Lu Jingxing opened his mouth to speak once more, only to be met by a sudden surge of hostility from behind. Be careful! Li Huaiyu instinctively shoved him aside. Cheng Su's sword had not yet been unsheathed, but even so, its mere presence created a forceful gust, separating the two. What are you doing? Lu Jingxing demanded, irritation creeping into his voice. Cheng Su remained silent, casting a cautious glance toward the bed. Li Huaiyu froze, suddenly recalling the presence of others in the room, a sense of foreboding washing over her as she turned to Jiang Xianjin. Jiang Xianjin, expressionless, leaned against the headboard, observing them with an inscrutable gaze. Master Lu has arrived unexpectedly and forgotten to pay his respects to the Lord. Huaiyu laughed awkwardly, giving Lu Jingxing a gentle push. Lu Jingxing shot her a disdainful glance before turning to Jiang Xianjin, his expression darkening. Indeed, it appears I failed to notice. How is it that the usually imposing Xiang Jun finds himself in such a state within the Bai residence? Jiang Xianjin did not respond but instead countered, what brings you here? What else could it be? Of course, I am here to deliver medicine to the Lord, ensuring our loyal Xiang Jun recovers swiftly to continue his righteous endeavors, Lu Jingxing replied with a sardonic smile, handing the small box containing the spiritual herb to Cheng Su. Cheng Su hesitated, feeling somewhat conflicted. According to protocol, he was required to inspect anything the Lord would ingest, yet the herb was no larger than a thumb. Surely he couldn't break it in half to sample it first? What are you thinking? After such difficulty in procuring the medicine, you still hesitate to let your master take it? Huaiyu raised an eyebrow, snatching the box from his hands and striding toward the bedside. Jiang Xuanjin's voice turned cold, I do not need it. How can you not need it? Have you even glanced at your complexion? Huaiyu exclaimed, you are more stubborn than a dead duck. Hurry and take it. Look, there is tea available. The box opened, and she pinched the herb between her fingers, bringing it to his lips. Chapter 15, I. Recognize you? Lu Jingxing gazed at her with an expression akin to having seen a ghost. His hurried arrival stemmed from a fear that she might encounter trouble with the Ziyang Jun again, especially considering that it was Ziyang Jun who had personally delivered the poison wine to her. Their enmity was palpable, and given Danyang's vengeful nature, he would undoubtedly not spare Jiang Xianjin. Yet, what transpired? Not only did she appear unperturbed, but she also had the audacity to administer him medicine. Lu Jingxing began to question whether he was trapped in a dream. Jiang Xianjin cast a sidelong glance at the pill before her and spoke in a calm voice. If there is anyone in this world who wishes for my demise, it must be that person standing over there. Are you truly going to feed me the medicine he provided? Li Huaiyu raised an eyebrow. Are you overthinking this? Even if he desires your death, he wouldn't so directly send poison, would he? What of the lives of those in his household? Jiang Xianjin fell silent, his countenance darkened, radiating an air of resistance. Huaiyu found amusement in this and turned to Lu Jingxing, saying, look at our illustrious Ziyang Jun. Doesn't he resemble a petulant child refusing to take his medicine? Lu Jingxing regarded her with a complex expression, contemplating before nodding in agreement. Didn't you just regain your senses? Jiang Xianjin fixed his intense gaze on Huaiyu. How did you come to know him? Moreover, they seemed quite familiar with one another. Huaiyu smiled confidently, having concocted a fabricated tale long before she penned that letter. She replied without hesitation, the Lu residence is adjacent to the Bai family. I've known him since childhood. Is that so strange? Known since childhood, Jiang Xianjin scoffed, who in the capital was unaware of Lu Jingxing's rebellious nature. Aside from his closeness to the Danyang princess, he held disdain for all others. What right did a concubine of the Bai family have to be acquainted with him? Not a single word of truth escapes your lips. Oh, you don't believe me? Huaiyu pouted, glancing at the pill in her hand, then added with a smile, regardless of whether you believe it or not, I have no intention of harming you. Just take the medicine, lest your condition worsens and Bai Yushi comes to hold me accountable. Miss Bai, the bystander, Zheng Su, interjected quietly, to enter the Jun's mouth, the medicine must be tested. Tested? Huaiyu raised an eyebrow, how does one test it? If you're too afraid to take it, then don't. Lu Jingxing adjusted his attire dismissively, why force him? Huaiyu pondered this reasoning and, after a moment, began to retract her hand still clutching the pill. However, halfway through, her wrist was seized. Jiang Xianjin's palm was scorching, like a branding iron clamping down on her wrist, while his other hand slowly extended, taking the pill from her fingertips. Huaiyu looked at him in confusion. The man before her appeared to be in a foul mood, his countenance dark, and within his half-closed eyes glimmered a shadowy light. He paused momentarily before pressing the pill against her lips, his thumb gently grinding it. Huaiyu's eyes widened in astonishment as she felt the smooth pill against her lips, releasing a fragrant medicinal aroma. Instinctively, she opened her mouth, yet, at that very moment, Jiang Xianjin retracted the pill, regarded her calmly, and swallowed it himself. Huaiyu, Zheng Su, Lu Jingxing, everyone in the room was rendered speechless. Huaiyu stared at him, her usually unyielding demeanor faltering as her cheeks flushed. What are you doing? Having swallowed the pill, Jiang Xianjin appeared to be in a better mood as he replied earnestly, testing the medicine. Since you are well acquainted with Lu Zhangui, if the medicine proves harmful, you shall die alongside me. So that is it. Touching her lips and then extending her tongue to taste, Huaiyu turned to Lu Jingxing and asked, there is no issue, right? Lu Jingxing stepped closer, pulling her up from the bedside. If there is a problem, I shall simply antidote you and let him perish. Isn't that the same? Zheng Su suddenly tightened his grip on the sword sheath. Hey, don't be agitated, he simply enjoys jesting. Huaiyu quickly reassured Zheng Su, pointing at Lu Jingxing, you see, he is tough on the outside but soft-hearted within. This medicine is certainly safe. Lu Jingxing cast her a glance, his grip on her arm unwavering. Is there anything else here? Huaiyu nodded, aware that Lu Jingxing had many questions for her, and she had matters to discuss with him as well. She turned to Jiang Xianjin and said, Jun, please rest well, I shall take my leave now. Jiang Xianjin remained silent, not casting a glance in their direction, his eyes half-closed as he quietly leaned against the headboard. Lu Jingxing grabbed Huaiyu and departed from the guest room. Let go of me. The moment they exited, Huaiyu whispered, this is the Bai residence. Lu Jingxing frowned and slowly released his grip, seeking a secluded corner before turning back to gaze at her intently. I have something to say first. Leaning against the wall, Huaiyu looked at him incredulously. How could you be so certain it was me based solely on a letter? Her body had been buried. Lu Jingxing should have known best that she was dead. With a light chuckle, Lu Jingxing drew forth the Nanyang jade fan from his waist, snapping it open with a flourish and giving it a gentle shake. Such atrocious handwriting could only be yours, and besides, the ink is still wet. Huaiyu raised an eyebrow. Is this all it takes for you to believe I'm alive? Look at me now, do you dare to recognize me? Glancing down at her, Lu Jingxing reached out to tenderly caress her brow and eyes. No matter how you change, I shall always recognize you. Hey, you truly live up to your title as the esteemed Lu Zhangui. Huaiyu couldn't help but applaud him. Such a bizarre occurrence as borrowing a corpse to return to life took me an eternity to accept. Yet you, from the very beginning, believed without a doubt. Lu Jingxing smiled slightly as the four characters Gaoshan Yangji on the fan swayed gently, adding an air of elegance to him. Casting him a glance, Huaiyu remarked, stop pretending. It's just the two of us here. Who are you putting on this charming act for? Having known each other for 4 or 5 years, they were well acquainted. In the eyes of outsiders, she was the princess, and he was the foremost merchant in the capital, yet, when alone, they were merely old friends. No one understood Li Huaiyu better than Lu Jingxing, and likewise, no one understood Lu Jingxing better than Li Huaiyu. With a sharp snap, he closed the fan and narrowed his eyes. You think this is charming? Come closer. Do you see the bloodshot veins in my eyes? I haven't slept well in half a month. The reason for his sleeplessness was an unspoken truth. Huaiyu was well aware, her heart racing with guilt. When did you come back to life? Lu Jingxing queried, irritation lacing his tone. Just in the past few days. Huaiyu replied, given my current identity, I couldn't very well inform you directly, so I sent a letter through Chang Su. You still have some conscience left. Lu Jingxing sighed, what are your plans moving forward? Your current status, it seems rather precarious. As for living my life, we can discuss that later. Adopting a serious expression, Li Huaiyu looked at him and said, I do indeed have an urgent matter that requires your assistance. Chapter 16. You are enough for me you speak. Lu Jingxing straightened his posture after glancing around. Huaiyu murmured, Jingxi has been captured by Jiang Xianjin. Startled, Lu Jingxing frowned, when did this happen? It should have been in the last couple of days. Fidgeting with her hair anxiously, Huaiyu continued, that girl has a fiery temperament. Falling into Jiang Xuanjin's hands will not bode well for her. Given my current predicament, I can do nothing but attempt to locate her whereabouts. You must send someone to help rescue her. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingxing comprehended, so your cordial demeanor towards Jiang Xianjin is motivated by your desire to save Jingxi? What else could it be? She arched an eyebrow, do you think I genuinely care about his illness? Chuckling softly, Lu Jingxing shook his head, I thought you had changed after your near-death experience, but it seems you remain the same. Truly both wicked and endearing. Narrowing her eyes, Li Huaiyu declared, he is unkind, and I shall be ungrateful. I repay 100-fold for a single grievance. I am not a magnanimous person. If given the chance, I will kill him without hesitation. Without hesitation. Lu Jingxing sighed in relief, I understand, take this, when you need me, simply visit any shop and have them inform me. As he spoke, he removed the insignia from his waist and handed it to her. In the capital, anyone of status carried such a piece. The front bore an inscription, while the back was engraved with a personal seal or preferred design, serving as a mark of identity and a token. Lu Jingxing's insignia featured a depiction of jade mountains and flying snow on the reverse, which Huaiyu recognized well. She took it, caressed it gently, and smiled, very good. Glancing at her, Lu Jingxing suddenly stroked his chin and said, with your current status, may I propose to the Bai family? Rolling her eyes at him, Li Huaiyu retorted, don't be ridiculous. There are countless matters to attend to. Do I have the luxury to think about marriage? Besides, do you know how formidable my position is? How so? Lu Jingxing inquired with keen interest. The future young mistress of the Jiang family, how formidable is that? The Jiang family young mistress? Lu Jingxing's expression darkened, then I must indeed find an opportune moment to propose. Don't jest. Huaiyu caressed the jade pendant, her smile taking on a sinister edge, I intend to use this identity to challenge Jiang Xianjin. If you seek revenge, I can assist you without you needing to sacrifice so much. Lu Jingxing frowned, you have never lived a day for yourself. Now that you have the chance to live anew, why entwine yourself in such troubles? During her time in Danyang, she had devoted herself to plotting for her royal brother, enduring countless slanders and bearing the brunt of blame. Yet, what was the outcome? Did she meet a favorable end? Having faced death once, why plunge back into treacherous waters with such fervor? Li Huaiyu chuckled softly, meeting his gaze, the nation remains unsettled, the throne unsteady. Even if I were truly dead, transformed into a ghost, I would not stand idly by. Her words were spoken softly, devoid of any grandeur, as though they were casual banter shared while strolling through the streets. However, upon meeting her steadfast gaze, Lu Jingxing felt a jolt within, stirred by a sense of indignation. Do you remember who decreed your death? He asked. Huaiyu smiled and nodded, the emperor's personal edict? Then you still, he is my younger brother, and I am his elder sister. I understand his thoughts clearly. Li Huaiyu spoke earnestly, he wished to protect me, but he could not. Sima Su, the prime minister of 2 dynasties, was renowned for his exceptional merit and esteemed virtue. To have one of his reigns end at her hands, with all evidence against her, even the emperor could not shield her. If blame is to be laid, let it fall upon our Xiang Jun, she remarked, this ruler possesses overly remarkable skills. She had once perceived Jiang Xianjin as distinct from others in court. Although he opposed her, he genuinely served the new emperor, working to secure the realm, a rare and admirable minister. Yet, in her final moments, she realized that this so-called loyal minister harbored a heart more ruthless than the cunning old foxes in court. Engaging imperial physicians, summoning Sima, hosting banquets, he meticulously orchestrated her demise. How infuriating it was that she had remained oblivious, her fists clenched white-knuckled, then gradually released. Huaiyu donned a smile and addressed Lu Jingxing, the time is drawing near. You should take your leave. If Bai Yushur encounters you, it will undoubtedly cause a stir. Lu Jingxing raised an eyebrow, unfurling his fan with flair, he remarked, have I only just arrived to be sent away? I cannot bear to part with you. Were it any other lady, she would surely be enraptured by such tender words. Lost in a daze, however, Li Huaiyu was not swayed, crossing her arms and regarding him, not wishing to leave. Very well, I shall inform Bai Yushur and have him offer you fragrant tea. Discussing merchant taxes, my apologies for the prolonged disturbance. Closing his fan, Lu Jingxing immediately adopted a serious demeanor, bowing, I take my leave. Ha ha ha. Li Huaiyu burst into laughter. Lu Jingxing observed her triumphant expression, unable to suppress a soft chuckle, then suddenly advanced, leaning down, her handsome visage loomed closer, causing Huaiyu to gasp, her laughter caught in her throat, wide-eyed in astonishment. His lips, slightly pale, hovered an inch from her cheek. Lu Jingxing paused, glancing at her shocked expression, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Do continue laughing, he teased. Her lips twitched, and Li Huaiyu replied, I fear I might spit all over your face. Is it not fear of my kiss that you harbor? Lu Jingxing replied, taken aback. Rolling her eyes, Li Huaiyu retorted, kissing me is no different than kissing your own hand. After years of friendship, should any romantic feelings arise, Lu Jingxing would undoubtedly have taken on the role of a prince consort. Yet, that was not the case. She regarded him as a brother, and he viewed her the same way. In fact, several of the concubines in her household had been sent by him. Li Huaiyu held no ulterior motives towards Lu Jingxing, nor he towards her. Before her, he lowered his gaze, swiftly unfurling the fan to shield his expression. How utterly mundane, he sighed, I shall take my leave. I shan't see you off, she waved her hand. With a graceful stride, Lu Jingxing exited the eastern courtyard. Huaiyu emerged from the shadows, smiling as she watched his retreating figure. During her time as a princess, aside from Qingxi, no other girls dared to befriend her, fearing the scorn of being labeled as debauched or immodest. For a long while, Li Huaiyu felt despondent, once drunkenly clutching Lu Jingxing's sleeve in a fit of inebriation. Isn't it pitiful that no one wishes to be my friend? Friendship is defined by quality, not quantity, Lu Jingxing replied with a smile as they walked back to Feiyan Palace. You have me, and that is enough. Chapter 17. The plight of the fourth young lady. At the time, she had paid little heed to it, but now, upon reflection, Li Huaiyu believed that Lu Jingxing's words rang true. Having just one sincere friend was sufficient. With a resigned smile and a deep exhale, she turned around, intending to steal another glance at Jiang Xianjin. However, as her gaze shifted, she was startled to find someone standing at the doorway of the guest room. Startled, she jumped in place and looked up at him, her eyes wide with disbelief. Why are you out here? Jiang Xianjin, draped in the dark cloak he had brought, still bore a pallor that suggested his ill health. His gaze towards her was as cold as ice. It's time to leave. How long has it been since you took your medicine, and you're leaving already? Ignoring her, Jiang Xianjin stepped outside, brushing past her with a gust of wind. His haughty demeanor was typical of the esteemed Prince Xiang, yet for some inexplicable reason, Huaiyu sensed an unmistakable displeasure emanating from him. Hey, she called out, I even sought out the spirit medicine for you and tried it myself. Why do you still treat me with such disdain? He halted momentarily, but without turning his head, replied, Fourth young lady, please maintain your dignity. Maintain my dignity, she pondered, as she did so daily. What if she accidentally created a pit in the ground beneath her feet? Just as she was about to exchange a few more barbs, Jiang Xianjin resumed his stride, his back exuding an icy aura as he walked away. Thank you, fourth young lady. Farewell. Cheng Su, trailing behind, bowed to her. Huaiyu waved her hand dismissively, watching Jiang Xuanjin's retreating figure with a mix of exasperation and amusement at his excessive wariness. She had thought she had made some progress, only to see it vanish in an instant. The eastern courtyard lay empty, and she considered that once Jiang Xianjin departed, the old Coute by Dizon would undoubtedly come to settle the score with her. Thus, Li Huaiyu resolved to abandon her dignity and slipped back into the courtyard of the fourth young lady, hoping to find something to eat. Yet, upon finally reaching the small courtyard she had previously escaped from, she found it bustling with people. Has the fourth sister returned? Bai Xuanji greeted her with a warm smile, waving affectionately. Come quickly. Mother has sent me to bring you something. Having failed to meet Prince Xiang and being dismissed with a mere glance, Huaiyu could not help but admire Bai Xuanji's unwavering smile. Such composure rivaled that of the crafty courtiers in the palace. What is it? She inquired, curiosity piqued as she approached. Bai Xuanji stepped aside, revealing Shiyun, who was carrying a tray laden with a stack of garments. In just 2 days, it will be the 18th birthday of the young master of the Jiang family, Bai Xuanji explained with a smile. You were originally not meant to attend, but now that you have regained your senses, you should see the world. Time is short, and there was no opportunity to make you a new outfit. This is one I have worn only twice. I hope you do not find it lacking. Oh, so that was the case. Huaiyu nodded, lifting the garments from the tray to inspect them. The fabric was mediocre at best, a far cry from what she had once worn, and the color was a pale pink. Under different circumstances, such an outfit might have sufficed, but attending the birthday banquet of the most favored young master of the Jiang family, as a future young mistress, this attire seemed rather frivolous. Noticing her expression, Bai Xuanji smiled gently. Do you not like it, sister? Do you wish to hear the truth? Huaiyu turned to face her. Bai Xuanji paused, then chuckled softly. As sisters, we may speak frankly. Very well, I shall be candid. Placing the garments back on the tray, Huaiyu smiled. I do not like it. Bai Xuanji was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such bluntness. The smile on her face faltered slightly, and her expression grew serious. If that is the case, then I have overstepped. Since you do not fancy it, you may prepare your own attire. With that, she cast a glance at Huaiyu's shabby dark robe, a hint of derision flickering in her eyes. Just do not regret it. Miss. At that moment, the small maid Lingxiu, who had been standing quietly to the side, could no longer contain herself and gently tugged at Huaiyu's sleeve. Huaiyu turned her gaze toward the maid, recognizing her as the one who had brought in the basin of water when she first awakened. What is it? She raised an eyebrow. Lingxiu, appearing anxious, whispered, you have no other garments to wear. Please keep this dress, it will at least suffice for appearances, otherwise, you won't even be allowed to step through the gates of the Jiang residence. Though her voice was soft, Bai Xuanji stood close enough to hear every word, her expression growing more scornful. Lingxiu, do not bother. My sister would not deign to wear such old clothing. Second miss, please do not be angered. My lady may have just regained her senses and is unfamiliar with many matters, Lingxiu interjected, bowing repeatedly to Bai Xuanji. Thank you for your kindness. I shall take the dress for my lady. Spare me, this old garment is unworthy of the future young mistress of the Jiang family. Bai Xuanji interrupted with a forced smile, then glanced at Li Huaiyu. Sister, you are acquainted with Prince Ziyang. Acquiring a suitable garment should not be a challenge for you, Shiyun, let us depart. Yes. The maid carrying the tray knelt and followed Bai Xuanji as she walked away. This, Lingxiu grew anxious, raising her foot to chase after them, only to have her wrist seized. Even if you pursue her now, she will not give you the garments, Huaiyu yawned, feeling somewhat fatigued. Save your energy. Lingxiu was puzzled, her brow furrowed. The second miss came specifically to deliver the clothing to you, but you angered her, and now she cannot face you. If I plead with her, Huaiyu chuckled lightly. You think pleading will change her mind? If she truly intended to help me, she would not have sent such an outfit in the first place. Are you daft? Lingxiu faltered, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, being labeled foolish by her own simple-minded mistress was quite the blow. I merely thought having something is better than having nothing, she said, nervously twisting her handkerchief. You are right. Time is pressing, and it would be too late to prepare another outfit. The Jiang residence, let us not dwell on that, Huaiyu interrupted, pulling Lingxiu into the cramped chamber. She collapsed onto the bed, fatigue washing over her. Please find me something to eat. I need to rest before anything else. Lingxiu opened her mouth to protest, glancing outside where it was indeed time for lunch, and hurried off to the kitchen. After days of bustling about, she felt utterly drained. While near Jiang Xianjin, she had not dared to fall into a deep slumber, but now, in this tranquil space, Huaiyu quickly succumbed to sleep. She slept soundly until the sun began to set. Struggling to extricate herself from a tangled web of dreams, Huaiyu opened her eyes and surveyed the room. It was quiet, the table bore no food, and Lingxiu had yet to return. Furrowing her brow in confusion, Huaiyu rose, rummaging through the wardrobe for a clean, albeit old, outfit to wear before stepping out in search of her maid. Lanterns had been lit along the eaves of the residence, and the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air. Li Huaiyu, unfamiliar with the layout, randomly approached a passerby and inquired, "Have you seen my maid?" Chapter 18. As if transformed into another person upon catching sight of her, the captured house servant's expression turned peculiar, and he forcefully withdrew his sleeves, half smiling, half smirking, remarked, Lingxiu is busy working in the southern courtyard. The southern courtyard? Working, Huaiyu frowned, contemplated for a moment, and deemed it reasonable. She inquired about the direction from the servant and promptly set off to eye in the inner courtyard of the southern area. The lanterns flickered dimly, casting a stingy light upon the surroundings. Lingxiu squinted her eyes, straining to discern the patterns before cautiously embroidering them onto the gown. Not far from her stood two elderly matrons, quietly gossiping as they cracked sunflower seeds. Our Lady has truly shown great benevolence towards the 4th Mississippi. Although not of her blood, she has bestowed upon her such fine materials, showing no fear of overshadowing the second miss at the Jiang residence. How else could she be the mistress? The lady possesses a kind heart, yet, in my humble opinion, even adorned in such splendid attire, the 4th miss cannot possibly match the second miss's brilliance. One is a legitimate daughter, well versed in propriety, while the other, after 3 years of madness, has awoken but remains several years behind in grace. Nearly avoiding embarrassment would be a feat that is quite true. You should have seen the 4th miss today. Before His Majesty, she exhibited not an ounce of decorum, hardly resembling a lady of noble birth. Indeed, the Jiang family is one of etiquette. Can the 4th miss truly be worthy of such standing? She is not, came a cheerful reply from behind the chattering matron. Li turned around, intending to commend the speaker for their discernment, but upon meeting their gaze, she dropped the sunflower seeds in shock. 4th miss? Li Huaiyu caught a few fallen seeds with a smile, popping them into her mouth and crunching them crisply, blinking innocently. Why the panic? They are merely speaking the truth. The two matrons stood dumbfounded, eyes wide, as Huaiyu approached Lingxiu, bending down to inquire, "What are you doing?" Upon hearing her mistress's voice, Lingxiu finally looked up, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. "This servant is assisting you in hastily preparing the gown." Casting a glance at the fabric she clutched, a plain silk robe devoid of intricate patterns, Huaiyu knew that such a garment required an abundance of embroidery to be presentable. The piece Lingxiu held bore a pattern no larger than a palm, and to complete it would take at least half a month, even without food or drink. Narrowing her eyes, Huaiyu asked, "Are you foolish? Do you genuinely believe you can finish this?" Lingxiu shifted her stiff neck and raised the garment for her to see. "Look, this fabric is quite fine. Even if it is fine, you cannot complete it, and I cannot wear it. Instead of wasting time on this, why not eat a meal and get some rest?" Lingxiu froze, momentarily at a loss, but you have no other garments to wear, and the birthday banquet at the Jiang residence is of great significance. If you fail to correct everyone's previous impression of you, then the marriage, truly, she was a worrywart of a maid, foolish yet endearing. Huaiyu chuckled lightly, pulling her up and gently massaging the back of her neck. "If you must embroider, I shan't stop you, but you may do so in our quarters. It is already late, and your mistress is starving, will you not tend to that?" Upon hearing this, Lingxiu suddenly remembered the matter of food, her small face paling in realization. This servant forgot. It is not too late to remember now. Let us go. Huaiyu picked up the nearby sewing basket. Fourth miss. The two matrons finally regained their senses and hurriedly approached. The lady has said that it is most appropriate to embroider this gown here. If it is sullied by oil or dust elsewhere, it would be troublesome. Huaiyu smiled at them. This gown is to be worn by me. If I am unafraid, what have you to fear? The matrons were momentarily speechless, and Huaiyu, uninterested in further debate, took Lingxiu by the hand and departed. Which way is the kitchen? She asked as they walked. Lingxiu replied softly, the rules of the estate are strict. After the hour of the dog, the kitchen doors are locked, and we cannot enter. Do not concern yourself with the details, just show me the way, Huaiyu declared confidently. Thus, after the burning of a stick of incense, Lingxiu found herself holding 4 steamed buns and half a roasted chicken, staring in astonishment at the figure striding ahead. Miss, you are stealing. Not only stealing but also climbing walls and windows. If the master were to discover this, he would surely be furious. Li Huaiyu, biting into a bun, mumbled indistinctly, if you do not speak of it, neither will I. Who will know? But Lingxiu was left utterly speechless. Such conduct, how could the miss engage in it? Even during her madness, she merely babbled nonsensically and broke a few things, and now, though she appeared rational, her demeanor was even more carefree and unruly, as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. Halting her steps, Huaiyu reached over, snatched a bun from Lingxiu's embrace, and stuffed it into her mouth, grinning. Listen closely, dear maid, I have suddenly grasped the essence of existence and realized that there is no need to bind oneself with superficial fame. Our bellies are empty now. If there is food, we must eat, and let go of everything else. Do you understand? Lingxiu blinked her watery eyes, her mouth filled with bun, rendering her speechless. Huaiyu affectionately ruffled her hair, as long as you understand. But she did not. Lingxiu shook her head. She truly did not understand. In the Bai residence, where rules were stringent, who did not live with utmost propriety? How could her mistress utter such sentiments? The figure before her paid no heed to her vigorous shaking of her head. Upon returning to the western courtyard, Huaiyu unwrapped the lotus leaf that encased the chicken and shared it with Lingxiu as they munched on the buns together, contentedly lying down afterward, appearing ready to continue her slumber. Miss, Lingxiu murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, may I inquire where you have been these past 2 days? The sudden absence from the chamber had caused her much concern, and she had searched for quite some time. When she sought the lady to report it, her indifference had left Lingxiu sleepless through the night. Huaiyu yawned, I merely wandered outside the estate. Seeing her agility in the kitchen earlier, Lingxiu felt it unnecessary to question how she had managed to leave. Yet she could not help but add, the second miss has long coveted your engagement and is merely waiting for you to make a mistake to take your place. You must be more cautious in your actions from now on. I know, Huaiyu replied, turning to face her with half-closed eyes, laughing softly, you chatter on incessantly, dear girl. So different from Qingxi. Qingxi was a cold beauty who would not utter a word more than necessary, often likened to a moving ice sculpture by Lu Jingxing. No matter how one tried to tease her, a smile would never grace her face. The image of Qingxi's frostbitten countenance flickered in Huaiyu's mind, pulling at her heartstrings, and she sighed deeply when she saw her again. She must inquire thoroughly why she had returned after being sent away from the capital, and how she had ended up in Jiang Xuanjin's hands. Chapter 19. The quirky uncle Jiang Xuanjin returned to the residence, his countenance dark throughout the journey. The household servants who passed by him were so intimidated that they lowered their heads and took several steps back. Uncle, Jiang Yan, having just completed his studies for the day, approached him after noticing his demeanor and bowed respectfully. What troubles you? Are you unwell? Jiang Xuanjin turned his head and saw Jiang Yan's bright smile, his lips a rosy hue and teeth gleaming white, clad in a splendid royal blue brocade robe, with a satin headband adorned with a white jade gem that radiated warmth. Such striking beauty and grace would compel anyone to exclaim at his noble bearing and exquisite charm. It was indeed a pity for him to be betrothed to a woman as frivolous as Miss Bai Si. After clearing his throat a couple of times, Jiang Xuanjin lowered his gaze and replied, I am fine. Where are you headed? Jiang Yan smiled, I just came from the tutors and plan to pay a visit to grandfather. However, seeing you in such a state, I think it best to escort you back to Moju first. Jiang Xuanjin did not decline and continued walking forward, lips pressed together. Have you encountered some trouble, uncle? Jiang Yan inquired as they walked, it has been a long time since I have seen you in such a restless state. Or rather, he had never witnessed him this agitated before. Usually, even if the world were to crumble before him, he would remain focused on how to save the nation and its people, never betraying a hint of worry. Yet now, he radiated an aura of hostility. Reminded by Jiang Yan's observation, Jiang Xuanjin was momentarily startled, realizing his own discomfort, and quickly composed himself. There is no trouble, he averted his gaze, I just visited the Bai residence. The Bai residence? Jiang Yan was taken aback, then his expression darkened. What business do you have there? Hearing the sudden displeasure in his tone, Jiang Xuanjin raised an eyebrow. What else could I be doing? Your 18th birthday is approaching. Jiang Yan sulked, Uncle, I have no desire to marry Miss Bai Si. That is not for you to decide. Upon entering Moju, Jiang Xuanjin sat down on a soft couch and accepted a cup of tea, taking a few sips. This engagement was arranged by your mother before her passing. If you wish to annul it, your father would likely beat you to within an inch of your life. Let him do as he pleases. Jiang Yan exclaimed, sitting beside him with his robe lifted, I would rather be beaten to death than marry a fool. A fool? Jiang Xianjin scoffed inwardly. If Bai Zhujing were truly a fool, there would be no intelligent individuals left in this world. Just look at her seductive ways, embracing every man she meets, and entangling herself with Lu Jingxing. Thankfully, he had never believed her words, otherwise, he might have foolishly thought she harbored genuine feelings. Feeling aggrieved, Jiang Yan turned to see his uncle's grim expression, and he immediately stood up in alarm. I was wrong, please do not be angry, I did not mean to speak ill behind anyone's back. Jiang Xianjin glanced at him, frowning slightly. Which of your eyes saw me angry? Both of his eyes did. Jiang Yan felt a surge of panic, standing before him with hands clasped behind his back, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Chang Su, observing this, could no longer remain silent and gently said, Young master, do not be alarmed. The master is not angry with you. Not angry with him. Jiang Yan felt a wave of relief, yet confusion lingered. Then who is he angry with? Casting a silent glance at his master, Chang Su smiled. Who can say? Perhaps it is due to lingering illness. If young master has no other matters to attend to, it would be wise to visit the old master first. I intend to do just that. Jiang Yan replied, then turned to Jiang Xianjin. Uncle, my birthday is in 2 days. You must take care of yourself to perform the hair ceremony for me. Indeed. Jiang Xianjin nodded in acknowledgement. Then I shall take my leave. Wait. Jiang Xianjin called out to him, have you delivered the invitation to the Bai residence? Upon mentioning the Bai residence, Jiang Yan's expression fell again. I have delivered it. How could I not? My father personally took it. Just one invitation? Of course. With half-closed eyes, Jiang Xianjin toyed with the beads in his hand and spoke in a calm voice, send another invitation, specifically for Miss Bai Si. Jiang Yan jumped in surprise. Why? Logically, one invitation sufficed for the whole family. He would prefer if Miss Bai Si were to fall ill and not attend, so why send her a separate one? Jiang Xianjin raised his gaze to him. As his icy stare fell upon Jiang Yan, the latter quickly quieted, clenching his fists. I will have someone deliver it tomorrow. Go then. Yes, I shall take my leave. As Jiang Yan exited, Chang Su could not help but quietly remark, young master truly resists this marriage. And what of it? Jiang Xianjin loosened his cloak, preparing to change and rest, his voice hoarse and heavy. Ultimately, it is not his decision to make. Stealing a glance at him, Chang Su whispered, there is indeed some leeway. If you were to speak a few words before the old master, Jiang Xianjin shot him a cold look. Why should I speak? This engagement had long been settled. Even if the bride-to-be were not a suitable match, it fell to his elder brother Jiang Chong to address it, not him. Chang Su fell silent, fearing to speak further, and simply fetched a nightgown for him to change into. The next morning, Huaiyu awoke and turned her head to find Lingxiu sitting at the table, embroidering garments. The oil lamp on the table flickered dimly, having apparently burned throughout the night. You foolish girl. Supporting herself on her arms to sit up, Huaiyu remarked, why are you so stubborn? Lingxiu nearly pricked her finger in fright, looking up at her with bloodshot eyes. Miss, you are awake? I will fetch your breakfast at once. Take a break. Huaiyu grumbled as she got out of bed to change. Can you walk steadily now? I'd rather not have you spill your bowl halfway and start crying. Lingxiu pouted, wanting to defend herself, but Huaiyu was already quick in her movements, dressing in a few swift motions, rinsing her mouth, and dashing out the door. After contemplating, Lingxiu picked up her garments and continued to embroider. At the Bai residence, the morning bustle had already begun, and Huaiyu navigated her way to the kitchen, where the cook greeted her with a smile. Congratulations, fourth miss. I hear your health has greatly improved. Huaiyu returned her smile politely. I am here for breakfast. Upon hearing this, the cook immediately turned, serving 2 bowls of thin porridge alongside several small dishes, placing them on a tray to hand to her. It is indeed time for breakfast. Fourth miss, please take care. Glancing at the simple fare, Huaiyu could not help but exclaim internally that Bai Dezhong was truly a virtuous official, as even his daughter's meals were so modest, serving as a commendable example of integrity. However, as she squinted slightly, she caught sight of an array of exquisite dishes on the stove behind her. 8 treasure porridge, steamed mandarin fish, and 5 colored steamed buns, all of which made her mouth water. Raising an eyebrow, she inquired, whose breakfast is this? The cook hesitated, shifting to block her view, and smiled apologetically. Who else could it be for? Only the master in the residence could enjoy such delicacies. Is that so? Huaiyu nodded, not intending to pursue the matter further, but as she turned, she collided directly with a maid approaching from behind, causing 2 bowls of steaming porridge to spill all over her. Chapter 20 of the Unambitious Fourth Miss. The maid exclaimed, stepping back several paces, her voice tremulous with anxiety. Fourth miss, are you all right? Swiftly tugging at her damp outer robe, Li Huaiyu lifted her gaze to the maid, a smile that was neither genuine nor mocking playing on her lips. What do you think? It's entirely my fault. I should be punished. Shi Yun repeatedly knelt in apology, her tone urgent. I rushed to fetch my lady's breakfast and didn't notice it was the fourth miss here. I thought it was merely another maid. Her posture seemed to convey sincere contrition, yet her half-lowered eyes betrayed a restless flicker, hinting at a disdainful mockery. Huaiyu could not suppress a slight tch. Indeed, one could see that like mistress, like maid, the second miss, Bai Xuanji, was as cunning as a smiling tiger, and her maid mirrored this duplicity. If one disliked her, it would be far more straightforward to express it openly rather than feign politeness while plotting behind her back. What was the point? Please fetch me some more, Huaiyu instructed the cook as she set down the tray. The cook complied readily, hastening to ladle more porridge for her. Observing that Huaiyu showed no inclination to pursue the matter further, Shiyun cheerfully slipped into the kitchen, gathering the exquisite dishes from the stove into her own tray. The second miss is awaiting her meal, so I shall take my leave, Shiyun said, lifting her load with a smile, her gaze lingering on the tray Huaiyu had just set down, her smile growing broader. I have inconvenienced the fourth Mississippi. Standing aside, Huaiyu watched the maid's triumphant retreat, her expression impassive as she turned to the cook. The second miss's breakfast? The cook, wiping her hands nervously on her apron, replied, Fourth miss, please don't be upset. The household has its own rules. What rules dictate such disparate treatment among ladies of the same household? Huaiyu's smile was devoid of warmth. Should I ask my father? Now, you're making a mountain out of a molehill, aren't you? The master is far too busy to concern himself with such matters, the cook hastily replied. Shall I serve you a bit more? Huaiyu remained silent, her eyes fixed intensely upon her. The cook, feeling the weight of that gaze, found herself unnerved, suddenly aware that the fourth miss possessed a formidable presence, one that could rival even the master himself. Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought, reminding herself that this was merely a lowly illegitimate daughter, bereft of maternal affection, and thus not to be feared. With that in mind, the cook regained her composure, her tone firming. It is not for me to speak out of turn, but you must understand who truly holds sway in this household. If you are truly dissatisfied, go speak to the madam, there is no need to make things difficult for us servants. Go seek out the biased by Mangshur, Huaiyu scoffed silently, such an endeavor would yield no fruitful outcome. Taking up her meal once more, she inhaled deeply and turned to return to the western courtyard. The cook watched her retreating figure with a mix of fear and ire, and once she was out of sight, muttered bitterly, Humph, what airs does she put on here? Does she truly believe herself to be someone of consequence? A nearby kitchen maid chimed in, indeed, everyone knows she is destined for nothing of significance. When the Jiang family finally calls off the engagement, she won't even have the dignity to drink her porridge. I am eagerly awaiting the second miss to put her in her place, so she may recognize her true station. That day is near, the small maid laughed, soon the masters will head to the Jiang residence for the banquet, and she hasn't even prepared her attire yet. When she fails to gain entry, it will be quite the spectacle. Their chattering voices, mingled with curses, floated in the morning light. Huaiyu pondered that perhaps she had been too indulgent while living as a princess, and thus heaven had seen fit to cast her into the role of the foolish fourth miss of the Bai family, so she might experience the pangs of hunger and the chill of inadequacy. A meager breakfast was of little consequence, she could regard it as a cleansing. However, the food provided for lunch and dinner was deplorable, with scant rice that vanished after just a few bites. Gazing at her bowl, cleaner than one would expect, Li Huaiyu truly wished to weep for the plight of the fourth miss. After all, she was a lady of noble birth, yet her circumstances were utterly dismal. Fourth miss, a matron called from outside, her voice sharp, the master has sent word that we are to visit the Jiang residence tomorrow. You are to dress appropriately and present yourself in the front hall. Before Huaiyu could respond, Lingxiu sprang to her feet, my lady will be there at once. She hastily bit through the thread she held and presented a silk gown to Huaiyu. Miss, you must change quickly. This, Huaiyu glanced at the scattered lotus flowers embroidered on the gown, blinking in surprise. Are you certain it's suitable? It's certainly better than your usual garments, Lingxiu insisted, pulling her up to change. If the master finds it pleasing, perhaps he might reward you with some jewelry. That was a worthy thought, Huaiyu conceded with a nod, obediently donning the gown and arranging her hair into a proper bun. After washing her face, she followed the matron towards the front hall. Before stepping out, she scrutinized her appearance, as was the custom among families of high standing. Upon entering the front hall, Huaiyu found all present. Bai Dezhong and Bai Mengshur occupied the main seats, while Bai Xuanji stood before them, draped in luxurious silks, her collar and hem adorned with intricate begonia embroidery. Bai Xuanji wore her hair styled high in a cloud bun, moving with grace and poise, the very epitome of an accomplished young lady. Bai Mengshur surveyed her with satisfaction, nodding repeatedly, and turning to Bai Dezhong, exclaimed, Look, my dear husband, with our daughter looking this way, how could we possibly worry about finding her a good match? Bai Dezhong's expression remained stern, devoid of any visible joy, yet he nodded slightly. His gaze shifted, and he noticed the timid figure lingering at the entrance, his demeanor darkening as he barked, Aren't you coming in? Huaiyu jumped at his sudden outburst, thinking how thunderous his voice was, forever scolding or shouting at her. Was it too much to ask for a civil conversation? Pouting, she reluctantly stepped into the front hall. Bai Mengshur and Bai Xuanji both turned their attention to her, their eyes sweeping over her modest silk gown and her bare hair and earlobes, their expressions laden with disdain. Bai Dezhong frowned at her. Is this how you intend to present yourself at the Jiang residence? Is there a problem? Huaiyu tugged at her skirt. The fabric is quite good. Bai Dezhong turned to Bai Mengshur, who shook her head vigorously. I instructed someone to send a few dresses to the western courtyard for her to choose from. The one she selected has nothing to do with me. What? Huaiyu regarded Bai Mengshur with disbelief, nearly applauding her for her audacity. Her talent for fabricating lies was truly remarkable, let alone the few garments, each one was poorly embroidered. Yet, astonishingly, Bai Dezhong accepted this without question, his gaze turning more severe as he admonished her, You clearly lack understanding of decorum and taste. Should you recklessly attend the Jiang family, you will surely bring dishonor upon our household. Tomorrow, I shall go with your second sister while you remain here and rest. Chapter 21 The Pavilion of Treasures. From the vast sea. With a single sentence, she was dismissed. Li Huaiyu found it somewhat astonishing as she gazed at Bai Dezhong, pointing a finger at herself, the one betrothed to Jiang Yan, is it not me? I was resting at home during Jiang Yan's birthday, is that reasonable? Bai Dezhong replied in a deep voice, the Jiang family has long contemplated reconsidering this marriage, you need not cling too tightly to this matter. Implicitly, he intended to annul the engagement on her behalf, transferring it to Bai Xuanji instead. To be frank, Li Huaiyu was indifferent to whom she would marry. After all, she had previously maintained several suitors. What manner of man had she not encountered? She never regarded a young lady's marriage as a significant affair. However, upon glancing at the gown she currently wore, Huaiyu frowned slightly. Is there no room for negotiation? She inquired. Bai Dezhong shook his head. You ought to study the proper etiquette with the governess in the household. Once you have mastered it, I shall help you select a new husband. Bai Xuanji smiled with a glimmer of triumph in her eyes, yet maintained an elegant demeanor as she addressed her, fourth sister, do not be too disheartened. There are many fine families, not just the Jiang family. Indeed, Bai Mengshi chimed in, smiling in agreement, you can choose again in the future. Casting a glance at the gleeful mother and daughter, Huaiyu forced a smile, realizing the lack of alternatives, and respectfully bowed to Bai Dezhong, daughter takes her leave. Bai Dezhong watched her depart, letting out a soft sigh. He understood that this was somewhat cruel to Zhuji, yet there was no other choice. At present, Zhuji, let alone marrying Jiang Yan, was no longer fitting of her title as the fourth miss of the Bai family. To forcibly thrust her into the Jiang household would only lead to a life of hardship. It would be better to seek a simple family, living a peaceful existence, where she would at least not be mistreated. As Huaiyu exited the main hall, Lingxiu approached her, supporting her. Miss, how did it go? Observing the anticipation in her eyes, Huaiyu pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment before responding, we can sleep in tomorrow. Lingxiu gasped, her face turning pale, her lips trembling as tears fell with a soft plop. How can this be? She choked out, even if the master does not care for you, he ought to consider the spirit of Ansan in heaven. How can he truly prevent you from going? Li Huaiyu was impervious to most things, yet her sole weakness lay in her aversion to tears. In the past, she had never shed a single tear, even when faced with heartbreak, but Lingxiu, it seemed, could cry at the slightest provocation. Fumbling to wipe her face with her sleeve, Huaiyu quickly comforted her, do not worry, the Jiang family is not a good one either, if we do not go, then we do not go. But that cannot be. Lingxiu sobbed uncontrollably. Huaiyu, feeling helpless, pulled her back to the west courtyard, softly saying as they walked, if you stay with me, you shall no longer suffer, and marrying Jiang Yan is not the only option. Lingxiu continued to weep. Huaiyu added, I shall have someone bring you delicious pastries tomorrow, alright? Lingxiu still cried without respite. Li Huaiyu felt overwhelmed, pressing her down onto a chair in the side chamber, her hands clasped in prayer as she bowed repeatedly, dear aunt, please do not cry. Is it merely a banquet at the Jiang household? If they do not take me, I can find my own way there. Lingxiu shook her head in dismay, there is no way. How can there be a way? It is simply a matter of borrowing a tattered garment. Huaiyu declared, gritting her teeth and stamping her foot, I can have someone send a suitable outfit immediately. She spoke with such bravado as if it were a reality. Lingxiu was amused, her eyes still red as she asked, who will you have send it? That is none of your concern, Huaiyu replied, you stay here and wait. If anyone asks where I have gone, just say I am in the lavatory with a stomachache. Lingxiu paused, are you truly going to find someone? Waving her hand, Huaiyu flicked her skirt and dashed outside. Miss. Lingxiu hurried to follow, but upon reaching the door, she found no trace of her. The night was silent, the hour for extinguishing lamps was approaching, each official residence lay quiet, their doors firmly shut. However, the door to the Lu residence suddenly swung open from within. Dear aunt, what could you possibly need at this hour? Lu Jingxing, dressed in nightclothes and draped in a cloak, was pulled along by someone ahead, bemusely exclaiming, is this urgency truly necessary? Without looking back, Li Huaiyu replied, I have snuck out. If discovered, I shall surely be dragged back and have my legs broken, and for the sake of my legs, spare me the chatter. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingxing straightened up, glancing at the approaching carriage, and pulled her aboard, hastily unhitching the horse. What are you doing? Huaiyu glared. Lu Jingxing chuckled, aren't you in a hurry? I shall let you experience the delightful night breeze of April in the capital. With that, he grasped her waist and effortlessly lifted her onto the horse's back. Huaiyu was taken aback, unable to respond before Lu Jingxing mounted behind her. The horse lacked a saddle, and the two were pressed closely together. She could almost feel the warmth radiating from his chest through his thin attire. Really? Li Huaiyu frowned, are you being lewd? As they rode off, Lu Jingxing chuckled, to be toyed with by me is a privilege sought by many young ladies in the capital. You ought to cherish it. I scoff. Huaiyu retorted, keep your banter, should you fail to find what I seek, I shall dismantle your shop. Rest assured, Lu Jingxing replied, his eyes narrowing in amusement, in my pavilion of treasures from the vast sea, there is naught that is lacking. Lu Jingxing owned numerous estates, yet his favorite was the pavilion of treasures from the vast sea. This establishment was renowned throughout the capital, offering treasures of all kinds, from grand artifacts to delicate hairpins and jade rings. If it was precious, it could be found within its walls. However, the prices were steep, and those without substantial banknotes dared not cross its threshold. Li Huaiyu had never visited this place before, not for lack of desire, but because Lu Jingxing had adamantly forbade her entry. Letting you in is akin to allowing a rat into the granary, he had once declared, blocking her path with both hands on the door. If you wish to enter, there is but one way. And that is? Lu Jingxing had sneered, step over my corpse. Recalling his fierce expression from that time, Huaiyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. We have arrived. The horse came to a halt as Lu Jingxing dismounted and reached for her, lifting her down as well. Huaiyu snapped back to reality, noticing his intent to carry her inside directly, and she couldn't resist teasing. This time, I need not step over your corpse to enter? Lu Jingxing chuckled softly, not responding, as he set her down at the entrance, gently flicking her forehead before retrieving the key to unlock the door. With a creak, a dazzling treasure trove unfolded before Li Huaiyu, revealing a world of wonders. Chapter 22. The invitation. The following day at the hour of the rabbit, in the Bai residence. The oil lamp on the table had long since extinguished, and outside, the morning light was just beginning to seep through. Lingxiu, who had been dozing with her head propped on her hands, was startled awake by a dull thud from outside the door. What was that noise? Rubbing her eyes in confusion, she rose to open the door. Standing outside was a poised and graceful beauty, her silhouette enchanting. With hair flowing like clouds, she wore a brocade dress adorned with patterns of peonies from the jade pool, shimmering with brilliance. The exquisite embroidery on the hem of her skirt was nothing short of masterful, with petals layered so intricately that even the stamens were distinct. As she moved, it was as if a gentle breeze had swept through a peony garden, the fragrance faintly wafting through the air. Lingxiu stared in a daze and cautiously inquired, "Esteemed lady, whom do you seek?" Upon hearing her voice, the beauty turned around, yawning as she said, "You're awake, come help me out." With almond-shaped eyes and cherry-red lips, her porcelain-like face looked strikingly familiar. Lingxiu blinked in astonishment, suddenly exclaiming, "Miss?" Huaijade smiled at her. "I returned a bit late, but it should still be manageable, hold this." With that, she thrust a heavy yellow pearwood makeup box into Lingxiu's arms before stepping inside to sip some cold tea. Still in shock, Lingxiu stumbled after her, cradling the makeup box, and asked in disbelief, "Where did you get this outfit?" After swallowing her tea and catching her breath, Huaijade replied, "It was a gift from someone." "What? A gift?" Lingxiu shook her head repeatedly. How could that be possible? Such fine materials rivaled those in the palace, let alone the exquisite embroidery, which must be worth at least half a year's salary of their master. Who would be foolish enough to give it away for free? Don't concern yourself with that for now. Setting down her teacup, Li Huaijade rose and approached the dressing table. When I climbed back over the wall, I saw a carriage waiting at the Bai residence gate. Quickly help me choose some jewelry. Once they leave, we shall follow. Lingxiu was filled with curiosity, but the immediate task of heading to the Jiang residence took precedence. She hurriedly opened the makeup box, intending to select a few pieces of jewelry to embellish her lady. However, as soon as she opened the box, she was rendered speechless. Noticing the prolonged silence, Huaijade turned her head inquiringly. Lingxiu gaped, eyes wide, pointing at the contents of the box, her face paling. "Miss, did you rob a jewelry store?" Exasperated, Huaijade face-bombed and muttered, "I told you not to let him go overboard." The makeup box contained 2 sets of exquisite headpieces, along with various hairpins, tassels, and floral ornaments, a dazzling array of gold and jade that sparkled brilliantly. Just randomly picking a gold-threaded 8-treasure pearl hairpin revealed a craftsmanship of unparalleled quality, unmistakably valuable. When Lu Jingxing had chosen these for her, he had frowned, saying, "I genuinely feel heartbroken." Yet, despite his words, he had been unyielding in providing her with lavish gifts until she could no longer bear it and had punched him against the wall, prompting him to cease. "Have you lost your mind?" she had glared at him. Rubbing his chest, Lu Jingxing sighed, "Is it reasonable to be beaten for giving someone gifts?" Standing upright, he placed the final pin into her hair, adding with a smile, "But you, regardless of your appearance, must always exude grace and elegance." Li Huaijade rolled her eyes at him. Now, reflecting on Lu Jingxing's expression at that time, she believed he probably felt immense regret after her demise, hence his efforts to atone for his past mistakes. Indeed, it seemed that only through loss do people come to recognize what is truly precious. With a soft sigh, Huaijade selected a complete set of headpieces along with a tassel, placing them into Lingxiu's hands. "Rest assured, your mistress is upright and dignified, there is no thievery or deceit here." This statement held little persuasive power, and although Lingxiu wore a worried frown, she complied, arranging her lady's hair and adorning her with the jewelry. The 4th miss of the once prosperous Bai family, now transformed into a regal princess through this enchanting attire. Satisfied with her reflection in the mirror, Huaijade stood and pulled Lingxiu toward the door. At the quarter hour past the hour of the rabbit, Bai Dizong had already brought Bai Xuanji to the carriage, while Li Huaijade and Lingxiu hid behind a corner of the courtyard wall, waiting for the carriage to exit the main road before stepping out. "Miss," Lingxiu hesitantly asked, "have you devised a plan to reach the Jiang residence?" "What other way is there?" Huaijade laughed, "We shall hitch a ride on their coattails." "That's not what I meant." Lingxiu shook her head. "The Jiang residence is heavily guarded, especially with the banquet for young Master Jiang. Guests must present invitations to enter. You may catch a ride, but you cannot bypass the invitation. Those without a name cannot enter." Upon hearing this, Huaijade was taken aback. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Lingxiu had been too stunned by her mistress's attire to think of it. With a sigh, she clutched her handkerchief, saying softly, "Truth be told, I regretted your decision to leave last night. I should not have put you in such a predicament. If we cannot go, then so be it. As long as you are well, our lives can still go on." Li Huaijade turned to look at her. The little maid was clearly deeply concerned about this matter, yet here she was trying to comfort her, her nose reddened, eyes resolute. With a sigh, Huaiyu was about to say something when her peripheral vision caught sight of someone approaching from a distance. That person, squinting, Huaiyu pointed, "Look, doesn't he have a character Jiang embroidered on his chest?" Following her gaze, Lingxiu nodded. "He is a servant of the Jiang residence." Lingxiu's eyes lit up, and Huaiyu pushed her forward, saying, "While he hasn't reached the main gate yet, go, engage him in conversation." Lingxiu was bewildered. "Engage him for what purpose? Are you foolish?" Huaiyu stamped her foot. "You go distract him, and I will sneak up from behind, knock him out, and take his clothes. Then we will have a way to infiltrate the Jiang residence." Lingxiu stood petrified, shaking her head vigorously. "That one tea work? Absolutely not." "Oh come on, don't be tedious, I'm here to handle everything, just hurry." With a vigorous push, Huaiyu concealed herself in the shadows, preparing to act. Lingxiu stood awkwardly in the middle of the road at the servant, holding something, walked briskly. Upon spotting Lingxiu from afar, he approached with a delighted expression. "Are you one of the maids from the Bai residence?" "Yes." "Do you recognize the fourth miss?" "I do, I serve her." The servant sighed in relief, smiling as he handed her the item in his hand. "This is a special invitation from our young master for Lady Bai." The final word never left his lips, as he suddenly felt a jarring impact at the back of his neck, followed by a wave of darkness enveloping him. Li Huaiyu blew on her hands, feeling quite pleased as she turned to Lingxiu. "How was that? Am I impressive?" Lingxiu could only stare in silence. Why do you look like that?" Glancing down at the item in Lingxiu's hands, Huaiyu raised an eyebrow. "What is this?" Chapter 23. With a tremor of apprehension, she handed over the invitation, and Lingxiu remarked, "You need not bother to remove his garments. We may now enter the Jiang residence." Huaiyu, taken aback, examined the invitation and exclaimed, "Is there such a delightful turn of events?" "Indeed," Lingxiu nodded, her eyes sparkling with joy. "It appears that young Master Jiang holds you in great regard, having taken the liberty to extend an invitation solely to you. He must be eagerly anticipating your presence." While it was evident that he was indeed concerned for her, the notion of him eagerly awaiting her arrival seemed far-fetched to Huaiyu. If he truly yearned for her company, the invitation would have been delivered much earlier, rather than at this hour when she ought to have already departed from the manor. It was less a matter of young Master Jiang wishing for her presence, and more about him fulfilling someone else's request. After receiving the invitation, Huaiyu dragged the unconscious servant to a corner against the wall, then beckoned Lingxiu with a gesture. "Let us proceed." The dawn had yet to break, and the official road lay shrouded in a misty haze. Just as Lingxiu contemplated suggesting they procure a carriage, a lavish copper-roofed sedan chair glided into view, halting beside them. "Step inside." A jade-bone fan lifted the curtain, revealing the charismatic visage of Lu Jingxing. Huaiyu chuckled. "I was under the impression you had overslept." As he reached out to assist her in, Lu Jingxing retorted, "My dear lady, with all the commotion, we have already arrived at the hour of the pig. What need is there for slumber?" At his words, Lingxiu nearly lost her grip on the carriage's yoke, almost tumbling down. "Be cautious," Huaiyu admonished, steadying her, before casting a disapproving glance at Lu Jingxing. "Speak with more decorum." "Ah, but it is the truth," Lu Jingxing persisted, playfully refusing to release the curtain, his phoenix-like eyes shimmering with mischief. "Did we not toil over selecting jewelry and garments until this hour?" Last night, Huaiyu had intended to return promptly, but the garments in his shop were ill-fitting. With no time to create new ones, Lu Jingxing had to alter the dresses to her measurements, a task that consumed several hours. Naturally, with such assistance, Huaiyu could not simply excuse herself and depart. She had to endure the process alongside him, thus they found themselves lingering until the pig hour. Lingxiu exhaled a sigh of relief. "Now I understand." Lu Jingxing, with a smile, lowered the curtain and turned to Huaiyu, who was seated across from him. "Are you fully prepared?" "Indeed," Huaiyu affirmed, her gaze intense. "Upon arrival, we shall part ways." "Shall I await your return?" "No need. My father will be present." Nodding, Lu Jingxing opened his fan and grinned. "Should any complications arise, remember to head west." Lingxiu and Zhao Kai, perched on the carriage yoke outside, overhearing their conversation, assumed they were merely discussing Miss Bai Si's appearance at the Jiang residence, and thought little of it. However, Huaiyu understood that Lu Jingxing was expressing concern for her safety in seeking Qing Si, thus arranging to meet her in the west should she encounter any trouble. The birthday banquet for the young master of the Jiang family was hardly a matter of grave importance. Her substantial efforts to attend were motivated not only by a desire to spare Lingxiu's feelings but also by a more pressing objective, to ascertain the whereabouts of Qing Si. If Qing Si was indeed in Jiang Xuanjin's possession and not confined within a prison, she must be hidden somewhere within the Jiang residence. Seizing this opportunity, Huaiyu and Lu Jingxing had devised a plan to act separately, each diligently searching the estate. As the horses' hooves clopped rhythmically, the party finally arrived at their destination just before the hour of the rabbit. The dawn had broken, and the entrance to the Jiang residence was bustling with a throng of guests, numerous sedan chairs and carriages scattered about. Upon disembarking, Huaiyu's eyes were drawn to a towering stone slab stationed beside the gate. It was an unrefined jade stone, its sunlit face polished to a smooth sheen, upon which 4 characters were elegantly inscribed: "Generations of Loyalty." This was penned by her late father, who had commanded it to be transported here by 8 horses, to signify his esteem for the Jiang family. The Jiang family had indeed lived up to expectations. The eldest son, Jiang Chong, distinguished himself in martial exploits, while the second son, Jiang Shen, excelled in literary pursuits. As for the third son, he was remarkable in his own right, having entered politics at the age of 16, and was now renowned as the Ziyang Jun, having personally eliminated the long-standing scourge of the realm, the Danyang princess. With a subtle smile, Huaiyu averted her gaze and followed Lu Jingxing through the main entrance. The day promised a multitude of guests. Jiang Chong, accompanied by Jiang Yan, stood at the entrance to receive them, extending courteous greetings. Congratulations, congratulations. Likewise, likewise. Please, come inside. Young Master Jiang, your demeanor is truly impressive. The Jiang family is indeed blessed with talent, haha. Too kind, please, do enter. As Jiang Yan followed his father, engaging in customary exchanges, he bore no trace of impatience on his countenance, though internally he was utterly exasperated. Such empty pleasantries were devoid of meaning, yet he was compelled to endure them without revealing a hint of his displeasure. He could not discern whether today was a celebration of his birth or a day of judgment. In the midst of his vexation, two individuals approached. Manager Lu, Jiang Chong greeted with a bow. Your esteemed presence is a rare honor. The general is being modest, Lu Jingxing replied with a smile, returning the gesture. It is my privilege to be invited. Not at all, Jiang Chong replied courteously, yet he noted the absence of Jiang Yan's reply. Slightly puzzled, he turned to see his son staring blankly at Lu Jingxing's side. What could be so captivating? Following his gaze, Jiang Chong was taken aback. What a splendidly graceful maiden. Her demeanor was gentle, yet she exuded a presence that rivaled that of the gentleman beside her. Meeting his gaze, she composedly inclined her head, performing her greeting. General, greetings. Young Master Jiang, greetings. With her head slightly bowed and her posture dignified, Jiang Chong felt compelled to commend her. And who might this be, he inquired, accepting the invitation card handed to him by her maid, his eyes brightening as he read it. Jiang Yan, having not seen the card, noticed his father suddenly lapse into silence and, fearing he had committed some faux pas, quickly regained his composure and bowed. Please, both of you, do come inside. Huaiyu inclined her head and offered a faint smile before proceeding inward alongside Lu Jingxing. You truly excel at maintaining appearances, Lu Jingxing murmured, his fan unfurling as he pouted. You present yourself so impeccably. Huaiyu, walking gracefully, chuckled, revealing her canines. Do you think I was raised in ignorance? Though she was not one to adhere strictly to conventions, it did not imply a lack of knowledge. She was acutely aware of when to conduct herself appropriately. Jiang Yan glanced at the retreating figures, pondering the beauty of the peony adorning her gown, having seldom encountered anyone capable of carrying such a vibrant design. Jiang Chong observed him and suddenly inquired, Did you send an invitation specifically to Miss Bai Si? At the mention of this, Jiang Yan's expression darkened. My uncle instructed me to deliver it. I have done so, whether she attends or not is of no concern to me. Jiang Chong paused, glancing at his son, then at the invitation card he held of this child. Did he truly not recognize that the lady he had just encountered was none other than her? Chapter 24 How I Long to See You. Jiang Yan, of course, did not recognize her. The last time he had seen Bai Zhuji was 4 years ago. Moreover, the world knew that Bai Zhuji had been foolish for many years, yet the young lady before him was anything but foolish. Jiang Chong regarded his son with a complex gaze, unsure of his own thoughts. He accepted the invitation but remained silent. Thus, Jiang Yan entertained guests for 2 hours, and when he did not see Miss Bai Si arrive, his spirits soared, even humming a little tune on his way to change clothes. As he passed through the corridor, someone called out to him, but he turned around and, upon seeing the figure by the pond, smiled and ran over. Uncle, Zhang Xianjin, draped in a cloak, had not yet fully recovered from his illness but was mostly back to his former vitality. His ink-dark eyes swept across Jiang Yan's face, and he furrowed his brow slightly. Miss Bai Si did not come. Immediately, Jiang Yan straightened his posture and tightened his expression. I assure you, I delivered the invitation, uncle. If you do not believe me, you may verify it with the Bai residence. No matter when it was delivered, it was certainly sent. After scrutinizing him for a moment, Zhang Xianjin waved his sleeve. The ceremony is about to commence. You should go change. Understood, Jiang Yan replied and dashed away. Zhang Xianjin gazed thoughtfully at the rippling surface of the pond. He had anticipated that the Bai family might not bring her along, which was why he had instructed Jiang Yan to deliver the invitation personally. He had not expected it to fall through. In this case, the betrothal between her and Yan'er might truly be at risk. Well, Bai Zhuji was not exactly a suitable choice for a niece-in-law. His assistance was merely an attempt to fulfill his late sister-in-law's wishes. Since that could not be realized, so be it. With this thought, his heart felt considerably lighter. As he relaxed his brow, Zhang Xianjin turned to head towards the front courtyard. However, as he did, a sudden gust of wind swept towards him. Finally caught you. A familiar presence enveloped him boldly, crossing over from the side without hesitation, wrapping her arms around his waist with a sweet and honeyed tone. I've missed you so much. His expression darkened. Zhang Xianjin swiftly pushed her away. Insufferable, Li Huaiyu stepped back a couple of paces, completely disregarding his resistance, and looked up at him with a grin that made her eyes disappear. It's been 2 days since we last met. Did you miss me? Zhang Xianjin regarded her coldly. Oh dear, I was merely inquiring after you. Why are you so quick to anger? Huaiyu blinked innocently, twirling around in front of him while lifting her skirt, playfully asking, how do I look? Only then did Zhang Xianjin notice how markedly different she appeared from before. Not only was she adorned with exquisite jewelry, but this dress. His gaze fell upon the patterns on her skirt, and Zhang Xuanjin's expression darkened. Peony. Li Huaiyu raised an eyebrow, following his gaze to look down. What about the peony? This design is the finest peony of the Yaoqi Spring Dawn, the very best. Zhang Xianjin frowned, his expression peculiar, and after a long silence, he finally stated, it's truly ugly. Her face fell, and Huaiyu replied, I searched high and low to find you, just hoping to hear you say it looks nice. Why must you be so unlikable? The person before her sneered, if I am unlikable, then you need not like me. As soon as the words left his lips, he nearly bit his own tongue. How absurd, after merely a few days of interaction, how had he become as shameless as her? What sort of words were these, speaking of likes and dislikes? Yet Huaiyu found it amusing, covering her mouth with her sleeve as she giggled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I want tea, I insist on clinging to you. Grinding his teeth, Zhang Xianjin turned on his heel and walked away without looking back. Hey, Huaiyu hurriedly chased after him. Where are you going? If I recall correctly, this is the Zhang family's inner courtyard, he retorted angrily. Even if the guests are welcomed, entering uninvited is still a breach of etiquette. Rubbing her ears, Huaiyu replied, I've been rude more than once. Haven't you gotten used to it yet? As they continued forward, passing through the moon gate, they could already faintly hear the lively sounds of the front courtyard. Zhang Xianjin halted, casting a cold glance back at her. Step aside. Huaiyu looked at him innocently. If you're here, where should I go? Wherever you please, just do not follow me. After all, she was still Yennere's nominal fiancée. What would others think if they saw her clinging to him like this? Huaiyu pouted. The Zhang residence is so vast, I might get lost wandering about. If I can't find my way back, will you come to my rescue? Dream on. Zhang Xianjin brushed his sleeve and strode out through the moon gate. Huaiyu stood still, her watery eyes dimming the moment he turned away. Once he had completely vanished beyond the moon gate, she let out a sigh of relief and immediately turned to continue toward the back courtyard. Today was indeed the moment when the guards of the Zhang family's back courtyard were at their most lax. With many people in the front courtyard, the servants were all busy assisting, leaving only a few guards by the sides of the moon gate. There was hardly anyone else to be seen along the way. Thus, she crouched low, following the directions Lu Jingxing had given her, twisting and turning until she finally located Zhang Xianjin's quarters. Observing the guards at the entrance, Huaiyu patiently took a detour and quietly scaled the wall to sneak inside. With the sun high in the sky, the Zhang residence was bustling with activity. In the front courtyard, there were numerous people standing and sitting, engaged in friendly exchanges. Lu Jingxing smiled as he bid farewell to the 20th person attempting to ingratiate himself, lightly glancing towards the main hall. Zhang Xianjin, clad in a robe of azure brocade, bore intricate silver embroidery. From a distance, the design resembled soaring cranes, and upon closer inspection, it revealed clusters of vibrant silver bamboo, truly exquisite. However, in stark contrast to his attire, the man known as the Prince of Xiang was rather dull and uninteresting. Regardless of who approached him with conversation, he maintained an expression of calm indifference, merely nodding slightly in politeness. Even when the celebrated Miss Qi, renowned as the first beauty of the capital, approached to pay her respects, he did not spare her a glance. Lu Jingxing began to suspect that the man might be harboring some hidden ailment. Just as he was pondering this, Li Huaiyu returned, approaching him with poised grace. She smiled before muttering through clenched teeth, Goodness, the guards at that shabby quarters are even stricter than the ones at my former palace. Initially, she had thought the guards outside were lax and that she could sneak in for a closer look, but as soon as she approached Zhang Xianjin's quarters, she had startled the hidden guards, nearly tumbling head over heels in her flight. It was truly infuriating. Lu Jingxing chuckled, extending a cup of tea to her. What is the hurry? There is still plenty of time. After taking a sip of the tea he handed her, Huaiyu inadvertently lifted her gaze, only to lock eyes with Zhang Xianjin. As their gazes met, she immediately flashed him a radiant smile. Hey, Zhang Xianjin's previously calm expression stiffened, and he shot her a disdainful glance before turning his head away. Oh, Lu Jingxing remarked, surprised. It seems this person can display other expressions after all. What does other expressions even mean? Hearing this, Huaiyu raised her sleeve to cover her face. I could provoke a vibrant display of emotions from him. Would you like to see? Chapter 25 of the Marriage of Lord Xiang. Lu Jingxing naturally had thoughts of his own, and as he snapped his fan against his palm, he was about to voice his agreement. However, before the word good could escape his lips, the crowd around him began to stir. Hey, here they come. Truly deserving of the Zhang family's lineage, just look at their poise and demeanor. They are indeed unlike ordinary folk. Compliments erupted, and everyone turned their gaze towards the stone path leading to the main hall. At the end of the path, Zhang Yan approached with confident strides. Clad in a red embroidered garment with golden collar, ebony boots, and a red belt adorned with jade, he cinched his white brocade robe, accentuating his fine physique. Even with his inky hair casually tied at the back, he exuded an extraordinary presence, reminiscent of a dragon among phoenixes. The Zhang family's fortune is indeed remarkable. Every child they raise is strikingly charming, Lu Jingxing remarked with a smile. Li Huaiyu nodded in agreement. That is indeed the truth. Zhang Yan was considered the most accomplished among the younger generation of the Zhang family, and his close bond with Zhang Xianjin led many admirers to extol the virtues of this uncle-nephew pair. They would wax poetic, proclaiming, the twin jewels of the Zhang estate, Yan and Jia, the dreams we cherish shall not be in vain, so sentimental that it could raise goosebumps on one's skin. Yet, as sentimental as it was, it resonated with many young ladies of the capital. As Zhang Yan made his way towards Zhang Xianjin, the young ladies in attendance blushed with excitement, especially Bai Xianshu, who stood at the forefront of the hall. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly anticipated a glance from him. Having already greeted the elders of the Zhang family, she stood alongside Bai Dezhong, embodying the stature of a half-hostess. Upon seeing Zhang Yan approach, Bai Xianshu maintained an air of composure, casting her gaze elsewhere while stealing glances at him, hoping for a fleeting moment of attention. However, Zhang Yan was intent on performing the hair-tying ceremony for his uncle, his eyes fixed solely on Zhang Xianjin, oblivious to the rest. The time is just right, Zhang Cheng said, extending a jade crown and a brocade hairband to Zhang Xianjin. Once the ceremony is complete, I shall invite father to commence the banquet. Zhang Xianjin nodded, accepting the items and stepping before Zhang Yan. The hair-tying ceremony was a rite of passage for young men in the Northern Wei dynasty upon reaching the age of 18, conducted by the highest-ranking uncle or elder, signifying their transition from childhood to adulthood. Among the uncles of the Jiang family, the highest in status was naturally Jiang Xianjin. Huaiyu leaned in to observe as he meticulously styled Jiang Yan's hair and adorned him with the jade crown, suddenly recalling her own coming-of-age ceremony. When the late emperor passed, she was merely 12 years old, and by the time she was 15, the only uncle in the royal family had met his demise at her hands. Thus, it was Jiang Xianjin who performed her hair-tying ceremony. At that time, he had appeared stern, his youthful face as rigid as an elderly courtier, wielding the jade hairpin with an unsteady grip that caused her to wince in pain. Yet now, he seemed adept at the task, his touch gentle and steady. With a slight pout, Li Huaiyu rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that it was no surprise he held her in such disdain. The hair-tying ceremony concluded swiftly, and the elder Jiang emerged to commence the banquet, prompting guests to take their seats. Bai Dezhang led by Xianshu directly to the head table. So, this is the second Miss Bai? Zhang Laotai looked at Bai Xianshu with a kind smile. You've grown into a fine young lady. Bai Xianshu respectfully curtsied. I have the honor of meeting Elder Jiang. Very well, please take your seat, Zhang Laotai said. Once we finish our lunch, I shall have Yen accompany you for a stroll in the garden. Filled with joy, Bai Xianshu quickly agreed, yes. With the elder's nod of approval, she felt assured that her marriage would indeed come to fruition. She lowered her head, modestly suppressing a smile, but her hand gripping the handkerchief trembled with excitement. After years of longing for this moment, it was finally within her grasp. Jiang Xianjin remained quietly engaged in his meal, seemingly indifferent to the exchange. However, during a brief pause, he glanced towards the direction of the fourth Miss Bai. Li Huaiyu, seated alongside Lu Jingxing at the central table, could hardly contain herself at the sight of the exquisite dishes laid before her, having endured meager fare at the Bai residence. Her chopsticks danced with agility, swiftly navigating among the delicacies. Lu Jingxing, with a resigned smile, fanned her gently, exclaiming, You never used to relish meat this much. If you had eaten nothing but plain porridge and cabbage for days, you would have craved meat like I do, Huaiyu retorted with a huff. The daughters of the Bai family are treated like mere shadows. With a sympathetic glance, Lu Jingxing used his chopsticks to serve her some meat. Returning his gaze, Jiang Xianjin coldly mused that the rapport between the two seemed quite extraordinary, as if they had known each other for years. Should the union between Bai Zhuji and Jiang Yan fall through, she could easily find herself wed to the Lu family instead. Truly, she would not suffer any losses. Beside them, Jiang Xinshan was merrily indulging in his meal when he suddenly felt a chill beside him. Third brother, he asked in confusion, why do you appear so glum again? Jiang Xianjin continued to eat, I am not. His demeanor was calm, his eyes steady. He hardly resembled someone in a foul mood. Jiang Shan scrutinized him closely and commented, ever since the funeral of the Grand Princess, you've been acting rather strangely. I doubt I am the only one who feels this way. What do you think, brother? Jiang Chom, having been called out, cast a glance at Jiang Xianjin and nodded, there is certainly something amiss. See, he just admitted it, Jiang Shan laughed, setting his chopsticks down. Is it because Yen is about to marry, while you remain unaccompanied, that you are feeling anxious? With a darkened expression, Jiang Xianjin replied tersely, I have no intention of marrying. Nonsense. Zhang Laotai interjected sharply. Previously, you claimed to be preoccupied with important matters and uninterested in settling down. Now that everything has been resolved, do you truly wish to extinguish the incense of our family that I have painstakingly nurtured? Jiang Xianjin remained silent. Zhang Laotai, slightly irritated, continued, you have never given me a moment's worry throughout your life. Must you now complicate matters with your marriage? Father, please calm down, Jiang Chong interjected. To speak frankly, there are very few women in the capital who are worthy of my third brother. If he has yet to encounter a suitable match, we cannot simply force one upon him. Better to force a match than to extinguish our lineage. Seeing the elder's rising temper, Jiang Shan hastily reassured, do not fret, father. Just a few days ago, I visited a temple and had a fortune told for third brother. The oracle proclaimed that his auspicious star is stirring, and good fortune is on the horizon. Upon hearing this, Jiang Laotai's spirits lifted. Is that so? More genuine than gold, Jiang Shan chuckled. Rest assured, third brother is always resolute. Let him decide his own matrimonial fate. In other families, it would be customary to heed parental commands and matchmakers' advice, yet Jiang Xianjin had always been exceptionally obedient, excelling in all endeavors, and later received the title of Lord Ziyang, bringing glory to his family. Such a child, Jiang Laotai thought, should not be overly pressured. Even if he chose to marry a beggar from the streets, he would still celebrate the occasion with great fanfare. Chapter 26. The fourth fool of the Bai family. After the midday meal, it was time to wander aimlessly around the estate. Numerous guests strolled through the Jiang residence, and Li Huaiyu and Lu Jingxing seized the opportunity to split up and explore further. While Jiang Xuanjin's quarters were off limits, leaving a person alone in the estate surely meant that the servants would have some knowledge of the goings-on. Thus, Huaiyu lifted her skirt and sought to catch a servant, hoping to extract some information. However, as she passed by a rocky outcrop in the back garden, she unexpectedly encountered Jiang Yan. The young master of the Jiang family appeared to be hiding from someone, and upon seeing her, he was startled. Once he recognized her, a look of delight crossed his face. What a surprise to see you here. Huaiyu smiled. What brings you here, young master? Standing up straight, Jiang Yan replied somewhat bashfully, just taking a stroll. This fib held little weight in the presence of a master deceiver, yet Huaiyu chose not to expose him. Instead, she rose on her toes to survey her surroundings. Outside the rockery, Bai Xuanji wore a puzzled expression, searching for something while cradling a cup of tea in her hands. With a raised eyebrow, Huaiyu whispered, "Isn't that the young lady from the Bai family?" Jiang Yan glanced at her with a hint of embarrassment and nodded. "Yes, she is the young lady of the Bai family. The fourth miss was supposed to come, but for some reason, she is here instead. My grandfather asked me to accompany her in the garden." "The fourth miss?" Surprised, Huaiyu glanced at him, then down at herself, suddenly raising her sleeve to cover her lips, laughter glinting mischievously in her eyes. "I've heard that you have a betrothal to the fourth Miss Bai." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan grew flustered. "I do not acknowledge it." "Oh? And why is that?" After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yan sighed. "Who would wish to marry a fool? The engagement was arranged before I was even born. I knew nothing of it, so why should I be compelled to accept it?" Tapping her chin thoughtfully, Huaiyu nodded. "That is a valid point, but what if the fourth Miss Bai is not a fool? Even if she is not a fool, I still wouldn't want to marry her." Jiang Yan frowned. When it comes to one's own marriage, it is best to have the autonomy to decide. Unable to restrain her applause, Huaiyu chuckled. "Young master, you have truly mastered the domineering spirit of the Prince of Xiang." Mention of his uncle sparked admiration in Jiang Yan's eyes as he remarked, "My uncle is indeed remarkable. I wish I could be as self-determined as he is." "Oh?" Huaiyu replied with a playful smile. "Surely, the Prince of Xiang cannot control every aspect of his life. His position is rather lofty." Children raised in the Jiang household were exceedingly innocent, having never encountered someone as cunning as Li Huaiyu. Upon hearing her question his uncle, Jiang Yan retorted without hesitation, "My uncle truly is the master of his affairs. He never makes mistakes, which is why my grandfather never intervenes. I have heard many praise the Prince of Xiang for his governance, but I have not heard any commendation of that sort. If you do not believe me, feel free to ask anyone in the estate." Jiang Yan replied confidently. "For instance, my uncle's ink residence is one that no one dares to enter. Even my father and second uncle must seek permission. If the elders of the Jiang family are not allowed to enter the courtyard freely, who could possibly take charge of his affairs?" Filled with astonishment, Huaiyu clasped her hands to her heart. "Is it truly that formidable? If no one can enter the ink residence, does it mean it is filled with traps and such?" Noticing her expression, Jiang Yan felt a swell of pride. "It's not that no one can enter. Recently, some have been brought in. My uncle's standing is esteemed, and there are many who wish him harm, so having more defenses in the courtyard is only sensible." "How impressive!" Huaiyu exclaimed, her face alight with admiration, akin to an innocent maiden. A blush crept onto Jiang Yan's cheeks as he glanced at her, then cleared his throat, directing his gaze elsewhere. "If you are interested, I could take you to see it from a distance." "That would not be necessary. It would be inappropriate to disturb the Prince of Xiang." Huaiyu smiled. "I merely find the ink residence rather mysterious based on what you've described. What sort of individuals are sent there?" Upon mentioning this, Jiang Yan immediately fell silent, his gaze shifting. "May I inquire your esteemed name, miss?" With such a swift change of topic, Huaiyu felt almost certain Cheng Si must indeed be within the ink residence. Clenching her fists within her sleeves, she maintained her composure and continued to smile. "I fear that revealing it may frighten you." Jiang Yan was taken aback, observing her elegant attire and surmising she hailed from a prominent family. Yet, he quickly realized there were no families larger than the Jiang family in the court who could possibly frighten him, thus, he smiled confidently. "Speak freely, I assure you, I shall not be frightened." "Very well." Huaiyu offered a slight smile, lifting her skirt to perform a perfectly executed greeting. "I am Bai Zhuji, the fourth miss of the Bai family." "It is an honor to meet you, young master." Jiang Yan was momentarily rendered speechless. The young lady before him, radiating nobility, was indeed the fourth Miss Bai, the very fool rumored to be betrothed to him, whom he had just disparaged. "You," his eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, "how can you be the fourth Miss Bai?" She seemed nothing of the sort. Huaiyu beamed as she relished the young master's astonishment, then sighed melodramatically. "I too wish I were not, yet I am indeed the fourth Miss Bai. I fear I have disappointed you." Jiang Yan's expression morphed through a spectrum of colors, his gaze fixed on her with a strange intensity, rendered speechless by the awkwardness of the situation. What could be more mortifying than speaking ill of someone only to have them reveal their identity? The young master stuttered in his defense, "What I meant was not that at all. I merely detest the marriages imposed by elders. I bear no ill will towards you." "Is that so?" Huaiyu replied, her eyes downcast, feigning heartbreak. "You need not comfort me, I am well aware of the rumors surrounding the fourth Miss Bai. It is only natural that you would not be fond of me." "No. Not at all." "Then what is it?" She pretended to wipe away tears, her demeanor pitiful. Jiang Yan's face flushed crimson, and the usually eloquent young master was rendered as tongue-tied as a fool, anxiously insisting, "You are wonderful." "You are not a fool, your dress is lovely, and you are quite beautiful." Unable to contain herself, Li Huaiyu burst into laughter. Seeing her smile, Jiang Yan sighed with relief. As he caught sight of her sparkling almond eyes, his ears tinged with a faint blush. Just as he was about to say something more, a voice suddenly called out from beyond the rockery, "Young master?" Startled, Jiang Yan instinctively sought to hide. However, the voice's owner was astute and confirmed his presence behind the rockery, cheerfully adding, "The old master is displeased. He requests your presence at the pavilion." After all the effort he had taken to arrange a meeting with the second Miss Bai, to have her slip away to who knows where, how could the old master not be incensed? Jiang Yan felt a surge of dread, glancing at Huaiyu with resignation. I must go. Take care, young master. Huaiyu curtsied in farewell but then called out, Cheng Su. Chapter 27 of the cost of sacrificing the child to capture the wolf. Just as Cheng Su was about to lead Jiang Yan back to report, he paused in surprise upon hearing a familiar voice, and chuckled, Miss Bai is also here? Yes, come over here quickly, I have something to discuss, Huaiyu said with a beaming smile. Jiang Yan had already taken a few steps outside when he couldn't help but turn back curiously and ask, what do you need? The young master need not concern himself with that. It is more pressing for you to attend to the old master, she replied, just have Cheng Su come over. It appeared that Miss Bai and Cheng Su were acquainted. Jiang Yan said no more, gave Cheng Su a pat on the shoulder, and said, you go on. I shall make my way there myself. Understood, Cheng Su responded, watching him head towards the pavilion before he made his way around to the back of the artificial hill. What is it that you require? He asked, leaning against the rocks with an exaggerated expression of distress. Huaiyu, feigning pain, said, could you possibly ask your master to come and assist me? I've injured my foot. Cheng Su was taken aback, glancing down at her elevated right foot, scratching his head as he replied, you are injured, but surely we must inform the Bai residents. What use is it to summon my master? Fool. Huaiyu shot him an exasperated look. I snuck into Zhang's estate and have been hiding from the Bai family. If I am sent back to them now, my father would surely beat me half to death. I am already in a pitiful state, do you wish to take another half of my life? Cheng Su hesitated, but my master, he likely won't come. With her hands pressed together in supplication, Huaiyu pleaded, just tell him that my foot is severely injured, that the bone is broken, and implore him for assistance. After all, I have previously sought his help for medicine, have I not? Cheng Su, caught in a dilemma, replied, I can only try my best. I knew you were the best, she grinned. Hurry back and forth. I am truly in great pain. Casting a dubious glance at her foot, Cheng Su returned to the pavilion, leaning close to his master's ear to relay the situation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xianjin let out a cold laugh. Seeking his help for an injury, wasn't Lu Jingxing right beside her? What need had she of him? Will you go? Cheng Su asked quietly. Zhang Xianjin wanted to flatly refuse, yet found sitting idly in the pavilion with tea was rather dull. After a moment of silence, he stood up. I shall take a stroll, he told Cheng Su, you stay here and keep an eye on things. If Yenner tries to run off later, you must detain him. Yes, Cheng Su acknowledged, taking his leave after greeting the old master, and casually made his way towards the artificial hill. That troublemaker was groaning, oh dear, sprawled over the stones as if on the verge of death. Upon seeing him approach, her eyes brightened, I knew you would be concerned for me. Casting a glance at her foot, Zhang Xianjin inquired, how did you injure yourself? Huaiyu pouted, I twisted it. Without a word, Zhang Xianjin turned to leave. Hey. No, it's not just a twist, the bone is broken. She reached out toward him, grasping at the air, her lips quivering as she implored, I can't walk, you must help me. Stopping in his tracks, Zhang Xianjin turned back and remarked, you are quite the schemer. Who knows what ploy you are concocting now? He was well aware of her cautious nature. Huaiyu huffed, lifted her skirts, and pointed at her sock, revealing her ankle, which was a deep shade of purple, with several jagged cuts oozing dark blood. Zhang Xianjin was taken aback, frowning as he pulled down her skirt. What an inappropriate display. Were you not skeptical? She pouted. If I don't show you, how would you know how much it truly hurts? Looking around, he said in a low voice, I will summon a servant to carry you to the guest room. Absolutely not. Huaiyu protested, I am still an unmarried young lady. How could I allow a servant to carry me? If anyone is to carry me, it must be you. That is out of the question, Zhang Xianjin replied. With so many people around today, we would surely be seen, and your reputation as an unmarried young lady would be utterly tarnished. So it wasn't that he was unwilling to carry her, but rather that he feared being seen? Huaiyu was taken aback, looking up at this prince of purple sun with surprise, momentarily forgetting to feign distress. Meeting her gaze, Zhang Xianjin slightly turned his head away, have a servant carry you, or walk to the guest room on your own. Choose one. I choose neither. Grabbing his arm, Huaiyu stubbornly declared, you must carry me. Her demeanor was somewhat domineering, and Zhang Xianjin felt a headache coming on. Had he known, he wouldn't have come. She was indeed like a stubborn piece of gum, sticking to him tenaciously, making it difficult to shake off. Of course, to bind him to her, she was employing the most desperate of tactics. How could she easily let him go? Huaiyu tightened her grip on his arm, resolutely refusing to release him. The two were at an impasse, unsure of how to proceed, when suddenly, shouts from the servants outside broke the silence. The courtyard is flooding. Please, everyone, move to the front courtyard. Distinguished guests, this way, please. The Zhang estate's courtyard had no water, yet many wooden and bamboo items were scattered about. With so many guests today, it was inevitable that something had caught fire. Zhang Xianjin frowned upon hearing this, but Huaiyu's face lit up with glee. This was indeed divine intervention. Did you hear? Everyone is heading to the front courtyard. Once they are all gone, you can carry me back to your room, she urged, gesturing with her chin. The quicker, the less likely anyone will see us. Absurd. Jiang Xianjin frowned. Carrying you is already a fanciful notion. You wish to enter my quarters as well? Otherwise, in the guest room, I would be a stranger in a strange land, and you surely wouldn't stay to accompany me. I would be terrified. Huaiyu said, her eyes welling with tears. You, of all people, should know that I have shared a bed with you. How can you be so heartless as to leave me to my fate? Enough. Not enough, she continued, growing increasingly pitiable. I like you so much. When I see you, I never even consider things like reputation or propriety. I just want you to treat me kindly, yet here you are, leaving me to suffer while scolding me. Woe is me. Are you speechless? Feeling guilty, the illustrious Prince of Purple Sun cannot compare to a mere girl like me. You see how much you detest me. Have I not always treated you well? One should be kind. When one sees injustice, one should step in to help, to save lives, and to heal the wounded. They say that daughteress chambers are off limits. You are not a daughter, so what is there to prevent you from entering? I have no other intentions. I simply feel safer in your domain that if you refuse even this small request, then I must have been foolish to have liked you. Unable to bear it any longer, Jiang Xianjin shot her a glare, lowered himself, and abruptly swept her into his arms. Huaiyu gasped in surprise, immediately wrapping her arms around his neck, staring at him as if he were a ghost. I wanted you to carry me. Fanciful thinking. Casting her a cold look, Jiang Xianjin strode forward, carrying her out. The guests of the estate were all moving towards the front courtyard, and as they exited through the moon gate on the left side of the garden, they encountered no one along the way. Huaiyu lay in his arms, her heart racing. Finally, she had the chance to see inside Moju. Chapter 28. Stubborn yet soft-hearted Jiang Xianjin moved swiftly, remarkably steady in his embrace, while Li Huaiyu, inhaling the faint fragrance of sandalwood wafting from him, felt herself on the verge of slumber. Master! A chorus of voices greeted him, their loudness startling her awake with a shiver. Upon opening her eyes, she realized they had arrived outside the main entrance of the Mo residence. The man carrying her hesitated momentarily, as if pondering something. Noticing this, Huaiyu let out a pained cry. What is it? Jiang Xianjin furrowed his brow in confusion. With tears welling in her eyes, Li Huaiyu responded, What do you think? My foot hurts. Jiang Xianjin bit his lip, silently letting out a sigh before finally carrying her through the courtyard gates. Huaiyu craned her neck to survey the surroundings. When she had come earlier in the morning, she had barely crossed the outer courtyard wall before being discovered, leaving her with no chance to appreciate the layout of the estate. A quick glance revealed pavilions and towers arranged in harmonious disorder. Although merely one courtyard of a residence, it was exquisitely crafted, with eaves elegantly designed, prompting her to applaud in admiration. Lord Xiang, the ruler of the Xiang region, was expected to reside within his fief. Much like other lords, however, the late emperor had favored Jiang Xianjin greatly, granting him a territory but allowing him to remain in the capital, and trusting him with numerous affairs of state. Thus, Jiang Xianjin had resided in the capital for over 20 years. This Mo residence was arguably his true stronghold. Observing his direction, Huaiyu tugged insistently at his clothing, gasping, Whoa, Jiang Xuanjin's expression darkened. Are you seeking death? Did she take him for a horse? Startled, Li Huaiyu quickly released her grip, smoothing the creases of his garment in a soothing manner. I was merely caught in a moment of desperation. Please do not be angry. I simply wish to inquire where you intend to place me. He was heading towards the leftmost pavilion, which appeared to serve as a guest quarters. Jiang Xianjin squinted at her. Bringing you here has been an act of unparalleled kindness. Do you still wish to enter the main building? It is not that I must go to the main building, but if you leave me here, you must stay with me. Dream on. Jiang Xianjin ascended to the second floor of the guest quarters, unceremoniously depositing her onto the bed, then turning to instruct a servant, fetch the physician from the estate. With a pout, Huaiyu nestled into the soft bedding, refraining from further protest and obediently holding onto the quilt, her injured leg dangling over the edge. Once Jiang Xianjin ensured her comfort, he intended to depart. However, just as he turned, a thought struck him. Injuring your leg, has this trip not been in vain? Noting her splendid attire, it was clear she had intended to contest for a marriage with Yenner. Yet now, it seemed she could do nothing but lay here, while the old man was still busy arranging Yenner's match with Miss Bai. At his words, Huaiyu let out a long sigh. Perhaps this is fate. One cannot force what is not meant to be. She cast her gaze downward, her tone heavy with sorrow. What can I do? No matter how beautifully I dress, my father still believes I bring shame to the Bai family. That is indeed quite shameful. Jiang Xianjin nodded in agreement. The Bai family, known for their strict decorum, must be reeling from the presence of such a rebellious daughter. His remark was tinged with teasing. He knew Miss Bai possessed a thick skin and would hardly take offense, thus he spoke plainly. However, to his surprise, the woman before him flushed with emotion upon hearing his words. I too feel quite ashamed. With a bitter smile, Li Huaiyu lowered her head, her voice laced with nasal tones. My mother passed away early, and I was bullied throughout my childhood. I thought things would improve as I grew older, yet here I am, having been foolishly harmed for 3 years. Just as I managed to recover, my marriage has been taken from me. Struggling to hold back tears, she could not suppress them any longer. Instead, she pulled out a handkerchief to feign wiping her eyes, her voice increasingly forlorn. Life has never been easy. I barely have enough to eat or wear, and now the only good marriage proposal has vanished. Who will care if I perish in the future? Jiang Xianjin frowned at her lament. When will you cease to lie so readily? Who is lying? She protested, glaring at him with discontent. This is all the truth. If you do not believe me, go ask at the Bai residence what Miss Bai eats on a daily basis. His gaze fell upon her attire and adornments, and Jiang Xuanjin's eyes darkened with contemplation. Huaiyu followed his line of sight, pouting. Do not doubt me, this outfit is from Shanghai Iju Pavilion, lent to me out of pity by manager Luo. Once today is over, I must return it. Is that truly the case? Jiang Xianjin half closed his eyes, his fingers fiddling with the prayer beads in his sleeve as he pondered whether to trust her. Alas, what is the use of discussing this with you? In your eyes, I am merely a reckless lunatic, living by deceit. Huaiyu turned away, staring despondently at the embroidered quilt. Earlier, it had been mentioned that children raised in the Jiang household were pure-hearted. Jiang Yan could hardly resist this cunning wolf in sheep's clothing, and Jiang Xianjin was not much better. Observing her pitiful demeanor, he hesitated yet again, feeling a twinge of sympathy. After all, she was merely a young woman, and despite her cunning, she had never caused him harm. Thus, Jiang Xianjin softened his tone. Rest well, when the physician arrives to tend to your wounds, I shall step out for a while. Where are you going? Huaiyu gazed at him with a sense of grievance, clutching the quilt. Did you not say that your marriage proposal was taken from you, and that your life has become even more difficult? Without turning back, Jiang Xianjin replied, I will help you reclaim it. Then, your debt of gratitude for the medicine shall be settled, and we shall be even. Even Huaiyu raised an eyebrow, thinking how peculiar Lord Xiang was. If he wished to assist, he should simply do so rather than seek an excuse. With a smile in her eyes, she looked at his retreating figure and obediently declared, I shall wait for your return. Without responding to her, Jiang Xianjin descended the stairs. As soon as he left, the waiting individuals ushered the physician into the room. Miss Forth, the attendant Fengjiang bowed respectfully, the master has instructed me to care for you. Please cooperate with the physician to tend to your injuries. A glance at the newcomer sent a jolt through Huaiyu. Earlier, she had inquired about whether Jiang Xianjin had only one guard. The silence of the previous attendant had now provided her with an answer. The individual before her, dressed similarly to the previous guard, sported a pair of daggers at his waist and moved with a lightness that suggested considerable martial prowess, undoubtedly another of Jiang Xuanjin's confidants. Dealing with one guard was already challenging. Now, with this addition, her attempts to influence Jiang Xianjin would prove exceedingly difficult. Chuckling nervously, Huaiyu remarked, I did not expect his lordship to value me so highly. Could he not treat her like an ordinary guest? Instead, he had sent a trusted aide to monitor her. What a grudge! Fengjiang nodded and, seeing the physician preparing to treat her, turned to exit without uttering another word. Huaiyu watched the physician's movements with a sense of melancholy. Her eye started, and she suddenly asked, Miss, is my injury serious? Chapter 29. I will help you retrieve your marriage. Qijin, a medical girl who had recently arrived at the Jiang residence for a year, was timid and bashful, having never ventured into the Mo residence before. When she heard the inquiry, she trembled slightly and timidly replied, there is no fracture, but it will hurt when walking. You'll need to apply medicine for a few days. Is that so? How wonderful! Huaiyu clapped her hands with a beaming smile and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Your medical skills are truly remarkable. Oh no, miss, you flatter me, Qijin said, lowering her head in modesty. However, I am not the type to sit still. I love to roam about freely. If I have to lie in bed for a few days, I would surely feel stifled. Huaiyu said, blinking her eyes and asking, is there any way I could get up? If this question were posed to others, they would likely advise her to remain still. Yet, the kind-hearted Qijin, seeing her pitiable state, pondered for a moment and replied, I have cared for many patients with leg injuries before, and I have fashioned a type of walking cane. If only one foot is injured, it can assist you in walking. Oh, Li Huaiyu showed interest. What does it look like? May I see it? Please wait a moment, miss. Swiftly, Qijin prepared the medicine and bandaged her properly before rising to find someone. In a short while, Yufeng brought over a cane. Ecstatic, Huaiyu immediately declared, I shall try it. Yufeng hesitated slightly. The master has instructed you to rest well. Oh, I'm merely going to try it. Taking the cane, Huaiyu gleefully stood on one foot and took a couple of steps in the room. Feeling it insufficient, she exclaimed, let us go downstairs to have a look. Her exuberant demeanor, akin to that of a child discovering treasure, prompted those nearby to share in her joy. Consequently, Qijin and Yufeng did not stop her, accompanying her downstairs to stroll around the courtyard. Truly, this palace of the monarchess is unparalleled. The flowers here are more fragrant than elsewhere. Taking a deep breath, Li Huaiyu wore an expression of delight. Seeing her so cheerful, Qijin smiled and replied, as long as the miss is at ease. Yufeng stood at a distance, occasionally glancing in their direction, yet imposing no restrictions. Thus, Huaiyu wandered about the Mo residence without care. Aside from the main building, there were 2 guest houses nearby, and further back, a row of side rooms, along with a well-equipped kitchen and storage. Beyond that, there was a wash basin, flanked by 2 or 3 bamboo huts and several plum trees, creating a serene ambience. However, as she leaned on the cane and attempted to venture further back, Yufeng called out, Miss, please halt. What is it? She paused, feigning innocence. Yufeng clasped his hands and said, I kindly request the miss to return to her quarters to rest. Is there a restriction on going back there? Huaiyu asked, her face displaying a hint of girlish jealousy. Could it be that the monarch is hiding a beauty in the golden chamber? Shaking his head earnestly, Yufeng replied, no, it is simply that you ought to rest. If the master returns and does not see you, he may feel displeased. His words implied that Jiang Xianjin held her in significant regard. Huaiyu pouted but did not persist. Obediently, she returned to the guest room's loft. However, as she ascended the stairs, she cheerfully turned to Qi and said, I have suddenly injured myself, and my companions are still waiting for me, so I cannot inform them. If it's not too much trouble, could you perhaps deliver a message for me? This was a minor task, and Qi readily agreed. Jiang Xianjin had gone to the front courtyard. The fire in the central courtyard was extinguished, and the steward was trembling as he apologized to the elder master. It is my negligence. Elder Jiang was quite displeased, speaking in a low voice. There are still many guests present. This is not the time for accountability. Go on and continue your duties. Yes. Bai Xuanji, standing beside Jiang Yan, nervously clutched her handkerchief and spoke softly. Many noble ladies have arrived today. I believe the recent incident must have startled them. I think it would be prudent to send some tea to comfort them, demonstrating the Jiang family's consideration. Her words were indeed sound and quite thoughtful. If spoken to another, she might earn a compliment of graciousness, yet Jiang Yan, upon hearing this, turned to glance at her, frowning. The matters of the Jiang family need not trouble Miss Bai. How could someone without even a stroke of ink in her name assume the role of the Jiang family as matriarch? Bai Xuanji was taken aback, her face flushing crimson, as she fumbled with her handkerchief, feeling thoroughly embarrassed. She had intended to take the opportunity to showcase herself, yet Jiang Xiaoyi had shown such lack of appreciation, leaving her no dignity. Jiang Xianjin, observing from the side, set his teacup on the stone table and said, Yen Uncle, Jiang Yan turned back. You and the steward should go and offer apologies to the elderly relatives who have traveled from afar. Upon hearing these words from him, Jiang Yan felt much more at ease, smiling as he clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Yes. Casting a final glance at Bai Xuanji, Jiang Xianjin added, there is a place in the residence where the begonia blooms splendidly. Would the second miss care to take a look? Very well. Knowing that Zhang Jun intended to divert her attention, Bai Xuanji had no choice but to comply, obediently exiting the tea room. Elder Jiang regarded Jiang Xianjin. Do you have something to say? Waving a hand to discreetly close the door, Jiang Xianjin said, the engagement between the Jiang and Bai families has been long established. Since Bai Yushi is visiting today, it would be prudent to take this opportunity to set a wedding date. It was a matter of establishing a wedding date, not renegotiating the marriage. Bai Dizong, seated nearby, appeared somewhat taken aback, glancing at him as he stroked his beard and said, I indeed wish to discuss this matter with the elder master and the Jiang family. Perfect. Jiang Xianjin continued, Yener has already obtained an official position, and Bai Si Xiajie will be turning 18 this year. Why not select a date this year to celebrate the union? Upon this declaration, Elder Jiang slammed his teacup onto the table, producing a crisp sound. Everyone paused, and Bai Dizong exchanged glances with Elder Jiang, understanding his stance. Thus, he clasped his hands to Jiang Xianjin. Your Highness, please allow me to speak. Please, go ahead. After contemplating for a moment, Bai Dizong said, I am grateful that your residence has not turned away my daughter, and you still wish to marry Bai Zhuji. The Jiang family is benevolent to such a degree. I cannot truly promise my foolish daughter to the young master. Zhuji has been simple-minded for 3 years, though she has recently shown some improvement, she has forgotten all etiquette and decorum. How could such a talented young master be burdened by her? Therefore, I implore you all to reconsider this marriage. Elder Jiang relaxed his brow, gripping his dragon-headed cane. The Jiang and Bai families have been friends for generations. If Bai Yushi does not wish to marry Si Xiajie, there must be other considerations. Indeed, Bai Dizong replied, I brought my second daughter, Xuanji, today to shamelessly suggest to the elder master that Xuanji has been well-versed in propriety since childhood and is at the right age for marriage. If Zhuji is unsuitable, she is indeed a diligent child. This was precisely what he had in mind. Elder Jiang felt pleased. He certainly did not wish for his precious grandson to marry a fool. If he could replace her with Bai Xiajie, it would be a fine match. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Xianjin interjected, fingering his prayer beads. The marriage between Yener and Si Xiajie was arranged by Jiang Qi, the matriarch, during her lifetime. Chapter 30 of the third young master is harboring a woman. The Jiang Qishir and the late Bai Fengshir of the Bai residence were close friends, their bond akin to that of handkerchiefs. It is precisely due to this closeness that Yener and the fourth miss were betrothed in childhood. Now that the fourth miss is no longer naive, having been substituted in marriage to Yener, would this not tarnish Jiang Qishir's reputation for trustworthiness? Jiang Xianjin turned to the old master. During her lifetime, Jiang Qishir managed the Jiang family for many years and bore a long grandson, her contributions being considerable. How can we so easily disregard her last wishes? It was rare to hear him speak so much. The usually distracted second young master Jiang shot him a surprised glance. Is this necessary? It is not even his marriage. Why does he seem so intent on having Jiang Yan marry the fourth miss? By the mention of the deceased Jiang Qishir cast a heavy pall over the room. Jiang Chong furrowed his brow and clasped his hands toward the old master. I have met the fourth miss Bai. She possesses elegance and grace, exuding remarkable nobility. To wed her would indeed be a blessing for Yener. Bai Dezhong was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. The general has met the fourth miss? Indeed, Jiang Chong nodded. Today, while receiving guests at the residence, despite her coming alone, the fourth miss Bai exhibited impeccable manners and decorum. Bai Zhuji has come to the Jiang residence? Bai Dezhong's face turned pale at the thought, wondering where she found such audacity to come unaccompanied. Surely, she couldn't have embarrassed the Bai family already. There is no need for Lord Bai to be so alarmed. Jiang Chong chuckled. I speak no exaggeration. The fourth miss is a paragon of beauty and has mastered the arts of etiquette and propriety, immediately captivating Yener. Oh? The old master Jiang was astonished. I was unaware of such a matter. There has been much to attend to today, and I have yet to report to father, Jiang Chong replied, but I assure you, I have not inflated my words. The Inspector Bai has underestimated this fourth miss. Bai Dezhong was momentarily stunned, recalling the sight of Bai Zhuji at the Bai residence, shuddering at the memory and shaking his head vigorously. Mastering etiquette and propriety, impossible. If that girl didn't turn the Jiang residence upside down, it would be a testament to the Bai family's good fortune. Hearing my elder brother's words, I am quite eager to meet this fourth Miss Bai, Jiang remarked with a smile. Did you not say she was coming to the Jiang residence? Let us send someone to invite her. Jiang Xianjin paused, his hand that held the prayer bead stiffening, his expression becoming somewhat strained. What purpose is there in meeting her now? We should first discuss the wedding date. But how can the two elders deliberate without having met her? This is a preordained marriage. Unless the fourth Miss has any objections, we should proceed to discuss the wedding date. Yet we must see the fourth Miss to ascertain her suitability, no? Jiang Shen raised an eyebrow, glancing at Jiang Xianjin, stroking his chin. Third brother seems rather peculiar today. Jiang Xianjin fell silent. Surely, he could not send someone to his Ink residence to fetch the fourth Miss, that would cause quite the commotion. Let it be as such, the old master declared. Shen'er, you shall lead someone to seek out the fourth Miss Bai. Very well, Jiang Shen rose with a smile, shaking his bamboo green robe as he cast a glance at Jiang Xianjin before departing. Jiang Xuanjin's hand within his sleeve tightened around the prayer beads, his knuckles turning white. Chang Su, he leaned slightly and whispered, find a way to bring the fourth Miss Bai here. Chang Su was inclined to protest that the second young master had already gone. What need was there for him? However, upon seeing his master's slightly tense jaw, he was taken aback. Could it be she was indeed at the Ink residence? Hurry, Jiang Xianjin cast a glance at him. Chang Su understood, slipping out silently, utterly bemused. The fourth Miss Bai was indeed formidable, having successfully persuaded his master to fetch her, and to the Ink residence at that day in his lifetime. He had never bowed to anyone apart from his master and now found himself wishing to pay homage to this fourth Mississippi. How extraordinary, how did she accomplish this? Chi Jin ventured westward and soon found the friend spoken of by the fourth Mississippi with a smile. He informed him that the fourth Miss Bai had sustained an injury and was resting at the Ink residence. Lu Jingxing folded his fan and smiled slightly. I see. Li Huaiyu had done all she could at this point, the rest was now in his hands. In the distance, a group of 10 servants emerged from the front hall, carrying tea, the leader glancing in his direction. Lu Jingxing nodded, and the man understood, leading his companions with heads bowed towards the Ink residence. Li Huaiyu reclined on the soft couch in the loft, glancing out the window at the courtyard below. Beyond the not particularly high courtyard walls, silhouettes were already lingering. Her eyes brightened, and she turned to survey her surroundings. Yufeng was standing guard outside, and since Qi Jin had yet to return, she was the only one in the room. Leaning on her cane, she descended and rummaged through a nearby low cabinet, retrieving a fire starter. This courtyard was heavily guarded, and the main building had several hidden guards. Unless she could draw them away, even if Lu Jingxing's people were capable, they wouldn't succeed. Gritting her teeth, she glanced at the incense burner beside her, placed it on the low table next to the soft couch, then opened the beast-shaped lid, lit the incense, and casually tossed the still smoldering fire starter to the ground. The loft was adorned with brocade carpets, and the fire starter, upon contact, did not ignite immediately. Li Huaiyu patiently held the fire starter to light it, and once the brocade carpet was ablaze, she placed the starter back on the ground and swiftly reclined back onto the soft couch, closing her eyes to feign sleep. The room was draped with numerous curtains, and the fire on the brocade carpet blazed as she had hoped, spreading to the sheets hanging beside the couch, thick smoke rising within moments. Sensing the fire had reached a sufficient intensity, Li Huaiyu propped herself up, bleary-eyed, and called out, "Help, help!" Outside, Yufeng had just perceived something was amiss when he heard her voice. Without a second thought, he pushed the door and rushed in, only to freeze in shock at the scene before him. Flames engulfed the floor, and the bedding was ablaze, thick smoke surrounding the fourth Miss Bai, as if she were on fire herself. Fourth Miss! Quick, save me, I cannot move my legs! Huaiyu cried desperately. Looking around, Yufeng tore down the curtain at the partition and swiftly beat at the flames. Ashes flew everywhere as the fire was extinguished, but Huaiyu could hardly breathe, coughing violently before falling silent. Yufeng grew anxious, stepping over the flames to carry her and leaped through the window. Chang Su hurriedly arrived at the Ink residence, pondering how to extricate the fourth Miss Bai without being seen, when suddenly, he heard a cacophony of screams. He looked up in astonishment to see Yufeng leaping down from the two-story guest loft, carrying a bundle of brocade, looking quite disheveled. At behind him, flames soared into the sky, attracting the attention of countless servants. Something terrible has happened. There's a fire again, the servants shouted as they scattered in panic. Chang Su snapped back to reality, frowning as he rushed into the courtyard. Upon recognizing who Yufeng was carrying, he felt darkness cloud his vision. This is serious. A servant who had rushed in with him to help extinguish the flames stared blankly at the girl on the ground, pausing for a moment before turning to flee, shouting as he ran, "The third young master is harboring a woman. The third young master is harboring a woman." The uproar was so loud that it instantly drowned out the cries of fire. Jiang residence erupted into chaos after a brief moment of stunned silence. Chapter 31, I. Marry her. For the usually heavily guarded Jiang residence, experiencing 2 fires in a single day was nothing short of a monumental event, likely to provoke the wrath of old Master Jiang, who would undoubtedly hang the steward up for questioning. However, upon hearing the cries of the household servants from behind, old Master Jiang loosened his grip on the steward's collar and, filled with joy, turned to the person beside him, exclaiming, "You've hidden someone in the house?" His tone was filled with uncontainable delight. Jiang Xianjin's face flushed a deep crimson. He gripped the fragrant sandalwood prayer beads in his hand so tightly that he nearly crushed them. He wanted to say, "I did not hide anyone." But uttering those words now would carry no credibility whatsoever, thus, he chose to remain silent, his silence tacitly acknowledging the accusation. Old Master Jiang was ecstatic, rising with his dragon-headed cane and looking at him, saying, "If you fancy a girl, bring her to me for a look." Am I to refuse entry to anyone? Why keep it a secret? It only invites gossip from the uninformed outside. Jiang Xianjin, renowned for his youthful fame and lofty position, was expected to have a harem of beautiful women. Yet, he was surprisingly ascetic, lacking even a concubine or a maid, leading some to speculate whether he harbored a hidden ailment or perhaps an inclination towards the same sex. Not only outsiders, but even old Master Jiang had worried about this, to the point of losing his appetite for a considerable time now. However, there was no need for concern. If he could hide a girl in the house, he surely had no issues. With joy evident on his brow, the old master turned to instruct, "Bring that girl to me at once." Afterward, he clasped his hands together in greeting to Bai Dizong, saying, "My dear relative, do not take offense. This is the first time my third son has brought a girl home. Naturally, I am eager to see her. The matters between our families can be." Chapter 32. She is bathed in blood. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Xianjin nearly spewed blood onto her face. What transpired last night? How could it possibly be a spur-of-the-moment decision, and why was there a need for an explanation? If memory served correctly, he had merely brushed against her calf, and nothing more. Yet in her narrative, it seemed as though he had committed some irrevocable act. Beside him, his elder brother Jiang Chom looked on with a particularly complex expression, his mouth opening and closing as though he were struggling to find the right words. Jiang Xianjin could easily discern his brother's thoughts and darkened his expression, shaking his head vehemently. "I did not, I assure you." Li Huaiyu dabbed at the non-existent tears at the corners of her eyes with her handkerchief, nodding earnestly. "You did not. It was all me. I was the one who foolishly nurtured unrequited feelings. I was the one who poured my heart into a fruitless endeavor. I was the one who misplaced my affections, regretting it for the rest of my life. It was me, it was all me." The final word was nearly a cry, laden with sorrow, unwillingness, and remorse. She cast a glance at Jiang Xianjin, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with 3 parts anger, yet 7 parts tumultuous affection, struggling, hesitating, and helpless. She reached out as if to touch the hem of his garment once more, but then hesitated, abruptly withdrawing her hand, turning her head away with a choked sob.to love yet be unable to hate yet be unwilling. She would willingly bear all the shame, only wishing for his happiness. Such a masterful performance left every onlooker in the front hall utterly astounded. What a love-stricken and unfortunate young lady she was. For a moment, even old Master Jiang felt a pang of compassion, thumping his dragon-headed cane onto the ground, glaring at Jiang Xianjin. "My Jiang family shall never raise an ungrateful wretch." But how had it come to be that he was deemed ungrateful? Jiang Xianjin stared at his father, whose face was flushed with righteous indignation, utterly bewildered. If memory served him right, he had come here today with the intention of accepting his fate. After all, it was only a matter of time before the truth came to light. He might as well take the initiative and marry this Miss Bai, thus silencing all those incessantly attempting to introduce young ladies to him. Moreover, as she had said, they had embraced and even kissed. He ought to take some responsibility. If someone were to be introduced into the backyard, Jiang Xianjin thought, it mattered little who it might be. Instead, it turned out that he, the one intending to take responsibility, was the one receiving accusations of ungratefulness. After a moment's confusion, Jiang Xianjin glanced at the person beside him, feeling as though this Miss Bai was truly a cunning vixen, adept at bewitching the hearts of men. "Old master, please do not blame the crown prince," Li Huaiyu lamented, still looking aggrieved. "It is I who am not worthy, unfit to be with the crown prince." The old master frowned, pondering deeply while gripping his dragon-headed cane, before finally speaking. "Fourth Miss, do not belittle yourself. The Jiang and Bai families have been friends for generations. A daughter of the Bai family is certainly deserving of Jiang Xianjin. Moreover, Jiang Xianjin has never been one to pursue women. Over the years, you are the only one who has been allowed near him. Since he has spoken, it must be that Fourth Miss possesses qualities that others do not." With Jiang Yan having run away from home, the betrothal previously arranged between the Jiang and Bai families hung in the balance. Now that Jiang Xianjin had stepped forward to save the situation, wanting to marry a daughter of the Bai family, how could there be any reason to prevent this from happening? Jiang Chong hesitated for a moment before echoing, "Father speaks correctly." Li Huaiyu paused, looking unexpectedly at the elder gentleman. Was he truly so reasonable? She had intended to cry a little longer. Jiang Xianjin was seething with anger, yet at least his objective had been achieved, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Since both my elder brother and father have agreed, I shall escort Miss Bai back for now," he declared. "Tomorrow, we shall discuss the betrothal in further detail upon my return." "Excellent," old Master Jiang nodded. "Prepare the carriage. The sooner we depart, the sooner we return." "Understood." Huaiyu beamed, lowering her head as she followed Jiang Xianjin out, her smile uncontainable. "You truly intend to marry me," she exclaimed, tiptoeing along behind him, her grin stretching from ear to ear. "To earn the affections of the esteemed Zhang Jun is truly a blessing I have cultivated over several lifetimes." He halted in his tracks, turning to look down at her, his expression cold and distant. Foolish sentiments and unrequited love? Her smile faltered, and Huaiyu took a weak step back, blinking at him. "I was merely jesting." Was it not a heartfelt devotion that could not be realized? He stepped closer, narrowing his eyes. She retreated another step. That too was merely a jest. Misplaced affections leading to lifelong regret? Ha ha ha. As he advanced, Huaiyu felt a bit breathless, pressing her hand against his chest. She murmured, "It was merely for the sake of rhyme." With a clenched fist, Jiang Xianjin abruptly slammed it against the red lacquered pillar behind her, cornering her in the embrace of his arms. "You know about rhyme." His ink-dark eyes scrutinized her, a hint of mockery lacing his words. "Would you care to set up a stall to tell tales?" Huaiyu shrank back, pouting, "You cannot be so stingy. It was you who first defamed me, and I merely intended to reciprocate, otherwise, how shall I live in this manner from now on?" Having said that, she playfully looped her arms around his neck. "With you so close, are you not wishing to kiss me?" With a cold snort, he stood upright, breaking free from her grasp. "I have something to clarify first." "What is it?" "To marry you is merely a suitable action at an opportune time," he stated. "It is not born of affection." This statement, though subtle, meant more plainly. "I am marrying you out of necessity. If you had not persistently intruded upon my courtyard, causing everyone to lose face, I would not have considered such a union. I do not harbor feelings for you." Huaiyu pressed a hand to her heart, feigning injury, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at him. "You were so cold, so heartless, so stone-hearted." Jiang Xianjin furrowed his brow. "If you cannot accept this, there remains room for negotiation on the matter." "No need for negotiation. Let it be as it is," she replied, her expression returning to normal. "You having one more wife does not add to your troubles, nor does my having one more husband, since our interactions have been relatively pleasant, and marrying you ensures I will be well fed and clothed. Why not proceed?" She seemed quite unbothered. As long as she could eat and be warm, her list of potential husbands was indeed lengthy. Jiang Xianjin regarded her nonchalant demeanor, feeling an impulse to lift her and throw her out of the window. Sensing the unfriendly gaze upon her, Li Huaiyu paused, then grinned as she said, "Besides, you have no feelings for me now, but who can say what the future holds? There are so many young ladies in the capital who wish to form a connection with you, yet they lack even the qualifications to spend their lives with you. At least I have made a start." Having said this, she felt quite proud. Placing her hands on her hips and puffing up her chest, Jiang Xianjin rolled his eyes. "Miss," a figure in the distance, Ling Xiu, finally brought over the cane after waiting for some time. Upon seeing the item, Jiang Xianjin finally understood why he had felt something was off earlier. A glance at her dangling right foot darkened his expression. "Do you wish to become a cripple?" "Not at all," Huaiyu replied. "However, meeting your father for the first time, I could hardly waddle in with a cane, could I? That would be quite undignified and would not leave a good impression. You ought to thank me for not using one, otherwise, he would not have been so easy to persuade." "Does it not hurt?" "Not particularly," she answered quickly, then felt a twinge of guilt. Huaiyu rolled her eyes and immediately frowned. "Well, I can endure it. It hurts. How could it not hurt? It's killing me. You must help me." With that, she reached out, attempting to cling to his shoulder. Jiang Xianjin scoffed at her exaggerated performance, shoving the cane beneath her arm and turning to leave. Embarrassed, Huaiyu touched her nose and asked the nearby Chang Su, "Was my act so obvious?" Chang Su held back laughter and nodded. "Quite obvious." A hand on her head, Huaiyu exclaimed, "Oh dear," and quickly supported herself with the cane to chase after the person ahead. Jiang Xianjin intended to escort her to the Bai residence while also discussing the betrothal with Bai Dezhong in advance. However, just as the carriage reached the halfway point, someone from the palace suddenly appeared, urgently stopping the vehicle. "Crown Prince!" The eunuch, panting, stood before the carriage. "His Majesty urgently summons you. You must enter the palace at once." Li Huaiyu, who had been laughing and exchanging jokes with Jiang Xianjin, froze in place. Jiang Xianjin frowned and lifted the carriage curtain. "What is the matter?" "Ministers Han Xiao and Yun Lanqing entered the palace half an hour ago, claiming they would accuse Minister Li of perjury. A conflict arose in the imperial study, and His Majesty could not intervene, hence he sent me to summon you." Glancing at the sky, he felt a growing urgency. "I went to Zhang's residence and chased after them. I have already delayed for quite some time and cannot afford to waste any more." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xianjin almost nodded immediately, but then glanced at the person inside the carriage, hesitating slightly. If he didn't escort her back, she might have difficulty explaining herself, right? National matters are of utmost importance. Unbeknownst to him, the person inside the carriage was even more anxious, dragging her right foot as she jumped down, waving her hands at him. "You must hurry into the palace." This person, who usually carried herself with such nonchalance, was suddenly so serious. Jiang Xianjin found it a bit unsettling. However, her demeanor was quite pleasing to him, even appearing somewhat admirable. What a rarity it was for a woman in these times to prioritize national affairs above all else, not even considering whether she might face punishment upon his departure. "Are you truly insisting I leave?" he inquired again. Li Huaiyu stared wide-eyed. "They are fighting in front of His Majesty. Do you still have time for idle chatter? What kind of crown prince are you?" With that, she picked up the cane and began prodding at the carriage wheel, urging, "Hurry, hurry." This scene resembled a frustrated mother, wishing her son to succeed. Amused, Jiang Xianjin finally lowered the carriage curtain and instructed the driver to change course towards the palace. Li Huaiyu stood in place, watching the carriage head towards the palace gates, her worry mounting. Han Xiao and Yun Lanqing were not impulsive individuals. If they were to accuse Li Fengxing, they must have solid evidence. Had she been present previously, this matter would have been easily resolved, but now, without the arbitrary power of the Princess of Danyang, even the right course of action might not yield the correct outcome. After a moment of contemplation, Huaiyu retrieved Lu Jingxing's token and pressed it into Ling Xiu's hand. "Please make another trip to the Lu residence for me," she instructed. "Deliver a message." Ling Xiu listened closely, nodding repeatedly, and together they walked to the Chang'an main road. She would return to the Bai residence, while Ling Xiu headed towards the Lu residence. Back at the Bai residence, the fourth miss had not returned home all night. Under normal circumstances, Ling Xiu would not have reported this, and the household would remain unaware. However, the situation was different now. Bai Xuanji had just received old Master Jiang's approval to become Jiang Yan's primary wife. Such joyous news would surely warrant some ridicule directed at Bai Zhuji, the former future young mistress. As a result, it was not long before the household discovered that the fourth miss was missing, and Ling Xiu had also vanished. Could it be that she feels ashamed and has left the estate? The concubines, munching on melon seeds, cheerfully speculated as they squatted in the backyard. How tragic. If I were the fourth miss, I would leave too. It would be bad enough to be inferior to the second miss, but to have my marriage stolen by her. How can you say it was stolen? The second miss earned it through her own merit. Who can blame the fourth miss for lacking ambition? Indeed, someone chimed in from the back. The three concubines paused, realizing that the voice sounded somewhat familiar, and turned to look. A beautiful woman clad in silk and satin stood not far behind them, picking up a cane from the ground, her hair neatly pinned, smiling at them. I too believe the fourth miss lacks ambition. Having spoken, she used the cane to support herself as she walked towards the western courtyard. The concubines were stunned. One asked, "Who is that?" Another remarked, "There was no one here when we first arrived, was there?" The last one, her face paling, dropped a few melon seeds from her hand. "That is the fourth miss," she stammered. Having grown accustomed to the disheveled appearance of the fourth miss, they naturally failed to recognize her at first glance. However, upon realizing who she was, the concubines became anxious, hastily collecting their melon seeds and rushing to report to their superiors. Thus, as soon as Li Huaiyu returned to her chamber, having taken a sip of water and intending to rest, 5 or 6 servants surged before her. "Fourth miss, the lady requests your presence." Sighing, Huaiyu replied, "My foot is injured. I cannot walk." The servants were momentarily taken aback, the leader furrowing his brow. "Does the lady's command not merit the fourth miss's compliance?" "I am complying, but it seems you did not listen properly." Huaiyu raised an eyebrow, reclining in her chair with her legs crossed. "Did not the lady say please for me to come?" "She did. This please implies that you must invite me. Thus, it falls upon you to ensure I am brought there." With a look of disbelief, she added, "You do not understand such basic etiquette. My foot is injured, and you must carry me along with the chair." The servants exchanged glances, bewildered. "Do not stand there like fools. Come lift me. Why else are so many of you here?" Huaiyu leaned back comfortably in her chair and gestured to the armrest. After considering her words multiple times, they found her reasoning increasingly sound. The servants conferred, with each taking hold of a leg of the chair, while one remained behind to support her, successfully and steadily carrying Li Huaiyu out in the eastern courtyard. Madame Bai had dispatched several strong servants, fearing that she would resist as she had done previously, intending to forcibly detain her. However, moments later, these servants respectfully carried her inside. "What is the meaning of this?" Bai Mengshi frowned, slapping her hand on the table. "This is utterly inappropriate." The servants jumped back in shock, hastily setting the chair down and retreating in disarray. Huaiyu stood up with a grin, nonchalantly bowing to her. "Where have you been?" Bai Mengshi demanded sharply. "You have been absent all night. This is unbecoming of a young lady. Do not kneel." Li Huaiyu had no desire to kneel, but being under her roof, she had no choice but to comply. After some hesitation, she finally knelt obediently. Seeing her kneeling, Bai Mengshi began her accusations. Of the Bai family has always upheld proper conduct. How could you emerge as such a lawless individual? Your second sister is soon to wed into the Jiang family, and at such a critical moment, you tarnish the Bai family's reputation. What is your intention? Bai Xuanji sat nearby, poised and smiling. Upon hearing this, she softly interjected, "Mother need not be so harsh on fourth sister. She likely remains unaware of the change in engagement." Casting a glance at her, Li Huaiyu replied, "I am aware." "Oh?" Bai Xuanji paused, her smile growing more gentle. "It is good that fourth sister knows. I was just uncertain how to broach the subject. This situation truly does not bode well for you, fourth sister." Despite her words, there was not a trace of guilt in her demeanor, and her eyes even sparkled with a hint of triumph. Young ladies, having snatched others' engagements, naturally felt a sense of pride in their triumph. Observing Bai Xuanji's expression and recalling the runaway young Master Jiang, Li Huaiyu felt a sudden sense of amusement. "It is quite all right. I do not blame you." Who knows who might blame whom tomorrow? Seeing her seemingly unperturbed and even slightly pleased, Bai Xuanji frowned. If fourth sister feels discontented, she should speak directly to her second sister. She would certainly offer compensation. No need, no need, Li Huaiyu waved her hand generously. "I do not require any compensation. Since you are so open-minded, why then trouble your second sister?" Bai Mengshi furrowed her brow. "We are all family. If you cannot assist your second sister, why resort to such underhanded tactics to obstruct her?" Li Huaiyu was left dumbfounded. "How have I obstructed her? You have been absent all night, damaging the Bai family's reputation. Does that not count as obstruction?" Bai Mengshi glared. "Do you not understand that this news will reflect poorly on your second sister?" She genuinely did not know this, and Huaiyu fell silent. Bai Mengshi grew increasingly irate. "Where exactly did you spend the night?" Regarding this question, Huaiyu hesitated briefly before responding. "I was at the Jiang residence last night." The Jiang residence? Such a statement was utterly absurd. Bai Mengshi almost immediately scoffed. "Are you daydreaming? The Jiang residence? Why not claim you were at the palace?" The surrounding maids and servants lowered their heads, bursting into laughter, their gazes filled with disdain and mockery. Bai Xuanji did not laugh. She scrutinized Li Huaiyu's attire, furrowing her brow. "So you stole these clothes in order to go to the Jiang residence?" At this, Bai Mengshi finally took notice of the young woman's attire, rising to approach Huaiyu and snatching a hairpin from her head. "Indeed, you are truly determined to infuriate your father to find peace." She examined the material and craftsmanship of the pin, her anger flaring. Has the estate suffered a loss, that you, a noble young lady, must resort to theft? Huaiyu frowned, glancing at Bai Xuanji. This hairpin was a gift from a friend. Second sister is entirely unaware. How can you claim I stole it? Bai Xuanji shook her head in disapproval. A gift from a friend? Do you not think that excuse is too far-fetched? You had been in the Bai residence all these years, with no one around you but Ling Xiu. When did you come to know such a generous friend? Not to mention this hairpin, your clothing and accessories combined are worth more than half a year's salary for father. What kind of friend would be so generous? Everyone present found her reasoning convincing, and Bai Mengshi was even more incensed, raising her hand to deliver a slap to Li Huaiyu's face. You shameless wretch. The force of the blow was swift and strong, sure to leave her face swollen. Huaiyu watched, her body reacting faster than her mind, tilting her head to evade the incoming slap. Whoosh, the hand swept through the air, missing its target, and Bai Mengshi almost twisted her arm. Bai Mengshi's face turned an array of colors. You dare to dodge? To be struck, one must first understand why, Huaiyu replied, kneeling on her left foot and gazing up at her. This item is not mine. Second sister's accusations are unfounded and purely slanderous. You act without discerning right from wrong, which is hardly fair. With that, she turned to Bai Xuanji. If second sister believes I cannot possess such affluent friends, then I must ask. With my rather somewhat delicate constitution, where could I have stolen so many items? Bai Xuanji delicately held her handkerchief. I am certain you are the thief, thus I naturally know where you stole from. These items are all on my dowry list. Upon returning home last night, I accompanied mother to tally the dowry and discovered that several items were missing. Initially, I thought it was a servant with sticky fingers, but it turns out to be you. Wow, the maids and servants nearby were astonished. To steal from her own sister's dowry was truly shameless. Li Huaiyu was likewise taken aback. While she had always admitted to her lack of shame, she did not expect Bai Xuanji to be even more brazen. Your dowry? In disbelief, she plucked a golden peony ornament from her attire and held it up. Might I inquire where second sister obtained her dowry? Is there any mark on the jewelry? Bai Xuanji paused for a moment. Bai Mengshi frowned. You are the one who stole. How can you turn the tables on your second sister? Someone, remove her from that outfit. Yes. Several maids responded, moving to take action. Li Huaiyu sneered, bracing herself against the ground, and kicked the maid at the front, sending her flying. Ah, the maid screamed, colliding with the nearby armchair and crashing to the ground. The others were startled and halted in their tracks. Li Huaiyu turned to the poised figures above, her cold smile directed at Bai Xuanji. Bai Xuanji, you had better provide evidence today to prove that I have stolen your dowry. Otherwise, I assure you, after finishing with your dowry, not a single thread will remain. Bai Xuanji gasped, her face pale as she frowned. Are you threatening me? You have truly gone too far. Bai Mengshi slammed her hand on the table. Someone, bind her. Yes. A throng of servants surged in from outside, quickly filling the hall. The more timid maids retreated to the back, while the strong servants rolled up their sleeves and charged toward her. To be frank, facing so many people, Li Huaiyu knew she had no chance of escaping today. However, the descendants of the Li family possessed a certain royal arrogance. Fully aware of her impending fate, she was determined to take down a few of them with her. Thus, the eastern courtyard erupted into chaos, filled with screams, the sounds of dishes shattering, and fists meeting flesh. At first, Bai Xuanji remained calm, observing from the sidelines. However, when she witnessed Li Huaiyu brutally slamming a servant against the wall, blood splattering everywhere, she finally screamed in fright. You have lost your mind. Her injured right foot became a vulnerability, and she was repeatedly stomped on. Li Huaiyu grinned, shifting her weight to her left foot, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, and turned to strike another servant. I in the room, anything that could break had shattered. Bai Mengshi's face turned pale as she watched, initially wanting to call a halt to the madness, but soon her fury overtook her, and she shouted, beat her to death. The servants, who had previously hesitated, upon hearing this command, unleashed their full strength. Half an hour later, Li Huaiyu, with a gash on her forehead and blood streaming down her face, found herself pinned to the ground before Bai Mengshi. Amidst the chaos, only the eyes of the person kneeling on the ground sparkled like stars. Bai Mengshi, both shocked and afraid, glared at her, trembling as she began to tear off her jewelry piece by piece. Do you have any idea how many family rules you have violated? Li Huaiyu smirked, her brows raised as she looked at her. Seeing that she showed no sign of pain, Bai Mengshi's fury intensified. You have stayed out all night, stolen treasures from the estate, disrespected your superiors, fought, and destroyed my belongings. The sum of these offenses warrants a punishment of 20 lashes. I advise you against it. Huaiyu laughed, otherwise, my father might hold you accountable tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Bai Mengshi laughed. Do you truly believe your father still cares about you? He has Bai Xuanji as a daughter, that is sufficient. He would not have the time to concern himself with your well-being. Even if I were to beat you to death, he would not know of your demise for several years. Impressive. Had her hands not been pinned, Huaiyu would have applauded. I have warned you, and now you may act as you wish, she declared, but do not say I intended to harm you. Bai Mengshi, not understanding the meaning behind her words, assumed she was merely trying to frighten her, and with a wave of her sleeve, she declared, as the matriarch of the Bai family, it is my duty to discipline you according to family rules. What is wrong with that? Even if your father inquires, I have done nothing wrong. Someone, drag her to the courtyard and enforce family law. Yes. By noon, with the sun shining brightly, Zhang Xianjin was in the imperial study, listening to Han Xiao and Yun Lanqing speak, when suddenly he felt a tightness in his heart. Frowning, he reached for his chest, puzzled. Your Majesty must find it absurd as well? Han Shao spoke solemnly, the esteemed minister of the state, so petty and narrow-minded, harbors resentment over the princess's words that he lacks the talent to assist the nation. For so many years, he has made things difficult for the princess, and now, in the case of Minister Sima, he is willing to fabricate evidence out of personal vendetta. Jiang Xianjin came back to his senses, taking the documents handed to him by the emperor. These were testimonies from several of Li Fengxing's servants, stating that on the evening of the 20th day of the second month, around the time of Sima Su's death, Li Fengxing had returned home inebriated and was not present. During the investigation of Sima Su's case, Li Fengxing had testified that he was accompanying Sima Su as they left the palace and fortuitously encountered the Danyang princess, who invited them to rest at Fakong Palace. At that time, this testimony was critical, placing all suspicion upon Danyang, yet now, this testimony was revealed to be false. Jiang Xianjin was taken aback, suddenly recalling what Qing Si had said yesterday, "You are merely a tool for the petty, thinking you have done the right thing?" His heart sank. He collected the testimonies in his hand and looked down at the kneeling Li Fengxing. Does Minister Li have anything to say in his defense? Li Fengxing snorted lightly, clasping his hands as he replied, "This case has been settled. I am unaware of the motives behind the two gentlemen's continued insistence on this matter. Are the words of a few servants enough to condemn me in the eyes of your Majesty and His Majesty?" A few words? Yunlanqing's brows furrowed sharply as he glared at him. The two servants mentioned in the testimony are one who has served in your household for 7 years and your wet nurse. They risked their lives to come forward with their accusations, and you dare to dismiss them as mere words? Casting a glance at him, Li Fengxing straightened his back, and what of it? I am unaware of why they are being pursued, but the testimony is indeed false. If your Majesty and His Majesty believe this, then I can return and present dozens of other testimonies from servants to prove that I was not home at the time in question. Yu Li Huaiyin, seated upon the throne, watched as the three ministers became increasingly agitated, and he turned to Jiang Xianjin. What does your Majesty think? Jiang Xianjin replied, there is no need to revisit a case that has already been closed. Han Shao was furious, nearly cursing aloud, but Yunlanqing quickly grasped his sleeve, shaking his head. Li Fengxing smiled and bowed to him. Your Majesty is wise. There is nothing more. Minister Li may return to his duties, Li Huaiyin said. I take my leave. Casting a sidelong glance at the two men, Li Fengxing sneered and turned to leave. Han Shao, known for his fiery temper, could not afford to be rude in front of the emperor, so he forced himself to endure, his face turning red with suppressed rage. As the doors of the grand hall closed, Jiang Xianjin addressed Han Shao. I have a question I would like to ask you. Han is but a humble scholar. I am unworthy to answer your Majesty's queries. Han Shao maintained a sullen expression as he bowed. I shall take my leave. With that, he stepped towards the exit. Li Huaiyin watched from his seat, shaking his head. This Han Shao had the worst temper of all the officials, daring to slight the Xiang Jun. However, Jiang Xianjin did not feel anger. Noticing Han Shao's intent to leave, he swiftly stood up and blocked his path. Please stay, sir. He looked up at him. This question can only be answered by you. Han Shao, who had already held a grudge against Jiang Xianjin, found it unbearable to be detained, his anger boiling over. Without thinking, he swung his fist at Jiang Xianjin. Han, no. Li Huaiyin rose from the throne, frowning and calling out. Yunlanqing was also startled, first bowing to the emperor before rushing forward to intervene. However, the punch, filled with vigor, did not land on Jiang Xianjin. Instead, he caught Han Shao's fist in midair, his gentle strength redirecting the force, sending it back to him effortlessly. Bang! Han Shao stumbled back a step, digging his heels into the ground to steady himself. When he looked up again, his anger had subsided considerably, and he returned to kneel before the emperor. What is your question? He asked, irritated. Taking a few steps back, Jiang Xianjin whispered, why would an esteemed figure like yourself willingly tarnish your reputation to protect the Danyang princess? This is a question I too wish to ask, the emperor remarked, observing them. Although the princess is not inherently bad, her actions have not been praiseworthy. Why do you both protect her to such an extent, even at the cost of your reputations post-verdict? These words, when spoken by Jiang Xianjin, elicited complex feelings from Han Shao and Yunlanqing. However, when voiced by the emperor, Han Shao felt a deep sense of sorrow wash over him. In the past, the princess of Danyang had been alive, clad in her fiery Yaoqi peony gown, perched high on the stage and looking down at him. Han, she had said, you must understand that if you are on my ship, you will never receive praise or admiration again. All the good name you have built over the years will be squandered. At that time, Han Shao had responded beautifully. A mere woman is still fearless, why should I be afraid? Danyang had laughed at his response, then, with a hint of defiance, declared, but I am no ordinary woman. I have a remarkable brother, an emperor. Han Shao had dismissed this assertion. Li Huaiyin had been on the throne for 5 years without any achievements to speak of. What could be so remarkable? Danyang had sensed his thoughts and, hands on her hips, glared at him. Do not belittle others. In a few years, Huaiyin will receive the praise of the people. He will be a great emperor. As she spoke, she gazed steadfastly at the fluttering imperial flags in the distance, her conviction unwavering. He absolutely will. Looking into her eyes, Han Shao understood. The courage that allowed the princess of Danyang to wade into countless disputes was not derived from her status, but rather from Li Huaiyin. Everything she had done over the years had been to secure her brother's position on the throne. And now, Li Huaiyin questioned them why. With reddened eyes, Han Shao opened his mouth, wanting to pound the table and disclose everything, regardless of the consequences. He could not allow the princess to die while bearing so many charges. Yet, glancing at the two testimonies carelessly discarded on the table, he closed his mouth. No one would believe him. Even if he attempted to clear Danyang's name, writing 100 testimonies, they would still be disregarded as mere gibberish, lacking any persuasive power. Defeated, he lowered his head, forcing a bitter smile. I believe the princess is a good person. Jiang Xianjin frowned, and Li Huaiyin clearly found this answer unsatisfactory. There are no outsiders present. Why do you hesitate to speak plainly? Han Xiao remained silent, but Jun Lanqing stepped forward, looking at Jiang Xianjin. Your Majesty personally determined the princesses, wrote the charge, and delivered the poison. Now you still question us, does it not seem absurd? It was he who sought her death. He had already deemed the Danyang princess a wicked individual deserving of death. No amount of praise would change his mind, so why even ask? Jiang Xianjin bowed his head, falling silent for a moment before replying. I merely did what I had to do. It was not directed at her. If the evidence was irrefutable, and the crime was unforgivable, he would write the charges and deliver the poison, regardless of who it was. Han Xiao and Yun Lanqing clearly found this hard to believe. Yun Lanqing bowed and said, if your majesty truly has doubts, perhaps you should reinvestigate the case of Minister Simada. He was not killed by the Princess of Danyang. This can be considered one of the reasons we supported her. Having said this, he bowed to Li Huaiyin. Han's actions today were reckless. I volunteer to take him away to receive punishment. Li Huaiyin scrutinized the two men for a long moment before nodding. Yun Lanqing led Han Xiao away, leaving only two individuals in the imperial study. Your Majesty, Li Huaiyin inquired, do you suspect the princess has been wronged? Jiang Xianjin shook his head, remaining silent. What had been a clear case of murder now seemed clouded by the two pieces of paper on the table. His earlier claim that there was no need to re-examine the case was merely a tactic to placate Li Fengxing. The Princess of Danyang had once been his student and had been in contention with him for many years. If there were doubts surrounding her death, he would undoubtedly investigate. However, it seemed that Han Xiao and Yun Lanqing were unlikely to reveal the truth to him any time soon. Regaining his composure, he shifted the topic, addressing Li Huaiyin. I am about to marry. I hope the emperor will grant me leave around the 21st of next month. Li Huaiyin, still deep in thought regarding the princess, was taken aback by this news and stood up exclaiming, Your Majesty is to be wed? Indeed. Which remarkable young lady has managed to capture Your Majesty's heart? Li Huaiyin asked, both delighted and curious. The image of that cheeky face flashed through Jiang Xianjin's mind, and he instinctively shook his head. She is not remarkable, at most, she is merely eloquent. After a moment's thought, he added, and bold to an extraordinary degree. Li Huaiyin stared in disbelief at the glimmer in his eyes. How could it be that the Ziyang Jun, who had always kept women at arm's length, now looked so enchanted? From what you say, I shall certainly attend your wedding. Li Huaiyin smiled. Allow me to congratulate you in advance. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jiang Xianjin clasped his hands respectfully, glancing at the hourglass with a slightly grave expression. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. I have yet to attend to some urgent affairs. Very well, Li Huaiyin nodded. After carefully folding the testimonies and placing them in his robe, Jiang Xianjin strode out of the palace, heading directly to the Bai residence. Bai Dezhong was busy with affairs and had yet to return home. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by Bai Mengshi. Your Majesty, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Bai Mengshi beamed upon seeing him. What brings you here at this hour? Are there instructions for Xuanji? Glancing around, Jiang Xianjin noticed only Bai Xuanji standing elegantly before him, and he inquired, Where is fourth Miss Bai? Bai Mengshi was momentarily taken aback, then her expression turned somewhat peculiar. What does Your Majesty seek her for? Such a question? Jiang Xianjin raised an eyebrow. Did she not mention anything upon her return? With her boisterous personality, one would expect her to have made a grand announcement about her engagement to the Ziyang Jun, so why did Bai Mengshi appear to be reacting this way? Your Majesty. Before Bai Mengshi could respond, Ling Xiu burst through the servants barring her way, collapsing to her knees before him. Your Majesty, please save my young lady. Her voice was piercing, almost breaking, as she looked up, her eyes red and swollen. Jiang Xuanjin's heart tightened once more. Impudent! Bai Mengshi shouted, instructing the servants to drag Ling Xiu away. Before His Majesty, how dare you speak? Take her away and punish her. Several servants moved swiftly to grab her, but Jiang Xuanjin's voice rang out sharply, Hold on. Bai Mengshi was startled. Your Majesty? Stepping closer to Ling Xiu, Jiang Xianjin inquired, What happened? Ling Xiu, choking back sobs, pointed at Bai Mengshi and her daughter. I was ordered to deliver something elsewhere, and upon my return, I found the young lady beaten to near death and locked in the woodshed, covered in blood. When I attempted to check on her, they locked the door behind me. His pupils constricted, Jiang Xianjin cast a sidelong glance at the two women beside him. Bai Mengshi had yet to react. She knew that the Ziyang Jun was acquainted with Bai Zhuji, and the last time they had returned together, it was clear that there was no deeper relationship between them. After all, he was the Ziyang Jun. But what was happening now? Because of a servant's accusations, the Ziyang Jun was glaring at her with such a sharp and cold expression. Bai Mengshi felt a sense of unease wash over her, her legs turning to jelly as she instinctively grasped Bai Xuanji's hand. Waving her hand, she instructed Cheng Su to take Ling Xiu away, but Jiang Xianjin said nothing further and stepped into the estate. Mother, what shall we do? Bai Xuanji panicked. The Ziyang Jun is Jiang Yan's uncle. If he sees how we treat Zhuji, won't he report it back to Jiang Yan? The young master may think I have a cruel heart. Do not fret, Bai Mengshi composed herself, pulling her daughter close. Bai Zhuji deserves her fate. It matters not who comes, moreover, this is a family matter, even the Ziyang Jun cannot intervene, come, let us see. Bai Xuanji bit her lip and nodded, lifting her skirt to follow Bai Mengshi. Ling Xiu ran swiftly, nearly rolling as she led the way, spotting the woodshed from a distance. She pointed ahead, it's just in there. Jiang Xianjin hastened his steps, examining the lock on the door, and called out, Changsu. Changsu understood immediately, drawing his sword to slice through the chains. Bang, the door swung open, sending dust flying, revealing a figure slumped against the wall, covered in blood. Cough cough cough, in the woodshed, Li Huaiyu coughed violently, half lifting her eyelids to see who entered, taking a moment to recognize him, then grinning, what brings you here? Jiang Xianjin stared in shock at the scene inside the woodshed, stepping forward to touch her forehead. Yet, halfway there, he was taken aback by the sight of blood coating her head. What's with that expression? Huaiyu attempted to shift her position but found herself immobilized, taking a breath to say, Ziyang Jun, you ought to maintain a stoic demeanor. Looking so furrowed is quite frightening. As she spoke, she pouted, but right now, I'm truly stuck to the wall, I need you to carry me to get up. Jiang Xianjin opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the stench of blood in the woodshed caught in his throat. He fell silent, clenching his fingers until they turned white, a tightness in his chest making it hard to breathe. Perhaps the air in the woodshed was simply too foul, he mused, slowly lowering himself to lift her up. Are you really going to carry me? Huaiyu chuckled, glancing at his attire, you are such a clean person. If I get blood all over your robe, you can forget about keeping it. Just a robe, if it must go, so be it. He turned and walked out, carrying her. Bai Mengshi and Bai Xuanji stood outside, their expressions frozen in shock. Your Majesty, this, Bai Mengshi pointed at the person in his arms, she has broken many family rules and fought with the servants, which led to her current state. This is a family matter. Pausing for a moment, she felt her authority slipping and tried to sound more imposing. In the Bai family's courtyard, all matters are decided by the matriarch. The implication was clear. Are you overstepping your bounds? Jiang Xianjin closed the distance, moving towards her. Bai Mengshi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively grabbing Bai Xuanji's hand. The Ziyang Jun's imposing presence was such that even within her domain, no one dared meet his gaze. While she knew he would not harm her, his approach was still intimidating. This is all, she began to say, attempting to argue that these were merely the estate's rules and could not be blamed on her. However, as she opened her mouth, Jiang Xianjin bypassed her with an air of indifference, as if he had not seen her at all, striding forward. Ling Xiu, his voice called from behind, where does your young lady reside? Ling Xiu, who had been stunned, finally regained her composure and hurried to catch up. As she passed by the two women, she cast a frown in their direction before sprinting ahead. Bai Mengshi's face instantly darkened and numerous servants had witnessed the exchange, and their eyes were filled with shock as they observed how this respected matriarch of the estate was rendered speechless before the Ziyang Jun. What was this? In the western courtyard, Jiang Xianjin carried Li Huaiyu into the small chamber, his gaze sweeping over the interior, remaining silent for a long time. Previously, when she claimed she was unhappy at the Bai residence, he had not believed her. After all, she was the biological daughter of Bai Dezhong, how bad could her circumstances truly be? Yet, witnessing the reality before him, a strange sensation arose in his heart, reminiscent of when he had found himself in that woodshed, the air thick with dust, making it hard to breathe. He approached the bedside and gently laid down the half-conscious young lady he held. As he moved, his sleeve slightly opened, and he caught sight of the bruises on her arms. Frowning slightly, he contemplated and reached out to roll up her sleeves one by one. The bruises, blue, purple, and black, spread from her wrist to her arm in large patches. The more he rolled her sleeves up, the more visible the injuries became. Jiang Xuanjin's expression darkened as he witnessed the extent of her injuries. After a moment's thought, he addressed Changsu. You should return to the estate and inform them. Inform them of what? Changsu inquired, bowing. Casting a deep gaze around the small room, Jiang Xianjin replied, simply say that I am at the Bai residence and shall not return tonight. Changsu was taken aback, my lord. Even if the fourth miss was severely injured, he could not neglect returning home. If old Master Jiang inquired about the reason, how would he explain? If family members ask, you will speak the truth, Jiang Xianjin said calmly. Tomorrow morning, please have father bring along eldest brother and second brother to deliver the betrothal gifts. He paused, adding, they must all come. Not a single person shall be absent. Chapter 33 A Life and Death Uncertain. A few seemingly innocuous words fell into the ear like a clap of thunder on a clear day, catching one off guard. Startled, one drew a sharp breath, stunned for a time before recovering one's voice. Subordinate, I shall go at once. The usually indifferent Lord Ziyang was, astonishingly, enraged for the sake of a fair maiden. After the initial shock, there was a flicker of emotion. How rare, after over 20 years, the old iron tree had finally blossomed, and indeed, the Jiang family should come to witness this. With this thought, he hurriedly strode out of the room. Huaiyu lay in a daze upon the bed, hearing voices but unable to decipher their words. In a hazy state, she felt someone turn her over, followed by a gentle tug at her back, igniting a searing pain. Hiss, she groaned in agony, struggling to lift her eyelids. Ling Xiu stood by her bedside, clutching half of her clothing, eyes fixed on her back, tears cascading down like a broken string of pearls. Upon seeing her open her eyes, the tears flowed even more fervently. A Mississippi. Why are you crying again? Huaiyu murmured, dazed. I'm fine, please don't cry. Was this truly what one called fine? Ling Xiu shook her head in distress, her mouth opening to speak, but finding her throat choked and unable to utter a word. Stamping her foot, she cried out louder, Wah! Jiang Xianjin, who had been turning away from the bed, suddenly thought something had happened to the person lying there upon hearing Ling Xiu's cries, and swiftly turned back. The figure on the bed was sprawled, clothing askew, the fabric clinging to her back with blood, revealing a ghastly array of bruises and wounds. How could there be such severe injuries? Jiang Xuanjin's heart jolted, disbelief washing over him. What sort of people resided in the Bai residence to inflict such harm? Li Huaiyu's pupils were unfocused, her breath faint, yet she managed to speak intermittently to Lingxiu. It's just a minor flesh wound. I haven't let them have it easy, please don't worry. Seeing her like this, Jiang Xuanjin frowned, disregarding any notion of propriety. He stepped forward, replacing Lingxiu's position, and commanded, go fetch a physician. Still sobbing, Lingxiu took a moment to process before nodding and rushing out. As she vanished from sight, Li Huaiyu managed to move her eyes slightly, fixing her gaze on the person beside her. You, even in her state of near death, she teased him, croaking, you look so distressed, are you feeling sorry for me? Incredulous, Jiang Xuanjin felt a surge of anger on O. Pouting in grievance, Huaiyu muttered, so heartless, with a stern expression. Jiang Xuanjin was about to inquire how she had come to this state when he noticed the person on the bed seemed to be losing consciousness, tilting her head, her eyes suddenly closing. Alarmed, he reached out to check her breath. There was still a faint pulse. His heart raced, pounding furiously. Looking down, he realized he might have developed some sort of heart ailment. Today had been utterly abnormal. Your Highness. Lingxiu returned shortly, breathless and stamping her feet as she spoke urgently. They said the physician in the residence is with the mistress and cannot come. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuanjin's expression darkened. While he could find justification for punishment, knowing that Bai Zhuji was gravely injured yet the physician was withheld from attending to her was clearly an attempt to condemn her to death. The esteemed Madame Yusher, how could her heart be so cruel? Removing the jade pendant from his waist along with the pouch, Jiang Xuanjin said, take these to the outside and find a physician, use the side entrance, and do not inform the Bai matriarch. Yes. The physicians summoned from outside arrived much quicker than those from within the residence. However, upon entering and seeing the person on the bed, her brow furrowed deeply. We must first remove the young lady's clothing and prepare some warm water. If there is any clean salt in the house, please bring some as well, she instructed. Lingxiu complied, while Jiang Xuanjin stood by, unable to suppress his curiosity. He asked, is it serious? The physician sighed, this is more than serious, it is a miracle that this young lady is still alive. Given her pulse, she must have had pre-existing conditions, and with these severe injuries, both her internal and external states are compromised, her spirit exhausted. I truly have little confidence in treating her. Jiang Xuanjin was taken aback, frowning, what medicinal ingredients do you require? This is no longer a matter of medicinal ingredients, the physician sighed. Observing his expression, she said helplessly, I will write a prescription to stabilize her for now. All right. After taking the paper and writing materials from her, Jiang Xuanjin returned to the bedside, glancing at the pale face. After some thought, he grasped her hand, rubbing his long-worn sandalwood prayer beads onto her wrist. As the sun set at the hour of Shin, Bai Dezhong finally finished his duties in court and returned home. However, upon stepping through his own door, a servant from the eastern courtyard rushed over, saying, Master, you must go see the mistress. What happened to the mistress? He inquired. Perplexed, the servant shook his head as he led the way. I cannot say. You will understand when you reach the eastern courtyard. Bai Dezhong followed, inwardly chastising Bai Mengshi for being so cryptic, yet, upon arriving at the main house of the eastern courtyard, he immediately understood why the servant had been unable to speak. The usually tidy room was now in disarray. Tables and chairs lay overturned, exquisite porcelain pieces were shattered across the floor, and even the bronze incense burner and silver spittoon were misshapen, with traces of blood staining the walls. Frowning deeply, Bai Dezhong exclaimed, has a thief broken in? Bai Mengshi emerged from the side hall, crying as she knelt before him, clutching her handkerchief, Master, you must seek justice for me. What on earth happened? Bai Dezhong helped her up, demanding, what do you want me to seek justice for? Wiping her tears, Bai Mengshi sobbed, what you see here is all Zhuji's doing. She did not return home last night and sneak back this morning. I was furious at her lack of self-respect and intended to punish her to teach her a lesson, but she defied my authority, injured the servants, and even smashed everything in my room. Bai Dezhong was taken aback, is that true? All the evidence is right here. Do you think I would lie? Bai Mengshi sighed, I had intended to let Zhuji be, considering she was upset over her broken engagement, but I thought a few days of confinement would teach her a lesson. Who would have thought she would show no remorse, even seeking support from others, refusing to accept punishment and strutting about? Bai Dezhong's anger flared, who dares to support her? At this, Bai Mengshi hesitated, unable to answer. The nearby Lu Mama immediately interjected, the fourth miss has done more than just this, she even stole the second miss's dowry, and when discovered, she showed no shame, threatening to take all of it. What is this nonsense? Bai Dezhong was furious, disregarding any notion of restraint. He pulled out the redwood ruler from his sleeve and shouted, where is she now? She is in the western courtyard, Bai Mengshi replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Dezhong turned and stormed off, his temper flaring. He had always been disciplined, striving to raise his children with care, not seeking grand achievements, just that they understood propriety and discerned good from evil, believing that would justify his years of effort. Yet, how had he raised such an arrogant and lawless brat? Bai Zhuji did not return home last night, and he was already furious. Now, hearing Bai Mengshi's words, he wished he could send Bai Zhuji back to the womb, as if she had never been born. He rushed to the western courtyard, flinging open the door to find Bai Zhuji sprawled on the bed, still asleep. She was actually still sleeping. His anger surged. Bai Dezhong entered the room, ignoring everyone else, raising the ruler to strike at the person on the bed. Master! Lingxiu cried out. Bai Dezhong ignored her, with no intention of listening. No one could stop him now. He swung the ruler without a thought, yet, in a flash, someone stepped in front of the bed to block his strike. The 3-foot-long redwood ruler was caught in the hand of that person with a sharp crack. Smack! Everyone in the room gasped. Bai Dezhong stared in disbelief at the hand that had intercepted the ruler, and then slowly raised his gaze to meet the face of Jiang Xianjin. Lord Bai. Jiang Xuanjin's expression was dark. Pushing the ruler aside, he asked, "What are you doing?" "Your Highness?" Seeing him, Bai Dezhong took 2 steps back, momentarily thinking he had entered the wrong place. But looking back at the furnishings of the room, the scenery outside, and even Lingxiu standing beside him, it was evident that this was indeed Zhuji's room. At the late hour of Shin, it was already dark, and yet Lord Xiang was still in another man's daughter's room? The anger that had just subsided surged back up. Bai Dezhong looked at him incredulously, both furious and aggrieved. "I thought your Highness was a gentleman of propriety, yet you can trespass into another's private quarters?" Unable to see his half-dead daughter on the bed, he instead accused Jiang Xianjin of intruding into a lady's chamber. Jiang Xianjin frowned at him, realizing in an instant why Bai Mengshi had dared to beat Bai Zhuji so severely. This old man had clearly not valued Bai Zhuji's life at all. "Your Highness." The physician, trembling, handed him the medicine. "We must hurry, there is no time to waste." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xianjin no longer paid attention to Bai Dezhong, taking the medicine and instructing Lingxiu, "Help your mistress up." "Yes." Lingxiu hurried to the bedside, lifting Li Huaiyu to her side to facilitate administering the medicine. This movement made Bai Dezhong realize that the person on the bed was as pale as paper, and the stench of blood in the room was overwhelming. "What happened?" he asked, taken aback. Lingxiu gritted her teeth. "The mistress was beaten half to death by the madam. She has injuries all over. You ignore her plight, yet you want to beat away the last breath of your own daughter. She is still your flesh and blood." Bai Dezhong was taken aback. "The mistress beat her?" After a pause, he frowned. "She deserves to be punished for her many transgressions." The vein on Jiang Xuanjin's temple twitched as he looked at Bai Dezhong. Finally unable to contain himself, he coldly declared, "Yufeng." Yufeng had gone to the Jiang residence first upon hearing the news, and upon hearing the commotion, he immediately drew his dagger. "What are you doing?" Bai Dezhong barked. "This is Bai residence. Your Highness is overstepping and attempting to bully your way through?" Ignoring his words entirely, Jiang Xianjin issued orders to Yufeng, "Clear out all irrelevant people from this courtyard, you guard the entrance, and without my command, not even a fly is to be allowed in." "Yes." Yufeng complied, positioning the dagger before Bai Dezhong and pushing him toward the exit. Did he truly include him in irrelevant people? Bai Dezhong exited the room, turning back with fury. "Jiang Xianjin, you are too overbearing. Tomorrow in court, I will certainly bring you to account." Setting down the empty medicine bowl, Jiang Xianjin rose and moved toward the door, gripping the doorframe as he glanced at the agitated figure outside, coldly stating, "You may go ahead and report. I shall await the Emperor's summons." With that, he waved his hand and shut the door, blocking out the chaotic sounds outside. The people inside the room were too frightened to speak. The physician trembled as she sorted through the medicinal herbs brought by Yufeng, while Lingxiu hurried to check on Huaiyu. Upon looking, she gasped in shock, "Miss." The person on the bed frowned, her previously pale face quickly flushing an abnormal red, her mouth slightly parted, her body convulsing like a fish thrown onto rocky ground. The once pristine skin began to ooze blood anew. Jiang Xianjin tensed his jaw, striding over. He reached out to feel her forehead. It was burning hot. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the physician. "Check her." The physician, who had been dozing at the table, snapped back to reality, quickly coming over to check her pulse again. This time, her lips turned pale. "How is it?" Jiang Xianjin inquired. After a long hesitation, the physician managed to utter 4 words, "Leave it to fate." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xianjin looked down at the person on the bed, his brows knitting together. He reached out to touch the prayer beads worn on her wrist, whispering, "Even if it is fate, it should favor you a little." Lingxiu, overhearing this, looked at him in astonishment, feeling an inexplicable pang in her heart. After Bai Dezhong left the western courtyard, he returned to Bai Mengshi's side. Although he was infuriated by Jiang Xuanjin's overbearing actions, he calmed down and felt something was amiss. Thus he asked Bai Mengshi, "Did you strike Zhuji?" Bai Mengshi paused, then replied with a grievance, "Did I not say? I wanted her to learn a lesson, so I had someone administer family law, but the punishment was not severe at all. Who would truly strike her hard?" "Then what about Lord Xiang?" Bai Dezhong frowned. "Why did you not inform me earlier that he was protecting Zhuji?" Bai Mengshi appeared even more aggrieved. "What status does Lord Xiang hold? He would not spare me a glance. How could I dare to report him?" Indeed, he had not shown her any courtesy. Bai Dezhong himself had not received favorable treatment from him either. After pondering, Bai Dezhong felt Bai Mengshi had a point. Although he was angry, he decided to wash up and rest, planning to report him in the morning. However, after a good night's sleep, as he made his way to court, Bai Dezhong hesitated again. Yesterday, Lord Xiang had shown no hint of guilt, conducting himself with righteous integrity, not at all resembling someone who had committed a shameful act. When he left, he was even unafraid of Bai Dezhong's report to the Emperor, stating he would await the Emperor's summons. Was there something he did not know? Standing in the court, he discreetly glanced at the Emperor seated on the dragon throne. Bai Dezhong hesitated repeatedly, ultimately swallowing the report he had prepared. Today's court assembly was unusually sparse, and the meeting concluded in just an hour. Bai Dezhong hastily exited the palace, contemplating that if Jiang Xianjin remained in the western courtyard without explanation, he would seek out the Jiang family as elder to discuss matters. However, as he stepped into the Bai residence, Bai Dezhong was taken aback by the scene inside. Red silk covered the bridal gifts, stretching from the entrance all the way to the main hall, resembling a dragon of fire at first glance. Master. The doorman approached him, beaming, "You have returned. The Zhang family is waiting for you in the main hall." Momentarily stunned, Bai Dezhong lightly tapped his forehead. He realized he had been so enraged that he had forgotten today was the day the Zhang family came to propose marriage. At present, Xuanji's marriage was of utmost importance. As for the rest, it could wait until later. Regaining his composure, he tidied himself up and stepped into the main hall. Bai Mengshi was already standing in the hall, her eyes gleaming with joy as she swept her gaze over the room filled with red. The bridal gifts determined the importance the groom's family placed on the bride. Her daughter Xuanji had indeed succeeded in securing the highest honor from the Zhang family, with 64 bearers. Just a glance at the corners of the first two loads revealed the substantial weight of what was concealed beneath the red silk. Her relatives from the Bai family exclaimed enviously, "Xuanji is marrying well. This daughter was not raised in vain." Upon hearing this, Bai Mengshi's heart swelled with pride, yet she feigned modesty, covering her mouth. The bridal gifts are secondary. What matters is that Xuanji marries a good husband. A few relatives showered her with compliments, elevating Bai Mengshi to the skies. The Zhang family sat quietly in the guest seats, sipping tea without uttering a word. Bai Dezhong entered and, not glancing around, first greeted Zhang Chong at the front. "Thank you for your patience, my dear relative." Zhang Chong rose but did not respond to the term relative, instead bowing, "Lord Bai serves the nation. It is only right that we wait." Bai Dezhong was taken aback, smiling politely but feeling something was off. Casting his gaze to the side, he was immediately stunned. Grandfather Jiang sat in the guest seat with a dragon-headed cane. Beside him was the smiling Jiangshan, and behind them stood a row of relatives from the Zhang family, each one a prominent figure in the court. No wonder today's court assembly was so empty. How could all these people have come here? Inwardly alarmed, Bai Dezhong forced himself to remain calm, bowing to Grandfather Jiang. "It is truly an honor for you to personally visit our residence." "I am filled with trepidation." Grandfather Jiang smiled, looking kindly at him. "Please, dear relative, take a seat." Glancing at the people behind him, Bai Dezhong awkwardly sat down, only daring to occupy half a seat, sitting up straight. Grandfather Jiang continued, "I have come today to propose marriage." Bai Dezhong nodded, clasping his hands. "In truth, according to custom, it is enough for the general to come. Your visit truly makes me feel ashamed for the inadequacies in my household's hospitality." Grandfather Jiang shook his head with a smile. "I came in accordance with custom. You need not feel uneasy, your hospitality is quite ample." What did this mean? Bai Dezhong was somewhat bewildered, and Bai Mengshi felt just as confused. According to custom, should it not be the groom's father who came to propose the marriage? Why was Grandfather Jiang here for Jiang Yan's wedding? Moreover, had the general not just misspoken? Why address Bai Dezhong as Lord? Should he not refer to him as relative like Grandfather Jiang? Before they could comprehend, Grandfather Jiang continued, "Is my son Xianjin still causing a ruckus in your residence?" Upon hearing this, Bai Dezhong's expression darkened. "Your Highness is likely still in the western courtyard." "Very well," Grandfather Jiang nodded, turning to Jiang Chong, "Go fetch him." Upon seeing this, Bai Mengshi hastily interjected, "The Zhang family has gathered so many people for Xuanji's marriage. It is too much to disturb His Highness." Glancing at her, Grandfather Jiang said with a smile, "If it were merely for the marriage of your second daughter, I would not need to be here." Upon hearing this, Bai Dezhong finally grasped something. Gazing at the Zhang family in shock, he opened his mouth to speak, yet found his thoughts too absurd to voice. Bai Mengshi, still confused, furrowed her brow. Feeling the words were nonsensical, the people of the Bai family whispered among themselves, murmuring in confusion. In the western courtyard, Jiang Xianjin had not slept all night, yet he still awaited the awakening of the person on the bed. His gaze was fixed on the physician taking her pulse. Dark as the night, the physician trembled as she pressed on her pulse, unable to provide a definitive answer for a long while. Feeling restless, he stepped forward, intending to check her breath, but before he could, the door to the room was pushed open. "Master." Yu Feng entered, clasping his hands in salute. "Grandfather Jiang requests your presence in the main hall. The eldest son is waiting for you outside." The request was likely due to Bai Dezhong returning from court. Jiang Xianjin pursed his lips, looking at the person on the bed, his finger hovering just above her breath. He thought for a moment before ultimately lowering it to adjust her blanket. "I must first resolve other matters for her." He turned to Lingxiu, "Take good care of your mistress. If anything happens, inform me immediately." Lingxiu nodded repeatedly, receiving the clean outer robe from Yufeng. Jiang Xianjin changed his clothes, washing his face with cool water before heading out to find Jiang Chong. The two made their way to the main hall, but as they crossed the threshold, they heard Grandfather John's voice booming. "What kind of behavior is this?" Everyone jumped, unsure of whom he was scolding. Jiang Xianjin, however, instinctively stepped forward, standing before him with his head lowered. "I have been disrespectful." "You know you have been disrespectful?" Grandfather Jiang glared. "On the day of the proposal, you, the one marrying, can arrive later than your relative?" The once bustling main hall fell silent, as if all life had ceased. Bai Dezhong's eyes widened, Bai Mengshi's eyes grew equally large, and the Bai family members behind them stood dumbfounded. Some even rubbed their ears, questioning whether they were dreaming. Who was the one marrying? Lord Xiang, surely Grandfather Jiang must have lost his mind. In the midst of shock, Jiang Xuanjin's expression remained calm as he turned to Bai Dezhong, speaking in a measured tone. "I arrived late. I hope you will forgive me, my lord." Bai Dezhong, although Jiang Xianjin was younger in age and rank, his status commanded respect, and he usually referred to himself as this lord. Hearing him call himself young man left Bai Dezhong feeling inexplicably flustered. What is going on? Bai Mengshi, no longer able to maintain her composure, glared at Jiang Shanjin, then turned to look at grandfather Jiang. Was today not to propose marriage for the young master of the Jiang family to Xuanji? How has it turned into Lord Xiang wanting to marry? Grandfather Jiang, leaning on his cane, chuckled. Today, we have gathered so many from both families to clarify this matter. To avoid future gossip, Xuanjin's rank is above Yan's. Naturally, his marriage takes precedence. Today, we have assembled from the Jiang residence to demonstrate our sincerity to Lord Bai, assuring you that we wish to marry your daughter to Xianjin. Hearing this, Bai Dezhong was struck with astonishment, not at the Jiang family's sincerity, but at the fact that Lord Xiang truly wished to become his son-in-law. How many people in court aspired to ally with Lord Xiang? Ji Golao even considered marrying his daughter to him as a concubine, a beauty of unparalleled charm he had never even glanced at. How could he possibly take interest in Bai Zhuji? Had it not been for yesterday's events, Bai Dezhong might have naively assumed that Lord Xiang was interested in Xuanji, but after what transpired, if he still did not know who he wished to marry, then he had truly lived his 40-plus years in vain. Bai Mengshi clearly realized this, her complexion shifting from red to white, as she stared at Jiang Shanjin, her nails digging into her flesh. He wishes to marry Bai Zhuji. How could he marry Bai Zhuji? Xuanji marrying Jiang Yan was already a step up. What right did that fool have to marry Lord Xiang? If this were to come to pass, would Xuanji not have to call her aunt? Absurd. Fuming with rage, she dismissed all notions of propriety and exclaimed, this won't do. Before Bai Dezhong could speak, the womenfolk spoke up first. Grandfather Jiang frowned, casting an irritated glance at her. Why not? Bai Mengshi, flustered and anxious, stepped forward, questioning, does the elder not know whom the lord intends to marry? Of course I know, he nodded, it is the fourth miss, Bai Zhuji. Since you know, then you should also know that Bai Zhuji has been foolish for years and has poor character. Marrying her to the young master is already inappropriate. What merit does she have to marry Lord Xiang? Bai Mengshi vehemently shook her head. I implore the elder to reconsider. Her words were harsh, implicitly trampling on Jiang Yan, causing Jiang Chong to cast her a displeased glance. You are outrageous. Bai Dezhong sensed the tension, reprimanding her, this is not your place to speak. The Lord is the pillar of the nation, and his marriage cannot be taken lightly. Even if you punish me today, I must clarify, I cannot let her deceive the Lord. Bai Mengshi adopted a righteous stance. What I say is the truth. Bai Zhuji is not only a habitual thief but also has a tarnished reputation for staying out all night. She is truly unfit for a proper marriage. In other families, when marrying off a daughter, they would do everything possible to speak well of her, fearing the bride's family might look down on her. Yet here in the Bai residence, the person proposing marriage spoke a few words, and the matriarch rushed to smear dirt on her daughter. Jiang Shanjin raised his eyes, observing her agitated demeanor, and slightly smiled. Is that truly the case? Meeting his gaze, Bai Mengshi felt a twinge of guilt but still nodded vigorously. Yes, everyone in the house knows. Bai Zhuji, driven by vanity, stole her second sister's dowry and, not knowing where she went, did not return home all night. She stole her second sister's dowry? Jiang Shanjin pondered. Is the madam referring to the jewelry that the fourth miss wore yesterday? Yes. Bai Mengshi affirmed, those were prepared for my second daughter, and I personally checked. There can be no mistake. With a sneer, Jiang Shanjin produced a gold-threaded hairpin adorned with 8 treasures, then let the madam take a look. Is this not also part of the second Mrs. Dowry? This hairpin had been left behind by Bai Zhuji at the Mo residence, and Yu Feng had picked it up to bring back to the Bai residence, intending to return it to her upon her awakening. He had not expected it to be useful now. Bai Mengshi examined the hairpin in Jiang Xuanjin's hand, recognizing it bore a similar craftsmanship to Bai Zhuji's jewelry, and promptly nodded, yes. This is also one. Retrieving the hairpin, Jiang Shanjin nodded. This is simple then, this hairpin comes from the Huaiyu pavilion, and the residence of Manager Lu is just next door. If madam insists that these items were prepared by you for the second Mrs. Dowry, perhaps we should invite Manager Lu over for clarification. Upon hearing this, Bai Mengshi's face turned ashen, and she snapped, are you implying that I am lying? This was a question born of embarrassment. Most would be intimidated by her and respond with, that is not my intent. However, standing before her was the unyielding Jiang Shanjin. You have indeed been lying. He furrowed his brow, his expression growing colder. The fourth Mrs. Jewelry was a gift from Manager Lu of the Huaiyu pavilion, yet you have accused her of stealing the second Mrs. Dowry. The matriarch of the Bai family, how dare you slander a junior in public? Unprepared for her lies to be exposed on the spot, Bai Mengshi was mortified, stuttering in embarrassment. Even Bai Dezhong, watching this unfold, felt humiliated, scolding, how dare you speak so recklessly here? Bai Mengshi gritted her teeth, stubbornly denying, I did not lie. It is clear that the Lord is shielding Bai Zhuji. To put it bluntly, even if that jewelry was acquired elsewhere, the fact remains that she stayed out all night, a maiden unwed, spending the night in another's home. Who knows what transpired? You are being unreasonable. Concerned for his daughter's reputation, Bai Dezhong could no longer remain seated, rising to slap Bai Mengshi, sending her staggering a few steps back. Covering her face, she leaned against the table, her eyes filled with resentment. What I said was the truth, it was for the good of our Bai family. If the Lord hastily marries Zhuji, only to discover something amiss later, will he not blame our family? This statement was insidious, each word subtly implying that Bai Zhuji was unclean. Making such claims in front of both families' elders left no room for Bai Zhuji to survive. The Jiang family members exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, grandfather Jiang stood up, bowing slightly to Bai Dezhong. Bai Dezhong rushed to support him, frowning, you are too kind, I am overwhelmed. Old man should indeed show this courtesy. Grandfather Jiang sighed, as Bai Mengshi said, it is indeed inappropriate for an unwed girl to stay overnight in another's home. Bai Mengshi's heart soared with joy, believing her words had finally taken effect. However, Grandfather Jiang continued, moreover, Xianjin has always been a person of propriety. Knowing this is not suitable for the fourth miss, yet he still allowed her to stay in the Jiang residence overnight. It is truly my failure in educating my son, and I feel ashamed before my relatives. Jiang Chong also bowed. As the elder brother, I failed to intervene, and I too feel ashamed before Lord Bai. Jiang Shen clasped his hands. As the second brother, I also failed to intervene, and I feel even more ashamed before Lord Bai. All the Jiang family members who were aware of the third young master hiding a woman incident bowed to Bai Dezhong. As Jiang family members, not only did they not intervene, but they also seemed pleased, feeling quite ashamed. Bai Dezhong stood frozen, while Bai Mengshi was equally dazed. Last night, Zhuji stayed at the Jiang residence? Bai Dezhong asked in a low voice. Jiang Xianjin met his gaze, his expression icy. At the fourth miss injured her foot at the Jiang residence yesterday, making it difficult for her to walk, so I allowed her to stay in the guest quarters. This matter was my oversight and has nothing to do with the fourth miss. I ask for your forgiveness, my lord. So it was all slander. Everyone in the room turned to Bai Mengshi, their expressions shifting. Even the Bai family members felt Bai Mengshi's actions were truly malicious and absurd. Bai Dezhong looked at Jiang Xianjin with a mixture of guilt. So your highness's earlier outburst was due to my wrongful accusations against Zhuji? With a somber expression, Jiang Xianjin replied, do you believe it was merely an accusation? Bai Dezhong was taken aback, otherwise? Casting a glance at Bai Mengshi, Jiang Xianjin stated, your wife nearly beat your own daughter to death. Had I not intervened last night, your ruler would have likely taken her life. You are well, but remain oblivious, and yet you blame her for everything. Does that reflect even a fraction of respect for her in your actions? Bai Dezhong's heart jolted, his mouth opening in disbelief, unable to retort. The Jiang family members were equally shocked, questioning, what is going on? The fourth miss was injured. Jiang Xianjin lowered his gaze, concealing his emotions as he replied, her life hangs in the balance. Upon hearing this, Bai Dezhong looked at Bai Mengshi in disbelief, who quickly averted her gaze, muttering softly, I did not strike her that hard. It was the servants who had acted out. Ignoring the others, Bai Dezhong hurried toward the western courtyard, followed in a hurry by Grandfather Jiang, who feared that the daughter-in-law they had longed for might be lost. As he moved, the Jiang family members followed suit, leaving Bai Mengshi and a few others standing dazed in the hall. As they approached the western courtyard, a servant girl rushed out from the entrance, stumbling and falling hard to the ground. Lingxiu? Bai Dezhong called out. Having fallen hard, Lingxiu could not rise. She looked up at Jiang Xianjin, grinning broadly, Your Highness, the mistress has pulled through. Her smile was radiant, even with her face dirty. It seemed to glow. However, this light faded quickly, as Lingxiu suddenly gazed into the distance, bursting into tears. All the anxiety and fear from the previous night came pouring out in her weeping, her cries sorrowful enough to tug at the hearts of those present. Jiang Xianjin watched her, the hand he had been clenching relaxing slightly. She pulled through. Those 4 words stirred a complex mix of emotions in everyone. Bai Dezhong looked back at the small room, finally realizing he had truly failed by Zhuji, allowing her to be bullied to such an extent. He turned to the gathering. The room is small, let his highness and Grandfather Jiang enter first, the rest of you may rest in the adjacent room. With so many people present, it would only disturb the patient. Although everyone wished to see the fourth miss, they understood the hostess' intentions and nodded in agreement. Jiang Xianjin entered the room, familiar with the surroundings as he approached the bedside, lowering his gaze at the person lying there. Her face remained pale, but faintly, he sensed a glimmer of life returning. He let out a breath of relief, glanced at Bai Dezhong, and stepped aside. Bai Dezhong leaned closer to examine her, guilt evident in his eyes. I have not been a good father, he admitted. I promised her mother to take good care of her, and I have failed. Grandfather Jiang remarked, it is not too late to make amends. Bai Dezhong smiled bitterly, what do you believe I should do to make amends? Isn't it simple? Grandfather Jiang glared, pointing his cane at Jiang Xianjin, marry your daughter to him. That is the best compensation. Bai Dezhong fell silent, and after some thought, he had to concede, you are right, elder. Turning to Jiang Xianjin, he continued, perhaps it is heaven's pity for Zhuji, allowing her to gain your favor. To be honest, this morning I almost truly reported you to the court. Thankfully, I chose to trust your character. Jiang Xianjin remained silent. Grandfather Jiang chuckled. If you had reported him, it would have been a good experience for the lad, as he has never been reported before. Feeling grateful for the elder's generosity, Bai Dezhong glanced again at the frail figure on the bed, his worry resurfacing as he asked the physician, is she truly out of danger? The physician smiled wearily, the prescription has been prepared. If she takes the medicine 3 times a day and receives careful attention, she will be fine. Nodding, Bai Dezhong clasped his hands toward Jiang Xianjin. Thank you, your highness, for saving my daughter's life. Before Jiang Xianjin could respond, Grandfather Jiang shook his head. What is there to thank? If he had not intervened, there would be no daughter-in-law. Saying this, he pulled Bai Dezhong along. Since the relative has accepted this marriage, let us discuss the wedding date and collect the bridal gifts. Bai Dezhong repeatedly agreed, stumbling a few steps as he followed him out, yet he could not help but glance back one last time. In the dimly lit room, Lord Xiang stood quietly by the bedside, his demeanor serene, reminiscent of the noble figure he had observed in the court. Though close in proximity, a sense of distance lingered. In the eastern courtyard's main house, Bai Xuanji had silently shed half an hour's worth of tears, while Bai Mengshi applied ice to her face, her eyes filled with indignation. She must have used some seduction tactic. Otherwise, how could the Lord possibly look at her? Bai Mengshi seethed, offering a few words of comfort. Do not fret, they only mentioned placing the Lord's marriage ahead, but they did not say they would cancel yours. Not a word was mentioned. What is the difference from saying they are canceling? Bai Xuanji wiped her tears. Moreover, even if they do not cancel, I would be lowering myself beneath Bai Zhuji. While having a fine marriage would indeed please her, what delighted her even more was the opportunity to trample on Bai Zhuji. Now, not only was her marriage uncertain, but Bai Zhuji had also turned the tables on her, leaving her feeling resentful. Recalling the envious gazes from her relatives earlier, Bai Xuanji's heart brimmed with bitterness. Bai Mengshi sighed, had I known, I should have killed her outright. That way, even if the Lord wished to marry, she would have no life to do so. Upon hearing this, Bai Xuanji raised her eyes to look at her mother. Feeling a chill run down her spine, Bai Mengshi quickly added, I was joking, if I truly killed her, I would end up in prison. Wiping her tears, Bai Xuanji said, if it were done out in the open, you would indeed end up in prison. But what if it were not done openly? Bai Mengshi was taken aback, glancing at her daughter, suddenly feeling a chill run down her spine. After the Jiang and Bai families discussed the details of the marriage, they took their leave. Grandfather Jiang stepped outside, glancing back at Jiang Xianjin, who had not followed, both amused and exasperated. Are you planning to marry into the family? I have something to return to her, Jiang Xianjin replied. Once she awakens, I will return it and depart. Worry about the person was one thing, but finding an excuse of returning something was another. Grandfather Jiang shook his head, ambitious. Jiang Xianjin feigned ignorance, watching them depart, and exchanged a few words with Bai Dezhong before returning to the western courtyard. Master. Yu Feng trailed behind him, you should rest for a while. Your eyes are reddened. Jiang Xianjin shook his head, sitting at the bedside. I have not attended court today, and there are many matters to address, just brew a cup of tea for me. Yu Feng sighed and complied. There were numerous memorials that had just arrived. Jiang Xianjin rubbed his temples and patiently began to read through them one by one. Upon reaching the fifth one, the person on the bed coughed softly. Startled, he quickly rose to check, only to see Bai Zhuji with her eyes tightly shut, her lips slightly parted as if murmuring something. The first time he could not hear clearly, but the second time, the two words were unmistakable. She called out, Father. Jiang Xianjin froze, staring at her for a moment before breaking into a smile. Even in her dreams, she still envisioned herself as a princess. How delightful! Just as he was about to reach out and touch her lips, a sudden shout rang out, who goes there? It was Yu Feng's voice, and Jiang Xianjin raised an eyebrow, putting down the memorials to open the door. Outside, Yu Feng held a cup of tea in one hand and a dagger in the other, eyes full of vigilance as he glared at someone across from him. Standing opposite was a figure clad in a silver-threaded snow robe, holding a Nanyang jade fan. Get lost! Lu Jingxing glared at him, his eyes filled with hostility. Chapter 34. Jealousy. Once again, he found himself in the western courtyard of the Bai residence. Jiang Xuanjin's eyes flickered with a subtle darkness as he lightly scoffed. Yu Feng, he commanded, let him in. Lu Jingxing paused, his gaze landing on Jiang Xianjin at the door of the side room, his expression darkening further. He pushed open the door and strode over, without a moment's hesitation, grasping Jiang Xuanjin's collar and forcefully slamming him against the door. Why are you here again? Casting a glance at his wrinkled collar, Jiang Xianjin frowned slightly, then deftly pushed Lu Jingxing back a couple of steps before smoothing out the creases on his robe. That question should be directed at you, Master Lu. What could a man from another family be doing constantly running into the boudoir of Bai Zhuji? With his eyes narrowing, Lu Jingxing had little patience for further entanglement, letting out a cold snort as he bypassed Jiang Xianjin and headed toward the bed. On the bed lay a figure, her profile turned away, eyes tightly shut, her face pallid and ghostly, reminiscent of the time when Danyang had endured poison, lying on the soft couch in Feiyan Palace. A pang of anxiety gripped Lu Jingxing's heart as he reached out to check her breath. There's no need to check, Jiang Xianjin stated from behind him, she is still alive. Ignoring him, Lu Jingxing insisted on feeling for her breath, only exhaling in relief when he finally sensed it. He had gone to Han Shoufu to discuss matters at her behest yesterday, completely unaware of the torment she had suffered. Upon returning and hearing from his informants that the fourth Miss Bai was on the brink of death, he had scaled the wall to rush back to the Bai residence. Seeing her in this state, though alive, it was evident she had endured considerable suffering. He retrieved a small Nanmu box and opened it, preparing to feed a small pill to Huaiyu. What are you doing? Jiang Xianjin interjected, frowning as he swiftly blocked Lu Jingxing's hand. Lu Jingxing retorted irritably, what does it look like? You've seen her take this medicine before, haven't you? With that, he brushed Jiang Xuanjin's hand aside and administered the pill to Huaiyu, glancing around to pour her some tea, his movements fluid and intimate, akin to that of longtime friends. Who did this to her? After witnessing her swallow the pill, Lu Jingxing finally turned to Jiang Xianjin, his expression grave. Jiang Xianjin scrutinized the unconscious figure for a moment, and upon confirming her stable response after the medication, he extended his hand to check her pulse before replying, Bai's matriarch. Bai matriarch? Lu Jingxing was taken aback. The daughter of the medicine merchant Meng Hangyuan, Bai Dezhong's legitimate wife, Bai Mengshi? Indeed. Glancing at Li Huaiyu's numerous injuries, Lu Jingxing frowned. Isn't she the mother of the fourth Miss Bai? Why would she strike her so harshly? After a moment's thought, he inquired, did Bai Dezhong not stand up for the fourth Miss? After all, they are family, Jiang Xianjin replied nonchalantly. A few scoldings and a couple of slaps is all. What else could be done? Bai Mengshi's behavior today had been outrageously absurd, yet Bai Dezhong had imposed no severe punishment. When the Jia family left, he merely reprimanded her to reflect in her room, saying nothing more. Lu Jingxing snapped his folding fan shut with a resounding clap, his brow furrowed. This is utterly unreasonable. You, as the esteemed Ziyang Jun, can stand idly by in the face of such injustice? Ultimately, this is a family matter for the Bai household, Jiang Xianjin replied. I cannot take it upon myself to punish the wife of Bai Yushi. Indeed, such matters were not suitable for outsiders to meddle in. Lu Jingxing tightened his grip on the fan, glancing at the figure on the bed, suddenly reminiscent of the time when Princess Danyang was still alive. The princess acted with brazen authority. Once she determined someone to be a villain, regardless of whose family matters were involved or which dignitary's wife was being favored, she would find a pretext to imprison them, leaving them in a state where they could neither live nor die. He had previously found such methods somewhat objectionable, feeling they were morally questionable, yet now, faced with such events, Lu Jingxing thought that Danyang's approach was rather satisfying, at least ensuring that evildoers did not roam free. Do you know Bai Mengshi's father? As he pondered, Ziyang Jun suddenly posed a question. Lu Jingxing snapped back to reality, responding tersely, Meng Hangyuan is, after all, a prominent merchant in the capital, how could I not recognize him? If I recall correctly, someone reported this individual to the capital's court last month, Jiang Xianjin remarked. If Master Lu has the time, it would be worthwhile to investigate who reported him and what the allegations were, as it seems there has been no follow-up since. At these words, Lu Jingxing froze. The implication sounded as though Jiang Xianjin was contemplating trouble for the Meng family, yet, observing the righteous figure before him, he shook his head, dismissing such thoughts as improbable. Everyone knew that Ziyang Jun typically steered clear of meddling in others' affairs. How could he possibly seek vengeance on the Meng family simply because Bai Zhuji had suffered injustice? Perhaps it was merely a coincidence related to another case. Nevertheless, regardless of the reasons, Lu Jingxing was more than willing to assist in investigating Meng Hangyuan, nodding in agreement. For the first time, two individuals who would ordinarily be at odds found themselves in harmonious accord, united by the unconsciously Huaiyu. However, this harmony lasted barely the length of a fragrant stick. Shouldn't you be on your way? Jiang Xianjin observed, slightly displeased at Lu Jingxing's reluctance to move from his spot beside the bed. Lu Jingxing retorted, I am in no rush to be reborn. I must at least wait for her to awaken and exchange a few words, right? What is there to discuss? Jiang Xuanjin's gaze darkened. Are you particularly close to her? After years of camaraderie with various companions, it was clear he was far more familiar with them than with this murderer. Lu Jingxing scoffed, unfurling his fan to shield his chest, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Xianjin. What, are you jealous? Why would I be jealous? Then why the sour remarks? Lu Jingxing laughed derisively. You sound just like when you disapproved of my closeness with Danyang. In the past, when Princess Danyang had been in his company, Jiang Xianjin had been greatly displeased, almost posting a notice at the palace gates declaring, Lu Jingxing and dogs are not allowed inside. Each time they encountered each other within the palace, Jiang Xianjin would always scowl and offer him a cutting remark. At one point, Lu Jingxing had even wondered if Jiang Xianjin harbored feelings for Danyang. Upon meeting Jiang Xuanjin's meaningful gaze, he hesitated, then let out a cold laugh. Why had he disapproved of Lu Jingxing's closeness with Danyang? At merely 16, he had been appointed as the ceremonial tutor for the young emperor and Princess Danyang, teaching them propriety and decorum. While Li Huailin had been relatively compliant, Princess Danyang had been unruly, associating with merchants and inviting someone like Lu Jingxing to the palace for banquets, disrupting the court's order and drawing the scorn of officials, leading to ridicule from the public. Under such circumstances, could he have been expected to treat Lu Jingxing with any semblance of kindness? However, you treat Zhuji far better than you did Danyang, Lu Jingxing observed as his gaze fell on the familiar string of prayer beads on Huaiyu's hand, his expression complex. It seems that a lively and adorable young lady garners more affection. His tone was peculiar, tinged with both mockery and resentment. Jiang Xianjin assumed he was speaking in defense of Danyang, letting out a huff as he looked back at the figure on the bed. Of Princess Danyang and the fourth Miss Bai were polar opposites. One was deeply calculating, while the other was blissfully naive. One wielded immense power, while the other faced a tumultuous fate. Placing the two together, it was only natural for anyone to favor the latter, so what was there to be upset about? Just then, the figure on the bed stirred. Jiang Xianjin was taken aback and quickly sat at the head of the bed, lifting her eyelid to check. Li Huaiyu had been in a deep slumber all day, her body fluctuating between burning heat and freezing cold, her mind filled with a cacophony of buzzing sounds. After an arduous struggle, as the fever subsided and the burning sensation faded, she found herself utterly exhausted, unable to open her eyes. Just when she was straining to regain her strength, a helping hand suddenly appeared, lifting a veil of light for her. Dazed, she blinked her eyes open, taking a moment to adjust to her surroundings, feeling uncomfortable in her position. Just as she attempted to move, a surge of pain surged through her limbs. Ugh! Huaiyu frowned, letting out a muffled groan. Immediately beside her, someone reprimanded, What are you moving for? The voice was harsh, causing her heart to flutter in fear. Struggling to move her eyes, she caught sight of Jiang Xianjin, his eyes bloodshot. Ziyang Jun had always maintained a high standard for his appearance. Even when she had once pinned him beneath her during a fall, he had remained composed, exuding an air of elegance. Yet now, he appeared so haggard that it was alarming. Huaiyu longed to tease him, but the pain was overwhelming, her pale lips trembling for a moment before ultimately failing to utter a word. I know what you want to say, Jiang Xianjin stated, his gaze unfriendly as he gritted his teeth. Do you think you can blame me for being entangled in this mess? Huaiyu inhaled sharply, forcing a smile through the pain. Seeing her expression, Jiang Xianjin, to his annoyance, discovered that rather than feeling angry, his throat tightened slightly, turning his head away in discomfort. He glanced at Lu Jingxing beside him. She has awakened. You may speak with her, then leave. Lu Jingxing rolled his eyes at him and mimicked his tone. Are you in a hurry to be reborn? I, for one, am in no rush. Huaiyu let out a laugh, but immediately winced as pain shot through her body. Jiang Xianjin shot her a stern look. Do you wish to tempt fate? With a pitiful blink, Huaiyu replied, no, not at all. Seeing her smile, Jiang Xuanjin's displeasure deepened, his gaze growing colder as he turned to Lu Jingxing. She has awakened. Bayusher will certainly come. If you feel unconcerned, then you may stay. Lu Jingxing's hand, which had been holding the fan, stilled for a moment. He had scaled the wall to come here. If he were to run into Bai Dezhong, it would certainly be awkward. Shooting Jiang Xianjin a disgruntled look, Lu Jingxing rose, retrieving a blue and white porcelain bottle from his sleeve, placing it by the bedside. This is a precious medicine. I brought the remainder. You can take it if you wish. It will do you good given your current condition. Do not overexert yourself. When you feel strong enough to speak, have Lingxiu notify me. After a moment's thought, he added, it would be best to do so when that annoying person is not around. Li Huaiyu shifted her gaze to him, her eyelids fluttering slightly. Understood. Beside her, the annoying person coldly remarked, take care, I won't see you out. With a huff, Lu Jingxing shook his fan and swiftly departed. Jiang Xianjin looked at the medicine bottle on the bedside, his tone neutral as he said, he treats you quite well, sending you clothing, jewelry, and precious medicines. Hearing this, Huaiyu lightly twitched her nose. What are you sniffing at? He asked, puzzled. Pouting, she finally uttered a single word, jealousy. Jiang Xuanjin's expression darkened. Is it appropriate to speak nonsense in such a situation? This was hardly nonsense, it was merely the truth. Had she not been too weak to speak, Li Huaiyu would have certainly teased him further. But for now she could only move her eyes, hoping to convey her meaning. However, just as she was attempting to convey her thoughts, Jiang Xianjin reached for a clean white cloth nearby and tied it around her eyes. Huaiyu, was this not too much of a bullying tactic? She opened her mouth, feeling wronged as she sought to assert her position as a patient, only to be caught off guard by a soft pressure on her lips. Something cool brushed against her lips for the briefest moment before the sensation vanished. Li Huaiyu froze, pressing her lips together, unable to regain her senses for a while. Had he truly leaned in to kiss her? Rest quietly, Jiang Xuanjin's voice came from ahead, cold yet serious. I will fetch someone to prepare some porridge. With that, he stood and walked toward the door. The calmness in his tone suggested that nothing had transpired, leaving Huaiyu stiff for a moment, pondering if she had merely imagined it. How could Jiang Xianjin possibly lean in to kiss her? He would merely reach out to wipe something off her lips. She was overthinking it, gently shaking her head. Huaiyu closed her eyes once more, with the cloth covering her eyes. She could not see the light or the surroundings, nor could she glimpse the slight blush on Zhang Jun's ears as he exited. The fourth Miss Bai had finally awakened. News of this spread quickly, prompting the Bai family members to rush to the western courtyard. Bai Dezhong was the first to arrive. By the time he sat by the bed, Li Huaiyu had consumed a bowl of medicinal porridge and had regained the strength to speak. However, she was disinclined to engage with Bai Dezhong and chose to feign silence. Just now, I inquired with the physician. She stated that your external injuries will heal in half a month, but internal injuries require gradual care. The Jiang residence has sent many medicinal ingredients, which I have entrusted to Lingxiu, Bai Dezhong declared, maintaining his rigid demeanor yet speaking kindly. After enduring a beating from the family, it seemed that Bai Dezhong had finally come to his senses and was concerned for her well-being. Huaiyu was quite surprised. She had no idea what had transpired during her unconsciousness, yet she found this old man suddenly much more agreeable. If Bai Dezhong's demeanor could be considered agreeable, then the Bai family relatives who soon followed could only be described as sycophantic. Zhuji, you must take care of yourself and recover quickly. We are all waiting for the wedding feast. You had everyone worried sick while you were unconscious. I even went to the temple to light incense for your safety. Look at these injuries. It's truly pitiful. Bai Mengshi has gone too far. Zhuji, rest assured, we will ensure that Dezhong gives you an explanation. After seeing off these unfamiliar faces, once the door closed, she finally hoarsely asked Lingxiu, am I to ascend to the throne tomorrow? Lingxiu was taken aback by her words, instinctively glancing at the Zhang Jun beside her, shaking her head anxiously. Do not speak nonsense. I am not being nonsensical, Huaiyu replied, puzzled. If I were not to ascend, why would they be so attentive? Lingxiu whispered, you are about to marry the emperor and will thus become a person of high status. Those individuals have previously offended you, and now they must come to curry favor. Huaiyu was momentarily stunned, turning her stiff neck to face Jiang Xianjin. Have you sorted everything out? Jiang Xianjin nodded as he closed the final document. How impressive, she need do nothing but bask in the shade of his great tree. Huaiyu felt a surge of happiness. This feeling of being protected was indeed delightful. Oh, by the way, it's already this late, why hasn't the kitchen sent the medicine? Lingxiu wondered aloud, glancing outside. After a moment, she added, I should go check on it. Jiang Xianjin nodded, watching Lingxiu run out. Once he placed the documents in his hand down, he rose. Here, this is yours. He took out the golden hairpin adorned with 8 treasures and placed it beside her. It is getting late. I should take my leave. Upon hearing this, Huaiyu pouted in displeasure. Jiang Xianjin shot her a glance. What is it? When you were ill, I stayed by your side without leaving, she said, her voice laden with grievances. Yet now, I am in such a miserable state, and you intend to leave? As she spoke, her brows drooped, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Jiang Xianjin retorted, Is it reasonable for me to remain in your room indefinitely? Why would it not be reasonable, she replied. Our engagement is set, you staying to care for me would earn you praise from others for being devoted and loyal. Who would dare speak ill of you? Jiang Xianjin was momentarily at a loss, frowning. You certainly have a way with words, is your body no longer in pain? It hurts, Huaiyu grimaced, her eyes glistening as she pouted, this time it genuinely hurts, especially my back. I received 20 lashes. A tightness gripped Jiang Xuanjin's chest as he returned to the side of the bed, his expression darkening. What exactly were you punished for? What else could it be? Huaiyu huffed. The Bai mother and daughter did not want me to fare well, so they sought an excuse to hit me. I refused to back down and ended up in a tussle with the servants. After a brief pause, she continued, I was quite formidable, taking down several of them alone, but I just lacked the strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been subdued in the end. Jiang Xianjin looked at her with a sinister glare. Should I commend you for your unparalleled martial prowess? That would be excessive flattery, she grinned. Simply praise my agility instead. Jiang Xianjin let out a cold laugh, his tone icy as he looked at Li Huaiyu, who instantly quieted down. It hurts so much, she whined weakly. With a solemn expression, Jiang Xianjin stood and sought the medicine Lu Jingxing had left, feeding her a pill. As he propped himself against the bed, pushing the medicine into her mouth, she shifted slightly. What are you fidgeting for? He asked, slightly annoyed. Following her gaze, he noticed her hand straining to reach out toward him. Huaiyu remained silent, focusing all her energy to inch her fingers closer to his. Their hands were nearly touching, yet it took all her strength just to brush against him. Jiang Xianjin was taken aback, as if something had gently pricked at his heart, causing a slight itchy. Instinctively, he raised his hand to meet hers. Huaiyu grinned widely, her eyes sparkling with joy. Jiang Xianjin stared at her for a moment, then sternly withdrew his hand. Are you bored? He asked coldly. Huaiyu giggled, remaining silent. When Lingxiu returned with the medicine, she found Ziyang Jun sitting at the bedside, his face slightly flushed, his eyes filled with displeasure. Meanwhile, her young mistress lay half reclined on the bed, grinning widely. This scene was rather awkward for her to enter, yet, glancing down at the tray of medicine, Lingxiu approached, lowering her head to hand the bowl to Jiang Xianjin. Jiang Xianjin blew on the medicine and brought it to her lips. Huaiyu grimaced at the bitter scent wafting from the bowl. I don't want to drink it. Do you think this is a marketplace where you can haggle? He glared. Must I drink it? Of course. Then you should taste it first. Huaiyu insisted, her tone filled with grievance. After all, I helped you test it before. She had even downed an entire bowl. Jiang Xianjin mused that the saying, better to offend a minor than a woman, may not be entirely unfounded. Looking at the current state of affairs, she had not forgotten such an old incident. Casting a glance around the room, he noticed Qingxu and Yufeng waiting outside. Stealing a sip should go unnoticed by them. As he pondered, Jiang Xianjin scooped a spoonful of the medicine and swiftly swallowed it. Huaiyu, anxious, asked, was it bitter? After swallowing, he replied, testing medicine is about checking for poison, not tasting bitterness. How could medicine be poisonous? I just want to know the taste, she frowned. Jiang Xianjin shot her a glance, opening his mouth to say bitter, but just as he began to speak, he felt a sweetness in his throat, a sharp pain striking his heart. Clenching his fists, he struggled for a moment before he could no longer hold it in and lowered his head to spit out blood. The dark red liquid splattered on the ground, leaving a palm-sized stain that was chilling to behold. The suddenness of it startled Huaiyu, her eyes widening in shock, though her body was immobile, and she could only hoarsely shout, Lingxiu, quickly give him a pill. Lingxiu hastily complied, pouring out a pill from the blue-on-white porcelain bottle and handing it with water, then turned to call for Qingxu and Yufeng outside. Do not raise an alarm. Jiang Xianjin swallowed the medicine and frowned, I am fine. The bowl of medicine was problematic, but he had only taken a small sip, so it was unlikely to be fatal. If he allowed the two outside to enter, the entire Bai residence could be implicated. Huaiyu furrowed her brows, shifting uncomfortably in bed as she whispered, you should lie down for a while. Lie down beside her? What nonsense. Jiang Xianjin shook his head, remaining seated to regulate his internal energy. Lingxiu did not dare to move, and Huaiyu kept her gaze fixed on him in silence, leaving the room in a temporary stillness. After several incense sticks worth of time, Jiang Xianjin opened his eyes, his complexion much improved. Indeed, the medicine Lu Jingxing provided is a rare treasure, take one every day moving forward. As for the soup, let them prepare it for you, he instructed. Li Huaiyu gazed at the bowl of medicine on the low table with a complex expression. If you know that there are ill intentions afoot, why have them prepare it? Evidence, he stated. Understanding Jiang Xuanjin's intentions, Huaiyu coughed lightly twice before sighing, it's futile. If I were truly poisoned to death, this would serve as evidence in court, but since I am alive, even if I discover that the medicine is problematic, there is little I can do to them. In the Bai residence, those who dared to poison her, wishing for her demise, were none other than Bai Xuanji and her mother. If it were to be uncovered that they were responsible, Bai Dezhong would undoubtedly protect them just as he had for Bai Mengshi, refusing to bring them to justice. No matter how much evidence existed, it would ultimately come to nothing. What use was it? Jiang Xianjin remained silent for a moment, then quietly stated, it seems I must stay in the Bai residence for a few more days. Had he not tasted the medicine first, the life she had fought so hard to save would have been lost once more? The Bai residence was fraught with peril, and with her injuries still unhealed, he could not afford to leave. Huaiyu looked at him, feeling quite touched, and replied with a smile, good. If he chose to remain, she would certainly not refuse. To recuperate while lying in bed was dreadfully boring. Having someone around to tease and amuse her was indeed a delightful prospect. Moreover, with someone investigating the threats against her, Jiang Xuanjin's assistance would ease her worries, which was certainly a boon. Thus, that evening, Jiang Xianjin and Li Huaiyu moved from the western courtyard to the main house in the southern courtyard. Despite the jolting of the stretcher causing discomfort, Huaiyu felt quite pleased in the spacious and exquisite new room. Upon hearing the news, Bai Dezhong was aware that Ziyang Jun would remain in the residence to care for her, and he promptly ordered the adjacent room in the southern courtyard to be prepared. The message was clear: while caring for the sick was acceptable, decorum must still be observed. Jiang Xianjin complied, taking a nap as soon as the room was ready. Having gone 2 days without rest and suffering from the effects of poison, he slept soundly, awakening only by midday the following day. Compared to the weakness he had felt upon waking the previous day, Huaiyu felt much more energized today. After taking her medicine, the pain throughout her body had significantly subsided, and she spoke more audibly. Since you are here, my meals have improved considerably, she remarked with a smile. Jiang Xianjin approached, casting a glance at the dishes on the table and at Lingxiu, who was feeding her. Has everything been tested for poison? Huaiyu nodded. The silver needles were used, and the physician has examined them. There is no issue. Nodding in acknowledgement, he sat down at the table, quietly beginning his meal. One of the Jiang family's rules was, one does not speak while eating. Thus, whenever he picked up his chopsticks, Jiang Xianjin would refrain from conversation. Yet the person behind him was like a lively sparrow, chattering away upon seeing him. I felt terrible yesterday, even speaking was difficult. I thought I would be bedridden for ages, but upon waking today, I found my throat was much better. The physician said I was too boisterous. She remarked that the other young ladies she had seen were all gentle and reserved, even in illness, and had never encountered anyone as talkative as me. By the way, your robe looks splendid today. A vein throbbed on Jiang Xuanjin's forehead as he set down his chopsticks and turned to her. Could you possibly keep quiet? Surprised, Huaiyu pouted, her tone laced with grievance. Lingxiu said you used to be quite concerned about me. Why are you shouting at me now? Who was concerned for her? Jiang Xuanjin's eyes were icy as he replied, had I known you would be this noisy after saving you, I should have let go and walked away. Swallowing a mouthful of vegetables, Huaiyu grinned, stop being stubborn. I know you are reluctant to part with me. In the past, when she had claimed he was reluctant to part with himself, it had been mere teasing. Now, however, Li Huaiyu realized that he genuinely seemed to care for her, and it wasn't something she had to coax out of him. This was a great thing indeed. Casting a disdainful glance her way, Jiang Xianjin turned back to his meal. After 2 days of absence from court, many had inquired about Ziyang Jun's situation, even the emperor himself had asked during court sessions. Thus, Bai Dezhong was compelled to step forward and provide an explanation. As a result, the poem, The Beauty of the Bai Residence, brings the emperor to his knees. From now on, the emperor shall not attend morning court, spread from the court to the streets. The citizens of the capital expressed their astonishment. So it turns out that the extravagant betrothal gifts from the Jiang family were not for Jiang Yan's marriage to the second Miss Bai, but rather for Ziyang Jun's marriage to the fourth Miss Bai? In an instant, countless people rushed to the Bai residence to inquire about her health, but in truth, they were eager to catch a glimpse of the Ziyang Jun, who was said to have withered away for the sake of a beauty. Jiang Xuanjin's mood soured, and with a wave of his hand, he closed the southern courtyard's door, instructing Qingxiu and Yufeng to stand guard outside, barring anyone from entry. Li Huaiyu lay on the bed, smiling with her eyes sparkling. It seems quite lively outside, doesn't it? Casting her a sidelong glance, Jiang Xianjin replied, if you continue to chatter, I will toss you out as well. With her mouth closed, Huaiyu fell silent, though the mirth still danced in her eyes. Miss, the June, Lingxiu announced as she entered with medicine, the afternoon medicine has arrived. A bowl of dark, thick herbal concoction wafted a familiar scent, reminiscent of the previous day's poison. Jiang Xianjin did not allow Lingxiu to place it back in the cabinet but instead handed it to Qingxiu. Find someone to identify the ingredients within, he instructed, act swiftly and discreetly, and do not let anyone see. Understood, Qingxiu replied. Huaiyu, watching, lazily yawned, shifting her body to rest on Jiang Xuanjin's lap. What are you doing? He asked, his tone unfriendly. A feeling wronged, Huaiyu grasped his hand. It's uncomfortable lying on the pillow. Was it more comfortable on his lap? Jiang Xuanjin's expression hardened. Just because I have been lenient with you due to your injuries does not mean you should take advantage. Look at you, being so fierce with me again. Huaiyu adjusted her position, lying comfortably. As my future husband, is it not reasonable for me to seek comfort? You seem to have forgotten what I said, Jiang Xianjin frowned. Our marriage is a matter of convenience. Compared to the bridal chamber, he might prefer the Buddhist hall. When she entered his household, they would still lead separate lives. Yawning, Huaiyu was too lazy to engage in this discussion. Regardless, he had not pushed her away. She nestled against him and promptly fell asleep. The fabric of Jiang Xuanjin's robe was thin, and she could feel the warmth of her face against his leg. Stiffening, he gazed down at her with an expression akin to one seeing a strange creature. As he continued to stare, he noticed her unbound hair cascading over him, long and silky, and it made him want to whip. By the time he realized his thoughts, his hand had already moved. What a calamity! Thus, half an hour later, Lu Jingxing, following Qingxiu, entered to find the two in a rather intimate position, reminiscent of a poetic scene. With unkempt hair falling over her shoulders, she rests upon her lover's knee. How could one not feel pity? Lu Jingxing's face darkened as he kicked the door open. The loud crash startled Huaiyu awake, and she turned her head in confusion. Master Lu, what brings you here at this hour? Pulling a stool beside the bed, Lu Jingxing asked her seriously, do you truly intend to marry this person? Huaiyu was well aware of Lu Jingxing's concerns. She struggled to support herself as she rose from Jiang Xuanjin's lap, pondering how to explain herself. Feeling a chill on her leg, Jiang Xuanjin's jaw tightened as he turned his gaze toward the bed. June, Huaiyu cautiously inquired, could you allow me to speak privately with Master Lu for a moment? Well, Lu Jingxing's arrival aside, now she wished to speak to him alone? Jiang Xuanjin scoffed, wanting to inform her that even if they weren't married yet, failing to uphold propriety would still lead to her being punished. As this thought crossed his mind, he detected a hint of sourness within himself. Momentarily taken aback, he was left feeling somewhat amused. What was he doing? Was he genuinely concerned for her, having previously thought they would lead separate lives? Dwelling on these chaotic thoughts now felt like slapping his own face. Rising to his feet, Jiang Xuanjin left without a backward glance, stepping out of the main house and closing the door behind him. Say what you wish, after all, he is merely a friend. It is none of my concern. As the door closed, Huaiyu sighed, do you believe marrying him would be a mistake? Is there anything good about it? Lu Jingxing was nearly exasperated. You previously mentioned wanting to marry Jiang Yan to get closer to Jiang Xuanjin, and I had no objections, as Jiang Yan is merely a young lad you can easily handle. But Jiang Xuanjin, have you forgotten what he has done? I have not forgotten. Huaiyu leaned against the headboard, glancing at her bruised wrist. It is precisely because I have not forgotten that I believe marrying him is better. As the wife of a nephew, she would have to adhere to numerous rules, limiting her opportunities to get close to him. However, as a June's wife, she could gradually gain Jiang Xuanjin's trust, uncovering his deepest secrets and utilizing that to achieve her aims, ultimately leading him to his demise. Such a scheme of revenge was far more intriguing than simply killing him. Lu Jingxing furrowed his brow. I can assist you with whatever you seek, but this plan is far too perilous. Jingxing, she smiled at him, you must believe in me, there is nothing I cannot accomplish. Indeed, over the years, she had achieved everything she set out to do. But in the end, Lu Jingxing lowered his gaze, his grip on the fan faltering. Did you survive merely for revenge? Pausing to contemplate this question, Huaiyu answered, not solely, but it is the one thing I can do best at the moment. As she spoke, she added with a smile, in pursuing this endeavor, I might even assist Huailin. Huailin, referring to Li Huailin. Lu Jingxing chuckled, finally realizing, your greatest love is your brother, and your greatest hatred is Jiang Xuanjin. Thus, her revival was driven by the desire to ensure Li Huailin's well-being and to see Jiang Xuanjin dead. What about him? Then, noticing that his tone seemed slightly off, Huaiyu looked at him in surprise. Are you all right? I'm fine. Unfurling his fan, he shielded his brow and paused for a moment before returning to normal. I just feel a bit angry that I cannot dissuade you. Oh, what is there to be angry about? You know my temperament by now, Huaiyu consoled him, since you cannot dissuade me, why not encourage me instead? Encourage? Lu Jingxing dropped his fan and rolled his eyes. You refuse to heed my good advice and insist on going your own way. If you encounter trouble in the future, I will not concern myself with you, why would I offer encouragement? As he spoke, he rose and flounced his sleeves, preparing to leave. Hey! Huaiyu called out, are you truly angry? Lu Jingxing did not look back, grumbling, I did not even come here to find you today. Jiang Xuanjin asked me for assistance yesterday, and I must inform him. What? Huaiyu was stunned, you are helping him? Who do you think I am doing this for? With that, he opened the door and exited. Li Huaiyu leaned against the headboard, frowning as she watched his retreating figure, sensing that something was amiss, though she could not pinpoint what was wrong. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuanjin was in the guest room transcribing Buddhist scriptures. After diligently copying half a page, Lu Jingxing finally arrived to find him. Meng Hengyuan was previously reported to the court for secretly trading in prohibited medicines, he stated as he entered, closing the door behind him. This is a serious offense. However, the accuser was of no influence and merely sought personal vendetta, leading to the matter being dropped. Pausing his writing, Jiang Xuanjin looked up. Prohibited medicines? Yes, the court has issued a decree prohibiting the sale of certain precious and special medicinal materials in the civilian market. Only the palace is permitted to possess them. Meng Hengyuan, being a merchant of medicinal materials, naturally understood which items were off limits, yet, he is exceedingly greedy, willing to disregard everything for profit, inevitably provoking those who despise him to seek a way to report him. Nonetheless, Meng Hengyuan was Bai Dezhong's father-in-law and had connections with other officials in court, making it difficult to convict him. Jiang Xuanjin set down his brush, nodding. Thank you. Looking at him, Lu Jingxing scoffed, what are you thanking me for? Consider it an early congratulatory gift. Hearing this, Jiang Xuanjin raised an eyebrow. The foremost merchant in the capital offers merely a few words as a congratulatory gift? A few words are sufficient as a gift for you, Lu Jingxing replied with a forced smile. As for Zhuji, I will prepare something separately. The betrothal gifts had been sent yesterday, yet upon seeing him, Lu Jingxing had not uttered a single word, causing him to nearly faint when he heard the news on the street today. What was he thinking? The more he looked at Jiang Xuanjin's face, the angrier he became. With a flick of his sleeve, Lu Jingxing stormed out. Take care, Master Lu, Jiang Xuanjin called after him, once the wedding invitations are prepared, I will certainly send someone to deliver them to your residence. Make sure to send the most ostentatious one with the largest characters. With a loud bang, Lu Jingxing kicked Zhang Xuanjin's door once more. Zhang Xianjin smirked, setting aside the scriptures as he instructed Yufeng, retrieve the list of prohibited medicines from the court. Understood, Yufeng replied. That evening, Huaiyu finally awaited Zhang Xuanjin's arrival in her room, her spirits high. My wrist doesn't hurt as much anymore. The bruise on her wrist was likely from the scuffle, and while it was not the worst injury, Zhang Xianjin looked at her expressionlessly, responding coldly with a mere Huaiyu's mood soured. What has caused you to revert to this demeanor? Earlier, he had been amiable, even allowing her to embrace him and feeding her water. Had he stepped outside for a moment, only to return as icy as winter, taking a seat at the table, Zhang Xianjin remarked, I have uncovered some information. What information? Extending 2 sheets of paper toward her, Zhang Xianjin inquired, can you read? What a question. She had once studied calligraphy with him. Huaiyu pouted, motioning for Lingxiu to bring the papers over. Holding them in her hands, she examined the contents. Both sheets listed medicinal ingredients, one held names she recognized, all of which were found in the palace. The other appeared more ordinary, resembling a prescription. However, she noticed that one name on the ordinary prescription matched the one on the other sheet. A single drop of blood. Momentarily stunned, Huaiyu exclaimed, that prescription wouldn't be for the medicine you drank, would it? Zhang Xianjin looked at her in surprise. How did you know? That single drop of blood is a poison, Huaiyu replied instinctively. You drank that bowl of medicine and coughed up blood. It could very well have been caused by this. Initially, Zhang Xianjin had intended to keep her in suspense before elaborating, yet her knowledge caught him off guard. Rising abruptly, he furrowed his brow. How do you know that a single drop of blood is a poison? This particular ingredient was a court-prohibited substance, only available within the palace. How could she, a mere young lady from the Bai residence, possibly know of it? Realizing the implications, Huaiyu quickly countered, what is so strange about it? My father has numerous medical texts in his study. I once perused them. I may not remember everything, but I distinctly recall the illustrations. As she spoke, she gestured, it is a small red fruit called a single drop of blood, known for its extreme toxicity. Consuming it leads to coughing blood and eventual demise. Her eyes were clear, devoid of any hint of deceit, indicating she was being truthful. Zhang Xianjin pursed his lips, mentally chiding himself for his suspicions. He slowly sat back down. Indeed, this prescription was derived from the medicine I instructed Qingshu to have prepared, the same one you drank. The other sheet pertains to the court's prohibited medicine. Feigning astonishment, Huaiyu widened her eyes, attempting to appear as an innocent fool. A court-prohibited medicine? Indeed. This indicates that such a substance should not exist in the civilian realm, yet it has somehow found its way into your bowl. Moreover, coincidentally, Bai Mingshir's father, Meng Hangyuan, had been accused of trading in prohibited medicines last month. When the two pieces of information came together, it became crystal clear who sought to harm her. Huaiyu stared blankly for a moment and asked, are you planning to take action against Meng Hangyuan? The words sounded harsh, prompting Zhang Xianjin to frown. If someone has committed an offense yet evades punishment, I intend to use evidence to bring them to justice. Is that considered taking action? Very well, bringing them to justice. Huaiyu laughed. So, do you plan to take the evidence to the palace and accuse him? Accuse a civilian merchant? Zhang Xianjin shot her a look. This matter should not fall upon me. Then who should it fall upon? Huaiyu was perplexed. However, she would soon discover the answer. I must say, watching as he placed the empty bowl back into her hands and poured a bottle of pig's blood onto the ground, Li Huaiyu felt a foreboding sense of dread. I am still recuperating. Can you truly drag me into this? After stowing the pig's blood bottle, Zhang Xianjin looked at her expressionlessly. From here on, you need only lie back and relax. With that, he rose and exchanged a glance with Qingshu and Yufeng. Qingshu and Yufeng understood his intentions and stepped outside, taking a deep breath before shouting in unison, someone, the fourth miss has been poisoned. Li Huaiyu's mouth twitched. The tranquil Bai residence erupted into chaos once more. Qingshu and Yufeng's loud cries spread the news of the fourth miss's poisoning throughout the estate. Upon hearing the commotion, Bai Mengshi leaped to her feet, eager to find Bai Xuanji. However, as she stepped out of the east courtyard, she was promptly apprehended by Qingshu and Yufeng. What are you doing? Bai Mengshi exclaimed, alarmed. I am the matriarch of the Bai family. Who dares to lay hands on me? Ignoring her protests, Qingshu and Yufeng continued to escort her forward. How outrageous! Even if you are Ziyang Jun's men, you have no right to bully me within my own Bai residence. Bai Mengshi protested, her voice shrill. This is simply lawlessness. Zhang Xianjin, standing in the main hall, heard the distant shouting drawing closer. He turned to Bai Dezhong, who wore a complicated expression. Your Majesty, is this not somewhat inappropriate? Zhang Xianjin glanced at him. If Bai Darren believes it inappropriate to bring her to the main hall, perhaps we could instead head to the capital's court. This matter rightfully belongs in the court for trial. Upon hearing this, Bai Dezhong fell silent. Master. Bai Mengshi struggled against her captors, kneeling before Bai Dezhong with a handkerchief clutched in her hand. You must seek justice for me. They Ameng Shuqin, Bai Dezhong interrupted her sobs. Did you not instruct someone to prepare the medicine that Zhuji has been consuming these days? Bai Mengshi froze, quickly shaking her head. I have been reflecting in my room as instructed by you. How could I send anyone to prepare medicine for the fourth miss? But the maid in the kitchen claims that the servant responsible for the medicine was assigned by you. Bai Mengshi shook her head repeatedly, declaring, I do not know anything. I did not assign anyone to the kitchen. Her denial was quite convincing. Jiang Xianjin smirked, signaling for several individuals to be brought forth. Madam. The maid responsible for the medicine hurriedly knelt beside Bai Mengshi. A steward approached, holding a ledger. Master, this is the roster of the household staff. This maid, named Fulu, is from your courtyard and has been assisting in the kitchen these past few days. Bai Mengshi's complexion paled, her hands trembling as she knelt, her back straight as a rod. Jiang Xianjin inquired, will you still claim to know nothing? Stiffly shaking her head, Bai Mengshi replied, even if this maid is from my courtyard, I do not know what she has done. How can you claim ignorance when the evidence is so clear? Bai Dezhong's expression darkened. Bai Mengshi stubbornly retorted, I am distancing myself because I know that the Jun intends to make things difficult for me. Even if I stay quietly in my room for 2 days, I will still be accused of false crimes, so I must clear my name in advance. If you are truly innocent, why must you insist on defending yourself? Jiang Xuanjin's voice was calm. Your maid has prepared medicine for the fourth miss, yet tainted it with unclean ingredients, resulting in her poisoning and near death. This is a grave crime of murder. Do you believe you can distance yourself from it? Bai Mengshi shook her head, her teeth clenched as she repeated, I do not know anything. Stubbornly obstinate. Jiang Xianjin shook his head, turning to Bai Dezhong. What do you believe should be done about this matter? Bai Dezhong's gaze bore into Bai Mengshi, his expression fierce and terrifying. With both witness and physical evidence present, and yet she refuses to admit it, what else can be done? Bring forth the family law. Chapter 35 of the 10 Concubines. His commanding shout of family law resonated with authority, however, Jiang Xianjin, upon hearing it, furrowed his brow. Master Bai, he remarked, your esteemed wife's actions are tantamount to murder. When it comes to matters of life and death, family law is hardly sufficient for resolution. Bai Dezhong, stubbornly ignoring his words, wore an expression of wrath and bellowed, strike her fiercely, let her comprehend the magnitude of her transgression. Yes, replied the household servants in unison, brandishing a rod as they positioned themselves behind Bai Mengshi. Bai Mengshi, in a state of panic, exclaimed, my lord, I have not yet confessed, how can you strike me directly? Bai Dezhong cast a chilling glance her way, his brow slightly furrowed, and shook his head gently. After decades of marriage, they shared an unspoken understanding. Bai Mengshi immediately discerned his intent. He wished to deal with her first to prevent the Ziyang lord from sending her to the authorities. Gazing at the rod, as thick as an infant's wrist, Bai Mengshi choked back a sob and shook her head. Even if Bai Dezhong meant to save her, she had no desire to endure the family law. Jiang Xianjin observed the two with a cold gaze, contemplating before stepping back as if truly unperturbed, merely waiting to witness the severity of the Bai family's law. Bai Dezhong, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye, felt a slight relief and then barked, what are you still dawdling for? 20 strikes of family law, no one is to hold back. The household servants, upon hearing this, stepped forward to pin Bai Mengshi to the ground, one raising the rod high before bringing it down with force. With a resounding thud, Bai Mengshi could no longer maintain her composure and screamed, ah. Bai Dezhong listened coldly, inquiring, do you understand your mistake now? After enduring 2 strikes, Bai Mengshi could no longer bear it and began to struggle, sobbing, I was momentarily bewitched by ghosts, ah. Bewitched by ghosts? Bai Dezhong slammed his palm on the table, rising in anger, as the mistress of the house, how could you commit acts that endanger lives within the household? This is beyond mere bewitchment. Ah. Bai Mengshi wailed, her face pale and her demeanor becoming frenzied, I was wrong, please stop. Without a hint of compassion, Bai Dezhong waved his sleeve towards the servants, commanding, strike harder. The servants, startled, immediately intensified their blows, causing Bai Mengshi to cry out in agony, stop please, stop. Jiang Xianjin watched silently, the sound of the rod striking flesh muffled yet resonant, perhaps akin to the force previously applied to Bai Zhujing. After 20 strikes, Bai Mengshi had lost the strength to scream, her complexion ghastly pale, drenched in cold sweat, utterly disheveled. Bai Dezhong, his anger slightly abated, thought that such a beating could serve as an explanation, and thus turned to speak a few words in defense of Ziyang Jun. However, before he could utter a word, Lingxiu hurriedly rushed in from outside. My lord, the lord. Upon entering, she knelt and cried out, Mrs. in dire straits. A jolt of shock coursed through Bai Dezhong as he stepped forward, incredulous, what did you say? Lingxiu, stifling her sobs, covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks, you must hurry and see. Suddenly, he turned towards the direction of the door and rushed toward the southern courtyard, nearly tripping at the entrance. Observing Bai Yusher's frantic demeanor, Chang Su, seizing the moment, lightly coughed and quietly reminded his indifferent master, you might as well display some sorrow. Even if he knew it was a ruse, he ought to at least feign concern, right? Jiang Xianjin, coming back to his senses, lowered his head to contemplate, then made an effort to furrow his brow, darken his gaze, and present a sorrowful expression. Chang Su, it's a pity Bai Yusher was too preoccupied to turn back and notice. His act was far too contrived. In stark contrast, the performance of Bai Xijie in the southern courtyard was nothing short of masterful. Just look at her bluish-purple complexion, her trembling half-open eyes, and her pale, cracked lips. From any angle, she epitomized a person on the verge of death. Bai Dezhong, trembling, stepped into the main room and stood by the bed, gazing down at her. Zhujing, father, you've come? She coughed twice, feebly offering him a smile. I finally waited for you. Now I can depart in peace. Nonsense. Bai Dizong admonished sternly, shaking his head, you shall not come to harm. The physician said I was afflicted with a drop of blood, that poison is highly toxic and cannot be resolved. Tears welled in her eyes, brimming with anguish, as she weakly raised her hand only to let it fall limply. It's all my fault. Had I known, I would have accepted Bai Mengshu's charges, and she wouldn't have borne such a grudge, seeking to take my life. As she spoke, she coughed twice and spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Dizong felt a jolt in his heart. Hearing reports of Zhu Jing's poisoning was entirely different from witnessing her in such a state just moments ago, when Ziyang Jun had stormed in, demanding Bai Mengshu be held accountable. His first instinct had been to think. After decades of marriage, one cannot simply send Bai Mengshu to prison with Zhu Jing still alive. Perhaps this matter could still be suppressed. However, seeing the blackened blood on the ground and witnessing Zhu Jing's agonized expression, Bai Dizong's eyes turned red. Meng Shuqin had the heart to poison his daughter. How could he shield such a venomous woman? How could he protect her? Do not grieve, the figure on the bed attempted to smile reassuringly. After all, I am merely a foolish child unaware of propriety. If I perish, I can inquire if my mother is faring well in the afterlife. This final statement made by Dizong trembled. Zhu Jing's mother had been a gentle woman and the only one he had genuinely cared for in his youth. He had failed to fulfill his promise to take good care of her, just as he had failed to safeguard Zhu Jing in an instant. Bai Dizong felt overwhelmed with guilt, his fists clenched tightly, his heart filled with desolation. Noticing that his emotions had settled somewhat, Li Huaiyu struggled to bring the scene to a close. She turned her head towards Bai Dizong, nodded in greeting, and then suddenly closed her eyes, fainting. Zhu Jing. With reddened eyes, Bai Dizong gasped for breath, choking back his words. The sight of Bai Xiujia's tragic state was unbearable, and those present could not help but express their sympathy. The softer-hearted maidservants even burst into tears immediately. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Jiang Xianjin glanced around, contemplated for a moment, then closed his eyes and lowered his head, striving to blend into the sorrowful ambience. Li Huaiyu, eyes closed, listened to the sounds of weeping, secretly gritting her teeth. Jiang Xianjin, that scoundrel, had caused her to endure the wails of concubines and palace maids in Feiyan Palace before. Now, she was forced to lie here and listen to the Bai family lament. If this continued, her fortune might be adversely affected, and she would surely have to settle the score with him. After a while, Bai Dizong's voice finally croaked from beside the bed, come here. My lord? Bind Meng Shuqin, he ordered solemnly, and you shall accompany me to the Kyoto Yamen. The steward was taken aback, staring at him in astonishment. This go. Bai Dizong raised his head, his face suddenly aged considerably. The lord is right. Matters of murder cannot be resolved by family law, and must be handed over to the king's law. Seeing Bai Dizong's sudden resolve, Jiang Xianjin finally relaxed his brow, allowing him to take the steward and household servants away without following them. Initially, he had thought that if Bai Zhu Jing's condition could not awaken Bai Dizong's conscience, he would personally take action to bind Bai Mengshu and escort her to the Yamen. However, now Jiang Xianjin felt he could spare himself the trouble and simply wait for news here. After shooing away the onlookers, Jiang Xianjin sat by the bed. Open your eyes. Huaiyu obediently lifted her eyelids, smiling brightly as she shifted closer, wanting to nestle against his leg. He raised his hand to block her, his gaze frosty. Not a chance. What's wrong? Huaiyu looked up at him in confusion. What have I done to offend you? We were fine just a moment ago, and now you've turned cold. Pushing her head back onto the pillow, Jiang Xianjin recalled her actions of leaving his embrace in front of Lu Jingxing, and coldly stated, since you are aware of the need to avoid suspicion, maintain the distance both in public and private. What? Li Huaiyu pondered for a moment, tilting her head. When had she ever avoided suspicion? The term had never once appeared in her life. Jiang Xianjin offered no further explanations, his voice low and heavy with frustration. I've already informed the Yamen. You need not concern yourself with the remaining matters, just rest peacefully. With that, he rose to leave, sensing something amiss. Huaiyu reached out and tugged at his clothing. Where are you going? Where else would I go? He replied coldly, to attend to official business. Jiang Xianjin, a minister acting on the late emperor's decree, had not attended court for a few days, and the paperwork had piled up high. Huaiyu patted the bed. Can't you handle it here? I could even give you a shoulder rub. Glancing at her sideways, he retorted, your hands don't hurt anymore, you still wish to give a shoulder rub? They do hurt, but it's much better than yesterday, I can move. With a stretch of her fingers, she smiled at him sweetly, even if I can't give a proper rub, I can peel you an orange. Who needs that? Jiang Xianjin reached for her hand to pry away her grip on his clothing. However, as soon as his fingers brushed against her, she unexpectedly released his clothing and swiftly grasped his hand. Their palms pressed together, her fingers deftly intertwining with his, gripping tightly. You're acting like a child, she teased, shaking his hand lightly. Are you so upset that you want to clarify your feelings, determined to stop playing with me? How old are you? Jiang Xianjin shot her an annoyed glance, his jaw clenched, thin lips pressed together. This inexplicable anger left him feeling vexed. Li Huaiyu couldn't help but chuckle, winking at him, her tone softening. If I peel you an orange, will you forgive me? Her voice was gentle, tinged with a hint of grievance, resembling a child coaxing her beloved wife. Jiang Xianjin, he was not swayed by such antics. However, half a stick of incense later, Ling Xiu entered carrying a large plate of oranges, accompanied by a stack of documents, all placed beside the bed in the main room. Li Huaiyu meticulously washed her hands twice, took an orange, peeled it, and handed him the segments one by one. Jiang Xianjin, seated on the edge of her bed, focused on the documents in his hands, remarking, you haven't peeled it clean. Ling Xiu looked on in astonishment, wondering how the orange could still be unpeeled. Not a scrap of skin remained. Li Huaiyu, understanding the implication, said nothing, her temper remaining surprisingly mild as she peeled away the stems and offered it to him again. Jiang Xianjin bit into it, his expression softening slightly. Cheng Su felt his eyes twitching. Was this truly his master, who appeared so aloof and detached from the world? This was clearly a girl in need of affection and coaxing. She behaved so well around others, yet turned into this loving figure the moment she encountered Bai Si Xiajie. What was even more alarming was that Bai Si Xiajie seemed entirely unperturbed, treating him with an attitude that suggested she would cradle him in her palms. Cheng Su wanted to bang his head against a wall to determine whether he was dreaming. As Li Huaiyu peeled her fourth orange, the sound of Yufeng entering reached them. My lord, the Kyoto Yamen has convened. Tingwei has recognized a drop of blood in question by Mengshi. Due to her punishment, she collapsed in court. Closing the documents, Jiang Xianjin raised his eyes and inquired, how did Lord Su handle it? They have temporarily detained Bai Mengshi at the Yamen, and they have sent someone to investigate the source of the poison, Yufeng replied. The appearance of forbidden drugs outside the palace has piqued Lord Su's interest. Jiang Xianjin showed no particular reaction, merely nodding before resuming his examination of the documents. Beside him, Li Huaiyu, holding the orange, felt her emotions shift. This person was astoundingly clever. Intending to investigate Meng Hangyuan, he had started with Bai Mengshi, dragging Bai Dizong into the mire. He stood on the shore, not a single shoe wet. The subsequent events could be easily anticipated. If Su Yan were to investigate, someone would undoubtedly provide evidence implicating Meng Hangyuan in the trade of forbidden drugs, leading to Meng Hangyuan's conviction and Bai Mengshi's guilt for endangering lives. What a double-edged sword. Truly worthy of Zhang Jun, such cunning and depth of strategy. No wonder he had once tricked her into a trap, leaving her utterly oblivious, having missed out on the orange segments handed to her. Jiang Xianjin turned his head in confusion. What's the matter? Suddenly coming back to her senses, Li Huaiyu looked down, realizing she had nearly crushed the orange, juice dripping down her wrist. Hastily releasing her grip, she smiled, it's nothing, and began to wipe the juice from her wrist with her sleeve. However, as she pulled back her sleeve, she noticed something on her wrist. Spotting the familiar sandalwood prayer beads, a glimmer lit up in her eyes. What's this? She inquired, feigning ignorance, her smile bright as she revealed her white teeth. Jiang Xianjin paused, his expression hardening as he spoke sternly, it accidentally fell into your possession, return it to me. Once given, does it still need to be returned? Li Huaiyu grinned, taking the prayer beads to examine them closely. The exquisite sandalwood beads, 10 in total, each gleaming black, every bead appeared to bear an inscription, give, restrain, endure, wish. What does this mean? She pondered aloud. Jiang Xianjin shot her a disdainful glance, the 10 paramithas of Buddhism. Someone like you, devoid of wisdom, would hardly comprehend. Pouting in defiance, she slipped the prayer beads onto her wrist, declaring, even if I don't understand, what of it, they belong to me now. You shall not reclaim them. Her demeanor was akin to that of a ruffian in a marketplace. Shaking his head, Jiang Xianjin sighed, genuinely letting it go. He had treasured these beads since childhood, never intending to part with them. Yet now that they were given, as long as the recipient cherished them, there was no need for him to hastily reclaim them. He thought to himself, let it be a good deed. With Bai Mengshi imprisoned, Meng Hangyuan soon found himself in dire straits, with both father and daughter detained at the Yamen awaiting trial. Bai Dizong had not pleaded for Su Yan but had done what he needed to do before entering the palace to plead for medicine for Zhu Jing. Thus, the poisoned Li Huaiyu enjoyed an elevated quality of food and medicine, eating well, sleeping soundly, and accompanied by Zhang Jun, her injuries healed remarkably quickly. 5 days passed, and Li Huaiyu could finally rest comfortably. Upon Jiang Xuanjin's departure, only she and Ling Xiu remained in the southern courtyard. Ling Xiu, a chatterbox, sat by the bed, applying medicine while chattering incessantly. It's truly fortunate for Miss to encounter the Lord. You have no idea how lively it has been outside lately. Everyone is discussing your relationship with the Lord. Li Huaiyu chuckled while eating an orange. One is the revered Zhang Jun, esteemed by the populace, and the other is the long-disparaged 4th Mississippi. If I were an outsider, I would be discussing it too. Not just that, but also the Meng family affair, Ling Xiu noted. Although everyone knows it was the master who sent that Bai Mengshi to the Yamen, they say it's the Lord taking vengeance for you. This assertion seemed rather absurd. Li Huaiyu chuckled lightly. Does that imply they hold me in higher regard, or do they underestimate Zhang Jun? Our Lord is a remarkable figure, notoriously aloof and detached. If he disapproves of the Meng family, it has nothing to do with me. Aloof? Ling Xiu paused, recalling the image of the Lord keeping vigil by the Mrs. bedside not long ago, shaking her head. He values emotions quite deeply. Foolish girl, one must not judge solely by appearances, she admonished. Do you know that the emotionally invested person you speak of personally killed his disciple whom he had trained for 4 years? Ah? Ling Xiu gasped, standing up in shock. Li Huaiyu lifted her chin with pride. You didn't know, did you? That is the real him. When Jiang Xianjin had taught her etiquette and propriety, Li Huaiyu had never taken it to heart, leading him to wear a stern expression whenever he saw her. Had it not been for her status, she mused, he surely would have struck her. Nevertheless, despite their 4-year mentor-mentee relationship, when she was in good spirits, she would send him small gifts, and he, in turn, would teach her to write, though she never learned and her handwriting only worsened. And yet, with such a bond, he could still kill her so easily. To hell with his emotional investment. Noticing her mistress's suddenly displeased expression, Ling Xiu quickly said, I only spoke casually. Realizing her own face had stiffened, Li Huaiyu hastily softened her expression, smiling, let us not dwell on that. Please send a letter to the Lu residence for me. Of course. Lingxiu, not questioning the reason, obediently fetched paper and ink. Watching her mistress scribble, she, unable to read, found the strokes unique, unable to resist praising, "Miss, your writing is truly beautiful." Pausing mid-stroke, Li Huaiyu, with a complex gaze, reached out to pat her head. "If only the one teaching me calligraphy could hear you." Jiang Xianjin had never regarded her writing as good, or rather, he didn't think she was writing at all. Once the letter was finished, Li Huaiyu sealed it carefully and sent Lingxiu off with it. Jiang Xianjin had used by Mengshi to ensnare Meng Hangyuan, a double-edged sword. However, she believed this incident could even allow her to achieve a triple victory. Glancing at the prayer beads on her wrist, Li Huaiyu reached out to touch them, her eyes glimmering with a hidden light. Jiang Xianjin departed the residence early that morning and returned in the evening, his expression dark upon entering. "What happened?" Li Huaiyu asked curiously. "Did something occur?" Meng Hangyuan was secretly trading in forbidden drugs, and the location of his stockpile has been discovered. The evidence is irrefutable, and today he should have been convicted. Jiang Xianjin, lifting his robe, sat down beside the bed, quite displeased, yet there are individuals in court shielding him. Collusion between officials and merchants was nothing new, and Li Huaiyu found it unsurprising. She inquired, "Who is shielding him? Is their rank higher than yours?" Casting her a sidelong glance, Jiang Xianjin replied, "The Chancellor's long history, Li Fengxing." Though not of higher rank, the complication lay in the fact that he had recently been investigating him. If this case also implicated Li Fengxing, the situation would become significantly more complex. "Li Changshi, I've heard of him." Li Huaiyu promptly raised her hand. "He is not a good person, known for his many misdeeds." Seeing her in such a denunciatory stance, Jiang Xianjin couldn't help but chuckle in anger. "Where did you hear such rumors?" Li Changshi has served loyally for many years, though his achievements may be few, he is a loyal minister. Loyal minister? Li Huaiyu scoffed. What kind of loyal minister accepts bribes while favoring criminal merchants? Jiang Xianjin paused, frowning at her. "How do you know he has accepted bribes? Isn't it obvious?" She had repeatedly thwarted Li Fengxing's promotions precisely because he was too greedy, masquerading as a virtuous official while secretly amassing wealth through corruption. He was hardly a good person. However, she could not disclose this to Jiang Xianjin. With a smile, Li Huaiyu casually brought up a scapegoat. Lu Zhanggui mentioned it. Jiang Xianjin raised an eyebrow. "You believe everything Lu Jingxing says? He has no reason to deceive me, does he?" Li Huaiyu pouted. "Besides, as a merchant, he surely knows more about these backdoor dealings than you, a lord confined to the court." As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere around Jiang Xianjin grew noticeably cooler. Previously, he had been unaware of the reason for Jiang Xuanjin's sudden anger. This time, however, Li Huaiyu was quick to react, immediately providing a remedy, but Lu Zhanggui is only privy to a few pieces of information. Compared to you, who manages affairs for the country, he is far behind. Jiang Xianjin's gaze turned icy as he looked at her. Li Huaiyu grinned foolishly. "Even if you placed evidence of Li Fengxing's bribery before me, I still cannot act against him," Jiang Xianjin stated. "This man holds greater importance to me. Thus, with him involved, I can neither report Meng Hangyuan's case nor directly convict him." Caught in a bind, neither here nor there, was what frustrated him the most. What use could he possibly serve? Li Huaiyu retorted, "With his mediocre qualifications, anyone could replace him. Can anyone replace his position, or his testimony?" Jiang Xianjin grew increasingly irritable. "You know nothing. Do not offer baseless suggestions." His words stung, and he regretted them the moment they left his lips, yet it was too late to retract. He bit his lip, casting a guilty glance at the person on the bed. Li Huaiyu suddenly fell silent, her gaze dropping, her eyelashes trembling, the smile on her face fading entirely. In that moment, she resembled a proper young lady, yet for some reason, he felt a tightening in his chest, longing to hear her chatter once more. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Have you taken your medicine?" Li Huaiyu nodded, remaining silent. "What about dinner?" She nodded again, still not speaking. Jiang Xianjin fell silent, his brow furrowing as he contemplated for a while, then picked up an orange from the side and began to peel it for her, removing the stems before offering the segments to her lips. Li Huaiyu was taken aback, looking up at him, and saw him pursing his lips, eyes downcast, mumbling, "It's quite sweet." The anger she had so painstakingly cultivated nearly dissipated. Li Huaiyu gritted her teeth, thinking, how could this person suddenly become so obedient? Was he trying to tease her? Irritated, she opened her mouth to take the orange segment from his hand, biting into it angrily and declaring through gritted teeth, "I don't know anything, so why are you so anxious?" "Let it kill you." Jiang Xianjin pressed his lips together, pondering for a moment before stating, "Li Fengxing has written a statement, testifying that Sima Xiang was summoned by Princess Danyang the moment he died." Li Huaiyu froze, nearly biting her own lip. "What? Do you know Princess Danyang?" he asked. Nodding dazedly, Li Huaiyu wanted to smile, but found it difficult. "Who in Northern Wei doesn't he know her?" Unaware of her changing expression, Jiang Xianjin continued, "This princess was accused of murdering Chancellor Sima Su, with irrefutable evidence, and died from a poison given by the emperor. That poison was delivered by me. At the time, I believed it was her just desserts. But after her death, I discovered many discrepancies. A little investigation revealed even more inconsistencies. Sima Su's death appears to have hidden circumstances, and the charges against the princess seem to have deeper implications." His tone was serious, as if he were sharing his troubles with someone oblivious, his brow furrowed, his eyes filled with confusion. Recently, 2 high-ranking officials petitioned, claiming Li Fengxing forged the testimony, asserting he was not present and cannot prove that Chancellor Sima was summoned by the princess. Thus, I have been gathering more evidence to ascertain whether Li Fengxing is indeed lying. This is what you were unaware of. Li Huaiyu gazed at him, her eyes wide, her mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. What did this mean? Jiang Xianjin was investigating whether she had been wronged. Why wasn't he the one who had set her up from the palace banquet, meticulously arranging for Sima Su's death to be pinned on her? Why was he saying all this now? Initially, Li Huaiyu thought he was lying. However, he had no reason to deceive her. She was now by Si Xiajie by Zhu Jing, not Princess Danyang Li Huaiyu, and he had no motive to mislead her. Thus, did he speak the truth? Was his difficulty with Li Fengxing due to a fear of entangling him in Meng Hengyuan's case, complicating matters further? Was Jiang Xianjin truly not the perpetrator behind her suffering? Her pupils constricted, and Li Huaiyu's eyes widened, momentarily forgetting to breathe. What is wrong? Observing her reaction, Jiang Xianjin tightened his jaw. Do you not believe me? No. I believe you. Taking a breath, Li Huaiyu responded, forcing a smile. Since you've been so generous in sharing your secrets, how could I not believe you? Jiang Xianjin found her reaction rather peculiar but assumed it was due to his words having startled her, so he didn't dwell on it. After all, she was a sheltered young lady, unfamiliar with such courtly affairs. Pondering, Jiang Xianjin stated, you must not divulge a word of what I have told you, especially not to Lu Jingxing. The last 6 words had a slightly stern tone, and Li Huaiyu wrapped her arms around his waist, her voice playful. Rest assured, we are to be wed next month. You are my inner person, while others are but outsiders. I shall naturally heed your words. As she embraced him, the warmth of her medicinal scent enveloped him, causing Jiang Xianjin to stiffen, staring at her with wide eyes. We are not yet married. What impropriety is this? What is impropriety? She replied. I've never heard of it. With that, she tightened her hold on him. Jiang Xuanjin's hands instinctively opened slightly, exhaling a resigned sigh. You wish to know whether Danyang was wronged? Why not directly inquire with those around her, she suggested, snuggling against him. Wouldn't that be faster than starting with Li Fengxing? At the mention of this, Jiang Xianjin replied, do you think I haven't considered that? But those around her are tight-lipped. I cannot extract any information. The reason he had not sent Qingxi to the Yamen was to inquire about Danyang. However, Qingxi, with her stubborn temperament, refused to speak, regardless of how he questioned her. What could he do? Can't extract anything? Then simply deceive them. Li Huaiyu propped herself up, smiling as she asked, would you like me to teach you how to deceive? Seeing the mischievous glint in her eyes, Jiang Xianjin found it amusing and asked, what brilliant idea does the 4th miss have? Lying, deceiving, and scheming seemed to be Li Xiajie's forte. The moment she began discussing it, her eyes lit up. It's simple to extract information. Just capture someone who knows something and don't even need to ask. Keep them locked up for a few days. Once they're worn down and their awareness blurs, send someone to pretend to rescue them. As they're led away, they'll be more likely to spill the truth. As she spoke, she gestured. The impersonator must resemble the rescuer. They should lead her out of your territory, making her believe she has truly escaped. This way, she will feel secure enough to speak. Originally, he had merely asked casually, but to his surprise, she genuinely had a plan that sounded quite feasible. Jiang Xianjin fell silent, his gaze shifting slightly. Lu Jingxing received the letter from the Bai residence, glanced at it, then instructed his subordinates to take action. Li Huaiyu aimed to use Meng Hengyuan's affair to expose Li Fengxing, which was an excellent idea. Just right for Han Xiao and Yun Lanqing, who were both itching for action. They would surely be eager to assist. No need for him to step in. Yawning, Lu Zhanggui lazily reclined in his rocking chair, the Nanyang jade bone fan swaying in rhythm, intending to take a good nap. However, before long, another letter arrived. Sleepily extending his hand to open it, he quickly perked up as he read through it, his expression a mix of joy and displeasure. Gripping the letter tightly, he made his way to the northern courtyard. This courtyard comprised 10 side rooms lined up, with a spacious area in front, adorned with wooden figures, weapon racks, and archery targets. Were it not his residence, onlookers might mistake it for a martial arts school. Arriving at the first side room, Lu Jingxing knocked on the door. My lord? The person who opened the door was surprised to see him, quickly asking, is there another chance to rescue Qingxi? Lu Jingxing chuckled softly, you are quite astute. The individual stepped out, his striking features illuminated by the moonlight, his eyes filled with seriousness. I will wake the others. With that, he turned and walked down the corridor, knocking on each door as he passed. Moments later, all 10 men stood orderly before Lu Jingxing. Seeing these 10, Lu Jingxing felt a wave of emotion. Once, these men had been concubines in Feiyan Palace, adorned in silks and satins, donning jeweled crowns. They had appeared flamboyant and extravagant, yet now, clad in clean and tidy attire, they exuded a sense of gallantry that made it hard to link them to their former selves. My lord, please proceed. The foremost figure, Jiu Wu, bowed slightly. Lu Jingxing regained his composure, smiling as he stated, in a few days, Qingxi may leave the Jiang residence. I will need your assistance once more. Certainly. Jiu Wu nodded without hesitation. Please instruct us on how to proceed. As night deepened, Lu Jingxing lit a lantern and discussed Li Huaiyu's plan with them, meticulously planning the rescue and escape routes. Upon finishing, Lu Jingxing glanced at the 10 men and suddenly felt compelled to inform them of Danyang's survival. Among these 10, some owed their lives to Danyang, others admired her approach and willingly pledged their allegiance, while some had fled their homes due to family disputes, seeking refuge in Feiyan Palace. Regardless of how they had ended up in Huaiyu Palace, they had served Danyang for years under the title of concubines, and Danyang had treated them with kindness, fostering deep bonds. In a sense, they were all akin to family. Were they to learn she was still alive, they would surely rejoice, and their lingering hatred would diminish significantly. Yet, Lu Jingxing sighed. He could not disclose this, the stakes were too high, and the more people who knew, the greater the danger for Danyang. Better to keep it a secret for now. Zhou Wu and the others remained oblivious to Lu Jingxing's complex feelings. Knowing they had another opportunity to rescue Qingxi, their spirits lifted as they bid him farewell and resumed practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Once Qingxi is free, we will go and eliminate Jiang the brigand, someone remarked quietly while practicing. Zhou Wu shook his head. Qingxian, you are far too impulsive. Jiang Xianjin is not someone who can be easily slain. How would we know without trying? Qingxian retorted defiantly. Let us focus on rescuing Qingxi first, Zhou Wu insisted. We missed our chance last time. Don't be overly optimistic this time. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Previously, they had assisted the princess in her endeavors, infiltrating grand estates, even entering dungeons, yet none could compare to the fortified defenses of Zhang's residence. Though Zhou Wu felt the current plan posed no issues, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered, as if something was bound to go awry. 5 days later, his apprehensions materialized. An intruder had breached Zhang's residence, abducting a bloodied maidservant. This news spread like wildfire, not needing them to inquire further, as the townsfolk nearby were already discussing it. Just moments ago, at the southern courtyard wall, I happened to pass by. Oh, it was terrifying. Could it be some robbers? Who could possibly snatch someone from Jiang's residence? It seems rather quiet there. If someone truly went missing, wouldn't they be searching for them? What's the situation? That maidservant looked frightful, her clothes were soaked in blood. Navigating past the gossipers, Zhou Wu and his companions hastened forward. He had no idea how Lord Lu had managed it, but the defenses of the were formidable. He had somehow found a way to bring Qingxi from Zhang's residence. Outside was far less challenging than within them. As long as they intercepted her smoothly, rescuing her should not be difficult. Spotting a group in the distance, Zhou Wu's eyes brightened, and he quickened his pace. With 10 men drawing swords and brandishing weapons, the clash of steel echoed, startling those ahead to turn and look back. Who goes there? Such a foolish question would receive no answer. Zhou Wu focused on the barely conscious figure in their grasp and charged forward without hesitation. The 10 men coordinated seamlessly, swiftly overcoming the obstacles, grabbing the person and pulling her closer. Qingxi? Are you all right? Zhou Wu asked anxiously, lowering his head as he shielded her from the surrounding weapons. The person in his arms paused, slowly lifting her head to brush aside her hair, smiling at him. I'm doing quite well at. Pausing, she added with a formal tone, my lord Zhou Wu. His pupils constricted, and Zhou Wu quickly released her, his sword poised for a strike. Changsu nimbly evaded the blow, sighing, I merely intended to hook a small fish, yet unexpectedly, it was you who took the bait. If my lord sees you, he will surely be delighted. Upon hearing this, the surrounding guards, who had feigned retreat, swiftly closed in, sealing off the escape routes for the 10 men. Zhou Wu's face turned pale instantly. The by residence, Li Huaiyu was teasing Jiang Xianjin. How about this? I say a phrase, and you repeat the first word of that phrase, alright? Jiang Xianjin replied coldly, are you that bored? Isn't it just boredom? I've been lying in bed for so many days, and nothing has happened. Pouting, she added, come play with me, this is simple, let us see how quick your reflexes are. Turning a page of documents, Jiang Xianjin replied irritably, you speak. Li Huaiyu grinned and declared, I am the most beautiful maiden in all of Northern Wei. Jiang Xianjin. What else with that expression? Li Huaiyu glared at him, I only asked you to repeat the first word. I didn't ask you to affirm that statement. Regardless of whether he acknowledged it, saying that phrase was utterly shameless, she shot him a complex glance as Jiang Xianjin repeated, I. That's it. Respond more quickly. Li Huaiyu laughed, quickly adding, the sun in spring? Spring. The fruits of autumn? Autumn. The one you cherish? You. The words spilled forth rapidly, and only after finishing did he realize something was amiss. Jiang Xianjin looked up, only to find the person on the bed laughing joyfully, her face bright with glee. You cherish me, she laughed, remember what you said. Realizing he had been tricked again, Jiang Xianjin's temples pulsed with irritation, and he growled, shameless. Hearing this, Li Huaiyu was not angered. Instead, she laughed even harder, rolling around and nearly falling off the bed. When Chang Su entered, he saw Bai Si Xiaojie laughing while hugging the blanket, and his master sat at a distance, his expression inscrutable, whether angered or otherwise, his ears slightly flushed. My lord. Without delving into the specifics of their interaction, Chang Su whispered, we've indeed captured people, and not just one. Jiang Xianjin raised his gaze. Chang Su leaned closer to his ear and murmured a few words, his voice barely audible. Li Huaiyu strained to listen but could not catch a word. After hearing the report, Jiang Xianjin stood abruptly. What's happening? She asked hurriedly. After instructing Chang Su, Jiang Xianjin approached the bed, his mood evidently improved. You've helped me tremendously, do you desire anything? Just moments ago, he had been sullen, yet now he was so cheerful and even willing to offer her gifts? Li Huaiyu was taken aback. She didn't respond to his question, instead asking, is it because my previous suggestion bore fruit? Somewhat, he replied. Li Huaiyu grew anxious, can't you speak plainly, what do you mean by somewhat? Noticing her intense curiosity, Jiang Xianjin elaborated, you suggested I extract information from someone. I thought about it, and capturing that person was truly challenging. Instead of trying to pry information from her, I decided to use her to ensnare others, thus, I used her as bait to catch the fish that had escaped last time. Li Huaiyu was taken aback, her heart sinking. Zhang Su mentioned that the fish is rather substantial. Jiang Xianjin continued, you can consider it half your achievement. Li Huaiyu. Dachi did not desire this half achievement. She had intended to create an opportunity for Lu Jingxing and the others to rescue Qingxi, yet through a twist of fate, it seemed she had inadvertently harmed them? Clenching her fists, Li Huaiyu felt both amused and angry. Was Ziyang Jun born with an opposing fate to hers? How else could her carefully laid plans backfire so spectacularly? I'd like to meet the one who has brought you such joy, she said, suppressing her frustration, her tone tinged with jealousy. Since you asked what I desire, I want to accompany you to witness the spectacle. Jiang Xianjin paused, frowning. What spectacle is there to see? I don't care. Li Huaiyu pouted defiantly, we are soon to be married. I cannot be left in the dark about everything. Starting today, I want to know everything that piques your interest. Her obstinate yet somewhat endearing demeanor left Jiang Xianjin with a headache. Why would you, a young lady, involve yourself in such matters? Who says I'm involving myself? Li Huaiyu protested, hands on her hips, I merely wish to be involved with you. Did she think he would soften his heart after a few shameless remarks? Jiang Xianjin turned away coldly. Half an incense later, he carried Bai Zhu Jing to the carriage. No, this wasn't him softening, it was merely that this girl was too much of a handful. As he attempted to walk away, she clung to his waist, whining and feigning innocence, even complaining to Yufeng that he was a heartless traitor, casting her aside like a dead rabbit. Setting aside the meaning of traitor, how could she label herself as a rabbit? She had truly gone to great lengths. If he didn't take her along, he would be branded as the most unfaithful man in Northern Wei. Fine, Jiang Xianjin thought, it was just a mere woman, it wasn't a serious official matter, so bringing her along wouldn't hurt. Thus, Li Huaiyu enjoyed the warmth of Ziyang Jun's embrace, feigning innocence all the while, until they arrived at the main building, behind the screen, where she encountered the captured individuals. Upon seeing Jiao Wu, her heart jolted, and when she spotted the neat lineup of 9 men behind him, her vision darkened, and she nearly fainted. How could these individuals have been captured? How was it even possible? Were they not supposed to have left Kyoto? Jiang Xianjin sat at the head of the table, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. I trust you are all well. Jiao Wu had no time for pleasantries, responding coldly, do as you will. We are prepared for death. These individuals had, to varying degrees, crossed paths with Ziyang Jun while Ziyang Jun had disapproved of them, deeming it absurd for the princess to keep them. They had likewise resented him for his interference. In the past, with Danyang present, Ziyang Jun had been unable to act against them. Now that Danyang was gone, and they found themselves in his grasp, what could possibly await them? The 10 men prepared themselves for the worst, ready to accompany the princess to the underworld, yet, Jiang Xianjin neither killed nor tortured them, allowing them to glare at him in anger while he remained composed, stating, you need only answer one question for me to let you leave. Jiao Wu was taken aback, frowning, what trickery is this? How could he possibly let them go so easily? Before questioning, why not first hear my question and see if you can answer? Jiang Xianjin replied. Jiao Wu furrowed his brow, speak. Jiang Xianjin stood, his gaze sweeping over the 10 men in the room, and asked solemnly, where exactly was Danyang at the moment of Sima Su's death? They were taken aback by the question, exchanging looks before falling into silence. Once, the princess had been charged because she could not prove her alibi during the incident. She had not been present, yet she could not disclose her whereabouts. Moreover, even if she did, no one would believe her. Are you truly unable to answer? After waiting for a response that never came, Jiang Xianjin furrowed his brow in impatience. Amidst the silence, Qingxian spoke up, she is dead, why do you ask this? Jiang Xianjin did not conceal his intentions, to ascertain whether Danyang was the one who killed Chancellor Sima. Absolutely not. Qingxian retorted angrily, why would she kill Chancellor Sima? He was a good man. Oh? Jiang Xianjin turned to him, then do you know where she was at that time? Qingxian was momentarily speechless, glancing instinctively at Jiao Wu with the latter scrutinized Jiang Xianjin for a moment before coldly stating, if we answer, you truly will let us go? Of course. Very well, I shall tell you. Jiao Wu began, the princess was not at the banquet, nor was she at Fulu Palace. She was bang. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted him, causing Jiao Wu to swallow his words. Everyone jumped in surprise, turning to the source of the noise. The massive pearwood embroidered screen had inexplicably toppled, shaking the entire room. Behind it sat a small girl on a chair, who seemed equally startled, blinking in confusion before grinning at them, hee hee. Chapter 36 A furious outburst for the fair lady. The previously tense atmosphere in the room dissipated entirely. Jiang Xianjin fixed his gaze upon the silly smiling Miss Bai Si, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The onlookers fell silent, bracing themselves for his wrath. However, their master merely extended his hand slowly to massage his brow. What are you doing? He inquired. Swallowing hard, Huaiyu feigned innocence. I merely wished to admire the embroidery above, but alas, I lost my balance. Would you mind ignoring my presence? Do you think that as possible? Casting a glance at the 10 stunned individuals below, Huaiyu chuckled nervously, it appears that it may not be possible? Jiang Xianjin was on the verge of exasperation. He had been eager to hear the rest of her words, but with her sudden appearance, all thoughts of continuing were lost. His expression was akin to one who had stumbled upon a scandal. The scene was palpably awkward. Those seated shifted uncomfortably, as if wishing to flee from the calamity, yet, her injuries had not fully healed, and she had only just entered by leaning on him. Escape was not an option. When her wounds throbbed, she winced and cast a pitiful glance at him. What to do? What indeed? Jiang Xianjin shot her a fierce glare, then turned away, feigning nonchalance as he remarked, "Pay her no mind." Let us continue. Pay her no mind? Just Wu's heart raced in surprise as she couldn't help but steal another glance towards the screen. The young lady was delicate in appearance, though her pallor hinted at illness. Yet, her eyes sparkled with vitality. Upon noticing his gaze, she smiled faintly, then lowered her eyes to play with her fingers. Just Wu instinctively followed her movements, her slender, pale fingers intertwined, then swiftly parted. An innocuous gesture, unremarkable to others, sent a tremor through Just Wu's heart. She quickly averted her gaze, unwilling to look again at that gesture. Seeing he remained silent, Jiang Xianjin assumed Just Wu was wary of Bai Zhuji beside her and frowned, stating, "As long as what you say is the truth, what is there to fear from others hearing?" Returning to her senses, Just Wu shook her head. It is not fear of being overheard, but rather doubt that the emperor would even believe it. Speak. After glancing at the pear-wood double screen that had been raised, Just Wu lowered her gaze and rephrased, "On the night of the 20th of February, during the palace banquet, the Grand Princess became intoxicated and departed halfway through. She was neither at the banquet nor in the Fulu Palace, but encountered a servant outside the Yangshou Palace, strolling back to the Feiyan Palace from the Western Palace path. She was delayed on the way and returned to the Feiyan Palace by the time of the high hour." Jiang Xuanjin's brows knitted together. "With you?" "Indeed," Just Wu affirmed, nodding. "When the prince was questioned, I also testified and submitted my testimony to the Tingwei court. However, afterward, I was not summoned by the court." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuanjin's eyes flickered with confusion. He had reviewed the case files regarding the incident with Sima Su presented by the Tingwei court, noting the stark lack of witnesses and testimonies prior to the crime. Hence, Li Huaiyu's testimony had been pivotal in condemning the Grand Princess. However, Just Wu now claimed to have also submitted a testimony. Jiang Xianjin had a good memory. He was certain he had seen no testimonies favoring the Grand Princess. From the incident until the Grand Princess's demise, the only voices raised were those of Han Xiao and his group during morning court. No other voices were heard. He had thought this reflected public sentiment, indicating that Danyang indeed deserved her fate, but it now seemed there was something amiss. "I have said all that needs to be said," Just Wu stated, "and the emperor should fulfill his promise." "Very well." Collecting his thoughts, Jiang Xianjin turned to Qingshu. "Escort them out of the residence." Qingshu bowed and complied, swiftly unlocking the chains binding Just Wu, offering a respectful hand gesture. "To ensure the emperor's considerations, I will release only one for now. Here is the key. Once you leave John's residence, you may unbind yourselves." After placing the key in his hand, Just Wu observed Qingshu, then looked at Jiang Xianjin, bewildered. "Are we truly free to go?" She had assumed he was merely jesting, considering they were indeed the favored consorts of Feiyan Palace. Their wanted notices still loomed outside. Jiang Xianjin had previously harbored such disdain for them. How could he so easily relinquish this opportunity to strike? Yet the man before her stated, "Enough chatter, let us depart." In that instant, Just Wu felt that the Ziyang Jun was perhaps not as cold and heartless as the rumors suggested. "Forgive my intrusion," she ventured. "If the emperor can release us, why not also free Miss Jingxi?" Jiang Xianjin glanced at her. "She is not like you." "In what way is she different?" Just Wu asked, perplexed. "We are both in service to the Grand Princess." Turning towards the screen, Jiang Xuanjin's voice remained indifferent. "You seek to save a life, while she rushed to my side intending to take one. How can they be the same?" With that, he swept away behind the screen. The expressions of the 10 people in the room shifted to a complex array upon hearing his words, especially Qing Xian, who had recently suggested ways to assassinate Ziyang Jun. Having finished their inquiries and received rather intriguing responses, Jiang Xianjin lost interest in conversing with the group outside. He leaned against the armrest, coldly observing the individuals seated. "Your eyes are truly beautiful." Upon meeting his gaze, Li Huaiyu displayed no remorse for her actions, reaching out to gently caress the corner of his eye and exclaimed, "If you smile, you could surely captivate half of the capital." Swatting her hand away, Jiang Xianjin could not muster a smile. "This is your doing." "I cannot be blamed," Huaiyu retorted, shaking her head, indignantly pointing to the screen. "It pushed me first." Jiang Xianjin, had that screen not struck her head? Why was she suddenly spouting nonsense? Irritated, he scooped her up. "I will not bring you next time. You will stay obediently at the Bai residence." "Please don't, I find it all so enjoyable." Huaiyu clung to his neck, her expression pitiful. "Do not leave me alone at the Bai residence. If you are not there, what if someone impulsively wishes to harm me? My injuries are still not healed." So she was aware of her own injuries. Jiang Xianjin, expressionless, carried her outside. "Once you are healed, the entire building will come crashing down." Huaiyu pouted, glancing at him, and suddenly withdrew one hand to caress his face. The warm palm was soft and comforting, causing Jiang Xianjin to pause momentarily, his brow furrowing slightly. "What now?" The person in his arms gazed at him with sparkling eyes, then grinned. "You are truly handsome. I wish to peel the sweetest oranges in the world for you." Breath caught in his throat, he seethed with embarrassment. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "This is not nonsense, I am serious," she replied earnestly. Once I pass through the door, I will take good care of you, ensuring you are not cold or hungry, massaging your shoulders when you are weary, and when you are tired, pausing, her smile deepened, when you are tired, I will keep you company while you sleep. Stiffly holding her, Zhang Xuanjin's face fluctuated between shades of green and white, culminating in a deep crimson spreading from his ears to his neck. Find your own way back. In a fit of anger, he set her down and strode away, his azure robe and ink-black hair billowing in the wind, completely losing his usual composure. Hey, hey! Huaiyu laughed, calling after his retreating figure, I cannot walk. I have an injury on my leg. Who cares? Zhang Xuanjin did not look back, his robes and hair swirling in the wind, utterly devoid of his customary calm. As he reached the courtyard gate, he collided with Qingshu, who had just returned after escorting the others. Gritting his teeth, he announced, I shall enter the palace for a moment. Qingshu stared at his master's flushed face in surprise, momentarily stunned before responding, yes. Li Huaiyu half-squatted in the room, clutching her stomach as laughter nearly brought her to tears. The once formidable Ziyang Jun, who had clashed fiercely with her in the court, now revealed such a sensitive nature. Had she known earlier, she would have teased him more. Surely, he would have lost all desire to remain in court. Miss Fourth, Qingshu entered, and upon witnessing her demeanor, appeared to understand something, helplessly stating, a shoulder litter has been prepared outside. You may depart. Wiping the tears of laughter from her eyes, Huaiyu asked, will your master accompany me back? That, Qingshu scratched his nose, glancing outside, and quietly added, our lord is rather shy. Having embarrassed him, who would accompany her back? Unable to contain herself, Huaiyu laughed once more until her injury throbbed painfully, prompting her to drag herself outside and board the shoulder litter. Zhang Xuanjin did not travel with her, and naturally, Qingshu did not follow either. Upon exiting, she boarded the carriage from whence she came, declaring, I wish to see some jewelry. Very well, but do not linger too long, you must return to rest, Lingxiu gently reminded. Huaiyu nodded and instructed the driver to head to Fuan Street. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Sanhai Yizhu Pavilion, she disembarked, leaving Lingxiu and the driver outside. Today, the Yizhu Pavilion was far quieter than usual, the doors were ajar, yet not a soul could be seen in the hall. Huaiyu pushed the door open and peered inside, inquiring of the attendant lounging at the counter, has your shop closed down? The attendant, startled awake, glared at her. What do you mean closed down? Which shop has closed? Pointing at the empty surroundings, Huaiyu replied, if it hasn't closed, why is there not a single person around, where is your shopkeeper? The shopkeeper is occupied, the Yizhu Pavilion is not receiving guests today, the attendant huffed. Miss, please leave. With Lu Jingxing occupied, the Yizhu Pavilion could still operate, unless he were in the back and wished to avoid disturbance. Huaiyu smiled, producing Lu Jingxing's jade pendant and presenting it. I have business with him, could you kindly pass on the message? The attendant, wishing to protest that many sought the shopkeeper daily, and it would wear him out to relay messages, caught sight of the pendant in her hand and stood upright in alarm. Miss by C? Not recognizing her, but aware of the significance of the pendant, Li Huaiyu smiled and nodded. I will wait here. Please hurry. Noticing her pale complexion, the attendant did not dare delay and promptly stated, you need not pass the message, please, enter. He was quite clear on how his master felt about this fourth miss. At this moment, he feared nothing more than that this still-healing young lady might suffer some mishap while here, for he would undoubtedly be sent to the stables as punishment. With that thought in mind, he hurriedly led her to the back courtyard. Lu Jingxing was currently listening to Just Wu and others discuss Zhang Xuanjin's matter when he unexpectedly spotted Li Huaiyu standing at the door. His eyelids twitched, and he quickly rose to greet her. Miss, what brings you here at this hour? He swiftly glanced at the people in the room, lowering his voice. Just Wu and the others are present. I am aware, Huaiyu replied, hands on her hips. Since they are all here, we can discuss things together. That is not appropriate, Lu Jingxing frowned. Aside from me, who can vouch for you being Danyang? Flashing a confident smile, Huaiyu gazed past him toward the seated individuals. Without a doubt, Just Wu will believe me. Lu Jingxing was taken aback, following her gaze just as Just Wu approached the entrance. With a complex expression, Just Wu performed a deep bow. May I inquire, do you know the poet Li? This question left Lu Jingxing baffled, but Huaiyu chuckled, hands on her hips. How can I not know? Li is a person of great talent, who once subdued wicked bandits with a single poem, his fame is widespread. Just Wu trembled slightly, her eyes lighting up with an unusual sparkle as she stared at Huaiyu, her voice suddenly hoarse. What were the words of that poem? Grinning, Huaiyu clapped her hands and recited, traveling alone for 3,000 miles, adrift without a home. Once the past is settled, the phoenix will perch upon Just Wu. The phoenix will perch upon Just Wu. This was the poem recited by the Danyang Grand Princess when she saved him and named him. Just Wu had been curious at the time, asking who the author was. Danyang had replied solemnly, this is the work of the poet Li. For a long time, Just Wu had believed in the existence of the poet Li and even held a bit of admiration. Until later, she discovered that the princess surname was Li, given name Sui, courtesy name Huaiyu, self-styled as a poet. Faced with this poet Li, Just Wu felt both amused and bewildered. While residing in the Feiyan Palace, she gradually found this prince amusing. Not only did he enjoy impersonating a poet, but he also evaded Ziyang Jun's etiquette lessons. Each time Ziyang Jun pursued him, she would signal him with a gesture, her index and middle fingers entwined, meaning, Help me concoct a lie. Seeing the gesture today in Zhang's residence had already raised her suspicions. Hearing her recite the poem now, she could almost confirm. With excitement, just Wu gazed at her, her throat tightening as she bowed deeply once more. I humbly welcome your highness. Upon uttering those 4 words, the other 9 individuals in the room stood up in unison. Truly, you are the most astute person in Huaiyu Palace. Huaiyu smiled at him, dragging her weary body into the room. She first found a chair to sit and catch her breath, then looked at the astonished faces before her. My time is limited, and I cannot explain everything individually. I will state a few matters, so listen closely. Aside from just Wu and Lu Jingxing, the others were still processing the situation, staring blankly at the pale young lady who was speaking rapidly. Zhang Xianjin has inexplicably decided to reopen the Sima Su case. You all are aware that this case is riddled with hidden agendas, correct? What you must do now is provide the utmost assistance to ensure Zhang Xianjin successfully uncovers the truth. As for Qingxi, we have tried to save her twice without success. There is no need for you to take risks. I will find a way. Furthermore, wherever you see me in the future, please act as if you do not know me and refrain from speaking to me. Zhang Xianjin is meticulous, and I will need to exert great effort to deceive him. You must not complicate matters. After sipping some tea from the side, Huaiyu caught her breath. In short, since you dared to disregard my orders and return to the capital, prepare to wade through murky waters once more. Hearing this familiar tone, the group was taken aback, staring at the unfamiliar face before them, unsure of what to say. Just Wu, however, laughed outright. Understood. You still dare to comply. Remembering the earlier incident in Zhang's residence, Huaiyu stomped her foot in frustration. If you truly followed my orders, how could you dare mention that matter? Had she not toppled the screen, he would have divulged Zhang Xuanjin's whereabouts at that time. Ridiculous, revealing that place would not only fail to clear her suspicion but would also pique Zhang Xianjin's curiosity, leading him to investigate further. She had yet to relocate her belongings. If he were to uncover them due to a fleeting curiosity, wouldn't she lose everything? Fuming, Huaiyu shot just Wu a fierce glare before turning to Lu Jingxing. I am leaving. The rest is up to you. Lu Jingxing gritted his teeth. Am I the one who has to clean up this mess again? We are brothers, we share both fortune and misfortune. She patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, the pain from her still healing wounds was sharp, and she needed to return to recuperate. Otherwise, Zhang Xianjin might very well notice something amiss. Yet, it was hard to say whether she should be angry or touched. Before the incident, these individuals had been sent out of the capital alongside Qingxi, yet now they rushed back one after another to face death. What could they possibly gain from this? If she were truly to die, they could avenge her with their lives, but she would not be able to come back. What a loss! Shaking her head as she boarded the carriage, Huaiyu fell into silence for a moment before breaking into a smile. Even if everyone in the world rejoiced at her death, there remained a group of people who cared for her. Lu Jingxing would burn plenty of paper money for her, Han Xiao and the others would shout her grievances, and just Wu and Qingxi would risk their lives to avenge her. What did it matter if she was scorned by the multitude? She was deeply satisfied. Zhang Xianjin entered the palace, heading to the Imperial Library to review the case files concerning Sima Su once more. Previously, he had held biases, believing that only Li Huaiyu could have committed the act, thus lacking impartiality. Now, upon re-examination, he furrowed his brow. Sima, the chancellor, had left Yangshou Palace at the hour of the dog on the 20th of February, only to be discovered dead in the Fulu Palace at the hour of the pig, his throat slit by a sharp instrument, with signs of struggle around him. The coroner had ruled it a homicide. At that time, there were no witnesses present. The only testimony came from Li Fingxing, who claimed Sima Su had gone to the Fulu Palace at the behest of the Grand Princess. Subsequently, testimonies from palace maids surfaced, stating they had seen the Grand Princess near the Fulu Palace, and that she had departed from the banquet at the hour of the dog, returning to the Feiyan Palace only at the hour of the pig. All evidence pointed unfavorably towards the Grand Princess, and given her prior misdeeds, everyone quickly concluded she was the perpetrator. Sima, a man of high virtue and esteem, had met his end at Danyang's hands just before his retirement. Who would not be outraged? In a moment of collective fury, countless memorials flooded the emperor's desk, demanding the execution of the Grand Princess. What was he thinking at the time? The new emperor, lacking in prestige, could eliminate Danyang to reclaim the power she held, simultaneously establishing his authority. It was a twofold gain. Moreover, Danyang was indeed deserving of her fate. Thus, after reviewing this ironclad evidence, he had fanned the flames, urging the new emperor to issue an edict granting Danyang poison. Now reflecting, if the individual involved had not been Danyang but an ordinary person, would he still have so confidently believed she was the murderer? The answer was no. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xianjin felt a tightness in his chest. Your Highness? An attendant entered the library, bowing hurriedly upon seeing him. Zhang Xianjin paused, discreetly returning the case files to the shelf before nodding in acknowledgement and departing. The attendant watched him leave respectfully, curiosity piqued, and after a moment of hesitation, he returned to the spot where Zhang Xianjin had been standing to rummage through. He uncovered the improperly filed case files and murmured in surprise, he was actually looking at this? Zhang Xianjin was unaware of the commotion behind him, preoccupied with his own thoughts as he maintained a stoic expression while returning to the south courtyard of the Bai residence. As evening fell, darkness enveloped the surroundings. He passed by the tightly shut main door of the main house, intending to return to his chamber. Just as he approached the entrance, the door suddenly swung open with a whoosh. The warm glow of a yellow lampshade enveloped him, dispelling the darkness and replacing it with brightness and warmth. Jiang Xianjin stood momentarily stunned, raising his gaze to see someone in their nightclothes draped in a cloak, holding a steaming bowl of soup, grinning widely at him. "You've returned." The bowl was scalding. Huaiyu held it with one hand while the other touched her earlobe, urgently saying, "Quickly take it, I cannot hold it any longer." Jiang Xianjin was bewildered. He caught the bowl with one hand while she tugged him inside with the other. "Mississippi." Lingxiu, standing nearby, called out awkwardly. Huaiyu immediately covered her ears. "Do not speak to me of rules or avoiding suspicion. I will not listen. After boiling this soup for so long, I must let him take a sip before I can sleep." With that, she rolled onto the bed, eagerly patting the edge. Following her lead, Jiang Xianjin sat by the bed's edge, lowering his head to inspect the bowl. "What is this?" "A nourishing soup," Li Huaiyu replied with a smile. "You have been coughing lately, and I suspect it is due to the poison you previously endured, so I used herbs provided by the physician and black chicken to brew this soup for you." As she spoke, she pointed at her own injured leg with a pitiful expression. "I even tore my wound for this bowl. You must drink it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xianjin frowned. "Knowing you are not fully healed, why are you causing trouble?" "Ah, just taste it first." After contemplating his rules, Huaiyu took a spoonful for herself, then looked at him with eager eyes. "It tastes delightful." Jiang Xianjin remained silent, staring at the soup for a while before finally taking a sip. The herbal aroma mingled with the rich chicken broth. It was indeed quite delicious. Putting down the spoon, he slowly finished the entire bowl. As he swallowed the last mouthful, a sense of relief washed over him, and his mood suddenly lifted. "Tasty, right?" Huaiyu beamed, seeking praise. Setting down the bowl, he replied, "If your injury worsens tomorrow, you will not be able to leave your bed for 5 days. Her face fell, and Li Huaiyu pouted. "You won't even praise me, yet you scold me." Imitating her domineering tone, Jiang Xianjin raised an eyebrow and replied shamelessly, "If I scold, then so be it. What will you do about it?" As he spoke, he leaned against the bed's edge, his azure robe slightly loose, his inky hair fell over his forehead, and his lips, having just tasted the soup, glistened with moisture. A hint of a smile flickered in his striking dark eyes. Huaiyu was momentarily entranced, her ears flushed slightly. "Your Highness," Qingshu called from outside, "it is getting late." Jiang Xianjin stood, collecting himself and restoring his usual impassive demeanor, addressing her, "Rest early." With that, he turned and left the room without a backward glance. Li Huaiyu stared at his retreating figure, smacking her forehead in frustration. How could she be so easily swayed by an enemy? No matter how handsome his appearance, he remained her adversary. Complimenting him was one thing, she must not praise him in her heart. This was a matter of principle. Shaking her head, she regained her focus, glancing at the empty bowl and nervously telling Lingxiu, "Slip a bit of silver to the cook. Do not let this slip out." Her injury would surely worsen tomorrow, and she needed to deceive him into believing she had prepared this chicken soup, laying the groundwork to avoid his suspicions. If she truly made it, the concoction could very well be more toxic than a drop of blood. Madame Bai Meng could not endure the hardships of imprisonment, daily sending messages pleading for Bai Dezhong to rescue her. Yet the case remained unresolved. She could neither die nor escape. "That lordly is truly formidable," Lu Jingxing remarked during a visit to Bai Huaiyu, fanning himself as he recounted the happenings outside. Jiang Xianjin is adamant about dealing with Meng Hengyuan, yet Li Fengxing insists on various excuses to obstruct him, even bringing up Bai Dezhong to connect his merits to the Meng family. Huaiyu raised an eyebrow. "And what did the emperor say?" "What can he say? Having been protected by you all these years, while he has the intention to govern, he lacks the ruthless methods." Lu Jingxing shook his head, lowering his voice. Han Xiao and Su Xian spoke in court today, defending Jiang Xianjin, nearly frightening the officials half to death. Han Xiao, Su Xian, and Yun Lanqing, the infamous 3 remnants of Danyang's faction. Their support for Jiang Xianjin was indeed alarming to the officials. Huaiyu chuckled. What was Jiang Xuanjin's reaction? What reaction could he have? He always wears that coffin-like face in court. Recalling that coffin-like face, which had flushed with embarrassment at her teasing, Li Huaiyu couldn't help but break into a grin. "What are you grinning about?" Lu Jingxing shot her a glance. "Nothing," she quickly composed herself, then turned serious. "Have you clarified things with just Wu and the others?" With a flourish, Lu Jingxing opened his fan and gestured toward it. "Praise me." Glancing at the characters on the fan, Huaiyu expressed her distaste but ultimately relented. "With lofty mountains to admire, Master Lu, your virtues are commendable, your heart expansive, and your eagerness to assist others." "But did you explain?" Satisfied, Lu Jingxing nodded. "Could I not? After you left, they clung to me, demanding I clarify for 4 hours, insisting I recount everything in detail before they would let me go. The notion of borrowing a corpse to return to life was not easily accepted. Qingxian had thought he was possessed, and had it not been for just Wu's intervention, she might have approached him to cast away incense and exorcise the evil. I appreciate your efforts," Huaiyu sighed. "I never anticipated they would return." Lu Jingxing regarded her thoughtfully. "You underestimate others' emotions." Those labeled as mere consorts had fought alongside her for years, harboring deep loyalty, trust, and reliance upon her. Knowing she had died, they had rushed back to the capital without regard for their own lives. Knowing she lived, they would continue to follow her without hesitation. Their feelings toward her were far more profound than ordinary subordinates toward their superiors. And he had never feared being burdened by her. Smiling, Li Huaiyu felt touched but found herself at a loss for words. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she turned to the door, calling out, "Lingxiu." Lingxiu entered promptly. "What orders does the young lady have?" "Bring me the stack of documents the prince wrote in the study." "Jiang Xuanjin's writings?" Lu Jingxing looked confused, watching Lingxiu leave to fetch the papers. Moments later, she returned, cradling a stack of red invitations. "Here you go, since you have arrived, take these back with you." Pulling out the invitation addressed to him, Huaiyu stuffed it into his arms. "I specifically had him write for the entire family, so you can bring just Wu and the others along." Lu Jingxing, the invitation in his hands blazed bright red. He stared at it, exasperated. "Next month?" "Yes." Waving Lingxiu away, Huaiyu lowered her voice. "Once we arrive at Zhang's residence, I will find a way to have Jiang Xianjin release Qingxi." "Release her?" Lu Jingxing shook his head. "After all our efforts, how could we possibly persuade Jiang Xianjin to let her go?" "If hard methods won't work, then we shall use soft ones," Huaiyu replied, blinking innocently while placing her delicate fingers on her cheek. "Have you heard of the beauty scheme in the 36 stratagems?" With a flourish, Lu Jingxing shielded his eyes with the fan, shaking his head. "I have heard of the beauty scheme, but I have yet to see the beauty." Noticing her suddenly fierce expression, Lu Jingxing quickly bowed with his fan, adopting a serious tone. "I wish the princess great success." With that, his demeanor softened as he sighed, gazing at her. "Remember, if you encounter trouble, seek me out." Li Huaiyu nodded without hesitation. Li Fengxing and Jiang Xianjin had quarreled over the drop of blood case several times. Eventually, when the arguments became untenable, he carelessly muttered, "Your Highness, could it be that you harbor some personal grievances regarding this matter?" "Do not speak so carelessly, my dear minister." Emperor Li Huailin furrowed his brow. "How could the prince have personal grievances with the Meng family?" "Your Majesty, you are unaware," Li Fengxing asserted. "Our prince intends to marry Miss Baici, who has a past with the daughter of the Meng family, Bai Mengshi. The drop of blood case should not have involved the prince, yet he is so insistent on condemning the Meng family that it raises suspicion." Previously, Jiang Xianjin had refrained from targeting Li Fengxing, focusing solely on the matter at hand. He had not witnessed Li Fengxing's malice, thus held a relatively favorable impression of him. However, today, in a fit of rage, he had let slip such words. Jiang Xuanjin's expression darkened. Li Fengxing was left without options. In order to protect Meng Hengyuan, he had to drag Miss Baici into the fray, hoping to shield Ziyang Jun from suspicion regarding this case. It was the best solution available, yet, the situation did not develop as he had hoped. "Your Majesty," Jiang Xianjin interjected, "as Li Fengxing has stated, this case has already implicated Bai Yushi, Bai Foreign, and even myself. It can no longer be regarded as a simple case of illicit drug trafficking." Li Huailin furrowed his brow. "How can so many individuals be involved? What do you believe should be done?" Jiang Xianjin nodded, his voice resonant. "Since so many individuals are implicated and it concerns the families of court officials, perhaps your Majesty should open the court for a public hearing to ensure justice is seen." Li Fengxing was taken aback, glancing at him before his face turned pale. The weather was splendid today. As Huaiyu hummed a little tune, lying on her bed while enjoying pastries, just as she was savoring them, Qingxu suddenly appeared. "Miss Fourth," he inquired, "can your leg manage to walk?" Moving her leg slightly, Huaiyu nodded. "It's bearable." "Why do you ask?" "Nothing serious." Qingxu paused, then continued, "but the prince has ordered me to escort you to the palace." "Oh, to the palace?" Huaiyu nodded, continuing to eat her pastries. "Wait, where to?" Suddenly realizing, she choked on a pastry, coughing violently. Cough, cough. Seeing her choke, Lingxiu rushed over to pat her back, teasing, "Even if you've never been to the palace, you needn't be so agitated, Mississippi." "Never been to the palace?" Li Huaiyu trembled, wiping her mouth as she looked at the innocent little maid beside her, wishing to inform her that she not only had been to the palace but had grown up there. "Why would he suddenly summon me to the palace?" Qingxu explained, "I am unaware of the specifics, but the prince is currently in a dispute regarding the Mang case and has summoned you, likely intending for the emperor to personally adjudicate this matter." Huaiyu was astonished. "No way, is it really that serious?" This was merely an ordinary case of poisoning and smuggling. Even if it involved Bai Mengshi, it should only be a typical case of poisoning and smuggling among officials. What qualifications did it have for the emperor to personally preside over it? Qingxu hesitated and asked, "Will you go?" "Yes," Huaiyu replied, steadying herself. "It is a rare opportunity to enter the palace, why would I decline?" The emperor personally presiding over a case related to her, did this not signify a connection between siblings? She had thought that their differing statuses would make it challenging to meet, yet here was a splendid opportunity presenting itself. Li Huaiyu smiled to herself, eager to see whether Huailin had grown up at all. Typically, the court was closed after the morning assembly, yet with the emperor suddenly deciding to personally preside over a case, the doors were flung open, and many individuals gathered. The three dukes stood to the side, all 9 ministers present. Li Huailin took his throne and, with an air of authority, asked, "Who stands before us? What is their grievance?" Jiang Xianjin bowed respectfully. "This humble servant, Zhang Jian, serves as Ziyang Jun." I hereby accuse the drug merchant Meng Hengyuan of openly violating the law by hoarding and trafficking a large quantity of banned drugs, indirectly causing the loss of life. Meng Hengyuan was brought forward, his legs giving way as he knelt. CC Commoner greets your majesty. Examining the two parties, Li Huailin commanded, the plaintiff may present their evidence. Originally, this case was under Su Yan's jurisdiction, but with the emperor personally presiding, he naturally brought the case files and evidence along to present for Ziyang Jun. Li Huailin scrutinized the documents, furrowing his brow as he read aloud, 3 warehouses have been sealed, containing 3,000 pounds of banned drugs, 3,000 pounds? The shocking figure widened his eyes in disbelief as he scolded, you are audacious. According to the laws of the Northern Wei, selling less than 10 pounds of banned drugs incurs imprisonment for 6 months to 1 year, 10 pounds or more warrants a harsher sentence. How shall we determine the punishment for 3,000 pounds? Nearby, Su Yan interjected, that warrants the death penalty. I have something to say, I have something to say. Upon hearing the death penalty, Meng Hengyuan repeatedly kowtowed, those drugs do not belong to me. I am innocent. How dare you? Su Yan reprimanded. You dare to lie before the emperor? I am not lying. Meng Hengyuan prostrated, his eyes darting around before resting on Jiang Xinjin. I know this esteemed Ziyang Jun holds great power. Those he disdains are naturally eliminated. I am truly innocent. The 3 warehouses that the court sealed were empty. The guards all know they were merely for summer storage. How could they possibly contain 3,000 pounds of banned drugs? This is an attempt to frame me. Presumptuous. Li Huailin's anger flared. You dare to slander Ziyang Jun openly, who gave you the audacity? Meng Hengyuan trembled in fear, instinctively glancing at Li Fengxing, swallowing hard. What I say is true. Who in the capital does not know that Ziyang Jun intends to marry Miss Bai, that Miss has a grudge with my daughter, so she slandered my daughter for poisoning her. To please the fair lady, the prince seeks to dispose of me, I am truly innocent. As soon as he spoke, the 3 dukes and 9 ministers erupted in an uproar, collectively hissing at Meng Hengyuan. He could not have devised a more absurd lie. Anyone could claim to act recklessly in pursuit of a maiden's favor, but to implicate Ziyang Jun, was he not foolishly deluded? Perceiving the tide turning against him, Li Fengxing interjected, I have something to report first, your majesty. Speak. Ziyang Jun has resided in the Bai residence for half a month, staying in the quarters of Miss Bai C. What? This revelation was far more shocking than the 3,000 pounds of banned drugs. Li Huailin was taken aback, and the 3 dukes and 9 ministers were equally astonished. The hissing ceased, all eyes fixated on Jiang Xinjin. The Ziyang Jun, known for his ascetic nature, had actually taken residence in a maiden's quarters. Unbelievable. Li Huailin's eyes widened. What circumstances led to this? Jiang Xinjin responded, Miss Bai C has been wrongfully accused and was nearly beaten to death by her family. Since I wished to marry her, how could I turn a blind eye? I initially intended to invite a physician to tend to her, yet unforeseen events in the Bai residence forced me to remain to safeguard Miss Bai C's life. Oh? Li Huailin straightened, is this regarding the rumor that the Bai matriarch poisoned Miss Bai C? Precisely. Jiang Xinjin raised his head. May I ask, your majesty, if noble consort Ning were in peril and someone lurked in the shadows seeking to harm her, what would you do? Noble consort Ning was the emperor's most favored concubine, and upon hearing this, Li Huailin immediately declared, I would certainly protect her and root out the evildoer, punishing them severely. Jiang Xinjin nodded. So would I. So would I. Li Fengxing sneered coldly. Then it seems Meng Hengyuan has not lied. The prince certainly favors Miss Bai C and seeks to frame him to avenge her. Li Huailin finally sensed something amiss with Li Fengxing, furrowing his brow. Are you also accusing Ziyang Jun? Li Fengxing was taken aback. You have gone so far as to speak in Meng Hengyuan's favor. Do you still wish to distance yourself? Jiang Xinjin chuckled lightly. Your bias towards Meng Hengyuan is clear to all present, there is no need for further pretense. A minister of the court, siding with a mere commoner against Ziyang Jun? The 3 dukes and 9 ministers exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves, caught in a bind. Li Fengxing clenched his teeth, choosing to kneel. I only believe it to be unjust, words from a mere commoner would not be trusted by the officials or your majesty. They would trust Ziyang Jun instead. I ask this not bias, to seek fairness, I am willing to speak on behalf of this commoner. His eloquence was commendable, and Li Huailin nodded in agreement. Your words hold merit, Li Fengxing. Jiang Xinjin asked, do you have anything further to say? Li Fengxing responded, since the prince has acknowledged it, I have nothing more to add. With a soft laugh, Jiang Xinjin remarked, so, by admitting favoritism towards his future wife, it equates to admitting to framing Meng Hengyuan? Your ability to dodge the main issue is impressive, yet you cannot fabricate lies. As he spoke, he bowed towards the emperor. Miss Bai C has arrived, may your majesty summon her. The fabled Miss Bai C was coming. Li Huailin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly instructed, summon her in at once. The palace eunuch received the order and swiftly departed. In no time, a slender figure, supported by others, stepped into the main hall. Upon re-entering this familiar space, Li Huaiyu felt a wave of sentiment wash over her. Gazing at the officials and the emperor, she momentarily felt as though she were still the Danyang Grand Princess, proudly walking into court dressed in imperial attire. However, as she approached the emperor, she regained her composure, inhaled deeply, and slowly knelt. By Zhuji, pays respects to your majesty. The voice from the dragon throne was steadier than before. Miss Bai, you need not be so formal. Considering your innocence and your current condition, I permit you to sit and speak. Thank you for your grace, she smiled, bowing her head. A chair was brought forth, and the palace eunuch assisted her in taking a seat. Li Huaiyu's body was tense, but her face remained serene. Jiang Xianjin cast a sidelong glance at her, somewhat surprised that he had expected her to be flustered on her first visit to the palace, yet this usually unruly girl was now behaving so obediently and decorously before the emperor. Miss Bai, do you have a grievance to voice? Li Huailin inquired. Li Huaiyu nodded. This subject wishes to accuse Bai matriarch of using banned drugs to commit murder. Do you have any evidence? Nearby, Su Yin interjected, Your Majesty, this case has both witnesses and material evidence. However, due to its complexity, it has remained unresolved. Li Huailin frowned upon hearing this. If there are both witnesses and material evidence, why has it not been resolved? The first law of the Northern Wei states that a murderer must pay with their life, is it not? Su Yin nodded, but just then, Lu Tingwei spoke up, the person poisoned by Bai Mengshi has not died. Moreover, with Bai Yushi, it would be excessive to sentence her to death. If she is not sentenced to death, can anything else be sentenced? Li Huailin's brow furrowed as he contemplated the matter. There is a precedent in the previous dynasty. For attempted murder, the penalty is 20 years in prison. Considering Bai Yushi's years of service and merits, we can reduce it by 2 years, sentencing Bai Mengshi to 18 years in prison, to be released upon completion. Do all of you feel this is appropriate? The case was directly resolved. Li Fengxing furrowed his brows, sighing heavily. This could only be blamed on Bai Mengshi's own lack of efficiency. He had already delayed long enough, and if he could not salvage it in front of the emperor, he could not be held responsible. Listening to this, Li Huaiyu's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes glimmering with excitement. Decisive and upright, Huailin handled cases far better than those who hesitated and wavered, who said he lacked iron-fisted methods. Was this not a promising sign? If this case concludes, then Meng Hangyuan's guilt can also be established, Jiang Xianjin stated. The banned drugs used by Bai Mengshi were precisely the drop of blood stored in Meng's warehouse. The case will serve as evidence that Meng Hangyuan was trafficking banned drugs, with ample proof. Upon hearing this, Meng Hangyuan anxiously turned to Li Fengxing. Li Fengxing chuckled nonchalantly. Does your highness possess direct evidence proving that the banned drugs used by Bai Mengshi were supplied by Meng Hangyuan? Jiang Xianjin hesitated. Li Fengxing continued, merely relying on the poison used by Bai Mengshi, one cannot arbitrarily claim that Meng Hangyuan is involved in the trafficking of banned drugs. Do you not sense the unjust implications? Gazing once more at Bai Zhuji, he laughed. How fitting that one would act out of passion for a lady. As those words left his lips, Jiang Xianjin had yet to respond when the person seated suddenly slammed their palm against the armrest and stood up. Bai Mengshi herself confessed at the capital court that the poison was provided by her father. If that is not direct evidence, then what is? Before you speak, have you even reviewed the case files thoroughly? Li Fengxing was momentarily stunned. Li Huaiyu glared at him, mimicking his earlier aggressive tone as she returned his words, You act out of passion for a lady. Chapter 37. Plucking the moon for you indeed, those words were just uttered by Li Fengxing, and without a doubt, everyone present heard them that he referred to the Lord Xiang, in regard to the beautiful Miss Bai Si. Yet now, Miss Bai Si has abruptly risen from her seat, her fury palpable. Who is she truly defending? The 3 dukes and 9 ministers, including the emperor seated upon the dragon throne, were momentarily taken aback, only to soon reveal expressions of dawning comprehension as they turned their gazes toward Jiang Xianjin, who stood below. Jiang Xianjin stood with his hands clasped behind him, clad in a garment of turquoise adorned with silver embroidery, his figure exuding an air of elegance akin to jade amidst verdant mountains. He slightly turned his face, his ink-black eyes reflecting the hues of spring rain amidst the lakes and mountains, captivating all who beheld him. His thin lips parted as he addressed Li Huaiyu, who stood protectively before him, his voice laced with emotion. Silence. Startled by his command, Huaiyu frowned and turned back. Why are you scolding me again? Before such a multitude, to label him as the beautiful one, and expect him not to be fierce? Jiang Xianjin smirked coldly, forcefully pushing her back into her chair, his voice a low growl. Behave yourself. Li Huaiyu, indignant, muttered, I am only speaking on your behalf, just listen to the nonsense that man is uttering, coupled with his hypocritical demeanor. It makes one want to punch him. That is unnecessary. Taking a step forward, he positioned himself to shield her from view, addressing Li Fengxing. Miss C speaks candidly, I hope you will forgive her. Candidly? Li Fengxing furrowed his brow, she is overstepping her bounds. A mere daughter of a subject, devoid of any title, dares to question my authority. While his words carried an air of indignation, they were not without merit. Miss Bai Si's previous behavior could indeed be construed as a breach of decorum. Li Huailin felt a twinge of concern, recognizing that Miss C's assertions were not without justification, even piercingly accurate. However, her offense lay in her status. The charge of overstepping one's bounds, though not insignificant, could lead to complications should Li Fengxing choose to pursue it. It seemed Li Fengxing had come to this realization as well, a flash of malice igniting in his eyes, as he prepared to escalate the matter. Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Jiang Xianjin interjected. Lifting his gaze to Li Fengxing, he inquired with a calm demeanor, what is the annual salary of the position of Prime Minister? Li Fengxing paused, perplexed, before responding, the annual salary is 1,000 stones. And how about the feudal lords? The Lord of Xiang, in service to the Emperor, receives an annual salary of 10,000 stones. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xianjin nodded in satisfaction before turning to Su Yan, who stood nearby. If a mere daughter of a subject questioning a position with an annual salary of 1,000 stones is deemed overstepping, then what shall we call it when a position with an annual salary of 1,000 stones questions a lord with an annual salary of 10,000 stones? The 3 dukes and 9 ministers typically regarded annual salaries as the measure of rank. Indeed, an official with a salary of 1,000 stones held a lofty position before those without titles. However, in comparison to the Lord of Xiang, whose salary was 10,000 stones, it was akin to comparing a speck of dust to the radiant moon, a vast disparity. If one were to truly speak of overstepping, Li Fengxing was indeed far more egregious than missed by sea. The realization struck Li Fengxing like a thunderclap, causing him to falter, his previously fierce countenance now diminished. As he observed Su Yan preparing to respond, he hastily proclaimed, "It was a mistake on my part. Today, we are all here to seek justice, to mutually enlighten one another. How could this be construed as overstepping?" The rapidity of his retraction left all in attendance speechless. Li Huailin furrowed his brow, finally unable to contain himself. "Masterly, you speak of justice yet offer not a shred of evidence to substantiate Meng Hangyuan's innocence. To slander Lord Xiang based solely on conjecture is utterly unreasonable." Li Fengxing was taken aback, promptly bowing in deference. "Your Majesty, please see clearly. I merely believe this matter to be suspicious." "And again, it is merely your belief?" Li Huailin slammed his palm against the dragon throne, his brows knitted in anger. "What of the evidence?" The sound echoed, causing all within the court to lower their heads. Li Fengxing, in particular, knelt down, his forehead striking the ground as he implored, "Your Majesty, quell your anger. Do you still regard me as a child, easily deceived by mere words?" Li Huailin's ire was palpable. If this case were merely lacking in evidence, it might be excusable. Yet this case is replete with incontrovertible proof, and yet you continue to stir up discord, believing I cannot discern right from wrong, cannot distinguish black from white? Li Fengxing, taken aback, bowed his head, no longer daring to speak. The surrounding ministers stepped forward, clasping their hands in supplication. "Your Majesty, please temper your wrath." "Temper my wrath," Li Huailin scoffed. "If the one in power were still the Grand Princess, would you dare to deceive her as you do me?" At this, Lu Tingwei frowned and reproached, "Your Majesty. You still remember that I am your Majesty?" Rising abruptly, Li Huailin declared, "In your eyes, I am but a child, easily manipulated." No one anticipated the emperor would erupt with such fury. Jiang Xianjin furrowed his brow, stepping forward in an attempt to admonish him. After all the lessons learned in imperial decorum, how could he lose composure in the court? However, just as he took a step forward, his sleeve was seized by another. "Do not chastise him." Li Huaiyu, head bowed, tugged him backward. The emperor has not spoken incorrectly. Li Fengxing's audacity to defend Meng Hangyuan stemmed from his belief that the young emperor was naive. Had it been the Grand Princess presiding, he would have not dared utter a word, for it would have been futile. Li Jiang Xuanjin's expression darkened. Advising the sovereign is the duty of a minister. What he called advising. Huaiyu rolled her eyes, certain that he would soon step forward to chastise Li Huailin with the teachings of the Taizu Emperor and the imperial strategies. "Let him finish speaking," she whispered, "it may not be a bad thing." Jiang Xianjin frowned, glancing at the quaking Li Fengxing and Meng Hangyuan nearby, contemplating his next move. Ultimately, he chose to remain still with his silence. None dared to intervene. Li Huailin's fury surged, glaring at Meng Hangyuan. "A mere commoner dares to lie before me. 3,000 pounds of prohibited drugs." 3,000, if you were unaware, who could have stealthily placed them in your Meng family's warehouse? Turning his gaze back to Li Fengxing, he continued, "The esteemed Prime Minister's long history, yet you dare to reverse right and wrong, favoring merchants. What does it matter if your tongue is silver-tongued? Do you truly believe I am unaware of your motives?" The emperor's wrath could crush millions, rivers of blood could flow. Just moments ago, Li Fengxing had been eloquent, yet now he could barely utter a word, repeatedly bowing his head, the sound echoing through the hall. Meng Hangyuan trembled, collapsing to the ground, unable to lift his head. "Su Yan!" Li Huailin called out. The nearby officials immediately stepped forward, bowing. "What commands does your Majesty have?" "Conclude the case, render a verdict, and punish as deemed appropriate." Li Huailin declared, "If anyone has objections, they may present evidence to me." Feeling a tremor in his chest, Su Yan solemnly replied, "Understood." Silence fell over the court. The 3 dukes and 9 ministers bowed their heads, fearing to move. Li Huailin resumed his seat upon the dragon throne, shaking his robe, the embroidered 5-clawed golden dragon gleaming brightly. As he looked up, the still youthful features of his brow revealed an unmistakable aura of dominance. Huaiyu smiled, her eyes brimming with pride. At last, the case that had dragged on for more than 10 days bore fruit. As Li Huaiyu was escorted from the palace by Jiang Xianjin, she excitedly clapped her hands behind him. "Our emperor truly possesses great authority. Did you see? That seemingly frail figure, when angered, appears taller than the beams of the house, pressing upon others until they can hardly breathe. Yet despite his anger, he grasped the crux of the case with clarity. He is truly astute. Though still young, with such courage and wisdom, he shall surely become a renowned sovereign, remembered through the ages." Chattering away, her words never strayed from the emperor. Jiang Xianjin halted, turning his head to regard her. "Is he truly that remarkable?" Li Huaiyu's smile was uncontainable. "Indeed, do you not feel the same?" He offered no response, instead continuing onward. Li Huaiyu, oblivious to any discontent, climbed into the carriage, still basking in the joy of seeing her younger brother, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling with warmth. How wonderful it was to see Huaiyu again, and to hear him call her imperial sister once more, though not directed at her. It still filled her with joy, reminiscent of many years past when Huaiyu had just learned to speak. Imperial sister, the 1-year-old Huaiyu called out with effort. His father, the Emperor Xiaodi, feigned displeasure, asking, "Why do you not call for your father, only your imperial sister?" Little Huaiyu gnawed on his finger, glancing confusedly at the emperor before calling again, "Imperial sister." The 6-year-old Huaiyu leaped for joy, placing her hands on her hips as she boasted to her father, "Who else would carry him if you are too busy? The imperial brother was raised by me, so he shall surely call for me first." "No, you must teach him to call for his father." The emperor huffed, "His father is the revered sovereign." "Who is greater, the revered sovereign or the imperial sister?" "Imperial sister." Without hesitation, little Huaiyu responded. The emperor, a figure of authority, was left both furious and aggrieved by a 1-year-old's words, his face contorting in frustration. Huaiyu laughed heartily, lifting Huaiyu for a spin, her baby voice declaring, "Imperial sister shall take good care of you, and when you grow up, I will give you all the best things." Huaiyu, not yet understanding the meaning of the best things, simply giggled in delight as he was raised high, their laughter echoing far and wide, casting a warm hue over the entire Feiyan palace. Recalling these moments, Huaiyu could not help but chuckle aloud. The carriage came to an abrupt halt. Leaning forward, she nearly lost her balance, coming back to her senses and asking in confusion, "Have we arrived?" Jiang Xianjin ignored her, descending from the carriage with a stoic expression, "I have matters to attend to. You may return first." With a flick of the curtain, a gust of wind blew, tousling her hair. Li Huaiyu blinked, perplexed, as she called out, "What have I done to offend you?" Without turning, Jiang Xianjin replied, "Nothing." "Then why act in such a temper?" She jumped down from the carriage, exasperatedly chasing after him, grasping the fabric of his robe. "It is nearly dark. What matters could you possibly have?" His demeanor icy, Jiang Xianjin stated, "Release me." This was still the street, such pulling and tugging was unbecoming. "You speak of nonsense again." Rolling her eyes, Li Huaiyu tightened her grip on his robe. "You are such a peculiar person, always hinting instead of speaking plainly." "I cannot always guess, but if I cannot guess, then you will only suffer." "If I truly suffer, who would feel pain but me?" His last words were spoken with a hint of mirth. Yet Jiang Xianjin could not muster a smile, turning to glare at her, his eyes filled with frost. "This is simply my temperament. If you dislike it, then I shall return the engagement gift." "Oh, I like it, I like it. I like you just as you are." She hurriedly reassured him, her hand sliding down to grasp his finger, shaking it playfully. "How could I not like you?" With a huff, Jiang Xianjin turned his face away. Observing his profile, Li Huaiyu could not suppress her admiration, reaching out to touch his face, saying, "Even when angry, you look so handsome, I truly wish to pluck the moon for you." Her flattery was quite adept, yet who could tell when her words were sincere or feigned? He was handsome. There were many beautiful people in the world. Was not the current emperor also handsome and imposing? By her logic, how many moons were there in the sky for her to pluck? Shaking off her hand, Jiang Xianjin narrowed his eyes. "If you wish to pluck it, then do so. If you cannot, do not let me see you again." With that, he flung her aside and walked away. Frustration boiling within him, his expression darkened as he walked briskly. However, he had not gone far when the crowd around him suddenly stirred, groups forming and pointing in the direction behind him. What was happening? Jiang Xianjin furrowed his brow, puzzled by their strange reactions. He halted and turned back. At the spot he had just vacated, someone was climbing the wall of a nearby tavern, moving clumsily yet persistently. They reached the second-floor terrace, stepping onto chairs and stretching out a hand, trembling as they attempted to grasp a lantern hanging from the eaves, their balance precarious, his pupils constricted. Jiang Xuanjin's expression changed. Injured, Li Huaiyu struggled, finally managing to reach the lantern, but as she exerted too much force, she lost her footing and tumbled outward. "Ah!" The onlookers gasped in unison. Lingxiu exclaimed, "Miss!" Grasping the lantern tightly, Huaiyu reacted swiftly, her toes catching on the railing of the second floor, steadying herself before leveraging her momentum to flip over and land safely on the ground. Jiang Xianjin, who had come to catch her, crouched nearby. As Huaiyu turned to see him, she grimaced, clutching her waist, then stuffed the lantern into his arms. "Here is your moon," she said. The lantern, round and bright, emanated a serene light, resembling the moon above. Jiang Xuanjin's jaw tightened as he glanced between the lantern and her, his eyes reflecting 1,000 years of frost and snow. Li Huaiyu grinned, unable to resist reaching out to stroke his face, winking. "You said if I could not pluck it, I would not see you again. Did you not remember my vow to see you year after year? 3 wishes like swallows on the beam, always to meet again." The words of a song once sung by a teacup echoed in her mind. Stiffening, Jiang Xianjin gazed at her, rendered speechless. In the bustling street, the crowd buzzed with activity, many pausing to observe the striking scene. A remarkably handsome young man stood holding a lantern, his expression dark. Before him, a nimble young woman posed with her hands on her hips, her smile radiant with dimples. In the Bai residence, Jiang Xianjin silently applied ointment to the gash on her hand, and Li Huaiyu seized the opportunity to lean against him, resting her chin on his shoulder, gazing greedily at his profile. "Why have you yet to calm down?" she asked, feigning concern. "Did I not pluck the moon for you?" He remained silent, his thin lips a rigid line. "Are you worried about me?" "I did not even fall. Ouch, that hurts, be gentler." "You are aware of pain?" At last, Jiang Xianjin spoke, his tone harsh. "Are you unaware of your own condition?" After barely regaining her life, it had taken her over 10 days to appear somewhat healthy. How could she treat her body in such a manner? What if she had not caught the railing? What if he had not reacted quickly enough to catch her? Her stunned expression at his reprimand caused Li Huaiyu to blink, staring at him for a long moment before her eyes suddenly lit up. Zhang Jian, she called him by his name, her smile laden with meaning. Are you worried about me? His hand paused in applying the ointment, his face darkening as he looked up. If you wish to dream such a dream, do so while sleeping during the day. With that, he placed the ointment on the bedside and stood to leave. Unwilling to relent, she called out after him, I am so concerned for you. What harm is there in you being concerned for me? What a stingy person. Zhang Xianjin ignored her, stepping beyond the threshold and directly returning to his chamber. Was he concerned? Pressing a hand to his chest, he scoffed. Even if there were pain in his heart, it was a symptom of a deeper affliction, unrelated to her. Pushing open the door to his room, Zhang Xuanjin's gaze fell upon the lantern resting on the table, round and bright, resembling the moon. He stared at it for a moment before entering, lifting it and placing it on the windowsill. Outside, the night was tranquil, the moon shining brightly by the window. As he lay down to sleep, Zhang Xianjin drifted into a serene dream, one filled with gentle moonlight and an enduring fragrance of ointment. The following morning, Bai Mengshi was imprisoned, and the atmosphere in the Bai residence grew tense. Upon learning that her mother was to be imprisoned for 18 years, Bai Xuanji could no longer remain composed and stormed into the southern courtyard, accompanied by numerous uncles and aunts. How could you do such a thing? Li Huaiyu, just awakened, was met with this sudden outburst, frowning in confusion. What? With red-rimmed eyes, Bai Xuanji glared at her. Even if my mother has erred, she is still a person you should call mother. How could you send her to prison for 18 years? 18 years? Where is your filial piety? Realizing her intent, Li Huaiyu straightened her posture and smirked. It is the emperor who imprisoned her, not I. Were it not for your complaint to the palace, could she have been imprisoned? Bai Liang, her aunt, retorted angrily, we are all family. How could you be so heartless? Indeed, Bai Lu chimed in, we are all seeking ways to rescue her, yet you, instead of helping, went to report her. So ungrateful. The room erupted into a cacophony of accusations, and Li Huaiyu, bewildered, wiped her face and turned to Lingxiu. What was the reason for Bai Mengshi's imprisonment? Lingxiu frowned and replied, for poisoning and attempting to harm you. Oh, right. Huaiyu nodded, then turned to the crowd of uncles and aunts nearby. She attempted to poison me and now blames me for reporting her? You did not die, did you? Bai Liang remarked, you are quite well, yet she is to be confined in that dark place for 18 years. Do you think that is fair? Li Huaiyu laughed, the law is thus a life for a life. I did not die, so she still lives. Her life is merely less free, a punishment for her misdeeds. Is that not fair? But she is your mother. Bai Lu glared at her, filled with resentment. What daughter would be so cruel as to send her mother to prison? I have made my decision. Bai Xuanji declared, this matter began with you. If you plead with the emperor, saying that mother did not act with intent, he will surely lessen her punishment and allow her to return sooner. Such words were a testament to their shamelessness. Li Huaiyu watched them quietly, waiting for them to finish before responding, I do not wish to. The room fell silent, everyone staring at her in disbelief, especially Bai Xuanji, who could hardly believe her ears. How can you be this way? What of it? Li Huaiyu met her gaze, a cold smile gracing her lips. She was willing to harm me. Why should I show her mercy? Having nearly lost her life, she was expected to turn around and forgive another. Such a narrow-minded individual, not having eliminated Bai Mengshi, was already showing restraint, yet they sought her assistance to rescue her? It would be better to sleep this off. Strangely enough, the world seemed filled with those who would exploit familial ties to manipulate others. Those who had committed heinous acts were beyond redemption, yet these individuals preferred to chastise the victims, urging them to accept their moral rehabilitation and grant their oppressors another chance. What foolishness! Do you truly think that because you have climbed to greater heights, you can disregard the Bai family? Observing her attitude, Bai Liang was incensed, pointing at her. Without the Bai family, how could you possibly marry into the Zheng family? Exactly. Bai Lu added, you have offended everyone. Do you think you will have an easy life? When persuasion failed, the group turned threatening. Your refusal to save Bai Mengshi proves your utter lack of filial piety. If we inform the Zheng family of this matter, will they still want you as their daughter-in-law? If word of this spreads, the entire capital will scorn you. Not only will you not marry Lord Ziyang, but you will also become a figure of ridicule, a target for all. Li Huaiyu's patience wore thin. Are you finished? If so, I wish to sleep. You. Bai Xuanji approached the bed, pulling at her blanket. Unless you give me an explanation today, you shall not sleep. Indeed, how can one sleep at a time like this? The group rose, surrounding her bed with an air of intimidation. Had she been an ordinary young lady, she might have cowered under such pressure, but this young lady had seen far worse. A few nagging women would not frighten her. Clenching her fists, Li Huaiyu glared at Bai Xuanji. Try pulling again, and see what happens. Bai Xuanji hesitated, the intensity of her gaze caused her heart to quiver, and she instinctively wanted to let go. However, with so many standing by her, how could she back down? Steeling herself, she tightened her grip on the blanket, stating, What, is it not enough that you harmed my mother? Do you now wish to strike me as well? If you dare to lift a hand, I will summon Lord Ziyang to see what sort of cold-blooded person he wishes to marry. Huaiyu longed to inform her that Lord Ziyang had never deemed her a good person. However, before she could speak, a voice rang out from the doorway. I have been here all along, no need for the second young lady to summon me. Chapter 38. The red wedding dress and the blue wedding dress. As if a torrential flood had suddenly collided with a dam, the moment those words were spoken, an eerie silence enveloped the entire room. After a brief moment of stiffness, everyone turned in unison to gaze outside. Jiang Xianjin stood at the entrance of the main hall, his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. "Your Majesty," Bai Xuanji exclaimed, her expression one of shock. A flicker of realization crossed her eyes, and she immediately reined in her demeanor, releasing her grip and taking a half step back. The relatives who had been crowding the bedside also moved aside, revealing the figure half reclining on the bed. "You have returned from court," Huaiyu remarked with a smile upon seeing him. As he entered, Jiang Xianjin sauntered to the bedside and smoothed his robes, stating, "Today's court affairs were few. I was able to leave early." After speaking, he raised his gaze and fixed it upon her, his dark eyes unblinking. Huaiyu felt a blush rise to her cheeks under his sudden, intense scrutiny. "What are you doing?" Jiang Xianjin replied leisurely. "I am assessing just how fierce and cold-blooded you truly are." Li Huaiyu, realizing that the Prince of Xiang had come to support Bai Zhuji, the expressions of those present darkened considerably. They remained baffled as to why the prince would marry Bai Zhuji, let alone protect her so fiercely. Bai Xuanji furrowed her brows tightly, clutching her handkerchief in silence for a moment before suddenly dropping to her knees, the sound of her knees hitting the ground echoing sharply. "Your Majesty!" she cried, tears brimming in her eyes. "I beseech you to save my mother." Li Huaiyu couldn't help but marvel at the power of status. These people threatened and pulled at her, yet before Jiang Xianjin, they knelt and bowed. Listening to the sound of Bai Xuanji's kneeling, she imagined her knees would be bruised by the time she returned. However, Miss Bai seemed entirely unconcerned about her knees, her eyes locked onto Jiang Xianjin as she mournfully declared, "As long as I can save my mother, Xuanji is willing to do anything." Casting a sidelong glance at her, Jiang Xianjin inquired, "Is that truly so?" Bai Xuanji nodded vigorously, her expression resolute and fearless, which even moved Li Huaiyu slightly. And nevertheless, Jiang Xianjin's countenance remained impassive as he stated, "If that is the case, I shall point you in the right direction." Her eyes brightened, and Bai Xuanji quickly responded, "Your Majesty, please enlighten me. Enter the palace to beseech the Emperor for mercy." Jiang Xianjin instructed, "This matter is under the Emperor's direct jurisdiction, and even I cannot overturn it. However, with such filial piety, Miss Bai might present her case to the Emperor on behalf of Bai Meng's Haidai." In essence, he was suggesting that Bai Mengshi be released while Bai Xuanji would take her place in confinement for 18 years. Bai Xuanji's expression darkened immediately. "How is that possible, in the prime of her youth and yet to be married? How could she endure imprisonment? Did you not say you would do anything?" Jiang Xianjin frowned at her reaction. "Yes, your filial piety outweighed by 18 years in prison. How could it not be? She wanted to save Bai Mengshi without paying any price herself, not to suffer in her stead." Bai Xuanji gritted her teeth, her face alternating between shades of green and white, finding herself at a loss, kneeling there with her head bowed. Thus, Jiang Xianjin turned to the others present. "Does anyone among you wish to take the blame?" The group exchanged glances, none daring to respond. Anyone could talk bravely, but to truly suffer for the sake of another who would be foolish enough to volunteer? Seeing the colorful array of individuals in the room, Li Huaiyu couldn't help but chuckle, subtly reaching out to tease Jiang Xianjin by flicking his fingers. Jiang Xianjin paused, casting a serious glare at her before retracting his hand into his sleeve, sitting up straight, exuding an air of unapproachable authority. Witnessing his reaction, Huaiyu swallowed hard. She felt an urge to kiss him. With so many members of the Bai family present and the atmosphere still tense, her sudden thought was quite inappropriate. How shameless of her, yet, for some reason, she found it unbearable to look at Jiang Xianjin's serious demeanor. His expressionless face made her want to provoke him into a fluster. The more composed he appeared, the more she wished to tease him until he blushed. Realizing her own shamelessness, Huaiyu lightly slapped her own face. Meanwhile, Jiang Xianjin continued addressing the Bai family. "It seems, at least for the time being, Miss Bai cannot make a decision now," he suggested. "Why don't you return home to ponder this matter? When you are ready to enter the palace, I shall guide you." With a convenient excuse, Bai Xuanji readily complied, rising to bow. "Thank you, Your Majesty, I shall take my leave for now. No need to see you off." Although the group harbored lingering resentment, they had nothing further to say at this juncture and could only follow Bai Xuanji out in defeat. As the last person stepped over the threshold, Li Huaiyu could no longer contain herself. She sprang up, lunging toward Jiang Xianjin, seizing his chin and planting a swift kiss on his lips. The suddenness of the act caught Jiang Xianjin off guard, leaving him dazed and bewildered for quite some time before he finally regained his composure and scolded, "You've gone mad again." Sated, Huaiyu licked her lips, grinning as she wrapped her arms around his neck. "That was my way of thanking you, Your Majesty, for your heroic rescue. I have no other way to repay you but with a kiss." Such flimsy reasoning, Jiang Xianjin gritted his teeth, reaching out to push her back into the bed. However, to his surprise, she clung to his collar stubbornly, and when he tried to shove her, she stumbled backward, dragging him down with her. "Master, everything has been tidied up." At that moment, Cheng Su stepped in, only to be met with a sight that left him speechless. The usually composed Prince of Xiang was now pinning Bai Xiaojie to the bed, his hands on either side of her, their posture intimate and ambiguous. Bai Xiaojie lay there obediently, biting her finger, her eyes wide with innocence. Cheng Su's instinct was to turn and flee. "Stop!" Jiang Xianjin barked, his temples throbbing. "Why are you running away?" Cheng Su was near tears. How could he not run? If he were to witness this and the master decided to silence him, what then? With a trembling heart, Cheng Su turned back, covering his eyes. "I saw nothing." Rising from the bed, Jiang Xianjin rubbed his temples. "It's not what you think. I understand everything." Cheng Su nodded rapidly. "Understand what?" Jiang Xianjin felt his ears turning red with anger. "Ha!" Li Huaiyu laughed until she was breathless, pounding the bed with her fists. Jiang Xianjin's illustrious reputation was being ruined right before her eyes. Casting a cold glare at her, Jiang Xianjin clenched his fists. Would you like me to invite the Bai family back to keep you company? The laughter immediately ceased, and Huaiyu coughed a few times, obediently covering herself with the quilt. No need. After a moment of contemplation, she asked Chang Su, "What were you just mentioning about tidying up?" Chang Su, still covering his eyes, replied, "The master instructed that since Bai Mengshi has been imprisoned, we should return to Jiang's residence. With the wedding date approaching, it would be inappropriate to remain as guests at Bai's household. Are we leaving?" Huaiyu's expression fell, looking longingly at Jiang Xianjin. "Then may I have one more kiss?" Jiang Xianjin turned to leave, dragging Chang Su along to prevent him from hearing her nonsensical requests. Huaiyu burst into laughter, her spirit soaring. The wedding was set for May 21st, and upon Jiang Xuanjin's return to Jiang's residence, Bai's household would also begin preparations for the marriage. However, as Bai Lianshi had threatened, Li Huaiyu did not plead on behalf of Bai Mengshi, and there were naturally many in the household who sought to hinder her. "What is this?" She grabbed the wedding dress that had just been delivered, her delicate brows knitting into a frown. It is far too ordinary. The simple red silk, adorned with an uncomplicated mandarin duck pattern, though devoid of flaws, would appear rather shabby should she wear it to Jiang's residence. Huaiyu glanced at it and inquired, "Who prepared this?" Naturally, it was Bai Lianshi. With the lady imprisoned and the lord preoccupied with state affairs, these trivial matters have fallen to the elders of the family. It was no wonder then, Huaiyu contemplated and said, "Let us leave it for now." Though Bai Dizong had acted out of righteous indignation in imprisoning Bai Mengshi, it was evident that he felt sorrow for her enduring such punishment for 18 years. It would be unkind to burden him with these trivial matters at this time. As long as she could enter Jiang's residence, she truly did not care about the manner of her entry or the accompanying pomp. However, just 2 days later, Bai Dizong surprisingly came to see her. "Are you feeling better?" he asked with a serious expression. Huaiyu nodded. "I can get out of bed and move about, though I still feel weak. The physician said that with proper rest, there is nothing to worry about." "Very well," Bai Dizong sighed. "Though the family is in turmoil, your marriage must not be taken lightly. As your father, I am not well versed in preparing dowries, so you shall use your second sister as dowry first." Upon hearing this, Li Huaiyu laughed. My second sister will surely be displeased. I will have someone prepare another for her. "What right does she have to be displeased?" Bai Dizong frowned. "All daughters of the Bai family deserve equal treatment regarding their dowries." He had genuinely come to terms with the situation. Juji faced a grave crisis, and he bore an undeniable responsibility. With no way to remedy the past, he could only provide a larger dowry. The dowry was the greatest reflection of a daughter's favor in her maternal family, and Bai Mengshi's preparations for Xuanji should be just right. Li Huaiyu indulged in a moment of glee before turning to him. "Father, if my second sister causes me trouble, you must protect me." "Protect you from what?" Bai Dizong paused, his brows knitting together again. That he had initially come with a fatherly heart, intending to care for Juji, but upon hearing her impertinent words, his instinct to educate resurfaced. "Where did you learn such nonsense?" he glared. "Is this how a young lady should speak?" "Of course not." These were all words from the world of rogues. As a notorious thief in that realm, who had imparted many streetwise phrases to Li Huaiyu, leaving this palace-born girl with a certain rogue charm. Bai Dizong clearly disapproved of such a demeanor, feeling compelled to lecture anyone, whether it was the Princess of Danyang or his own daughter. Upon encountering it, the Book of Womanly Virtue states, "A woman has 4 virtues, and the second is to speak properly. Choose your words wisely, refrain from using harsh language, and speak only when necessary, without being tiresome to others. This is the essence of womanly speech. You ought to reflect upon whether you have adhered to this." Li Huaiyu honestly shook her head. "I have not." "You have not and yet refuse to amend your ways?" Bai Dizong's eyes widened further. With a long sigh, Li Huaiyu earnestly began counting off on her fingers, attempting to reason with him. "Father, look, there are countless girls in this world. If all were to be molded into the same shape by the Book of Womanly Virtue, what differentiates my marriage to the Prince of Xiang from marrying anyone else?" Bai Dizong was momentarily speechless, pondering her words. Before he could gather his thoughts, Li Huaiyu continued, "Look at the Qi family's young lady. Her adherence to the Book of Womanly Virtue is praised throughout the capital for her gentleness and virtue. Why didn't the prince marry her? It's simply because he doesn't favor such a girl. Since he does not favor it, why must I follow suit as the one he intends to marry?" Her argument seemed somewhat reasonable, and Bai Dizong fell into contemplation. Li Huaiyu pressed on, "You have 2 daughters. If both were identical, what would be the point? If my second sister is gentle and dignified, then I can be lively and generous. Each has its own merits." After a long silence, Bai Dizong finally sensed something amiss, his brows furrowing in anger. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am advising you not to speak inappropriately, and you're taking the conversation in a completely different direction." Li Huaiyu scratched her head. "Aren't we discussing the same thing?" "Absolutely not." He slammed the table. "Before marrying into Jiang's residence, you must learn the proper etiquette." Li Huaiyu's expression fell. She knew the etiquette, she simply found it tedious to adhere to. She longed to be like Wu, free-spirited and unrestrained in the world of rogues, but alas, she lacked the opportunity to stray from the palace or act freely in the court. It was all far too stifling. However, seeing Bai Dizong's furious countenance, she thought to herself that she would endure this for Bai Juji's sake, sparing the old man some worry. Thus, in the days that followed, Li Huaiyu made a rare effort to behave herself, walking with delicate, mincing steps, and greeting Bai Dizong with a gentle nod and bow. Bai Dizong was quite pleased, believing that even an old tree could be carved anew. However, on this day, as Li Huaiyu finished her greetings and prepared to return to the southern courtyard, she was intercepted by Bai Xuanji. "Is there something you need, second sister?" she asked, her fingers delicately poised. Bai Xuanji wore a grim expression, her tone sharp. "Did you really ask father for my dowry?" Li Huaiyu remained calm. It was not my request, it was Father's decision, and if you didn't want it, would Father have made such a decision? By Xuanji's gaze was piercing. My dowry was prepared by my mother. What right do you have to seize it? Bai Mengshi had favored her, providing an ample dowry that had been saved for quite some time now. To let this fool take advantage was absurd. Li Huaiyu stifled a laugh, maintaining her gentle demeanor. I have no say in this matter. If you are unhappy, go speak to Father about it. With that, she attempted to sidestep, but Bai Xuanji was unwilling to let her go, grabbing her arm. You will come with me to speak to Father. Bai Xuanji's long nails dug into her, causing a twinge of pain. Li Huaiyu turned her head, her previously composed smile fading in an instant. Have I been kind to you, and you think me a soft touch? She wrenched her arm free and shoved Bai Xuanji aside, stepping into her space and coldly asserting, if you refuse to listen to reason, then let me put it differently. Your dowry is what I am seizing. What of it? Bai Xuanji stared at her in shock, momentarily rendered speechless, leaning against the wall with a dazed expression. It was understandable that Li Huaiyu resorted to such rudeness. Sometimes, rudeness proved more effective than gentility. She patted Bai Xuanji's shoulder as if brushing off non-existent dust and grinned. Do you remember when you wrongfully accused me of stealing your dowry? What did I say back then? Bai Xuanji, you had better provide evidence today that I stole your dowry, otherwise, I guarantee that after stealing it, not a single thread will remain. Recalling her words from back then, Bai Xuanji trembled, a mix of guilt and fury flooding her. She glared at Li Huaiyu, wishing she could summon someone to restrain her and deliver a beating as before. However, with Bai Mengshi no longer in the household, Bai Xuanji was no longer the easily bullied fool she once was. Clenching her fists, Bai Xuanji hissed, you may be pleased now, but don't think you'll always be so. Fortune and misfortune are bound to cycle. Oh, Li Huaiyu shrugged, then we shall wait for fortune to turn in your favor before discussing it. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Lingxiu, who had been watching from the side, was initially concerned that her mistress might be bullied, but upon witnessing her prowess in turning the tables, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh behind her hand. Miss, you're amazing. Glancing at her, Li Huaiyu replied, didn't you want me to learn proper etiquette just now? I was anything but proper. Lingxiu shook her head vigorously. I understand now. There is no need for decorum with such people. It's a losing game. Li Huaiyu felt a wave of satisfaction. A child can be taught to in this world. Gentle souls often suffer losses. Those who treat everyone kindly may find themselves taken advantage of, while those who step over the line may exploit your kindness for their gain. Li Huaiyu believed that as long as her actions were not wrong, being fierce and acting like a villain was perfectly acceptable. Though the consequence might label her a true villain, what did it matter? It could save her a great deal of trouble and make her endeavors smoother. As for how others evaluated her, was it truly important? Of utmost importance. By the carriage at the palace gate, Jiang Shan shouted these 4 words with a serious expression, earnestly advising the person before him, this is your first marriage. How many will come to witness it? Do you not think the wedding attire is important? Jiang Shanjin, his face devoid of expression, shook his head. Not important. You cannot think like this. Jiang Shan grew anxious. I have already arranged with Manager Yi from the weaving pavilion. Today, we must go for fittings, no matter what. Second brother, I have matters to attend to. Jiang Shanjin replied, national affairs take precedence over family matters. Do not give me that. The old man has declared that your marriage is the most significant matter at present. As Jiang Shan struggled to convince him, he pushed Jiang Shanjin onto the carriage. Jiang Shanjin's expression darkened, his brow furrowed as he glared at him. Jiang Shan, feeling the weight of Jiang Shanjin's glare, instructed the driver to set off, then whispered, this is unavoidable. The wedding date is approaching, and you have yet to try on the wedding attire. If it doesn't fit, there won't be time for alterations. Won't that be a source of mockery at the ceremony? Moreover, shouldn't someone about to be married be excited to try on their wedding attire? You've been in the Bai residence for so long, you must truly like Bai Xixiujiet. If that is the case, how can you be so indifferent to the marriage preparations? Jiang Shan was skilled in persuasion, yet with Jiang Shanjin's temperament, it was clear he was not one easily swayed. No matter how Jiang Shan argued, the third young master of the Jiang family remained stoically silent, his aura brimming with agitation. Cheng Su, listening from outside the carriage, thought to himself that it was no easy task for the second young master. Jiang Shanjin's temper was not one that could be easily appeased. Upon arriving at the weaving pavilion, Jiang Shan found himself too intimidated by Jiang Shanjin's glare to speak, hastily pushing him into the shop. Once he saw Jiang Shanjin being led away to change, he breathed a sigh of relief. I truly pity Bai Xixiujie, he remarked to Cheng Su. Once she marries, she'll have to face the gloomy face of my third brother every day. You needn't worry about that, second young master. Recalling the formidable aunt from the Bai family, Cheng Su's expression turned forlorn. Once she marries, it's likely you'll be the one feeling sorry for our master. What? Jiang Shan was taken aback, glancing at him before turning back to the weaving pavilion, shaking his head. How could that be? An outsider is often lost in confusion, while the one in the thick of it sees the truth. Cheng Su sighed. Inside the room, Jiang Shanjin was scowling at the wedding attire presented by the shopkeeper, expressing his distaste. It's too gaudy. The shopkeeper was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Are you referring to the pattern, the color? The shopkeeper was at a loss for words. Your Majesty, wedding attire is traditionally bright red. Who established this convention? The convention is not set by anyone in particular, it's just he pointed to a few wedding outfits hanging at the back, explaining, everyone does it this way. Following his gesture, Jiang Shanjin's gaze landed on a particularly striking ensemble. The frontmost rack displayed a vibrant red wedding dress, adorned with golden embroidered lotus flowers that cascaded from the hem to the waist, cinched with a belt of auspicious clouds, and featuring an exquisitely crafted peony on the bodice. After observing it for some time, Jiang Xianjin inquired, "Whose wedding dress is this?" The shopkeeper smiled and bowed to it. "Isn't made for any specific household. Our shop also produces ready-made garments, but we've never had a signature piece. Thus, I specially commissioned 30 embroiderers to create this set of lotus blossoms in full bloom to enhance our shop's reputation." As he spoke, he noticed the princess' gaze was not quite right and quickly added, "This one is not for sale." "Not for sale, it cannot be sold." Outside, Jiang Xin and Cheng Su waited for an extended period without seeing Jiang Xianjin emerge, assuming he was dissatisfied with the wedding attire. Just as they were about to enter, Jiang Xianjin stepped out himself. The previously sullen young man now appeared inexplicably relaxed, his brows unfurrowing, and he even nodded warmly at the shopkeeper as he passed. Jiang Xin looked him up and down in confusion. "Why are you still in this outfit?" Adjusting the azure robe draped over him, Jiang Xianjin replied, "I've tried on the wedding attire. It fits well, no alterations are necessary." Jiang Xin's eyes widened. "You only tried it on, you didn't even wear it for your second brother to see." Glimpsing at him, Jiang Xianjin replied, "It's a bother." Jiang Xin was incensed. After all, he was his second brother, his own blood. It was one thing to be treated coldly, but to not even wear the wedding attire for him to see. "Master, what is this?" Cheng Su inquired, noticing the shopkeeper approaching with several hefty brocade boxes. "Wedding attire." Jiang Xin turned to look, puzzled. Why so many? Typically, a set of men's wedding attire could fit into 4 boxes, yet here were over 10, they piled up in Cheng Su's arms, nearly obscuring his view. "It is nothing," Jiang Xianjin said nonchalantly as he moved toward the exit. "I have matters to attend to. A second brother, you can find your own way home." Jiang Xin stood dumbfounded as he watched Jiang Xianjin leave, exasperated as he leaned against the counter. "What have I done to deserve such a vengeful brother?" The shopkeeper, trembling, echoed. "Who did I offend?" Cheng Su managed to place the brocade boxes on the carriage before instructing the driver, "Return to the palace gates." The driver nodded, but before he could respond, Jiang Xianjin's voice came from inside the carriage. "First, head to Bai's residence." "Huh?" Cheng Su was baffled. "Didn't you say you were in a hurry to enter the palace?" Jiang Xianjin remained silent for a long moment before finally saying, "It's not that urgent." Cheng Su, "If it's not urgent, then why frighten the second young master like that?" With a mixture of amusement and exasperation, he took his place on the driver's seat, instructing the driver, "Follow the master's orders and go to Bai's residence." "Yes, sir." The carriage swayed along the road, the brocade boxes rattling dangerously. Jiang Xianjin's expression grew increasingly annoyed. Why had he thought of buying something for someone, especially something like this? If he delivered it like this, would it appear overly eager? However, Bai Zhuji's mother had passed away early, and being rather clumsy, whatever she had prepared would likely not compare to this. Rather than risk embarrassing himself later, he preferred to intervene now. But what if she didn't like it? With an impassive faade, his inner turmoil churned, fluctuating between joy, regret, and irritation, leaving him unable to settle during the journey. Meanwhile, as Huaiyu was stretching her limbs in the courtyard, she noticed a figure flitting past the entrance. "Who goes there?" She instinctively called out. No answer came, furrowing her brow in confusion. She thought it might just be a passing servant, so she turned back to her exercises. Yet, moments later, the shadow appeared again at the door. On guard, she raised her hands to her hips. What rogue dares approach? Once again, there was no response. With a quick turn of her eye, she stealthily advanced toward the door. When the figure appeared for a third time, she lunged forward, catching hold of them and shouting, "Thief, where do you think you're going?" Jiang Xianjin looked down at her, his expression cold and indifferent. Meeting his gaze, Huaiyu paused, her grip loosening as she smoothed the wrinkles in his clothing, smiling brightly. "Oh, it's you." With a dismissive huff, Jiang Xianjin turned his head to look behind him. Puzzled, Huaiyu followed his gaze and spotted someone precariously balancing a towering stack of brocade boxes. "Is that Cheng Su?" she exclaimed, giggling as she rounded the boxes to peer at him. "Your master is too ruthless. How could he make you carry all these alone?" Cheng Su's face was pressed against the boxes, gritting his teeth. "It's not ruthless. I can manage." He could manage, but why must he stand there for so long? They had already arrived. Why was their master lingering outside? Desperate to voice his frustrations, Cheng Su managed a strained smile. Seeing his plight, Huaiyu promptly pulled Jiang Xianjin inside, laughing as she asked, "Have you missed me these past few days?" Jiang Xianjin shook his head impassively. "I have not." Huaiyu's eyes widened. "Then why have you come today?" "I happened to pass by." She forcefully released his hand, fuming as she planted her hands on her hips. "This road is mine, this tree is mine. If you wish to cross, leave some toll behind." Her hands flailed in the air, but Jiang Xianjin pulled them back himself, handing her one of the brocade boxes and stuffing it into her arms. "What is this?" Jiang Xianjin replied with utmost seriousness. "A toll for crossing." Raising an eyebrow, Huaiyu opened the box, only to find layers of vibrant red silk, the topmost layer adorned with golden embroidered peonies, luxurious and lifelike. "This is a wedding dress." In astonishment, she reached out to touch it, then looked up at Jiang Xianjin. The man before her was now gazing elsewhere, his jaw clenched slightly. Although his expression remained neutral, he appeared somewhat tense. "Today, my second brother asked me to try on the wedding attire," he said. "While there, I spotted this and thought it would suit you, so I brought it for you to see." After a pause, he added, "If you don't want it, you can give it to Lingxiu. She will need one when she marries." Feeling both amused and exasperated, Huaiyu tilted her head, grinning widely. "What if Lingxiu doesn't need it? Then you can discard it," he replied, a hint of melancholy creeping into his voice as he swirled away, clearly intending to leave. Yet before he could take a step, she grabbed his arm, one hand clutching the box of wedding attire while the other held him firmly. Huaiyu beamed. "You really should learn to express yourself better when giving gifts." His body stiffened as he slowly turned back, frowning at her. "Shall I teach you?" With a playful blink, she imitated his tone, speaking in a rough voice. "Today, my second brother asked me to try on the wedding attire, and seeing this piece reminded me of you. I thought you would look splendid in it, so I bought it for you." Do you like it? After finishing, she tilted her head to gaze at him, her eyes sparkling as she returned to her original soft tone. I really do like it. I really like it. Something within Jiang Xianjin jolted, and he stared at her, his hand still clasped in hers as she gave it a slight shake. The tension he had been holding began to dissipate. This girl truly knew how to speak nonsense, he mused, yet her smile was rather charming, complimenting the embroidered peony beautifully. The people of Buai favored peonies, and while he had previously dismissed them as mere symbols of wealth, he now found them rather appealing. Would you like me to wear it for you? Li Huaiyu asked with a mischievous smile. Jiang Xianjin snapped back to reality, shaking off her grip. But I've already said I was merely passing by. I need to enter the palace. Huaiyu felt a twinge of disappointment but quickly brightened, winking at him. Then we shall see it on the wedding night. How indecent. With a huff, Jiang Xianjin strode away, his pace brisk, as if he were being chased by a dog. Huaiyu watched him, amused, and hurriedly called for Lingxiu to help move the remaining brocade boxes inside. Have you heard this saying? As Li Huaiyu busied herself with the items, someone asked her. Without turning her head, she replied, Manager Lu, speak your mind in one go. Liu Jingxing lounged on the windowsill of her room, fanning himself nonchalantly. I would like to finish, but you need to calm down and listen. Lingxiu gawked at him, then back at the window. When did you arrive? For a while now, he replied, gathering the fan and flipping it to reveal a package of pastries, handing it to Lingxiu. I didn't pass through the front door as I was in a hurry. Please keep an eye out for me. What do you mean in a hurry? Even if he weren't, he had never used the front door. Li Huaiyu rolled her eyes, gesturing for Lingxiu to take the pastries outside, then turned her gaze back to him. What do you want to say? His phoenix eyes studied her quietly, and Lu Jingxing stated, those who play with fire will burn themselves. Li Huaiyu paused, frowning. Did you come here to curse me? Not to curse, Lu Jingxing sighed, but to remind you that he had been watching from the sidelines, and had it not been for his knowledge of her intentions, he might have genuinely believed this was a pair of lovers preparing for marriage. Whether Li Huaiyu had developed feelings, he couldn't say, but Jiang Xianjin's demeanor should the truth come to light one day, he feared she would not be able to bear the consequences. Rest assured, Huaiyu chuckled, glancing at him. I always consider my actions carefully before proceeding. I won't cause a significant misstep when he discovers I've deceived him. He may only seek my life, but I've already died once. What is there to fear? Shaking his head in exasperation, Lu Jingxing remarked, you truly are my ancestor, a grandson. You're too kind. She unabashedly took advantage of the situation, finishing tidying the wedding dress before asking, how did things go? Lu Jingxing pursed his lips, fairly smoothly. Jiang Xianjin has secretly reviewed the cases of several palace attendants from Fulu Palace, but what? There is something strange, he continued. If Jiang Xianjin is indeed the mastermind behind your troubles, then the Tingwei mansion should certainly have been his people. Yet, in revisiting these old cases, he has encountered resistance from the Tingwei mansion. Huaiyu frowned, puzzled. How is that possible? Tingwei Lu Yunlai and Jiang Xianjin are sworn brothers. Lu Tingwei hasn't raised any issues, but the people beneath him are all over the place. I can't make sense of it, Lu Jingxing sighed. I'm just a merchant. Why must I engage in the machinations of the official world? Glancing at him, Li Huaiyu raised her thumb. Your ancestor is the Princess of Danyang. Then she extended her index finger. Your elder brother is General Su Xian. 2 generations of important ministers, Han Shao of 2 dynasties, and the rising star Yin Lanqing, all your friends. The censor by Dizong and Prince of Xiang Jiang Xianjin both regard you as an eyesore. With such connections, you dare call yourself just a merchant? Lu Jingxing's forehead twitched. Who is to blame for this? I am, she pointed at herself without a hint of guilt, smiling as she patted his shoulder. Thus, I am saving you. I'm helping you adapt to the official world in advance so you won't be caught off guard later. Then I ought to thank you. Lu Jingxing bowed to her. Between us, there is no need for thanks. She chuckled twice and reached out. Whereas my congratulatory gift? With a flick of his fan, Lu Jingxing smirked. That wedding dress you have is so red it puts me in a bad mood. I won't be giving you a gift. What a flimsy excuse. Li Huaiyu shot him a sideways glance. If the wedding dress isn't red, would it be green? Lu Jingxing paused before laughing, his eyes sparkling. Perhaps it's blue. Li Huaiyu glared at him. But if you wear blue when you marry, I'll have a fit if you wear red. Alright then. Liu Jingxing readily agreed. What is wrong with blue? He remembered her in it, the flowing sleeves cinched at the waist, embroidered with vividly colored birds. When she had leapt over the wall to sneak into a wedding banquet, her skirt had fluttered, making the birds appear alive, looking remarkably beautiful. That was 2 years ago when Danyang had mischievously taken him to crash a wedding feast for drinks, even force-feeding the intoxicated groom. On the way back, her cheeks had flushed, yet she had laughed with unrestrained joy. Getting married is so much fun, she had said. When will I get to marry? He had sighed, feeling melancholic, and replied, don't think about it. With your status and demeanor, no one in the world would dare to marry you. Just be honest and keep a lover. Danyang had pouted, glaring at him. I don't care. I want to get married right now. Her eyes had been misty with the effects of the alcohol, clearly a drunken stupor. He had helplessly tried to placate her. All right, you want to get married. How do you want to do it? She had kicked him sharply in the knee, knocking him to the ground with the force of it. At that moment, he had wanted to scold her, yet before he could utter a word, she had knelt beside him, clasped her hands in prayer, and began to chant, then smacked his head, insisting they bow together. Now we're married. She had cheered, getting to her feet and grinning. His knees ached, and his head throbbed painfully. He felt a shred of joy at the notion of being married. Yet now, as he recalled it, he thought that night's moonlight had been rather beautiful. However, the person before him clearly had no memory of that, gazing at him as if he were an idiot, her small nose wrinkling in disdain. Lu Jingxing, exasperated, declared, I'm leaving, take care, no need to see me off. Huaiyu waved her hand casually. After taking a few steps, Lu Jingxing paused, unable to resist glancing back to ask, do you know how to perform the wedding ceremony? How would I know? Li Huaiyu shrugged. I've only seen you and Su Xian perform the ceremony. I assume it's similar, calling out for Guan Er Yi and then bowing in respect. Lu Jingxing. So, 2 years ago, when she had married him, she had been invoking Guan Eryi. Stunned for a moment, Lu Jingxing burst into laughter, shaking with mirth. What is so funny? Huaiyu asked, perplexed. What are you laughing at? He fanned himself to cover his amusement, muttering, Ancestor, do you know that Guan Eryi has no power over marriage? Is that so? Huaiyu scratched her head. If he doesn't have power, then so be it. What's the big deal? Lu Jingxing remained silent, standing tall and leaving without looking back, watching his retreating figure. Huaiyu felt that he hadn't been lying. His mood genuinely seemed off today. Well then, no need for a congratulatory gift, she mumbled softly. In the following days, Li Huaiyu busied herself with wedding preparations, learning the various rituals and responding to the matroness' lengthy instructions with half-hearted mms and ahas, hardly absorbing any of it. The day before the wedding, Bai Dizong specifically came to remind her not to be nervous. Li Huaiyu truly felt no anxiety, she merely hoped for no mishaps during the wedding, yet, fate had other plans, for on the day of her marriage, just as she donned her wedding attire, trouble arose. Where did this come from? Bai Lianxue glared at the floral wedding gown adorning her, her expression stormy. What of the gown I prepared for you? Glancing at her reflection in the mirror, Huaiyu questioned, isn't this outfit acceptable? You are disregarding me, your aunt. Bai Lianxue see that you insist on wearing this. Very well, if you wear that, then we shan't attend the wedding banquet. At this declaration, Lianxue grew anxious. On a day of celebration, how can the maternal family not attend the banquet? In Bui, it was customary for the bride's family to host a banquet, with a designated table for the bride's relatives, representing the family's regard for their daughter. While other families filled their tables with relatives, they were now saying they wouldn't attend. Miss C has married the Prince of Xiang. Her aspirations have risen above us. Bai Lianxue scoffed. If she no longer needs us, why should we go? You pressing a hand against Lianxue to silence her. Huaiyu yawned. Let us finish our preparations first. We can't afford to delay. Seeing her attitude, Bai Lianxue's face turned pale with anger as she glowered at Huaiyu. Don't come to us when you find yourself in need. With that, she stormed off, taking all the uncles and aunts with her. Lianxue's eyes brimmed with tears as she whispered, how can a relative behave this way, to create trouble on a day of joy? Do not concern yourself with them, Huaiyu replied. Their absence is of no consequence. How can it be of no consequence? Lianxue stomped her foot in frustration that if no one occupies the bride's family table, the Jiang family will surely look down upon you. Moreover, with so many guests present, leaving their seats empty would only invite ridicule. Since it has come to this, they are free to go. Huaiyu shrugged. I refuse to change my wedding dress. Lianxue was momentarily speechless, sighing deeply as concern washed over her. However, Bai Lianxue and her entourage were far from finished. The dowry had already been moved to the southern courtyard, but upon checking the list, Lianxue frowned. There are 12 loads missing. Bai Mengshi had prepared a full 26 loads for Bai Xuanji, yet the count now stood at only 14. Not only was this a significant shortfall, but the number itself was also inauspicious, enough to draw frowns from anyone who noticed. Truly relentless, Li Huaiyu said, feeling agitated. The household bustled with activity, everyone rushing about in a frenzy, while Bai Lianxue and her group sat in the pavilion, watching the chaos unfold. Are they opposing us? Let us see who suffers in the end, Bai Lu exclaimed gleefully. She thinks she has achieved something by securing a wedding dress. Wait until she sees what is coming. The spectators outside are plentiful, Bai Xuanji observed with a smile. As the dowry is carried out, families will compare notes. Even if she enters Jiang's residence, the struggles ahead will surely weigh heavily on her. Not just heavy. Do you know about the second young mistress of the Jiang family? When she married, her dowry was meager, and her maternal family table was empty. Look how the second young master treats her. Within half a year, he took 3 concubines. How pitiful. As they laughed and exchanged stories, the atmosphere grew lively. However, just as they were enjoying their mirth, a stir arose at the front gate. Bai Xuanji turned her head, watching as a figure clad in wedding attire made their way inside, flanked by a crowd. The person, usually attired in muted hues, was now resplendent in vibrant red, a sight that only enhanced their striking features. With dark eyes like ink and lips like a cherry blossom, the way he casually adjusted his sleeves radiated both elegance and charm. As he lifted his gaze, the entire spring of April seemed to rest upon his brow. The pavilion fell silent. Everyone watched Jiang Xianjin as he strode past the courtyard towards the southern courtyard, before lifting the veiled Bai Zhuji into his arms. Once you cross into his domain, who cares how arduous life becomes? Someone quietly murmured. Bai Xuanji pressed her lips together, her expression a mixture of resentment as she observed Jiang Xianjin's retreating figure. Deep within her heart, a sense of unwillingness festered. She couldn't help but wonder, if she hadn't stolen Bai Zhuji's marriage, would the Prince of Xiang have chosen her instead? Prepare yourself, Li Huaiyu whispered softly to Jiang Xianjin, who was still cradling her. Unexpected events may arise today. Events have already occurred, Jiang Xianjin replied. Startled, Huaiyu grasped his sleeve. What did you see? Not what I saw, but what I sensed, he murmured, lifting her slightly, noting her increased weight. You've gained quite a bit in just a few days. Li Huaiyu, what was surprising about that? She had been diligently replenishing her health. It would be more surprising if she hadn't gained. Clenching her teeth, she pinched him, but before she could say more, it was too late. The bridal sedan had arrived, and she was ushered inside. Lianxue anxiously glanced back, her heart pounding. The auspicious time has arrived. Lift! The celebratory cry of the officiant echoed as the 8-bearer sedan lifted off the ground, the procession moving forward while the bride's dowry was carried out in tow. The entrance of the Bai residence was packed with onlookers, some admiring the Prince of Xiang's unparalleled grace, others lamenting Bai Xiaoji's good fortune. However, many were focused on the dowry being transported behind. The Prince of Xiang had provided Bai's family with 64 loads of bride price, setting a precedent for the highest dowry for a minister's marriage beneath the emperor. Just how much sincerity did Bai's family exhibit in marrying off their daughter? 1, 2, 3 many were counting, including Bai Lianxue and her cohort, who had come out to witness the spectacle. What did it matter if they had snatched by Xuanji's dowry? Today, only 14 loads were being brought to Jiang's residence, a sum more meager than that of the second young mistress. 13, 14, as the count reached 14 and abruptly halted, Bai Lianxia exchanged knowing glances with others, their laughter soon spilling forth. 14 loads, both insufficient and inauspicious. What would the people of the capital think upon seeing this? Just as the counting spectators were about to voice their surprise, however, the air suddenly erupted with the sound of firecrackers. Pala pala, the deafening noise drowned out the sound of the wedding procession's music, drawing everyone's attention toward the commotion. Chapter 39. The grand wedding. The smoke billowing from the firecrackers enveloped the entire entrance of the Bai residence. The onlookers covered their ears, watching intently as a foot stepped forth from the white mist, followed by an unremarkable face. A servant of the Bai family, Bai Lianxia was puzzled at the sight of the person's attire. Why would a servant emerge through the front gate at this hour? However, in the next moment, her gaze fell upon the burden the servant carried on his shoulder. "Hey! Look over there," exclaimed one keen-eyed onlooker, slapping his thigh and laughing. "I told you they wouldn't just bring 14 loads of dowry." Two servants, one in front of the other, moved forward, lifting the red silk-covered dowry loads as they made their way outside. They were followed by a procession of servants, all carrying dowries in pairs, hastening to catch up with the wedding procession ahead. 15, 16, 17. The voices counting the dowries rang out once more. Bai Lianxia was taken aback, and meeting Bai Xuanji's eyes, she quickly shook her head and whispered, "I hid them well, they couldn't possibly find them." "What do you mean they couldn't find them? They're right in front of us." Bai Lu exclaimed in exasperation. Bai Xuanji furrowed her brow, watching the dowries being carried away, her heart aching. Those were all her possessions. Yet, as the pain settled in, she sensed something was amiss. 25, 26, 27. Why are there still more? Bai Mengxia had only prepared 26 loads of dowry for her, yet it seemed as if more and more were being brought out of the residence without end. What is happening? Not just the women, but Lingxiu, who was walking ahead, turned around in shock, calling out softly, "Miss! Miss!" The maid, Huaiyu, who was munching on an apple in the sedan chair, mumbled through her mouthful, "What's wrong? There's suddenly a lot more dowries behind us." 35, 36. 36 loads, just like the Zheng family's betrothal gifts. Having mismanaged her breath, Huaiyu nearly choked on the apple, coughing as she asked in surprise, "Are you sure you didn't count wrong? It's not just me counting. Everyone is, 36 loads, not a single one less." Lingxiu exclaimed excitedly. Huaiyu felt a bit dazed, wondering if Bai Dezhong, that old man, had suddenly developed a soft spot for her and compensated her with dowries. But that was impossible. He was busy welcoming guests today. How could he have time for such matters? The bright red dowries followed the wedding procession, stretching halfway down the street. The onlookers marveled, exclaiming how fortunate the fourth Miss Bai was, as her in-laws held her in high regard and her family cherished her. With so many dowries being presented, who would dare look down on her in the future? Zhang Xianjin rode at the forefront, oblivious to the discussions around him, feeling overwhelmed by the cacophony. Were it not for necessity, he would never ride through the streets like this. His vision was filled with people, which irritated him greatly. Even more vexing was the fact that these people pointed and commented on him. Although they were likely praising him, he felt no joy whatsoever. Who decreed that the groom must welcome the bride? In a foul mood, Zhang Xianjin wore no smile upon his face, and his expression darkened further, leading the common folk to speculate. Could it be that the esteemed lord was being coerced into marriage? Chang Su, wishing to remind his master that this was a wedding, not a funeral, thought to himself that the decision to marry was made by Zhang Xianjin himself. Even if he disliked smiling, he should at least feign some happiness. However, as he moved closer, feeling the chill emanating from Zhang Xianjin, Chang Su shivered and swallowed back the words he had prepared. Years of serving experience told him it was best not to provoke his master when he was angry. Thus, Zhang Xianjin sulked all the way from the Bai residence to the Zhang family home, his temper so foul that even the wedding officiant dared not offer him the ceremonial knot. What's wrong? Feeling the sedan chair had come to a halt, Huaiyu couldn't help but ask softly. Lingxiu replied nervously, "I'm not sure." The lord was perfectly fine, but suddenly he became unhappy, and now he is standing at the Zhang residence's entrance. No one dares to approach. Still angry? Li Huaiyu was taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle. He has quite the little princess, isn't he? Such a bad temper, he was even worse than her. Lingxiu was startled by her words, stumbling as she held onto the sedan chair, whispering, "Be careful, if the lord hears, it won't be good." What's there to be flustered about? Huaiyu replied, "He doesn't eat people." No sooner had she spoken than Zhang Xianjin approached the sedan chair with a grim expression. Lingxiu, frightened by his ominous aura, retreated repeatedly, her voice trembling as she muttered, "That is not necessarily true." Huaiyu was about to ask what "not necessarily" meant when suddenly the curtain of the flower sedan was yanked open with a swish. "Take this." Someone aggressively shoved the ceremonial knot into her hands. Huaiyu instinctively accepted it, feeling his agitation, and mischievously pulled him halfway into the flower sedan with a sudden yank. Zhang Xianjin was taken aback, reaching for the door of the sedan while furrowing his brow. With a playful smile, she lifted the edge of her veil, glancing at him. "What are you angry about?" The curtain swayed, failing to conceal her pair of sparkling eyes, which glistened like flowers blooming in spring and clouds concealing the bright moon. In an instant, the external clamor was silenced, the oppressive atmosphere lightened significantly, and Zhang Xianjin maintained a stern expression as he regarded her for a moment, finally muttering, "There are just too many people. Too many people staring at him and making an unbearable racket." It was quite uncomfortable. His tone resembled that of a little princess sulking. Huaiyu felt her heart soften at his words and coaxed, "Can you hold on a little longer? Once the ceremony is over, I'll peel an orange for you." "I don't. If it's too noisy, just think of it as them reciting the Buddhist scriptures." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xianjin furrowed his brow and began to ponder seriously. The wedding officiant waiting outside, noticing the bride had yet to emerge, timidly stepped forward and declared, "The auspicious moment has arrived." After announcing this, he retreated 3 big steps, fearful that Xiang Jun might turn around and unleash his ire upon him. However, when the bride finally stepped out of the sedan, her expression had inexplicably softened, as if a gentle breeze had dispersed the clouds, banishing all traces of anger. The crowd was taken aback, and soon they witnessed him tugging at the ceremonial knot, leading the veiled bride out of the sedan. The bride, slender and graceful, donned a resplendent wedding gown adorned with blooming lotus flowers, captivating the onlookers once more as they erupted into excited chatter. Li Huaiyu lowered her head and remarked to Jiang Xianjin, "I believe they are reciting the Guanyin Sutra." "Nonsense. Don't disbelieve me, listen to the buzzing sound. Doesn't it sound like the first stanza of the Guanyin Sutra?" "Shut up." Huaiyu pouted, her voice muffled by the veil. "I'm trying to comfort you, why are you scolding me instead?" Ignoring her, Jiang Xianjin took her hand and led her towards the Jiang family residence. Huaiyu, unable to see his expression, assumed he was still upset, and throughout the journey, she continued to murmur soothing words. However, Chang Su observed closely and noticed that his master's mood had noticeably improved since he had taken her hand in the ceremonial knot. Although he still maintained a stern demeanor, there was a hint of joy in his eyes, yet, he refrained from informing by C, allowing her to continue sweet-talking him. How shameless, utterly shameless. Yet, what was even more shameless awaited them ahead. The little Princess Jiang swept her gaze over the fire basin at the entrance, expressing her impatience. "I don't want to step over it." Huaiyu chuckled in disbelief. "How can you not? It's the custom. Stepping over it brings no benefits." "Benefits?" Huaiyu pondered for a moment, then quietly asked, "What benefits do you want?" The people nearby fell silent for a moment, and one gruffly replied, "Let us just say you owe me one." Then he stepped over the fire basin. Huaiyu was immensely grateful, and with the help of the wedding officiant, she followed suit, intending to express her thanks. However, as the words formed on her lips, she felt something was amiss and, after a moment of realization, she erupted in anger. "This is a mutual courtesy, why should I owe you anything?" Jiang Xianjin replied without turning back, "You agreed." "That was you tricking me." "You agreed." Li Huaiyu felt that men should not be spoiled, for once they were, they soared to great heights, with no ceiling to their ambition. The banquet at the Jiang residence was extravagantly set, far grander than the previous birthday celebration of the Jiang young master. After the hour of the snake had passed, guests began to fill the seats, yet the Bai family's table remained sparsely populated. At first, no one commented, as it was still early, and the Bai family members might have been delayed. However, as the newlyweds arrived and the seats began to fill, someone noticed the anomaly. "Where are the Bai family members? With so many tables, how is it that not a single one is full? What is going on? Are they still outside with the bride?" "No, I looked from outside, only the wedding officiant is by the bride's side." Whispers erupted, creating a clamor far louder than the earlier chatter of the onlookers outside. Jiang Xianjin glanced at the Bai family table on his right, his brow furrowing slightly. Huaiyu naturally heard the commotion but had anticipated this outcome, so she remained calm. "They are reciting the second stanza of the Guanyin Sutra. Don't mind it." "Don't mind it." Jiang Xianjin felt a surge of irritation and turned to Chang Su beside him, asking quietly, "What is going on?" Chang Su replied softly, "Bai Yushur is entertaining guests at the Bai residence, and the others, they were invited as well, but they said they would arrive later. Bai Lianshur and the others had mentioned they wouldn't come, but since it was a significant wedding, it would be inappropriate to appear too indifferent, so they lingered behind, planning to enter slowly at the last moment." While this didn't exactly reflect poorly on the Jiang family, it was a clear sign of neglect towards the bride. Huaiyu sighed and muttered softly, "I told you there would be many unexpected occurrences today." It was unavoidable. Her family had never wished her well. With no means to control her, they seized this opportunity to give her a hard time. Jiang Xianjin fixed his gaze on the empty seats, contemplating for a moment before raising his hand to summon the busy steward. Just as he was about to issue instructions, a commotion arose from outside. Huaiyu, unable to see through her veil, sensed the sudden silence among the crowd and couldn't help but ask, "What is happening?" Lingxiu stammered, "L. Manager Lu has arrived." "Oh, Manager Lu." Huaiyu nodded slightly, feeling a bit puzzled. "Isn't he supposed to come?" "Yes, he is," but swallowing hard, Lingxiu hesitated to continue. At the entrance of the Jiang residence, Lu Jingxing, donned in a deep blue brocade robe and holding a Nanyang jade fan, entered with a smile, his phoenix eyes sparkling with charm and charisma. He paused at the entrance, flanked by 10 dashing young men, their imposing presence causing the household servants to tense up. Chang Su instinctively stepped in front of his master. Jiang Xianjin glared coldly at him. What is Manager Lu's intention? Approaching, Lu Jingxing closed his fan and said, "I've come to celebrate the wedding." "Why is everyone so tense?" "What nonsense." He looked as though he intended to snatch the bride, who wouldn't he be nervous? Jiang Xianjin frowned, casting a glance at the men behind him, and spoke in a low voice, "If you were guests, you should be welcomed. If you're thieves, you should be driven away." Those men were all the thieves he had let go last time. "Oh?" Lu Jingxing's eyes sparkled. "Then may I ask, what should we do if they are family members?" As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone present fell silent. Li Huaiyu was somewhat taken aback but quickly realized family members, weren't they her family, true family members, initially perplexed by the sudden increase in dowries, seeing Lu Jingxing now clarified everything. This man, who had claimed not to give her a wedding gift, had evidently prepared one long ago, and as soon as he learned she was in trouble, he promptly resolved her issue. This person was truly cursing inwardly. She felt a surge of gratitude and was about to signal Jiang Xianjin to let him in when another uproar erupted outside. Sorry for being late. Han Xiao's voice boomed, and without needing to see, one could imagine his flamboyant entrance. He stepped in and clasped his hands around the guests. My sincerest apologies, I was delayed on the road. Yun Lanqing followed closely behind, kicking him in annoyance. What are you shouting for? You could have slipped in unnoticed, but now everyone has noticed. Stumbling from the kick, Han Xiao retorted, what's wrong with a family member celebrating a wedding? Why should I sneak in? You, just as they seemed poised to bicker, another person entered. What are you all arguing about? He scolded with a frown, and instantly, Han Xiao and Yun Lanqing fell silent. Straightening his attire, Su Xian stepped forward, bowing his hands towards Jiang Xianjin. We apologize for being late, please forgive us. The previously noisy front hall fell silent in an instant with the arrival of these individuals. Even Jiang Laotai heard the news in the main hall and was startled, hastily sending Jiang Shen out to investigate the renowned merchant Lu Jingxing, the high-ranking officials Han Xiao and Yun Lanqing, and the valiant general Su Xian. What were they all doing here at the same time? Jiang Shen rushed out to find Jiang Xianjin frowning in silence, and quickly stepped forward to offer his respects. Thank you all for making the effort to come. Please take your seats. Su Xian nodded, thank you. After the formalities, they headed straight towards the Bai family table. The crowd gaped in disbelief, their heads turning in unison as they followed the direction of these noteworthy guests. Seeing them actually sit at the Bai family table, the courtyard erupted in astonishment. What is going on? When did these people become the fourth Miss Bai's family? Did they sit in the wrong place? I haven't heard that General Su has any ties to the Bai residence. Jiang Shen also found the situation puzzling and quickly turned to the veiled bride, asking, did you invite them? Huaiyu was about to respond when Jiang Xianjin coldly interjected, the bride does not speak. To maintain a dignified image, the bride was not allowed to speak during the ceremony. Jiang Shen's lips twitched, you think I didn't see you speaking with her? Clearly, he had been enjoying a pleasant conversation with her. Why couldn't he asked just once. Jiang Xianjin said nothing, pulling the ceremonial knot and leading her further inside, his demeanor clearly conveying that he wasn't interested in discussing matters. Jiang Shen glared at his retreating figure, exasperated, and turned to Cheng Su. What is up with your master's increasingly strange temper? Cheng Su sighed deeply, he has been spoiled. With Bai Si coaxing him, the lord had become increasingly difficult to serve, and everyone around had noticed this, yet he remained oblivious. Sighing, the hour had come for the newlyweds to proceed with the ceremony. Li Huaiyu, adorned with her veil, followed Jiang Xianjin step by step, pausing briefly as they passed the Bai family table. The previously empty seats were now bustling with noise. Han Xiao was conversing, Yun Lanqing was chatting, Su Xian and Lu Jingxing were laughing, while the voices of the rest were barely audible amidst their chatter. Though she couldn't see their faces beneath the veil, the sounds filled her heart with a newfound sense of security. What of being a humble daughter of the Bai family? What of feeling abandoned? As long as this group was present, she felt emboldened. Standing tall, Li Huaiyu confidently lifted her skirt and stepped into the main hall. As they prepared to perform the bowing ceremony, she instinctively thought to kneel. However, the wedding officiant was quick to support her arm, cheerfully saying, wait a moment. What was there to wait for? She had been hungry for half a day, having only nibbled on an apple, and wanted to finish the ceremony and return to eat. Huaiyu felt quite resentful, her stomach growling audibly. Suddenly, a much louder sound erupted around her, thumping and banging as if everyone had simultaneously knelt down, immediately drowning out the sound of her stomach. Huaiyu was taken aback, and her heart suddenly stirred with someone arriving. At the entrance of the hall, Li Huailin, dressed in a yellow formal robe and accompanied by guards and eunuchs, smiled and nodded towards Jiang Xianjin. Surrounding him, everyone knelt, too afraid to raise their heads. Jiang Xianjin respectfully returned the gesture, glancing at the wedding officiant, who immediately shouted, one bow to heaven and earth. Feeling a gentle push, Huayu's heart raced as she grasped the ceremonial knot, slowly kneeling towards the entrance. Li Huailin beamed, not paying her much mind, first gesturing congratulations to Jiang Laotai, then quickly sending a ceremonial list to Jiang Xianjin before hastily departing. As soon as he left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, rising from their kneeling positions. Li Huaiyu remained in a daze, dumbly following the next steps of the ceremony, her veiled face adorned with a foolish smile. Who said the heavens were unfair to her? Look how fortunate she was. At her wedding, everyone she wished to see had arrived. Although Li Huailin did not recognize her, and those at the table might not fully grasp her identity, she felt a sense of completeness, harboring an unprecedented satisfaction and joy. As for what happened afterward, Huaiyu lost all recollection, her mind drifting far away. It wasn't until Jiang Xianjin tightly grasped her hand that she jolted back to reality. Ha, the mighty Ziyang Jun still needs his wife to protect him? Jiang Shen teased, don't hold on so tightly. She is going to the bridal chamber while you're heading to the banquet. I don't want to drink. Jiang Xianjin frowned. Do you think you have a choice? Jiang Chong shook his head, this is the custom. Who had the time to set so many rules for weddings? Jiang Xianjin was furious, gripping her hand as he anxiously and angrily said, help me. Li Huaiyu chuckled, you can't drink? It's not that I can't, I just don't want to. You mean you can't and therefore don't want to, right? Huaiyu retorted without mercy. Jiang Xianjin fell silent. In that moment of silence, Jiang Shen and Jiang Chong each took hold of an arm, pushing him toward the banquet table. Huaiyu leaned in, catching a glimpse of Lu Jingxing laughing mockingly. Your Highness, you finally arrived. Our family is eagerly waiting for you to toast. Jiang Xianjin's expression darkened as he was seated at the by-family table. He wanted to resist, but his older brother, skilled in martial arts, was behind him, and in front of him stood the shameless Lu Jingxing, unafraid of him. With no way out, he held the cup of wine that was shoved into his hand. This toast is for you. Thank you for not taking my life. This toast is my apology to you, Your Highness, Han Xiao added, forcing another cup into his hand. I was not respectful enough to you earlier. Yun Lanqing placed a cup of wine in front of him, wishing Your Highness and the bride a long and happy life together. Jiang Xianjin Li Huaiyu entered the bridal chamber and immediately sought a place to sit, stealthily sampling the food on the table. Observing her, Lingxiu discreetly slipped coins into the sleeves of the wedding officiant, and for a moment, no one stopped her. Having eaten her fill, she wiped her mouth and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Chang Su rushed in, looking anxious. Quick, bring someone to help. The wedding officiants in the room immediately set aside their tasks and headed outside. Huaiyu stretched her neck to see what was happening. What's wrong? Lingxiu followed outside to inquire and returned shortly with a frown. Master, the Lord is at the door. Oh, did he finish drinking so soon? Huaiyu was astonished. Ordinarily, the groom would drink for at least half an hour, especially with Lu Jingxing and his group of drinking experts outside. How could he have finished so easily? Curiosity piqued, she lifted her skirt and walked towards the door, only to see Jiang Xianjin leaning against the red lacquered pillar. He hung his head, his thin lips pressed together, emanating a chilling aura. The nearby wedding officiant hesitated to reach out and assist him. Madam. Chang Su, changing his address, respectfully bowed to her. Perhaps you should see this. Though somewhat incredulous, Huaiyu still asked through the veil, is he drunk? Chang Su nodded gravely. Curiously blinking, Huaiyu approached and gently touched his face. His hand suddenly seized hers, gripping it tightly. Jiang Xianjin looked at her, his eyes misty and hazy, like a rain-soaked mountain. Are you unhappy again? She chuckled. Why are you always so glum today? You're not helping me. He spoke sullenly. Ha? Remembering their earlier encounter, Huaiyu innocently replied, I can't help you. I can't drink in your place. You're not helping me. He repeated, his brows furrowing in annoyance. Alright, I was wrong. Huaiyu raised her empty hands above her head, pulling him inside as she said, let us talk about it inside. The wedding officiants outside were left speechless, staring in Once the door closed, they hurriedly approached, calling out, Madam, the bridal chamber ceremony hasn't been completed yet. The door opened a crack, and Li Huaiyu leaned against the doorframe, teasingly asking, bridal chamber ceremony? If I provoke that gentleman inside again, who will coax him? But, the wedding officiant appeared troubled. Huaiyu waved her hand dismissively, don't worry, it's just the cup of unity and such. I'll handle it myself, you all just don't complicate matters. With that, she slammed the door shut with a bang, leaving the crowd outside in a state of bewilderment. Jiang Xianjin sat on the edge of the bed, still fuming, while Li Huaiyu removed her veil and phoenix crown. She dipped a cloth into a basin of water and approached him, intending to wipe his face. He frowned and tried to dodge, but she firmly held his chin in place, speaking softly, don't move. It will feel better. He glared at her, but she paid no heed, smiling as she asked, how much did you drink? 2 cups. He remained silent, his eyes cold, his thin lips slightly pouting in grievance. This expression was truly, that anyone who saw it would feel their heart soften. Huaiyu couldn't help but reach out to touch his face, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she said, don't be angry. Next time someone tries to make you drink, I'll definitely stop them. He swatted her hand away, rubbing his forehead as if feeling unwell, and turned to lie down on the bed. Hey, wait. She grabbed the hem of his clothing, we haven't had the cup of unity yet. Another reference to wine. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xianjin shook his head vigorously, burying himself under the blankets in a huff. Huaiyu couldn't help but laugh, pulling the blanket away, you can't sleep in your clothes like this. The ceremonial attire was already heavy. With their garments embroidered with gold thread, sleeping in them would be uncomfortable. As they bantered back and forth, Jiang Xianjin, annoyed, sat up and glared at her, his expression sullen. What would it take for you to be quiet? He asked. With a mischievous glint, Huaiyu smiled and touched her lips. Guess? Her teasing demeanor resembled that of a mischievous rogue who had barged into someone else's boudoir, waiting for an indignant response. However, this time Jiang Xianjin didn't scold her, his dark eyes fixated on her for a moment before he suddenly reached out and pulled her neck towards him, drawing her close. Huaiyu was startled, not having the time to respond before his lips descended upon hers, sealing them with fervor. The fragrance of wine mingled with the scent of sandalwood enveloped her senses. Huaiyu was momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at the lashes so near her as her mind wandered. Jiang Xianjin had intended to frighten her, for she often teased him. Did she truly think he wouldn't dare to act? Yet as he kissed her, he found himself somewhat lost. Her lips were cool, reminiscent of the chilled desserts he loved as a child, soft and sweet. A fleeting touch was one thing, but when he lingered, he found it difficult to pull away. His heartbeat quickened, and he released her slightly, exhaling a shaky breath as he nuzzled her cheek before kissing her again. Li Huaiyu felt her cheeks flush. Although she was accustomed to teasing him and didn't think much of kissing and hugging, this situation felt different somehow. The man before her, his eyes clouded, breath hot against her skin, had lost his usual composure. As he continued to explore her lips, refusing to relent, she struggled to catch her breath, reaching out to push him away. However, before her hand could reach his chest, he caught it, his brow furrowing as he pulled her closer, steadying her waist with his other hand, continuing to entangle her with his lips. "Hey," she gasped, "isn't this enough?" "Not enough." His voice was muffled, tinged with frustration. She had been the one to tease him initially, she was the one who had always provoked him, so why was she pushing him away now? Such a transgression could not be forgiven. Anger ignited within him, and he bit down on her neck. "Ah!" Huaiyu winced and immediately pulled back, clutching her neck and glaring at him. "Are you a dog?" With a huff, Zhang Xianjin threw off his outer robe, tossing it onto the floor, and buried himself beneath the blanket, his back turned in annoyance. Huaiyu grinned, nursing her neck, and after the pain subsided, she playfully poked him. "You bit me, why are you still angry?" Zhang Xianjin ignored her. Huaiyu pondered for a moment, then snuggled against his back, gently patting him while humming a tune. In the spring banquet, green wine flows as songs are sung. We bow thrice, wishing a first, may my lord live long, second, may I remain healthy, third, may we meet again every year. The lyrics were reminiscent of a time when she never imagined they would end up together. Now, they felt fitting, as every year would indeed be spent together. With a smile, Li Huaiyu hummed the final notes, her hand growing ever lighter in its touch. Zhang Xianjin wanted to keep his eyes open and remain angry, but his head felt too heavy, and with her soft voice lulling him, he soon drifted into a deep sleep. When he awoke, night had fallen. Outside the room was illuminated by candlelight, and steaming dishes were laid out on the table. He frowned, surveying the surroundings, but did not see anyone. Rising, he donned his clothes and opened the door, calling, "Chung Su." Chung Su didn't respond, but Yufeng, bowing respectfully, replied, "Your Highness, you're awake." "Where is everyone?" he inquired. Yufeng hesitated before responding. "Chung Su is in the backyard." "I wasn't asking about him. The lady is also in the backyard." What could she be doing there at this hour? Zhang Xianjin felt perplexed and headed over to find her. Li Huaiyu was crouched beside Cheng Su, whispering conspiratorially. Suddenly, she felt a chill down her back and heard a voice above her. "Do you know what demeanor is?" "Wow." Startled, she jumped up, glaring at him. "Do you know that scaring someone can be deadly?" Cheng Su immediately stood and bowed. "Master." Casting a disapproving glance at Zhang Xianjin, who appeared unamused, he said, "Dinner is ready." "Wasn't dinner served at your table?" Huaiyu asked, puzzled. "Have you eaten?" "Of course. You've slept for so long, it's past dinner time," she retorted. The air around them suddenly grew tense, realizing something was off. Li Huaiyu blinked, then asked, "Are you hoping I'll join you for dinner?" "Absolutely not." "Then why is your face so grim?" "I'm hungry." After uttering those two words, Zhang Xianjin turned and walked away. Huaiyu was left speechless, watching his retreating figure as she remarked to Cheng Su, "Don't emulate your master, being so contradictory will make it hard for him to find a wife." Cheng Su looked at her attire, momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, Huaiyu sighed, "I'm different, I genuinely see him as my husband." With that, she lifted her skirt and dashed after him, calling, "Husband, wait for me." In the main house, Zhang Xianjin stared blankly at the person before him, who was devouring the food with great fervor, and asked, "Who said you had already eaten dinner?" Li Huaiyu tore a piece of chicken and answered earnestly, "I did eat, but upon seeing you, I became hungry again." It must be that saying, "Yes, beauty is a feast for the eyes." Glancing at her table manners, Zhang Xianjin shook his head. "Didn't the Bai residents teach you how to eat properly?" "Is eating something that requires instruction?" she exclaimed, bewildered. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xianjin elaborated, "It's not about needing to be taught how to eat, it's about the etiquette of dining. I've put down my chopsticks to speak with you." "Why are you still chewing on that chicken leg?" "Dining while speaking was against the Zhang family's rules." Li Huaiyu sulked, "Aren't we already married, why should we still adhere to these customs?" "What do you think?" All right. She sighed, "I'll start learning the Zhang family's rules tomorrow." Zhang Xianjin merely listened, dismissing the notion of teaching this unruly person proper etiquette as futile. After dinner, Lingxiu prepared the bed while Cheng Su reported various trivial matters. Today, many guests had come to the banquet, and the gifts were plentiful. The list of gifts alone was a thick stack requiring the master's review. Zhang Xianjin showed little interest in such matters and casually handed the list to Li Huaiyu. As she flipped through the pages, she discovered that this Xiang Jun was indeed beloved by the people. Among the officials who attended the banquet, there were over 100 familiar names. Yang, pointing at that name, Huaiyu's eyes flickered. The Tiger Ben General Yang was the very person who had been responsible for guarding her coffin. He had once served in Feiyan Palace and bore no significant grudge against her, nor were they particularly close. However, one thing was certain, while others might not recognize the individual seated at the Bai family table, this man would undoubtedly know. Today, the three major remnants under Danyang had gathered, along with Danyang's closest friend, Lu Jingxing, and a host of former favorites from Feiyan Palace. Those oblivious to the situation would only see a grand spectacle. However, to the discerning eye, Adachi glanced up at Zhang Xianjin, who was seated comfortably on the couch, engrossed in a book. Noticing her gaze, he turned his head in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" With a smile, Huaiyu replied, "Nothing, just wanted to take a look at you." Zhang Xianjin shot her an annoyed look and returned to his reading, ignoring her. Lingxiu emerged from the inner chamber, her face flushed as she bowed to them. "The bedding is ready, you two should rest early." Upon seeing this, Li Huaiyu brightened, clapping her hands. "A moment of intimacy is worth 1,000 gold. You should stop reading." Zhang Xianjin paused, eyeing her warily. "What does that look mean?" Huaiyu raised an eyebrow, then teasingly pointed to her neck. Wasn't it you who was overly affectionate today? At the sight of the bite mark, Jiang Xianjin felt somewhat guilty and averted his gaze. I was drunk at noon. Is being drunk a valid excuse for denying responsibility? Huaiyu clutched her chest dramatically, her eyes wide with feigned sorrow. You beast. Jiang Xianjin putting his book down, he rubbed his temples and said, I've mentioned before that marrying you was a necessity, so we can remain indifferent post-marriage. Taken aback, Huaiyu straightened, frowning at him. Even now, you still feel our marriage was a necessity and that we should remain indifferent? Did he not feel any sincerity when he gifted her the wedding gown, stood up for her, kissed her? Her tone sounded hurt, causing Jiang Xianjin to stiffen slightly. Lifting his gaze to meet hers, the person before him had her brows furrowed, hands on her hips, a look of anger etched on her face. Her bright, almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a mix of light and shadow, waiting for his answer to determine whether they would shine or dim. He hesitated, opening his mouth without knowing how to reply. Li Huaiyu, growing impatient, offered him no more chances. When he remained silent, she nodded and spoke softly, I understand. Understand what? Jiang Xianjin frowned, ignoring him. Huaiyu turned and rummaged through the wardrobe, pulling out a blanket to place on the soft couch. Then she shoved him towards the inner chamber. If you wish to remain indifferent, then let us do so. You sleep inside, and I'll sleep outside. I'll tidy up my room tomorrow morning. Having said this, she let down the beaded curtain with a swish, turning her back on him and proceeding to arrange the bedding on the soft couch. Jiang Xianjin stood there, somewhat at a loss. This person usually smiled at him, humoring him regardless of his temper, yet when she was truly angry, she completely ignored him, not even sparing him a glance, as if she were ready to give him up at any moment. After standing in silence for a while, Jiang Xianjin reached out and pulled back the beaded curtain. Li Huaiyu was quick, already lying on the bed with the covers arranged, and upon hearing the sound, she remained still. He moved to her side, leaning against the edge of the couch and murmuring, You still owe me a favor. Her brow twitched, and she glared at him. You have the gall to bring that up? Favors earned through skill are not something to be ashamed of, he replied. Are you trying to renege on your debt? I'm not a gentleman, so why can't I renege? Huaiyu scoffed, I'll just renege. What can you do about it? This shameless demeanor was utterly unbecoming. It was unclear where she had learned such behavior. Shaking his head, Jiang Xianjin wrapped the blanket around her, lifting her into his arms. What are you doing? She protested, struggling. You can renege, and so can I. He walked toward the inner chamber, saying, Forget what I just said. You can pretend you never heard it. This was a new tactic. Li Huaiyu, half amused and half annoyed, retorted, I'll tell everyone tomorrow that Ziyang Jun is fickle and breaks his promises. Go ahead. He placed her down by the bed and added, But if even one person believes you, I'll change the plaque outside from Jiang residence to Bai residence. You shameless. Thanks for the compliment. The words rolled off his tongue with such ease that he almost didn't realize what he had said until he blew out all the lamps in the room. Li Huaiyu was no longer angry, chuckling as she wrapped her arms around his. Say it again? In the darkness, Jiang Xuanjin's expression was unreadable, but his voice remained cold. You wish. You, dear sir. Huaiyu shook her head, sighing, I can't believe I'm able to tolerate you. With your contradictory nature, you're enough to drive anyone mad. Just say what's on your mind. I won't laugh at you. Why must you be so stubborn? If you buy me something, you must say it's to make me happy. Only then will I be happy. If you want to be with me, you must express that desire. Otherwise, I'll definitely be upset. If you're angry for any reason, you must tell me why, so we can live happily ever after. Jiang Xianjin listened in silence, then suddenly asked, What were you and Chang Su doing in the backyard earlier? This caught her off guard, and Huaiyu blinked before realizing, So you're sulking tonight because you're upset about that? I want to plant a tree, so I asked Chun Su if it was permissible. Plant a tree, Jiang Xianjin frowned. Why would you want to plant a tree at a time like this? Have you not heard of marking territory in the martial world? Huaiyu replied, When you go to a place and want to claim it as your own, you leave a mark for others to see. Now that I'm in your territory, I naturally want to leave my mark. What nonsense, he shook his head, dismissing her thoughts, though he said nothing more. If she enjoyed planting trees, let her. After all, there was plenty of space in the backyard. As the conversation came to a close, a peaceful silence fell over them. As someone who had never taken the time to learn proper etiquette, Huaiyu yawned and nestled against Jiang Xuanjin's arm, closing her eyes. Jiang Xianjin remained awake, his gaze fixed on her silhouette, listening to her steady breathing. Once she had completely drifted off, he gently leaned in and placed a soft kiss on her lips. Long ago, someone had said that anyone who believed the sweet words of another was a fool, and now, in the distant future, he felt like a fool himself, truly believing in her. This person treated him so well, Jiang Xianjin thought, why not believe it? She surely wouldn't dare deceive him. The following morning, the new bride was to serve tea in the main hall. Li Huaiyu was pulled from her slumber early, and after a quick wash and grooming, she followed Jiang Xianjin with half-closed eyes, eager to receive the daughter-in-law's tea. Jiang Laotai had taken his seat in the main hall early. Upon their arrival, his face lit up with joy, only to quickly suppress his smile for the sake of dignity, clearing his throat and adopting a serious demeanor as he leaned on his dragon-headed cane. Prominent members of the Zhang family were gathered. Standing or seated in the front hall of the room was quite full, and as Huaiyu scanned the crowd, she couldn't recognize everyone, so she knelt and respectfully greeted Jiang Laotai. Your daughter-in-law pays her respects to you. Paying respects to father. 2 cups of tea were offered with great reverence, and Jiang Laotai could no longer contain his joy, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Good, good, good. What fine children. Taking the tea, he remarked, this brings me more joy than when Xianjin was conferred as Ziyang. Only Jiang Laotai could utter such words, and glancing at Jiang Xianjin, who looked rather exasperated, Li Huaiyu couldn't help but smile. After honoring Jiang Laotai, she had to serve tea to the rest of the family of brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts. Li Huaiyu followed Jiang Xianjin's lead, delivering tea, receiving red envelopes, and though she might not have adhered to all the customs, the smiles surrounding her radiated warmth and affection. This wasn't solely due to her merits, it was entirely because she had married Jiang Xianjin, the third young master of the Jiang family. The kindness shown to her was a testament to how much the little princess was cherished. The atmosphere in the Jiang residence was pleasant, despite the crowd. It lacked the undercurrents of intrigue found in the Bai residence. The hall was bright and transparent, filled with upright and straightforward individuals. Standing among them, Huaiyu suddenly felt a twinge of envy. Is everyone here today? Jiang Laotai inquired, leaning on his cane. Jiang Chong quickly stepped forward. All the rooms and courtyards are accounted for, but there is still one person. They'll be here shortly. How can someone still be missing? Jiang Laotai frowned. Just as Jiang Chong was about to explain, the cheerful voice of a servant rang out from outside. They returned. Who had returned? Li Huaiyu was puzzled as she peered through the main door, spotting a figure striding in confidently, casually tossing their luggage to a servant, and proclaiming, I have returned to apologize for not congratulating my little uncle on his wedding. Adorned with a golden crown atop his head, wearing black boots and a crimson belt, the figure in a snow-white brocade robe drew attention with his striking physique. His voice resonated like a drum, and as he raised his head, his lips were red and teeth white, exuding an exceptional demeanor. This was none other than Jiang Yan, the little young master of the Jiang family. He moved swiftly, reaching the main hall in the blink of an eye, and immediately knelt before Jiang Laotai, respectfully saying, Grandson has been disobedient, please forgive me. Upon seeing him, Jiang Laotai frowned, You know you've been disobedient? Grandfather, please calm down. I have something to say. Jiang Yan raised his head, his eyes gleaming. This time, I have accomplished many merits while patrolling the city for my little uncle, and I have not wasted this past month. I have improved greatly. Do you think that will absolve you of the blame for running away from your wedding? Jiang Laotai slammed his palm on the table. Do you know how much trouble you've caused the family? Of course, he knew he was causing trouble. That was precisely why he had fled. Jiang Yan pouted, casting a guilty glance at his little uncle, desperately signaling for him to speak up on his behalf. Jiang Xianjin stepped in, saying, Father, let it go. Yenner's contributions are commendable, he should not be punished. Jiang Laotai shot him a disapproving look. You're just favoring him. Jiang Xianjin smiled. He is the only nephew I have, I must favor him a bit. He has traveled day and night to return and congratulate me on my marriage. Please, father, grant him clemency. Indeed. Jiang Yan chimed in, exhaling dramatically, what a pity I still missed the occasion by one day. It's not too late. Jiang Xianjin replied, You may greet your little aunt now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's eyes lit up, as if he had been granted a second chance. He stood and poured a cup of tea, presenting it to the woman beside his little uncle. I, Jiang Yan, present this tea to my little aunt. Chapter 40 You are too beautiful, I can't help it, he respectfully addressed her, and Huaiyu, unreserved, responded, Young master, you are too kind. Her voice was as melodious as a songbird, each word laced with laughter, sounding somewhat familiar. Jiang Yan raised his gaze, curiosity piqued as he cast a glance at her. It was not alarming until that moment, but upon looking, he was taken aback and stumbled back 2 steps, eyes widened as he exclaimed, How could it be you? Yenner. Jiang Chong, standing nearby, chided, How can you shout so indiscriminately? But. Father, uncle, but is this not Miss Bai Si? Jiang Yan felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck, vigorously rubbing his eyes for another look, then shaking his head repeatedly, How could she be here? Seeing his astonishment, Huaiyu was equally taken aback. When Jiang Xianjin had resolved to take a reckless course of action, she had presumed that young Master Jiang was aware and had deliberately distanced himself to allow Jiang Xianjin to propose to the Bai family. Yet, it seemed not to be the case. His expression of shock was as though the heavens had collapsed around him. Huaiyu glanced questioningly at Jiang Xianjin, who appeared equally unprepared for such a reaction, his face betraying confusion, yet he composedly explained, She is your newly arrived young aunt, naturally she must be here. But Jiang Yan's face turned pale. He wanted to argue that Miss Bai Si was not the one he was to marry, but then he remembered the conversation he had had with his uncle in the courtyard. There are ways, but think carefully, do you truly not wish to marry? I have thought it through, I do not wish to. The elders had arranged for him to wed Miss Bai, and he had refused, but he had not revealed to his uncle that he was willing to marry Miss Si. His uncle knew nothing of it. Looking once more at Miss Bai Si before him, Jiang Yan rubbed his face vigorously, his heart sinking uncontrollably. Why did he not speak up more at that time? Why did he not resist his grandfather's decision? Why did he naively believe that he was still young and could afford to delay marriage for another couple of years? Now, the woman he could have married was to be addressed as young aunt. Young master, could it be that you are weary from your journey? Huaiyu looked at him kindly. Shall your aunt arrange for someone to prepare warm water for you? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yan, with a stern expression, clasped his hands in salute. There is no need. Then he turned to the elder and declared, Grandson has been unfilial. Please punish me, grandfather. The person who had just been joking and trying to evade responsibility was now voluntarily seeking punishment. Grandfather Jiang was taken aback, glancing at his dusty appearance and weary demeanor. His heart softened slightly, and he sighed, Go bathe and change before discussing punishment. Yes, I obey. Jiang Yan responded, bowing his head before turning to leave, his steps heavy, entirely devoid of the carefree spirit he had possessed upon entering. Jiang Xianjin regarded his retreating figure with confusion, then turned to the smiling woman beside him, a flicker of thought crossing his mind, his dark eyes half-closed. After the formalities were completed, he pulled her into the garden. "Is there something you wish to say?" he inquired. Li Huaiyu, unable to contain her delight, giggled. "Did you see young master's expression? How amusing, ha, young aunt. He had previously said right in front of me that Miss Baici was a fool, and now he has to call me young aunt." Jiang Xianjin did not smile, surveying her from a higher vantage point. "If I recall correctly, you were quite eager to marry him." She had even asked for his assistance in that regard. The laughter ceased abruptly, and Huaiyu stood straight, saying, "I must clarify, at that time, I indeed wished to marry him, but it was not due to his character, rather, it was because life in the Jiang family would be much easier." "And what of now?" Jiang Xianjin narrowed his eyes. "Do you wish to marry me solely for the advantages of being in the Jiang family?" Huaiyu was momentarily taken aback, exasperatedly responding, "Why are you so petty?" Noticing his brow furrowing again, she quickly surrendered, "No, no. I wish to marry you because you are charming and elegant, possessing unparalleled character and grace." Is that not what he longed to hear? As long as he desired praise, she could shower him with compliments every day. Jiang Xianjin, flattered, relaxed his brow, generously deciding not to hold it against her. That he withdrew his sleeve and remarked, "I will go see Yenner. You return to the inn, do not wander about." "Ah." Huaiyu's expression fell. "What is there for me to do alone in that courtyard? Can't I accompany you?" "Did you not say you wanted your own space?" he replied. "Is yours, feel free to mark your territory." Her eyes brightened, and Huaiyu leaped up, embracing his arm, eagerly asking, "Really, may I truly mark my territory? As long as you do not demolish the house." "All right." Clapping her hands in joy, she beamed, "Then I will return and wait for you." Wait for him? Such words were novel. Jiang Xianjin snorted softly, bypassing her as he headed toward Jiang Yan's courtyard. Just as he was about to exit the garden, he paused, stealthily glancing back. The azaleas in the garden were in full bloom, their vibrant red hues enchanting, and someone stood amidst the flowers, gazing at him with rapt attention. Upon noticing his glance, she froze momentarily before breaking into a grin, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she spun around in glee, waving her hand at him. What could possibly warrant such joy? Casting her a disdainful look, Jiang Xianjin turned away, but just a few steps later, "Master, what is so amusing?" Chang Su queried, perplexed. "I am not laughing." But, silence. Watching Jiang Xuanjin's silhouette disappear beyond the moon gate, Li Huaiyu immediately returned to. She feigned nonchalance as she wandered about, eventually gravitating towards the wash basin. "Madam." Upon her entry, someone intercepted her. "Perhaps you should stroll elsewhere?" Pouting in displeasure, Huaiyu replied, "The Lord said I could wander freely in." "Does this place not belong to?" "It does." "Then why can I not roam about?" Her gaze brimmed with suspicion. "Are you hiding a lady inside? Are you truly hiding a lady?" Upon seeing his guilty expression, Li Huaiyu's anger flared. "He deceived me. He claimed I was the sole one in his heart, yet he is keeping a hidden beauty?" "It is not." The dark guard shook his head repeatedly. "That lady is not. Get out of my way." Ignoring his attempts to explain, Huaiyu furiously furrowed her brows and dashed towards the interior. The dark guard was left helpless, wanting to stop her, but recalling that this lady was not to be trifled with, he dared not intervene, only following closely, shouting, "Madam, you are mistaken. You are mistaken." How could she not misinterpret this situation? Huaiyu inwardly scoffed, yet her exterior portrayed a jealous demeanor as she approached the locked bamboo house. "Open it for me." The dark guard sighed, "Madam, the Lord has instructed that others must not approach the one inside." "Protecting her quite well, I see." Raising her chin with a cold smirk, Li Huaiyu pointed at the lock. "You will either open it for me, or I shall have someone break it down. You choose." The dark guard, with a mournful expression, knelt. "Madam, please reconsider. If the Lord were to find out, I will bear the responsibility. It is none of your concern." She pointed to her own nose with an air of authority. "Bring me the key. You would just take a look at the door and you will understand. There is no need to enter." The dark guard trembled as he reluctantly handed over the key. Huaiyu snatched it, her hand shaking slightly as she took a moment to align the key with the lock before forcefully pushing the bamboo door open. Whoosh! The feeble figure inside the bamboo house was startled by the sound, squinting against the sunlight that streamed in through the doorway, taking a while to adjust before raising her head to look at the newcomer. To her surprise, it was not the Ziyang Jun, but a delicate young girl. Upon seeing Huaiyu, the girl appeared immeasurably frightened, her pupils dilating, inhaling sharply, her complexion paling. "What is the meaning of this?" she yelled at the dark guard beside her. The dark guard answered in a hushed tone, "She is an assassin captured by the Lord, intended for questioning. It is truly not as you think." "You are talking nonsense." The girl was so enraged she began to stomp her feet. "If you truly captured an assassin, how could she not be sent to the magistrate's office, yet is instead locked up here? It is evident that your lord has abducted a virtuous woman, and when she refused to comply, he imprisoned her here to torture her." The dark guard thought this reasoning was utterly absurd. However, the girl seemed to have reached her limit, her anger escalating into tears that streamed down her cheeks, her small hands attempting to wipe them away, but she could not keep up, appearing utterly pitiable. "Madam!" The dark guard was alarmed. "Please do not cry. I love him so much, yet he deceived me." Huaiyu cried heartbreakingly, "How could he betray me? Mississippi. The delicate girl grew anxious. Please calm down. I just married on the first day, and he is hiding a woman in the residence, and you ask me to be calm? Huaiyu glared, indignantly stating, you go fetch him for me. I want to hear him say it to my face. Upon hearing this, the dark guard felt his legs weaken. Who in this residence did not revere the Lord? She had the audacity to demand, bring him to me, with such force that it left everyone speechless. The delicate girl was the first to regain her senses, nodding, I will go at once. The remaining dark guard stood frozen, not daring to move. Jiang Xianjin was conversing with Jiang Yan in the Huaiyu courtyard. Jiang Yan, feeling quite aggrieved, knelt on the mat, drooping his head as he quietly asked, Uncle, why did you suddenly get married? You left, and there was no one to propose. Grandfather was furious, so I had no choice but to step in. Jiang Xianjin replied coolly, was it because of him? Jiang Yan paused, a sense of guilt washing over him. I have caused you trouble. It is of no concern. Being married will reduce my troubles. Jiang Xianjin shook his head, but why are you not pleased? Opening his mouth, Jiang Yan contemplated telling the truth, but swallowed it back down. His uncle had been so protective of him. How could he add to his burdens with his complaints? Swallowing his bitter feelings, the young master forced a smile. I just did not expect you to marry Miss Baici. Are you very fond of her? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xianjin replied, I do not like her. Jiang Yan was taken aback. That girl has no merits. He maintained a stern expression. She is rude and lacks decorum, constantly babbling nonsense, and she eats a great deal. Jiang Yan, bewildered, stammered, I have seen her once before, and she seemed quite proper? Jiang Xianjin shook his head in dismay. She only appears to be proper. The rumors outside are not baseless. This Miss C, although she does not seem foolish, when she acts mad, she is no different from a true fool. Just then, Changsu rushed in, flustered. Master, he exclaimed, there has been an incident at. You must return at once. Jiang Xianjin was taken aback, frowning at Jiang Yan. You see, she must have caused another mess. With that, he stood up. I will return first. You should rest well. Yes. Nodding, Jiang Yan watched his uncle depart. Standing at the entrance, he found himself in a stupor for a while, the young master foolishly comforting himself that perhaps not marrying Miss Baici was a blessing in disguise. Upon leaving the Huaiyu courtyard, Jiang Xuanjin's expression darkened. What is going on? Lingxiu, following closely, whispered, the master saw you hiding a lady in the courtyard and was furious, insisting on your return to speak. A lady? Jiang Xianjin was puzzled. When had he hidden a lady in the courtyard? Recalling the only lady in, his expression shifted as he scolded, nonsense. He quickened his pace back. He had expressly forbidden anyone from entering the wash basin area. She must have forced her way in. With so many people around, how could they not stop her? Burning with anger, Jiang Xianjin stormed into the wash basin area, only to be stunned by the sound of loud crying. Li Huaiyu sat on the threshold of the bamboo house, her head tilted back, mouth agape as tears streamed down her face, her eyes swollen, her voice choked with sobs. He approached, frowning as he pulled her up. What is the matter? Huaiyu continued to sob, shaking off his hand, her expression one of utter grievance. Jiang Xianjin cast a cold glare at the dark guard beside them. The dark guard hurriedly bowed. I tried to stop her, but the madam insisted on entering. Who has upset her? He asked in a deep voice. He did not blame her for entering the wash basin area. The dark guard was astonished, hastily lowering his head. I do not know. Madam has been crying since she opened the door. Crying for so long? Jiang Xuanjin's brows knitted tightly as he grasped her shoulders and scolded. Are you not afraid of crying until you faint? If I faint, then so be it. Huaiyu exclaimed, her nose running, glaring at him. You are hiding a beautiful woman. Surely you no longer like me. Looking at her with disdain, he used a handkerchief to cover her nose. Blow. Huaiyu obediently blew her nose, her eyes brimming with tears as she glared at him. Jiang Xianjin found it somewhat amusing, turning her around and pointing to the Ching Si inside. Who do you think would hide a beauty in such a manner? How could it not be so? She sobbed. Perhaps she refused to accompany you, and you are keeping her here against her will. Jiang Xianjin sighed. What do women think? What else would they think? Huaiyu retorted, they think of the one they love. Jiang Xianjin was momentarily speechless, his lips pressing together as he discarded the soiled handkerchief and grabbed a new one to wipe her face. Stop spouting nonsense. That person inside is of use to me, nothing more. Wiping her face, Huaiyu muttered, what use, if she has it, I do not. You truly do not. Jiang Xianjin shook his head. After all, she knows the Danyang crown princess very well, while you do not even know what she looks like. Li Huaiyu paused, glancing down at herself, wanting to say, old brother, your wife is the one who knows the Danyang crown princess best. Qingxi can only be considered somewhat knowledgeable in her presence. However, she could not voice this, instead feigning surprise. The Danyang crown princess? Jiang Xianjin hesitated briefly before instructing those behind him, you all may leave. Yes. Once the area was cleared, he turned to her and asked, do you wish to know? Huaiyu nodded vigorously. After a moment's thought, Jiang Xianjin led her into the bamboo house. Qingxi's eyes sharpened as soon as he entered, and upon seeing him, she rattled her chains, as if preparing to leap at him. Huaiyu instinctively grasped his clothing, urging him to step back. Jiang Xianjin shot her a glance, a slight smile curving his lips as he said, this is a maidservant of the Danyang crown princess. She knows all of the crown princess's secrets, but she refuses to speak, so I can only keep her here. Huaiyu was astonished. You imprison a loyal servant just because she will not leak secrets? It is not my intention to imprison her. Jiang Xianjin sighed, but if I were to let her go, she would still stubbornly seek my life, so why should I release her? Huaiyu glared at Qing Si in disbelief. What was the meaning of being like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, or an ant shaking a tree? Why not just fly far away instead of seeking death? Qing Si, bewildered by her glare, furrowed her brow and stared at her. Huaiyu continued, if you can live well, why must you seek death? The chains at the corner rattled as Qing Si raised her head, staring at her in a daze. Li Huaiyu smiled gently at her, her expression warm. Although Qing Si ultimately did not speak, when leaving the wash basin area, Jiang Xianjin was quite surprised. Why are you so talkative? One person spoke for so long without pause. Huaiyu, parched, replied, isn't it all for you? What did that have to do with him? You said she is of use to you, so I am helping persuade her. Perhaps that girl is soft-hearted and will be willing to assist you. She stated earnestly, I shall return tomorrow. Why go to such lengths? He shook his head. Li Huaiyu suddenly halted, beckoning him with her hand. I have a secret to share. Jiang Xianjin, puzzled, glanced at her. A sly smile flickered in her eyes as she swiftly wrapped her arms around his neck and, without hesitation, pressed her lips to his, sucking fiercely before releasing him with a pop. You are exceptionally sweet. I do not find you bitter at all, she giggled. Their foreheads touched, her lips lingering with an indescribable warmth. Jiang Xianjin stood there, momentarily dazed. After comprehending her words, his throat moved slightly, a mix of annoyance and embarrassment flushing his cheeks. Opening his mouth to speak, he found himself at a loss for words. Seeing him like this made Huaiyu laugh, wrapping her arms around his waist and coaxing, do not be shy, do not be angry, do not rush to scold me. I truly mean it. If I could, I would pluck all the stars and moon from the sky and fill your arms with them. He turned his head away, his ears tinged with red, his tone a bit harsh. If you keep talking nonsense, I will throw you into the pool. A gentle breeze wafted through, causing ripples in the nearby wash basin, carrying the scent of ink. The petite girl stood before the tall young master, wrapping her arms around his waist, gazing up at him with a smile. The young master turned his head away, his expression somewhat annoyed, yet he allowed her to hold him, not forcing her to let go. At noon, the elders summoned the meals for each household. Jiangshan hummed a little tune as he walked along, and just as he passed through the moon gate, he stumbled upon the newlyweds. Huaiyu held Jiang Xuanjin's hand as they walked ahead, her mood evidently bright, skipping along in small steps. Jiang Xianjin followed behind, appearing somewhat disdainful toward her, yet obediently allowing her to lead him, like a tamed wolf. Jiangshan's jaw nearly dropped in shock as he turned his head to smile. Third brother, sister-in-law, what a coincidence. Looking up at him, Jiang Xuanjin's disdain only intensified. We are all heading to Hunyuan Pavilion. It was certainly not a coincidence. How could it be? Feeling stung by his words, Jiangshan turned away, feigning sadness as he complained, sister-in-law, look, third brother has been giving me the cold shoulder these past few days. It is nothing, Huaiyu replied, he also gives me the cold shoulder. That is entirely different. Jiangshan shook his head, sister-in-law, you do not know. When you were injured, Jiang Xianjin shot him a cold glance. Jiangshan swallowed hard, blinking innocently. Huaiyu's curiosity was piqued. What happened when I was injured? It was nothing, Jiang Xianjin urged, pulling her forward, the time is late. Do not keep the elders waiting. Hey, let him finish, she pouted, I want to hear. There is nothing worth hearing. Jiang Xianjin, she whined. Useless. He pulled her into Hunyuan Pavilion, turning back to cast a distant glance at his second brother. Jiangshan, who had been enjoying the show, felt a shiver racing down his back at Jiang Xuanjin's gaze, instantly suppressing his laughter. During the meal in front of the elder, Jiang Xianjin was concerned that the person beside him would devour her food ravenously, leading to a scolding. However, to his surprise, from the moment she picked up her chopsticks, Huaiyu did not utter a single word. Instead, she chewed slowly and smiled, displaying impeccable manners. The elders at the table exchanged approving glances, and Huaiyu smiled in acknowledgement. Jiang Xianjin pondered, could it be that she had truly learned proper etiquette? However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a foot brush against his leg beneath the table, lightly tracing the surface of his shoe before wrapping around it. He nearly choked on his soup, bewildered as he glanced sideways. Li Huaiyu maintained her smile, yet when she looked at him, her eyes held a hint of mischief, her foot boldly entangling his leg while her posture remained upright. What is she doing? He glared at her. What else could it be but to tease you? She smiled demurely. Jiang Xuanjin's expression darkened, and he set down his bowl of soup, attempting to withdraw his leg, but she skillfully wrapped both legs around him, refusing to let go. Third brother, what is wrong? Jiang Chong observed the awkwardness, setting down his chopsticks to inquire, are you unwell? Your face has turned quite red. Everyone turned to look at him, and Jiang Xianjin, feeling awkward, stiffly replied, it is nothing, it is a bit warm. As he spoke, he heard a muffled laugh from beside him. The veins at his temples throbbed, and he gritted his teeth, resuming his meal with forced calmness. After lunch, as everyone took their leave, Jiang Xianjin stopped Jiangshan. Second brother, are you prepared to participate in this year's selection for office? Jiangshan stepped back, there is no need for third brother to worry. I have no intention of entering officialdom. Is that so? Jiang Xianjin replied, surprised, then why is your name on the memorial submitted by Inspector Bai? What? Jiangshan exclaimed in disbelief, that cannot be right. I did not submit anything. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Xianjin said, perhaps I misread it. Hey, third brother, do not leave, how could you misread my name? Jiangshan hurriedly followed him, if it truly exists, it was likely added by eldest brother. You know I have no intention of entering officialdom, so please help me come up with a solution. Jiang Xianjin shook his head. It has already been reviewed by the emperor, there is no other solution. If he were not selected, it would be disgraceful for the Jiang family, and he would be beaten to death by the elder. If he were selected, that would be even more infuriating. He had no desire to mingle in the official circles at all. Jiang Shen's face fell, feeling as though the sky had collapsed. Jiang Xianjin paid him little heed, leaving him to wail behind, pulling Huaiyu along. Huaiyu glanced back at Jiang Shen several times, asking, "Are you taking revenge? Is it that obvious?" "It is exceedingly obvious. He is the only one who has not realized it." Huaiyu sighed. What happened to being broad-minded? Jiang Xianjin chuckled coldly, glancing at her. "I hold grudges." Hearing this made her feel a bit guilty, and looking around, she forced a laugh. "The weather is nice. Shall we stroll in the garden?" With that, she began to pull him back. However, Jiang Xianjin was too disinterested to respond. Feeling her resistance, he turned back and effortlessly hoisted her up. "Wow!" Huaiyu squealed, "Mind your manners." "Your manners? My manners are perfectly fine. But in doing so, my manners are compromised." "That does not matter." Li Huaiyu was nearly at her wit's end, flailing and struggling, yet he held her firmly. Upon returning to the main building, he pressed her down onto the bed. "Was it fun?" he asked. Huaiyu was well aware of what he referred to, grinning foolishly as she gazed up at the canopy. "It was all right." He snorted, pinching her ankle. "Ah! Stop, do not pinch." Huaiyu squealed in alarm, hurriedly bowing and clasping her hands. "My leg has only just healed, there are still scars." Previously, she had injured her foot with a stone as part of a ruse, resulting in several patches of skin being scraped off around her ankle, which still hurt when touched. "Only just healed?" Jiang Xianjin questioned, his expression unchanging. "You seemed quite agile just now." Huaiyu pouted. "Who told you to hide things from me? You clearly promised to be honest, yet you are now denying it." Recalling the matter, Jiang Xianjin felt irritation boiling within him. What good words could he have said? "Then you tell me." Huaiyu smiled, her eyes twinkling. "What were you doing while I was injured?" Jiang Xianjin fell silent, his gaze wandering. His eyes were inherently attractive, and when focused on someone, they bore an intimidating aura. However, in his current state of distraction, a hint of childlike innocence and guilt emerged. Before such beauty, Huaiyu swallowed hard, rolling over to pin him down onto the bed, resting her forehead against his nose. "Will you say?" she teased. "If you do not, I may just kiss you." Their warm breaths intertwined. Jiang Xianjin hesitated, slightly annoyed. "Should it not be I who was questioning you? Why is it you who was asking?" Leaning down, she pecked him on the lips, grinning. "Who told you your composure was not as thick as mine?" With such audacity, indeed, his face was as thick as could be. Jiang Xianjin attempted to push her away, but she seemed to have anticipated this, immediately grasping both of his hands tightly, straddling his waist, leaning down to peck him again. "You dare resist, and I shall kiss you." "I am not resisting," he replied, somewhat irked. "Why did you kiss me too?" "Apologies." Leaning down to kiss him again, Huaiyu laughed. "You are simply too beautiful." "I could not help myself." Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, her kisses landed gently upon his cheeks, nose, and forehead. The one beneath her became entranced, and as she continued to peck him repeatedly, she finally met his gaze, her eyes filled with affection, her fingers caressing his palm before her lips descended upon his once more. Jiang Xianjin was not a man driven by desire. In fact, for many years he had embraced a life of simplicity, nearly discarding worldly affairs. Yet now, under her playful torment, his gaze darkened, and he could not suppress the movement of his throat. In the final moment of her kiss, he lifted his head, parting his lips to meet hers. Their lips met, and he suddenly became assertive, his hands finding their way to the nape of her neck, pulling her down forcefully. Huaiyu's eyes widened in surprise, and she let out a muffled sound as she tried to push against his chest. However, their strength was unequal, and after a couple of futile attempts, she was still pinned down. Then, the world spun, and the man before her leaned down, pressing her against the far wall of the bed, kissing her greedily. Gone was the earlier restraint, his breath turned hot, his movements urgent as he kissed her, his hands gripping her delicate waist, fingers pressing into her flesh, his knuckles whitening. A wave of heat surged from his throat to his heart, his body trembling slightly. "Jiang Xianjin?" Huaiyu gasped, struggling for breath as she managed to push his lips away, her voice hoarse and nasal. Jiang Xianjin paused, taking a deep breath before diving back in for another kiss. Huaiyu tenderly accepted his advances, her mind swirling from the kisses, thoughts fleeting as she became dazed, pondering how someone with such a stern demeanor could possess such soft lips. The room felt warm, her consciousness hazy, and she vaguely heard a knocking at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door truly was being knocked upon. Struggling to push him away, Huaiyu gasped, "Someone is at the door." Impatiently grasping her hand, Jiang Xianjin grunted, "Ignore it." "What do you mean ignore it?" Huaiyu found it both amusing and frustrating, dodging his kisses. "The door is not locked." He looked at her, his eyes filled with displeasure. She quickly coaxed softly, "Let us see what they want, shall we?" With a cold huff, Jiang Xianjin released her, striding to the door, yanking it open with great impatience. Cheng Su, having called for quite some time without a response, was about to push the door again when it suddenly swung open, pulling in a gust of wind. His master stood at the threshold, gaze like icy winter. "Master! Master," Cheng Su stammered, urgent news. "Speak." General Su's family was found with 200,000 taels of gold and silver an hour ago, and he has already been personally taken into custody by Li Tingwei. "What?" The two individuals in the room exclaimed in unison. Jiang Xianjin was momentarily frozen, and upon turning to look, he saw Huaiyu hurriedly jumping down from the bed, rushing toward him. Bang! The door slammed shut, a gust of wind following, leaving Cheng Su in a state of confusion. Jiang Xianjin took a few steps to block her, frowning as he asked, "What are you doing?" "Su Xian." Li Huaiyu clutched his sleeve anxiously. Something is wrong at this time, someone must be out to harm him. Upon saying this, she suddenly recalled her current identity and quickly added, "He is Lu Jingxing's elder brother." "Did he not come to support me yesterday?" Jiang Xianjin replied irritably, "You do not even know the facts, how can you jump to conclusions so quickly?" Huaiyu looked at him in disbelief. "Do you not know General Su? Even I, a sheltered daughter, know he is a man of great merit, loyal to his country. That does not prove he is flawless." Jiang Xianjin scooped her up and placed her back on the bed. "I must go take a look." Huaiyu was somewhat irritated by his calm demeanor, but upon reconsidering, she realized he had little connection to Su Xian, and it was only logical for him to speak rationally. So, she suppressed her emotions and began to help him change. Once he was dressed in proper attire, Jiang Xianjin suddenly asked, "Is your relationship with Lu Jingxing truly that good?" Huaiyu was taken aback, thinking he was suspicious about something, and hastily shook her head. "We merely know each other well. He feels sorry for me and has taken care of me. And you? What about me?" Huaiyu was perplexed. "I have nothing to offer in return, all I can do is remember his kindness." Jiang Xianjin glanced at her, saying nothing as he took Cheng Su with him and left. Huaiyu sat on the bed, momentarily dazed, recalling something before tidying her clothing and rushing toward the wash basin. "Madam." This time, the dark guard did not stop her, proactively opening the lock for her without her asking. Huaiyu entered and closed the door behind her, taking several deep breaths to calm herself. "Qingxi," she whispered, "Su Xian is in trouble." The chains in the corner rattled, and Qingxi's eyes snapped open, frowning as she looked at her. Listening carefully to the sounds outside, and hearing nothing, Huaiyu stepped over the line on the floor. In the blink of an eye, Qingxi sprang up, grabbing her by the neck and pulling her close. Breath caught in her throat. Huaiyu did not cry out. Her first instinct was to grab the chains hanging nearby to muffle the noise. Qingxi tightened her grip on Huaiyu's throat, glancing down at her hands, perplexed by her actions. Huaiyu struggled to breathe, chuckling softly. "After following me for 8 years, this is the first time you have laid hands on me." 8 years? Qingxi was momentarily stunned, caught off guard, only to hear Huaiyu continue, "Did you not vow to protect me for a lifetime, to never abandon me?" Servant Qingxi, willing to protect the young lady for a lifetime, never to abandon her. A little girl's forehead pressed against the cold marble floor, solemnly pledging before the Hahuan bed. Each word resounded with gravity. Qingxi's heart trembled, and she suddenly released her grip, panic-stricken as she gazed at Huaiyu. Huaiyu gently lowered her chains, covering her mouth to cough twice, then humorously remarked, "I was still worried about your injury, but given your strength, I need not be concerned." Qingxi's mouth opened and closed, staring at her in a daze. She reached out to touch her face, only to realize her hands were stained with blood, hurriedly hiding them behind her back, her eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. As Huaiyu was about to say more, the bamboo door was abruptly pushed open. "Madam!" A dark guard rushed in, seeing her clutching her neck, covered in dust as she sat on the floor. He inhaled sharply, stepping forward with his blade aimed at Qingxi. Hey! Huaiyu frowned. "What are you doing?" The dark guard gritted his teeth. "I am here to protect you." Amused and exasperated, Huaiyu covered her neck. "Given your reaction, if she truly meant to kill me, what you would see now is a corpse. Put the knife away." The dark guard was taken aback, lowering his gaze to see that she had crossed the line on the floor, while Qingxi did not appear to be moving. "I have come to an understanding with her. She will no longer harm me," Huaiyu stated. The dark guard stared, clearly unconvinced. Huaiyu stood up, thrusting her neck toward Qingxi. "Madam!" The dark guard gasped, stepping forward, only to see that the girl in shackles not only refrained from attacking but even smiled softly. She actually smiled. This astonished not only the dark guard but also Li Huaiyu, who swiftly turned to look at her, eager to see what Qingxi looked like when she smiled. However, her hair fell across her face, concealing her smile, which vanished in an instant. Sighing with regret, Huaiyu straightened up, looking at the dark guard. "Is there a more concealed place somewhere that cannot be searched?" The dark guard shook his head. "The Lord has not set up a private prison. Even this bamboo house was repurposed from a study to contain Qingxi." Frowning, Li Huaiyu murmured, "This will not do, I must find a place quickly." "What does madam intend to do?" the dark guard inquired. "To save someone," Huaiyu replied. When Jiang Xianjin arrived at the Tingwei bureau, many people were already present. Upon seeing him, Li Tingwei stepped out from the crowd to greet him personally. "Your Grace," he said with a pleased expression, "what brings you here?" Scanning the courtyard, Jiang Xianjin responded, "I heard you have apprehended Su Xian." "The news travels remarkably fast," Li Tingwei chuckled, shaking his head as he led into the back courtyard, stopping before a storeroom to allow him a glance. "This time, it is a case of being caught red-handed. Su Xian has no defense." The mountains of gold and silver were striking. Jiang Xianjin frowned and asked, "Was this found in his home?" "Of course, otherwise, how could I so easily imprison him?" Li Tingwei said, noticing Jiang Xuanjin's unusual demeanor, his smile gradually fading. "Your Grace," he said, studying Jiang Xianjin, "recently, many in the court have suggested you are aligning with Su Xian and Han Xiao. Could it be true?" Where do such rumors originate? Jiang Xianjin replied, in my more than 8 years of official service, have you ever seen me align with anyone? But, Li Tingwei's gaze turned peculiar. Some say you are revisiting the old case of the Danyang crown princess, and with your recent marriage, Su Xian and others were present to join the festivities. It inevitably raises suspicions. Pausing, he added, if that is not the case, then allow me to apologize first. Gently folding his sleeves, Jiang Xianjin asked, who informed you I was revisiting the old case of the Danyang crown princess? In this world, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. Li Tingwei lowered his gaze. Just as I have just captured someone, you arrive almost immediately. Events that transpire will always be known by someone. Jiang Xianjin remained silent. Suddenly, a figure rushed in from the front courtyard, appearing to be searching for something. Upon noticing them, his eyes brightened, and he quickly approached, lifting his robes as he walked. Inspector Li, Your Grace. Li Fengxing's face was alight with joy, as if there had been no prior conflict between him and Jiang Xianjin, and he approached to bow. Jiang Xianjin regarded him with an expressionless face, while Li Tingwei inquired, is there something you need, Lord Li? Upon learning that Inspector Li had captured a traitor, I came to congratulate you, and also, he glanced at Jiang Xianjin, smiling, I have a larger lead to share with the inspector. What is it? Li Tingwei asked, intrigued. General Su is not merely guilty of embezzlement. He is entangled with the crown princess. There is a crucial witness, Qing Si, held in the Ziyang Jun's residence. If the inspector interrogates her, there is bound to be a breakthrough. Qing Si? Li Tingwei's eyes widened in shock as he turned to Jiang Xianjin. Why did you not inform me she was in your residence? Jiang Xuanjin's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with cold fury as he fixed his gaze on Li Fengxing, as if intending to bore a hole through him. Li Fengxing maintained his cheerful demeanor. Your Grace, do not take it amiss, I merely speak the truth. He leaned closer to Li Tingwei, whispering, hurry and apprehend the person, do not give his grace the chance to divert attention. Hearing the reasonable tone, Li Tingwei immediately called out, come here. You intend to search the Jiang residence? Jiang Xuanjin's displeasure was evident. If you hand over the person directly, I will not need to search, Li Tingwei replied, his anger rising, but you are hiding such an important person from me. What are you thinking, Xianjin? Naturally, I am considering how to protect the remnants of the crown princess, Li Fengxing chuckled, bowing slightly, I have seen it for myself. Lord Li. Before Jiang Xianjin could explode, Li Tingwei shot him a glare, his tone turning icy, until the matter is resolved, slandering your grace is a grave offense. Li Fengxing was taken aback, hastily lowering his head. Li Tingwei then turned to Jiang Xianjin, you will accompany me. Yes.